Before that, the other teams also tried. They went. Some of them went. Like Revenant, they do also have some experience. Then more or less, the Revenant, SATUL, these kind of players, they have known what kind of game style, what kind of play style does the international teams have. We have already seen the team MYS and all the other teams. They have been the top contenders in the global tournaments. They have proven themselves time after time, and they have grabbed that top spot that we are the winners, we are the top G's in the game, nobody can defeat us. But I really want to see some of the teams from the Indian circuit going there and literally dominating or at least beating them, and just proving that Indian teams are still there in the competition. SATUL, they were very close to do it in the WCS against Luminosity, but once again, it's a new season, it's a new circuit, there are new teams and new faces as well. So I'm still expecting some new strategies to come up on the table. And after True Gravity, after what they did in India Open, all the other teams who were not able to kind of witness or experience that winning moment for themselves, they will be very much hungry as in a comparison.
I mean, definitely every single team has got that hunger to win at this point. But yeah, the fact is that from these 6 teams that have been qualified from Indian Peninsula, I believe one particular team who is going to be the champion of their regional qualifiers is definitely going to move forward. So in the finals, we will get to see one Indian team. Which particular team is that? Is it Clown5? Is it True Gravity or 4G Legacy or FSC Esports or some other team like that? Maybe Revenant Esports could be the one which can outshine every other team. But we really have to see, because of the fact that you said, Nikros, that there are certain changes in the team that happened in this particular season, and that's why a lot of play has been unfolded, a lot of interesting output has been delivered. SATUL Esports, we were expecting a lot from them in the India Open as well, but in the qualifiers, I believe in just day number 2 or 3, they got eliminated. That is something which is quite risky, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to see how that particular play is going to unfold, because again, along the way, even when you have a cushion of that double elimination bracket, or you are going to move out to the losers bracket as well, nobody really wants to go for the losers bracket. Everybody wants to do at least a 2-0. That's exactly what the goal is. I mean, from the start, you want to reign on the top, you want to show your pressure, you want to put your pressure, the mental pressure has to be there, you want to showcase your talent, at the same point hide your strategy for the end game. Really, it will be very interesting, because whenever we talk about this kind of game where Pokémon Unite is there, I believe the strategies are something which are really very important. At when the particular Pokemons are going to get chosen, what kind of choices being made, how those Pokemons are going to get implemented, is there a certain type of level buff being implemented or not, are you focusing on the EO synergy, are you focusing on breaking the tier 1 goal zones, or you're just trying to keep it away so that when the Rayquaza advantage is there, you can completely go ahead and demolish all those tier 1 goal zones. Every single strategy is going to be very, very important. I'm definitely looking forward to see how the whole day is going to unfold, but the first match is what I'm really excited about, because again, that is going to set the tempo of the whole day.
Yeah, I mean, we do expect a lot of things, right, Raider? We do expect to see some 2-1 battles, some 2-0 battles as well. But if we talk about the first match, I think it's almost about the time we will be starting it off. So we have the 2 teams coming up again against each other. First, it's going to be the India Open winners, Team True Gravity, and the 4th position holders in the India Open, which is going to be FS Esports. So if we talk about the rosters quickly, we see Zisol, Vulcan, Vixion, Melon, and Asituitsu. So we get a kind of almost the same roster, similar roster as well. But from FS, we have Pardesi, Rook, Berserk, Bear, and Peace.
Yeah, FS Esports, a team which was not able, which was not able to get the top 3 position in the India Open 2023, but I believe that redemption has to be there today. That performance has to be there. But on the same side, on the opposing side to be precise, I have to talk about the opponents that they have got in their first match in the regional qualifiers. Well, it's the Team True Gravity, the one which was able to outshine every other team, and that's how they are able to be crowned as the champions of the India Open 2023 of Pokémon Unite. I'm looking forward to see how that play is going to unfold. Is it going to be Team TTG, or should I say Team True Gravity, who is going to beat FS Esports in the BO3 with the 2-0, or there is going to be a well-contested match that we will get to see till the decider? Because to be honest, as a Kasa, I would love to see that storyline going till the decider in every single match, because then we have a greater idea of what particular teams can do, how their particular scenario is going to evolve.
I mean, Suyu has all the other players. If you talk about personally, I was talking with Suyu that what is kind of inspiration you got to put in that name. But once again, he was like, it's just a secret. Once again, it comes down to the overall structure. Once again, in front of your screens, so that we can clarify that yes, from the India Open, only one region out of all the regions which has got 6 qualified teams and a designated regional stage for the ACL. So out of all the other things like Japan, Korea, Taiwan, we will have, like, from Japan and Taiwan, we will have 3 teams qualified to their regional stage of ACL. In the East Asia qualifiers from Korea, there are 2 teams, out of which in the East Asia contention, only 3 teams after the regional stage will qualify for the PU ACL 2024 finals. In Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Singapore and Indonesia alongside Philippines and Thailand will have 2 teams qualified respectively from their open qualifiers in the Southeast Asia regional stage. From there, only 3 teams will advance in the PU ACL 2024 finals.
Well, now let's talk about the teams once again. The participating ones, to be precise. From India, we have Clown5, Fuji Legacy, FSC Sports, Revenant Esports, Griffin, and Team True Gravity, which was the champions of the India Open 2023. Well, talking about the teams coming in from Southeast Asia, we have 8 amazing teams. Road to Top, Get Together, Sincerity 2, Team MYOS, and the winners and runners coming from Indonesia and Philippines as well. At the same point, from East Asia, we have teams like MJK, Unitolic, Zora Tigers, Mosquitoes, we have Shin Story, Too Easy, and Joe Unite. Quite interesting names, quite an interesting set of teams coming in. But really have to see which particular region is going to dominate in the finale. But for that, we have to wait patiently for the LAN event to come, where the 8 teams are going to fight each other. But obviously, the qualifications, that is something really very important. And now, in the regional qualifiers, as we are patiently waiting for the first match to get started, which will be between Team True Gravity versus FSC Sports, I really have to see how the play is going to unfold, how we are going to witness the teams going head-to-head with each other, and what kind of, should I say, output is going to get delivered from their particular sons. So looking forward to see how the whole play is going to unfold.
Exactly, all the teams, they are just waiting. They were waiting after India Open, so there has been a lot of things that always go in the head of all the players, that, you know, we need to do something better. We have done good in India Open, but it was not enough to win the tournament. So in the next turn, as it is ACL and we have qualified for it, we are going to put all our 110% of efforts in it. But coming down to the overview of the entire schedule that we have for the day number 1 of this regional stage, it's True Gravity, FSC Sports, the game that will kick off the ACL India Qualifiers 2024 for today. And after that, we will have the second day on 16th of this month itself. And on the 23rd, we will be ending the regional stage. And on the 23rd of December, we will have that one team who will be going and representing as Team India in the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals.
The journey is quite interesting from here, guys. Well, again, when we started India Open 2023, we had an insight that obviously the top teams are going to get qualified for the Asia Champions League. But at that point, we had a lot of amazing names. 8 teams were qualified, if I'm not wrong, who registered and eventually were able to qualify from that particular stage. 2 were invited, out of which only 1 is now there in the Asia Champions League regional qualifiers, and that is FSC Sports. They have their first match coming up very soon. And who are they fighting against? They are fighting against the champions of India Open 2023. That means they are the most recent champions, to be honest, when it comes to Indian circuit. And I'm looking forward to see how that play is going to unfold. And obviously every single game is going to matter a lot. But then again, if you are able to dominate from the start, you have a very good standing in the leaderboard as well, because that's what really matters. If you have that good positioning in the leaderboard, if you are sitting on the top, well, of course, the ticket to the LAN arena, ticket to the finale, Bangkok, Thailand to be precise, is going to get opened up. And I do believe currently the goal for every single team is basically to go for that finale, and then obviously to make sure that they're going to crown as the champion. But obviously that's a very far-sighted particular approach, to be honest, because it's a very long tournament that we are going to talk about. Because in order to see what happens in the finale, in order to see who is the champion of the finale of this Asia Championship, we have to see who is going to actually get qualified from the Indian subcontinent, from the East Asia, from the Southeast Asia. So for that, well, I'm patiently waiting.
Yeah, for that, we also have to wait a little bit longer. We will be going for a very short break, and on the other side, we will be coming up with the very first match of ACL 2024 India qualifiers. I mean, it has been a long time that we have witnessed one match, because after India Open, we are still waiting for the first match to get started. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 India regional qualifying stage, out of which we are having 6 teams into the question, and out of which only one team will advance to get that slot confirmed for themselves for the Bangkok. Yeah, I mean, imagine you're going to Bangkok to play your favorite games tournament.
Only one team is that particular team
Yeah.
who is going to get qualified for the finale out of the 8 teams that are supposed to be there, to be honest. So yes, the journey is definitely going to be quite interesting. We will start off with the double elimination bracket. Well, the day number 3 is going to be the single elimination bracket, but initially we have to see who sustains themselves in the winners bracket and who goes down to the losers bracket. But then again, every single matchup is going to be a VO3, which will give you an edge, which will give you a comfortable position. If you lose one particular game, you still have 2 more to play along with it. If you win one, if you win one and lose one as well, there is the decider that we're going to talk about. But definitely, I believe the journey is going to be quite interesting. So I do believe that we are going to see a lot of interesting journey has to be calibrated. But let's talk about the tournament overview as well, so that we have a brief idea of how the whole tournament is going to get orchestrated. So yeah, initially we will get to see the structure from. If we talk about the perspective of the open qualifiers, we had Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Philippines, out of which if we talk about the teams coming in from Japan, we had 3 teams who qualified for the regional stage of East Asia, ACL if I'm not wrong. At the same point, if we talk about 2 teams coming from Korea, exactly the same number of teams coming from Taiwan, that's 3. Philippines had 2 teams, and Malaysia and Singapore brought in again another set of 2 amazing teams. From Indonesia, we have 2 more teams, and from Thailand, we have 2 teams, out of which the winner already is there in the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finale. That means there is just the slot for 7 more teams, out of which 1 is going to come from India, 3 are going to come from Southeast Asia, in which we have Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia as well. At the same point, we have 3 more teams coming in from East Asia, which consists of Japan, Korea, and Taiwan.
Talking about the rosters, or not the rosters, but the team names, we will be seeing MJK, Unite Holic, Exora Tigers Gaming, Mosquitoes, Shin and Rudoe, Too Easy and Joy Unite coming up in the East Asia region. While in the Southeast Asia, there are 4 teams so far that we see: the team MYS, Road to the Top, Get Together, and Sincerity 2, who has qualified themselves for the Southeast Asia qualifiers. But now, on the other hand, the other teams, those are still in the question for the Philippines and Indonesia, we'll get the names very soon. But in the Indian region, we have Clown 5 and the all other teams, the top 6 teams from India Open, as what we witnessed. We will have them already on the schedule that we are having for today, starting and kicking off the day with True Gravity versus FSC Sports, a team who has won India Open and a team who held their 4th position in the entire India Open so far.
Well, I have to see how the play is going to unfold between FSC Sports and True Gravity. As said initially as well, FSC Sports, the only innovator team that has still qualified in the ACL regional qualifiers. Really have to see how that play is going to unfold from their corner. We have other set of amazing teams like Revenant Esports, 4J Legacy, who was the runner-up, if I'm not wrong, of the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. Griffin, Clown 5, we have other teams like I guess if you talk about Griffin, again a very interesting team which was able to go for the head-to-head battle against Team True Gravity as well. And the only moment where Team Griffin actually lost was against Fuji Legacy and Team True Gravity. But the other teams, they were able to beat them quite in a good fashion. So Team Griffin, one of the most interesting teams coming in from Indian circuit. Really have to see how that play is going to unfold.
Yeah, we talk about the bracket system as well. It is done only on the final day. The 3rd day we will have for the league stage, we will be having this kind of a bracket system where after the first 2 days of ranking, the seeders will be placed in this manner, and out of which the team who will be having that first seed after the end of the day number 2 will be there directly into the semi-finals. So that means they have to play only 1 match to qualify and get the champions title for themselves. And again, if you talk about the tournament rules for day number 2, it's going to be a single round robin format, and the day number 1 and day number 2 will have almost a similar rules of like a single round robin format where the teams will have 3 matches for themselves. But the final day, it's going to be twisted because it's going to be a single elimination. That means you win, you advance, you lose, you get out of ACL.
Well, yeah, I mean that journey is definitely going to be quite interesting to watch. But yeah, in the second elimination, again, similar format will be there, except that there is going to be an elimination, as the name suggests, if you lose. There will be a BO3, there will be 6 teams tournament bracket, and at the same point, Indian regional qualifier champions will qualify to the Pokemon Asia Champions League 2024 finale. As I said initially as well, after seeing the structure, that there is just one slot that is opened up for the Indian Peninsula, and there is only one particular team out of the 6 teams, be it True Gravity or Team Griffin or Forger Legacy, or maybe Team FSE Sports, Revenant Esports, or another team like Clown 5, who is going to win and qualify to the next particular stage. I really have to see which particular team is going to be that, but obviously these 3 days of the regional qualifiers are going to be even more interesting, because again, the leaderboard is something which is going to orchestrate the whole play. Talking about the game rules, well, the general rules are basically that the match time is going to be of 10 minutes. It's a 5v5 tournament mode, where we'll get to see both the particular teams having 5 trainers and their 5 set of Pokemons coming in. The stadium that we are going to use is going to be the Thea Sky Ruins, where the draft pick phase is going to be there, and obviously the whole game is going to be there. The held items have no limits, have no level limits as well. The Pokemons that has been banned are going to be 5 in number. We have Zacian, Meowscarda, we have Tortrio, we have Mewtwo X and Y as well. Pokemon boost emblems are not allowed. So these are the general rules of the game that is going to get followed up for every single match which is going to be there in the Asia Champions League.
Everybody had a kind of question in their mind, specifically as the audience. You would like to know whether the 2 new held items that have been added will be allowed or not. So for your information, yes, they are allowed, and that means that players will have the full 100% opportunity to pick their own held items and a complete set of movesets that they want to play throughout with them, because if they are going for the new held items, they definitely have something new up in their sleeves that they want to showcase in the very ACL. If you talk about the draft pick, it's always as usual. The first pick team gets the 1 Pokemon from their choice on the first pick. Then again, we see a 2, then we see 2 picks coming up from the first pick team as well. So this is how they actually start the draft. Then we go to the preparation phase. There's a almost not every time we see a lot of exchanges happening, but sometimes to lock your crucial Pokemons has always played a very integral part, because I believe the draft phase plays such a majority and a vital role that it almost decides 30 to 40% of your winning factor inside the game.
I mean, as I said initially as well, that the draft phase is obviously going to give us a brief idea of how the tournament is going to go, which kind of tempo is going to get followed up. Do we have a lot of frontline attackers or backline attackers coming into the picture, or do we have a certain type of combination? Basically, like, is there any speedster coming to the approach? Because usually we do see a lack of speedster. We do see some supporters coming in. We do see double all-rounder approach, 1 defender, or maybe double defender, 1 attacker, 1 all-rounder, and then we do have a supporter as well. We miss a lot on speedsters. We have missed a lot in terms of India Open 2023, but I do believe Asia Champions League regional qualifier is a different stage. Yes, the teams are one of the top teams of their own region, be it the Southeast Asia or the East Asia, or eventually coming into the Indian subcontinent. But at the same point, I have to say that every single team that is here is going to be here with the best of their strategy, and obviously they have to put in their A game. These 22 teams have to perform at their peak. Well, out of these 22 teams, obviously one has already qualified for the Bangkok, Thailand event, which is the finale, because that particular team was the winner of their circuit. But at the same point, the other 7 slots, 3 from East Asia, 3 from Southeast Asia, and 1 from Indian subcontinent, is pretty much opened up. So have to see which particular team is going to qualify from over there. So there is a stance where every single region is going to be there with the representation of their particular team. Well, from East Asia, we have to see who are the 3 names. When from Southeast Asia, another set of 3 amazing names will be there, and 1 from the Indian subcontinent will be there. So is it Team True Gravity? Is it Forger Legacy? Is it Griffin? Is it Revenant Esports or Clown 5? We really have to see, because there are a lot of big names coming to the picture. Yes, there were certain shuffles before the India Open 2023, due to which I believe a lot of big names have already disqualified. They have not been able to qualify till the end of the top 6 teams in the Asia Champions League. But now let's talk about the tournament roster as well. Teams roster to be precise. We have True Gravity versus FSE Sports, as I said initially, where India Open first team, or should I say winner team, is known as Team True Gravity, who had Z-Sol, Vulcan, Vixion, Millen, and players like Asutsuyu. At the same point, we have team which was able to secure just the 4th position. They were not able to be there in the top 4 positions, but they're still in the game. It's FSE Sports, FS Pardesi, Rook, Berserk player, and Side.
It was hard luck for them in India Open, but now they want to make sure if they start off with a win against Team True Gravity, FSC Sports will have a big momentum set up for themselves ahead for themselves in the ACL 2024. But once again, it's not that easy because when you know that the champions who were Team True Gravity, they literally obliterated the other teams in the India Open, that too in the LAN finals. So it was something that changes, the mentality drastically, because they were the only team, I suppose, that won India Open like a tournament in like with a 2-0 scoreline. They defeated Forge Your Legacy probably in the grand final, as far as I remember, with the 2-0 scoreline. But once again, FSC Sports, they have to just focus on the mistakes that they did in the India Open, and they will have to make sure that they don't continue it in the very ACL itself, because if they do it, there are very less number of matches that can actually make a comeback possible for yourself. Because if you're a team after the end of day number 2, it's just a day 1. Yes, you will have another set of 3 matches in the day number 2 itself. But if you end up being in the 5th and 6th position, Raider, you know that you have to carry a long journey. You have to be part of a very long journey if you have to make it up to the finals of ACL 2024 India qualifiers, and you have to face that first seeder team, because the 5th and 6th will be facing as the first match. Then the winner will go and face up against the 4th, then the 3rd, then the 2nd, or I would say the first one itself. They will be just going through like that. But it's not that easy as what we are saying, because it's a lot of tough hard work and dedication that it takes for all the players to reach that kind of spot. But yes, all the players, all the teams, they have prepared for this very moment, for this entire circuit this year.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, currently the goal is basically to qualify for the finale. The goal is basically to go for that LAN arena being set up in the Bangkok region, Thailand, to be precise. But then again, in order to be in the top 8, you have to perform right now. You have to start from here. You have to start from the day number 1 and eventually make sure that you are still in the winner's bracket till the end of day number 2. And at the end, when you have the eliminations bracket coming in, at the same point, you have to be very consistent with your play. You have to bring in the best strategies that you have got and then qualify for the finale. And obviously, finale is a different storyline where we'll get to see those top 8 teams fighting head to head to each other, and then only we will get to know who is the champion of the Asia Champions League, to be honest. So obviously the journey is going to be very, very interesting. For now, we have been patiently waiting for the first match to get started, and I do believe Team True Gravity versus FSC Sports is the matchup that we are going to wait for a little bit more, I believe. But yes, at the same point, when the match gets started, obviously the draft pick phase is going to come, where we'll get to see the initial bans that are going to be there. I have to really see which are the 2 Pokemons that are going to get banned after the nerfs and buffs. Again, the choices are going to be a little bit more different. Initially, we had Zacian bans and Hoopa bans also coming in. Hoopa was a later part of the ban because of the uses that our teams were able to bring in due to that particular Pokemon. But at the same point, Zacian was one of those bans which was quite evident that every single matchup, Zacian is the one particular Pokemon which was getting banned. But this time, according to the rules, Zacian, Mewtwo XY, Dojo, and Meowscarada are the 5 Pokemons which are already banned. There is no question that Zacian is going to be even in consideration when it comes to the ban phase. So we have to see which other Pokemon is now going to get banned, because again, every single situation, every single decision that these players will make will dictate us that what kind of a tempo will be getting uplifted for them. But obviously, along the way, teams are also going to evolve. If there is going to be a certain mistakes done by FSC Sports, or maybe even the champs of India Open 2023 is going to lose their first game, they are going to be back in the game. They are going to once again fight back, because there are certain other matches that they have to play along with. I mean, once they fight against FSC Sports, there are another matches that are also scheduled. They have to fight against those particular teams like Remnant Esports, Cloud5, or other teams as well. But really have to see how this whole situation turns out. Is it going to be True Gravity which is going to win with a 2-0, or will they have a very good contestant coming in from FSC Sports as well? Because that's the first match, and we are eagerly waiting for it.
If you are True Gravity, you always have a aim to settle scores like with a 2-0 way. You are a champion, right? When you win a tournament, and after that, when you're coming to play another tournament with almost the same teams that you have contested previously, so you know that all the other teams are kind of hungry, to beat you and get their revenge done, because previously you have been that one team who dominated and overpowered them and overstratted them in their own matches. But now it's time. FSC Sports, they will be looking forward to win it, but True Gravity, they want to just make that mark completed, because we are the champions, and we will play like champions to make sure that we qualify and represent our country in the global stage. So that justifies that when it comes down to a representation of your own country, that own national flag, every player has their own kind of emotions attached to it. So
True.
True Gravity will definitely try to sell the scores with the 2-0 scoreline, because if they do it, they will not only have a complete morale boost for themselves, but also they will give a lot of impact in the mindset of the other teams. Because if they start with the 2-0 against FS, at the other two matches they will be facing another two set of teams, so they will quite likely to make sure that yes, we have started with a 2-0. We will also just go with the same flow with the 2-0 scoreline itself. And if it continues, all the teams will again have a little fear factor against them, for them, because like they will be thinking that if this team is beating every team with a 2-0 scoreline, that means they have got something that we don't have.
And that is the strategy, that is the kind of play that we are going to witness. So definitely maintaining that composure with the 2-0, maintaining that pressure from the initial stage is something that every single team, every single trainer is going to wait for, or should I say put into the effect. Because if you have that initial lead, if you are able to dictate your terms from the start of the game, there is a certain level of mental pressure which will be there onto the opponents. But to be honest, I feel that these competitive athletes know how to deal with the pressure. We have seen other names performed exceptionally well. So for that reason, I do believe that even if you are able to be there with the 2-0 in the initial match, watch out, because there is going to be a certain team who is going to put you down and dust you out of the equation. But moving forward, finally we have the start of the first game. It is going to be FSC Sports versus Team True Gravity. Talking about the bans, okay, this is interesting. We have a lot of bans coming in for the Hoopa, and I do believe that obviously from Team True Gravity it is going to be the Hoopa ban, but from the other corner, FSC Sports, are they going for the same Pokemon? Well, Hoopa is something like a menace for them.
Even after so many nerfs, the hyperspace sword being nerfed, the phantom force being nerfed, still people have a fear factor about Hoopa, because it can still be a little impactful. Yes, there is a 2-second additional seconds of cooldown added to it, but still, again, Pardesi, what is going to be your first pick, man? And there comes the Umbreon coming in from the side of Rook, but on a counter, Zisol and Vulcan will be there from the side of True Gravity to decide their own combination.
The combinations definitely have to work out at this point. You have got a defender, and the other corner we have a Clefable. Along with that, Millen is going to go with Lapras. That's interesting. The choices are looking absolutely interesting. Talking about FSC Sports, their next particular choices are going to be equally important. We have a Blastoise, maybe possibly getting a lock, but from size, and Berserk is going to go for the Inteleon. But let's see if that Inte is going to be there. Yes, Inteleon and Blastoise is going to be the next particular two Pokemons coming in for FSC Sports. Now looking forward to see what a Sutsuyu and a Zisol are going to pick.
We see a lot of new interesting picks. Berserk definitely won't be going with the liquidation. I really believe the snipe shot can be a good pick, but again, there comes the Mimikyu. I mean, we have seen it so much in the India Open, but it also has got some decent nerfs in the recent patch that came, and Zisol will be sticking with the Pikachu. But Blair this time decides to go with the Glaceon. I know it's still not locked, but still. But they see, is it going to be a triple defender composition? Are you kidding me? FSE Sports, they are turning the things in their own way. But what does True Gravity have in the counter? Just imagine, Raider. 2 long-range attackers, 3 defenders to tank the damage, and in their way, True Gravity have got some good picks to give a lot of damage towards them. They've got the Venusaur on Vixion, but not only that, we see the new held item on both Umbreon as well as on the Lapras. The Resonant Guard is here, and that's what I was seeking for.
Well, the choices have been made, guys. Now it all trickles down to the final preparation. These 30 seconds are going to be equally important if there is any third particular switches coming into the picture or not. Well, for a fact, guys, we don't have even a single supporter coming in from FSC Sports. Not just that, no all-rounders, and at the same point, no speedsters as well. Well, we are missing on the speedsters note on Team True Gravity's perspective as well, but they do have a set of attacker, 2 set of attackers, to be honest. The Pikachu is going to be there. With that, we have a Vixion going for the Venusaur. I do believe the Solar Beam is definitely going to be the choice, because again, it's quite hefty, and even if the Petal Dance comes in, maybe things are going to be a little bit more different in the close quarter fights. But yes, the frontline attackers that FSC Sports have got is definitely going to be very interesting to watch how they're going to play along with, because now Mimikyu, Pikachu and Venusaur, these are the 3 who has to hunt down those particular Pokemons and eventually melt them down, get the KOs onto them. Then only the situations will be a little bit more comfortable for them. But in order to stop them as well, the attackers are also there. We have Inteleon and Glaceon. Again, those Icicle Spears are going to be equally important. And as you said, the Snipe Shot with Felsinger, that combination for Inteleon can be very interesting. But there you go, guys. The game one. What we were waiting for from a long period of time, and it has been started. The Eevee now wants to evolve a lot. Again, the level buff is something which is really very important, and I can't really emphasize a lot on that note that how important getting those level buff is.
I'm still, I can't get over it. 3 defenders. The front line looks amazingly strong for the side of FS Esports at this point. But if you talk about the starting phase, yes, they will be just. If you talk about the early stacks was there from Umbreon, he will be trying likely to go for the scores. But once again, it's not that easy. But Squirtle starts off with first KO of the game, as we just see. On the other hand, the Umbreon also starts off with those stacks for himself. Melon has to play a very vital role, because if the front line is that strong for FS, you have to make some counter damage against it, and I'm quite sure that Team True Gravity were not even expecting this coming up from the side of FS, and probably this is the first time that we are seeing a triple defender composition happening in an official tournament.
Exactly my point, man. I mean, we have seen a lot of attackers. We have seen a triple all-rounder competition also coming in. But yes, triple defenders, triple frontline attackers. That is something which is very interesting to watch. The Umbreon now is trying to put up some good effort at this point. Umbreon and the other Eevee that is going to be the Glaceon is again with a combined effort. But we do see Clefable also coming in right over there. Mimikyu is trying to hunt as many as wild Pokemon as possible. They're trying to melt them down. But I do feel that there is going to be an initial KO coming in. And there you go. The Waterl finds a KO. And it's the second KO for him, if I'm not wrong. But now they're going to go for some scores as well. 35 from FS Esports. Team True Gravity is yet to score the double digits. But at the same point, Lapras, look at him. He's farming the mid areas, the mid lanes from the opponent's perspective. But the Lapras is about to get taken down. It feels like that the KO might be there. Oh, look at FS Esports. The way they are hunting down the opponent.
The early game looks very, very much under control of FS Esports. Look at the stacks, it's still happening. Perdesi, nobody can actually stop him doing that. The Solar Beam does come up from the side of Vixion, but doesn't make any kind of damage as such, because he was able to escape. The Snipe Shot is there, but still, it is giving a lot of damage. The front line is completely guarding the long-range attackers from the front, not even letting True Gravity a single chance to counter Inteleon or the others, I would say, the other long-range attackers. But itself, if we just talk about Blastoise, wrecks the tier 1 already, and still it's just the 7th minute marker. It's still not ended even also, and we can see FS Esports putting up a great show already.
Yeah, FS Esports, they're pretty close to the 150. At the same point, Team True Gravity is not even able to actually get the right levels in their favor. Look at them. FS Esports, from their perspective, we already see 3 Pokemons already on to 8 level. But at the same point, people are struggling from Team True Gravity to even go for level 6 or 7. But at the same point, now the Registeel is at the contestment. They really want to have that advantage, and with the Snipe Shot, there goes in. It's the Inteleon who was able to steal it away. And now if we talk about the Clefable and the Lapras combination, look at that, they're getting hunted down. Lapras won't survive, and that's exactly what is going to happen. The Icicle Spears coming in from Glaceon is going to put them down. Oh, that's interesting. We do see even the Unites being utilized pretty soon. But at the same point, the level buff is something that I guess at this point FS Esports have figured it out. Slowbro finds Clefable, the supporter goes down. Well, the lack of supporter from FS Esports definitely made some big questions in my mind, but for now it does feel like that they don't even need it. Oh, the Idol Spin also comes in, and yeah, the KO is not there, but the Glaceon was able to get it. Venusaur on the other corner finds the tank from the opponent team, and with that the Umbreon has been KO'd, but Inteleon goes in for a big score of 39, and with that the tier 1 goal zones both in the top lane and the bottom lane has been taken down. The Felsinger Snipe Shot combination that is there for the Inteleon is definitely something amazing to talk about, but now even the Clefable wants to evolve as fast as possible, but their opponent are already at level 10. Look at Glaceon, look at Inteleon. The attackers definitely do have a very interesting level buff that they have got. But on the top lane, again, the Regieleki, the 6th ally, is something that they are looking at. They're trying to melt it down, and there is no contestment whatsoever. And there goes, the Regieleki comes in. They're trying to aim for the top lane, second tier goal zone. So I'm looking forward to see if there is going to be a certain contestment coming in. All the players have TP'd back to the base, and now they're trying to guard the top lane goal zone, which leaves the bottom one pretty opened up. Although Venusaur is there trying to guard it away.
It looks to me it's going to be a very tough deal. True Gravity, they literally don't have any control over the entire map of Tear Sky Ruins itself. FS Esports, the way they're obliterating, it's tremendous. But Mimikyu and Cliffable alongside them will be able to stop the Regieleki from hitting the tier 2 itself. But Umbreon deals a lot of damage. He's playing on the mean look, and I believe he's playing on the Wish as well. So now this makes Perdesi being a very, very key player. Yes, it is. He's playing on Wish itself. So now all the other objectives, if we see, both the first objective, the bottom Reggie went in the favor of FS. The Regieleki again went in the favor of FS itself, but the Pikachu activates the Unite. Now the Verdict Anger will deal a lot of damage. The Slowbro does go down, but that deals a lot of damage. Pikachu also assisting, finds the Glaceon itself, and it seems the bottom Reggie fight will be turning up the heat for the side of Team True Gravity. This is their time. This is their moment. If they can break the momentum of FS Esports, with Spy Vision being activated, Snipe Shot came into the play, but it was unable to secure the Regirock itself. But the Cliffable will go down. The Lapras is still barely breathing. He won't be surviving for a very long period of time. And that being said, the Regirock did went in the favor of Team True Gravity, but itself the KOs came in the way of FS Esports to not allow them to get the momentum in their hands.
Man, oh man, I mean, KO streaks are coming in right now at this point. Even the Glaceon was able to get a lot of KOs now. It's Inteleon who was able to already get a 3 KO. That's amazing. Even Slowbro is hunting down the Pokemons and they're trying to melt them away. It's absolutely interesting to see how the play is going to get unfold from here. And if we talk about the alternating Slowbros in the Legendary Pit, it is again going to get contested. And I do believe that level buff is going to be there in the favor of FSC Sports. Solar Beam's going in. Berserk already on the way of getting KO'd, but he's going to get that Citrus Berry. With that, he's definitely going to bounce back in the scenario. He has got that orange and purple buff. Oh, so many unites being dumped over there. Umbreon goes down. Not just that, Lapras is going to find the Inteleon as well. The tier 1 gold zone is now looking forward to get opened up, but even before that, the Pikachu, the squishy one, is going to get squished by Blastoise. And with that, we have Mimikyu finding a KO onto Glaceon. Not just that, the Verdant Anger is again going to get utilized, I believe, pretty soon. But there will be some KOs, there will be some interesting approaches coming in with that. The tier 2 goal zone, the tier 1 goal zone to be precise, is about to get opened up. Lapras wants to go for some big scores and he goes in for a set of 40. But I feel now True Gravity is finding their way back in the game. But still, I have to say, the front line attacking formation that FS Esports has got is going to put up a lot of pressure because they can really tank up and absorb a lot of damage, a lot of hits coming from Team True Gravity and then dish out when it comes to Inteleon and Glaceon. From the long range, these individuals can actually really affect the performance of True Gravity.
Now, as the level difference is covered from the side of True Gravity, we will be contesting for the objectives as well. But once again, this Icicle Spears in the Glaceon, he needs to be a little bit safe, and the responsibility lies upon the shoulder of all the frontline defenders. Specifically, I would say the Blasters and all the other Pokemons. They have to take up the responsibility. 10 more seconds for the Rayquaza to spawn in the Legendary Pit, but the Umbreon seems he would have been trapped very easily. But once again, Lapras, he has a big role, a big vital role to play from the side of Team True Gravity. They have made a drastic counter attack and a good comeback in the game, but this final stretch is going to decide a lot more new things for the side of Team True Gravity. They don't want to start off the ACL with a lose at this point, but once again, the Verdict Anger, the Venusaur might play a vital role with that Solar Beam itself. And look at that, the damage being dealt. Blastoise has been forced back to just go away from the Legendary Pit, but they have to melt down the Rayquaza, and it seems that Pikachu is starting it from the side of Team True Gravity.
Yeah, unites are being utilized at this point. Even every single angle is being demolished. But at the same point, look at the players of FS Esports. They're trying to actually play from a safer distance because they do know that they have got a Glaceon and they have got an Inteleon, which can be very effective from the long range. Those snipe shots can actually run down and put the last player down. But Pikachu is going to get picked off. Oh man, look at the unites being utilized at this moment. Glaceon also comes in. Inteleon finds another KO. It's going to be the Cliffable. The Pikachu goes down. The Mimikyu goes down. With that, we are left with just an individual there. And I believe even him is going to get picked up pretty soon. But look at this, Lapras is trying to come in and maybe possibly steal that particular advantage. And it is going to be the case. It is going to be the case. The advantage goes in the favor of the Venusaur, and he's going to find the Inteleon. He's going to put him down. True Gravity is already on the way of winning this particular matchup. But trust me, the shields are going to get broken, and that's exactly what happened to Ixion. He has a broken shield at this point. Umbreon goes in to defend that particular bottom lane tier 2 gold zone at this point. But on the top lane, we do see already the space being opened up. 242 for Team True Gravity. Pikachu is going to move in. We do have a shield for Melon. win, and that is something which is going to be quite awarding for the individuals. Team True Gravity, what a comeback in the game with the solar beam. The Venusaur changed every single thing.
Vixion, you beauty, from a verge where we literally thought Team True Gravity, they don't have a single chance to stand up against the complete front line that was done by FSC Sports. Look at the comeback. Did one solar beam, did the damage in spite of not having the shields up for themselves. FSC Sports, they crumbled down in their own very strategy. With that being said, you just see Vixion, he did not have any score for himself, but that doesn't matter. He was a part of 8 total knockouts, but those 5 knockouts and the steal that he did in the very final stretch did the biggest damage to the side of FSC. But that being said, the BO3 series started out with a banger. It's already a 1-0 on the scoreboard where the champions of India Open, they have made a comeback like champions in spite of having such a big, or I would say a drastic starting match control for the side of FSC Sports. They could not make it up as the victorious team for themselves.
The champions are now trying to become the conquerors of the Asia Champions League qualifiers. Look at this. True Gravity, what a comeback in their favor. And the way these individuals were able to bounce back was absolutely impressive. Indeed, it was Team FSC Sports who had that initial advantage, who had that initial level buff. But what happened at the end? We have Vixion already at level 15. He didn't have any scores to go with, but he had some interesting KOs. He had some very, very important steals also coming into the picture. I mean, to be honest, FSC Sports was looking on a very good note. The way they were trying to keep the Inteleon and the Glaceon away from the Legendary Pit, they were trying to go for those long-range fights. And obviously, those range attacks can be very, very interesting to go with. I mean, that's exactly what Vixion was able to go with. He had that Solar Beam. Trust me, if he had that Petal Dance, maybe the situation would have not been that favorable. But yes, he had that Solar Beam to play with, and he was able to utilize it in a very good manner. Lapras was there and Vixion was there. That's all. We had Melon and Vixion. These two individuals were surviving at the end stage. Vixion was actually trying to take up a fight. He was able to take down, if I'm not wrong, the Umbreon and some of the Pokemons also coming in from the place of FSC Sports after they were able to steal the Rayquaza advantage. But it was Melon on the top lane who was able to go for some good scores. And after that, combined effort from Vulcan and Zizol also came in, which now is going to give Team True Gravity their first win in this particular Asia Champions League regional qualifiers. With that advantage, now FSC Sports is obviously going to crumble down a bit. Their approach was absolutely amazing. I mean, it was quite effective, Necros, from the start. We did saw that these 3 frontline attackers, these 3 tankers that they had, the defenders that they had, were definitely putting up a lot of pressure on Team True Gravity, because every single time when True Gravity wanted to dish out the damage, they were the tankers.
I just think that the one mistake that FS did was, they got the Mimikyu down, they got the Pikachu, they got the supporter, that is Vulcan, down as well. After getting 3 of them down, if they would have found out anyhow the Venusaur, that is going to be Vixion, if they could have got that 1 KO, things could have been different for FSC Sports. But what a tremendous mind game that I would say that Team True Gravity did was, Melon came in front. He went all in to just divert the enemies and divert FSC Sports from, he dragged the focus on himself. Everybody, specifically Pardesi and everybody, was focusing on to take down Melon first, because he can be a little bit kind of trouble. He can cause a lot of trouble for them. But they did not even expect that in the tall grasses, Vixion was waiting, and he did the exact job that he was assigned to. The Solar Beam did the damage, and nobody expected him to pop up from that scenario. But in spite of that, you can see the entirety of the match control, specifically from the start, it was all in the hands of FSC Sports. Also, in the final stretch, it was also all in the hands of FSC Sports after they got those 3 KOs. I literally thought for once that, FSC Sports, they will be starting off with a banger, but then comes True Gravity with a tremendous comeback. Vixion, he has proven himself a lot of times in the India Open as well, and he's again here to prove that he is the best in the business.
One of the most lethal force at this point coming in from the particular regional qualifiers, and yes, we do see that the result is quite clear. Vixion as a Venusaur player, what a play, man, what a play. The discipline that this individual had was absolutely amazing. The game sense that this guy has got was absolutely amazing. And as you said, Nick Rose, the only job that he had, he was able to implicate on it. He was able to get the right output from it. From the start till the end, it was Team True Gravity which was able to here and there was able to get some good goals. For example, in the initial 2 minutes, we saw just 9 goals coming in, and after that we had, as I said, of 24 goals coming in. After that, again, the scoreline was looking a little bit more decent. They had 54 goals in the 4-minute to 6-minute marker, and after that we had 55 more goals coming in from 6-minute to 8-minute marker. So every single time bracket, there was a certain amount of goals coming in from the players of Team True Gravity, but obviously it was not enough initially. They were lacking, and they were lacking by a margin of, if I'm not wrong, approximately 62 or 62 or 72 points. But at the end, the way the Rayquaza advantage fall in the hand of Mixion, and the way he was able to go for the steal was absolutely amazing. I mean, he could have actually gone for the legendary pit fight, but he decided to let it go. He decided for the tankers to move in, and that was Melon. Lapras can really sustain a lot of damage, and that's why he moved in. So he distracted all the players of FSC Sports. All the players were busy trying to get the KO onto him, and they were actually not successful in that as well, because even Melon survived, and the way he survived, he had that shield advantage and completely shifted towards the top lane goal zone. He wanted to go for some good scores, where again the distraction came in as the Vixion, because Vixion was able to steal the Rayquaza. Everybody was now focused on Vixion to break that shield. They were able to they were able to be successful on that note, but the fact that Melon already escaped from that particular legendary pit, he was able to be there on the top lane, and he was able to go for the score of 100. And again, the score was now in the favor of Team True Gravity, which again was able to put a lot of pressure onto the players of FSC Sports. There was a difference of somewhere around 20-30 goals, but after that, again, the Pikachu and the other particular Pokemon like Clefable came in to clutch out the moment in the later stages, and that's how the particular team known as True Gravity is going to win this particular first game. But trust me, there are 2 more games. As I said initially as well, you do have a certain cushion. Even if you lose the first game, there are still 2 more games. You can bring in that Uno reverse card.
Yeah, that's for sure. But that being said, I would just say that we will have a quick replay of what actually happened of this very first match in this BO3 series. We kicked off the day and we started with this match of True Gravity versus FSC Sports, where we literally saw, the start was so decent. I literally thought that the new strategy that FSC Sports is bringing up on the table can be very, very much valuable for them, because they were finding a lot more value. As you can see, 2 serves coming in. It was not just Blastoise but also the Slowbro. 2 serves coming in 2 directions. Then again, Glaceon with his Icicle Spears causing so much trouble. But that Vixion, that one Venusaur, every time he came up with the Solar Beam, he was a pure menace to the side of FSC Sports.
Well, from the start, as you said, Nikros, that Team FSC Sports was definitely looking like they had that command. They were sustaining a lot of damage. Due to the fact that they had 3 defenders, they were already sustaining a lot of damage, and every now and then, whenever a Venusaur, a Pikachu, or even Mimikyu was trying to damage out the players of FSC Sports, there were 3 defenders who were trying to take up all the damage. But at the end, you can see in the Rayquaza fight, particularly in the legendary pit fight, this is the moment, guys. This is the moment that we are eagerly waiting for. Look at Lapras trying to come from the eastern corner. He's even western corner to be precise, but from the eastern flank, southeastern flanks, we did saw Venusaur coming in as a Solar Beam. He was just able to clutch out that particular moment by going for the Solar Beam. And with that, yes, the job is pretty much done and dusted. It does look like the True Gravity is going to completely reign on this particular scenario, but now even True Gravity has got a very good clear indication that the team has got a certain evolution. FSC Sports, I have not yet seen them doing this kind of daring move where completely 3 good Pokemons were coming in as the defenders. They had 2 attackers. There were no supporters whatsoever. There were no speedsters. There were no all-rounders as well. Although even from Team True Gravity, Mimikyu was not that favorable, to be honest. The right output did not came in from Mimikyu as an all-rounder. But I do feel that maybe in the next particular matches they are going to figure out how they have to play along with it. But yes, after seeing the Hooper ban, I do believe nobody really wants to shift that momentum.
Yeah, nobody wants to get that one guy. Either on my side, it's fine. If I don't get the Hoopa pick, the opponent will. So it's better not to let them go with the pick itself. So, yes, the first match we saw Hoopa ban from both the ends. It's quite interesting to see. But once again, this kind of daring move does surprise the audience, but also the opponents sometimes as well. So I wouldn't say that it's a bad move coming up from the side of FS. The early game was pretty decent, but I believe a lack of support did feel I did feel that can play a major factor. Umbreon was there with a wish for himself, so there was nothing that he needed to worry about because he was getting his own heal. But for kind of, I would say, Blastoise, he was just jumping into the battle, but he was getting KO'd. Not a lot of times, but still, just trying to defend your long range attackers from their side, it was a little tough job. But Zisol, we can just get a player information about him. He has been one of the oldest players starting off with Revenant, then he changed the team, now he's back with Team True Gravity. He has won the India Open for himself, and his favorite Pokemon, according to the chart, says that he favors the Mewtwo X, which is already banned, so he cannot actually win this one.
I mean, he cannot actually make the choice of going for his favorite Pokemon, but still he is doing a very decent job of acquiring some good points for the team. And if you talk about his aggressiveness, I believe he is definitely looking quite, aggressive on that note. The goal defense and mental sense is something which is looking quite interesting. The combination that he loves to go with is slightly on a lower note, so he has to work on that. Even the strategy looks quite good, but his comment for this regional qualifier is to become a world champion. I mean, every single guy wants to be that. But yeah, after reigning the chair in the India Open, now he wants to reign his chair in the Asian region. And I do believe for that reason, True Gravity is definitely going to put in their 110%. No doubt in that the other teams are also here to bring in the best, be it Team FSC Esports or teams like Revenant Esports, Clown 5 or Team Griffin. Every single team is here to prove themselves. And I believe, obviously, True Gravity is going to have a very tough journey up ahead, because they are one of those teams who has been into the crosshairs of every single other opponent, because they do know that this is the particular team which we have to beat down, because they are the champions. They have figured out how to break in the particular scenario, and obviously now in the regional qualifiers again they are facing off against the same teams which they faced off in the India Open 2023. In the top 6 teams to be precise. Obviously, those top 6 teams have qualified to the Asia Champions League, out of which the first game was already in the favor of True Gravity. FSC Esports, despite of their choices that they made, I definitely thought for a moment that they're going to do a fun job of acquiring this particular first game. But now let's talk about a player introduction coming in from FSC Esports. We have Size. We have seen a lot of interesting plays with that Dodrio, but honestly, even like that Mewtwo X, Dodrio is also banned, guys. So the banned Pokemons are kind of the favorite ones coming in from FSC Esports and also from Team True Gravity. Zisol and Size are definitely going to not be happy about it, but that's exactly how the tournament is going to go. But at the same point, his play comment is basically to become the best. One guy wants to become the champion, other guy wants to become the best. Again, pretty similar meaning, but again, different ways to say. And at the same point, when it comes to the aggressiveness, goal defense, combination, strategy, and mental strength, I believe in that note, Size definitely takes an advantage onto Zisol.
Yeah, I mean, he is a kind of flexy guy who can turn out to be, testing new combinations for his teams. And that makes you a kind of, I would say, vulnerable player. Yes, Zisol has always been the one to lead from the front. He has always been the kind of an experienced guy in the entirety of the team. But when it comes to PYZ, and again, to become the best, as you mentioned, everybody wants to be the best in the game that they're playing, and for that, this is a kind of game where you need a teamwork as well. This time, Team True Gravity, they showed us that their teamwork, in a comparison to FSC Sports, it has been better. That's why they were able to make such a counter attack. Even after not having a great start for themselves, they were able to bounce back and win the match for themselves, and that made a big difference for them. But again, all the things almost matches more or less, but PYZ in the matter of strats in this kind of picture seems to be a little bit better than Zisol. But we'll have to see in the match which player does evolve as the better one.
That's the most important thing. I mean, evolving along the way as your Pokemons evolve in that 10-minute margin from level 1 to level 15. I mean, exactly in that same fashion, the players have to evolve, the trainers have to evolve, they have to figure out what is working out the best for them. And obviously, these particular things, these particular small notions of evolving up and also bringing in the best strategy is going to be really very important. So for that reason, I do believe both the particular teams are going to bring in their best, and either is it FSC Sports or Team True Gravity who's going to bring in their best, or maybe win the particular first game. That's what we really have to see. I mean, the first game is already in their favor. The whole match, the whole BO3, who takes it away is going to be the bigger question at this point, because we have already seen that initial lead in the favor of Team True Gravity, and due to that, obviously that momentum shift can be coming in very, very soon from the corner. But yeah, again, when the draft pick phase comes in the Sky Runes, the main question for me will be, first of all, initially, that which is the particular Pokemon who is going to get banned. To be honest, after seeing the first game, there is not even a single Pokemon that I would like to say that this is the one you have to ban, which is going to put up a lot of pressure onto you in the next particular game. Because Inteleon, Glaceon, yes, they were able to get a lot of damage. Umbreon was on point, Slowbro was on point, and the other Blastoise was also on point. I'm talking about FS Esports right now, because every single Pokemon from their corner was definitely doing their own set of job. At the same point, the only Pokemon that was able to completely put a lot of anger, a lot of anguish onto the players of FS Esports from the perspective of Team True Gravity, it was Venusaur. It was, I guess, Vixen at the same point who was able to do the heavy lifting. He was able to get some decent KOs, some important ones, to be honest. I'm not saying that he was able to get the most amount of KOs, he was able to get the most amount of EOS energy and stuff like that. It was Lapras on that note, but still, the most important KOs came in from his particular corner. He was able to get some good openings, he was able to go for some good assists, and as we did saw the stats as well, that he was a part of 8 KOs, if I'm not wrong, out of which 3 were the assists, 5 were his indeed initial KOs. But at the same point, I have to see which Pokemon is going to get banned, because yeah, there is not even a single Pokemon out of those 10 Pokemons that were there in the game number 1 that I personally would like to say that make sure to ban this one.
I mean, I'm still gonna go with the Hoopa. There is no doubt in that, because
Okay, yeah.
Hoopa, again, being nerfed, there are a lot of Pokemon that got nerfed. Specifically, if you talk about, firstly, it was Zacian. Everybody, as the fans, in the Twitter as well, everybody was thinking like, Zacian should be banned. We don't want Zacian in our opponent. Zacian is kind of annoying. Whenever it comes into the play, it does create a lot of impact from his side, and they don't want to. There is no counter to Zacian at the beginning when it came, freshly in the game of Pokemon Unite. But then, even after so many nerfs, we can still see that Zacian is one of the most vulnerable Pokemons that can still cause a lot of damage and can be that X factor. But this time it seems that Zisol and the team will be looking forward to ban the Cliffable, because FS Esports, they're doubting that FS Esports might go for a supporter role this time, while FS, they're quite clear they won't allow the Hoopa to fall into the hands of Team True Gravity.
Well, let's see which particular Pokemon is it. Again, from FS Esports, it is definitely going to be the Hoopa ban. On the other corner, Cliffable ban coming in from Team True Gravity. That's the exact Pokemon that they were going for initially, but Blair, for a moment, he teased us with the Zorak, because usually that is the guy who loves to play with the Speedster. Again, his favorite was, if I'm not wrong, the Dodrio, but at the same... Zorak, yeah. Zorak is the one particular Pokemon that we might actually see in the later stages. But even before that, Team True Gravity is going to lock in with Blissey. Vulcan is the one. And on the other corner, the Lapras Express is also ready for Melon. Exactly the same Pokemon that he was able to go with in the initial stage as well, in the initial game, the first one. Blair on the other corner is looking forward to have a Tyranitar. This is a very interesting approach. Okay. We have a lot of teasers today, guys. But it is the Inteleon that is being locked by Berserk.
I mean, the players always love to tease us, Raider. It's nothing new to us, because I guess we have to be accustomed with this, because it's every time they just decide something and they pick something else. But once again, Zisol this time decides to go a little bit different. He decides, when I have an option for Glaceon, why just not pick it and show FS Esports how we actually can dominate more with the Glaceon itself. It seems Pardesi, he will be going with an Eldegoss as Blair. He comes up with his favorite Zoroark for himself. He teased us just in the beginning of the draft phase, but now he decides in sticking with that. But Vixen, this time, no Venusaur, but a Mew. It can be challenging because Mew has been nerfed. The Mystical Mirage nerfs might just hamper them. The Solar Beam nerfs might just be a little bit troubling, but as I know Vixen, he has been pretty much good with the Solar Beams, but they decides to switch it. Zisol takes the Mew and Vixen decides to stay with the Glaceon himself.
Well, the Glaceon-Mew combination might just work for Team True Gravity, because at the same point, if we talk about FS Esports, they have now pitched in their best cards. They have got a defender. They are actually 2 defenders, so there's no all-rounders coming in from both the teams, but at the same point they have an attacker, they have a supporter as Eldegoss. I was talking about him. I was talking about this particular Pokemon, that Eldegoss has not been utilized a lot in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023, but now finally it is here. So let's talk about it. We have the Eldegoss coming into the picture, the giant supporter. At the same point, when you talk about Blair, he's going to be the Speedster. So I have to see how this Speedster is going to work its way to the victory, because it does feel like that FS Esports now wants to bring in their best. They just do not want to take any risk at this point. They've got their heavy hitters, they have got their frontline attackers, they've got their stealing guy that is going to be the speed surge, but at the same point, the Glaceon and Mew combination will again give the Team True Gravity a ranged type of attacking formation.
There are two Pokemons all ready to deal the damage, but that being said, the second match of this BO3 series of ACL 2024 India qualifiers starts off. As we all know, Team True Gravity, they've already got a 1-0 lead in the series, and they will be looking forward to settle the scores right here, right now, in the span of 10 more minutes. As Vixion, he has been given the privilege to go for the mid farm and get himself leveled up as fast as possible, while I will be looking forward to see what Zisol is up to, because after so many nerfs, is Mew still the one who can cause a lot of danger to the other side of FS Esports? Because it seems with the start, the first goal is coming up from the side of True Gravity this time, and the earliest acts of the Zoroark will be very crucial from the side of FS itself, because if the Zoroark gets stopped in the early stages, if he gets slowed down in the means of leveling up, it can cause a lot of trouble.
Definitely, I do totally agree with your points, but at this point, if we're talking about Team True Gravity, this time they have decided that they're going to go for some initial goals. They're also going to tank up a lot in the top lane goal zone. At the same point, even if you're talking about the players of FS Esports, they're also pretty much ready, and they're now holding in the top tall tree grasses. Look at them, they are waiting patiently. Obviously, the Ultraneous Swablu fight is something that they were waiting for. The Zorak definitely gets damaged a lot. The Water Turtle, now actually the Squirtle wants to fall back a bit, because if he stays over there, he's definitely going to get killed. But no, the Squirtle had some different plans for Blissey, and with that, here's the Blissey is going to get taken down. Now in the mid lanes, you will get to see another comforting fight coming in. Melon is the one who is going to go for the Slowbro. Again, Lapras is the particular Pokemon that he was able to go initially in the first game of the match number 1. But now he has got a different Pokemon. But again, the job is pretty much similar. He has to be the tank. He has to be the frontline attacker of his team. Asutsu on the other corner is going to go with the Lapras Express. Lapras to be precise. But yeah, level buff, again, it is in the favor of FS Esports for now, as their Speedster is trying to farm away, and now he has got the level buff as well. With that, he has got the orange and purple buff as well. Alternating Swablu's now in the concerns. Again, Zorak is getting hunted away, but the Eldegoss, he just saves the day.
Almost Blair was about to go down, but it seems the Zoroark will be getting into a lot of trouble. Yes, the War Turtle is there, but it's still not leveled up to the Blastoise, which might just cause a lot of trouble. And we see 4 of the players of Team True Gravity on the top lane, which can cause a lot of trouble. Yes, at this point, Eldegoss, he's trying to push them away, but for War Turtle alone to hold this tier 1, it's going to be very tough. Umbreon jumps into the question itself, but the Icicle Spears will be giving a lot of damage. The Eldegoss is there to heal themselves up as well, but the Zoroark is not getting the free hands to go up front and take the ban. The Surf comes into the play, but the Swablu's and the Altaria will be falling in the hands of Team True Gravity, as it seems the Lapras barely survives from that rapid spin, but it seems Mew, he has the bottom lane control for himself. He's playing on the Solar Beam, but the top and the bottom Regis will be popping off right now.
And with that, the contestment is also going to get pretty much carried away onto the top lane and the bottom lane. It does feel like that the Inteleon, Eldegoss, and along with that, the Umbreon is also going to get concerned for that particular situation. But the Lapras goes down with the help of the Blastoise coming in from FS Esports. That's quite interesting. Lapras, the tank of the particular team, falls down. Oh, the Inteleon with the snipe shot really wants to make some good impact. Oh, he does. With the Glaceon, definitely the impact is being delivered. But Slowbro wants to go big. He wants to find a KO. But can that be a possibility? Because the Glaceon on the other corner comes in with a Unite of its own. They're not stopping that soon. Obviously, the damage is coming in. But look at Blair falling away once again. But still, it's Blissey who finds the supporter from the opponent. It's FS Esports who is going to lack one when it comes to their teammates. But at the same point, the Regirock contestment goes in. I feel that there might be a steal, but no, it's going to be an advantageous moment for the players of Team True Gravity. At the same point, there is going to be a dump of 40 set of 40 goals coming in the bottom lane from FS Esports as Zorak. As a speedster, he is definitely doing his job. But at the same point, even his KOs are absolutely interesting to watch. Look at that. Slowbro goes down with that. Other players are also falling short of breath. Oh, the Clefable. Sorry, my bad. The Clefable is already banned. It's the Blissey who was able to find a very good KO. But at the same point, the snipe shot goes in. Mew goes in with the Solar Beam. Definitely was able to put some good damages, but not able to, I guess, completely go with the KO. But Umbreon, he puts down the defender from the opponent as well.
The snipe shot and the mean look, this kind of combination does seem a little bit troubling for the side of Team True Gravity, because the Lapras every time with the mean look, and then again the snipe shot coming into the play, dealing a lot of damage, giving Umbreon the complete privilege to go and get the KO star. Look at the damage the snipe shot is doing. Yeah, it was not available for the bottom Reggie contention, but once again, Slowbro, he wants to make sure that nothing just goes out of his hands, but the rapid spin comes into the play. Blastoise wants to go a little bit aggressive, but now it comes into the question. He is giving a lot of damage to the Glaceon, but the way the Lapras is defending the Glaceon, it seems so nice to see, because when you just see the long range attacker who can create a lot more impact is just being defended by the Unite move being done by Glaceon as well as Inteleon from the opponent end. And this is the Hydro Typhoon coming into the play, stunning everybody out. The Glaceon goes down as Zoroark. He succeeds in his plan, but they have to get the Regieleki no matter what it takes. But the Mew is here. The Solar Beam will steal the Regieleki from the hands of FS Esports, and that's why again and again Zisol is proving why he is the best on Mew.
Small demo on the steals. That's exactly what was able to scare the particular team FS Esports away from the previous matchup, and again it is happening, guys. They were able to steal with the Solar Beam, so I believe FS Esports right now have to figure out what might actually happen in the particular last 2 minutes, so they really have to figure out how they have to play along with that. But look at the KOs that are coming in, man. Glaceon, and with that we did saw a KO coming in as well from Mew as well, but Glaceon unfortunately does not survive till the end because he is now getting KO'd. With that, the players are now trying to back out. The level buff definitely has to be there, trying to work their way to the highest level so that advantage comes in for them. A lot of AO synergy on the top lane, as we did saw even the Regieleki being contested, and there were some other Pokemons also getting KO'd over there. But at the same point in the legendary pit, the Alternate Swablues are also getting concerned. But look at this, the bottom lane tier 1 gold zone was completely opened up, and it has been now cherished by the players of FS Esports. They were able to break it down completely, and with that even a KO will be there in the top lane. Look at the Inteleon, wants to fall away, but the Lapras is going to put him away. At the same point, the Solar Beams come in. Zoroark definitely once again can fall back. Look at this, Zoroark going with some sneaky abilities. But let's see if he can really survive.
Oh, the Mystical Mirage almost like came into the play, but still not yet. But if you just see, they decided to back off. True Gravity knows that they have the control. 30 more seconds for the top Regi to spawn again, and this is going to be very important. The next Regieleki, whoever takes it might have a little upper hand for going for early scores, but Glaceon wants to pull it off. The Regi steal is going to be very important for the side of Team True Gravity, but they want to go for the KOs, and the Egg Bombs giving a lot of damage to the side of Umbreon itself, but the Mew also hops in and joins the party. Blastoise wants to go up front and take the battle head on, but still they are being pushed away. FS Esports, they have the score lead, but it seems the kind of control over the entire Thea Sky Ruins is in the hands of True Gravity, who can actually turn the tides in their way. But again, the Slowbro being trapped with the mean look might just be a little bit troubling for them, but there are very less chances. Inteleon tries to go for the steal, but Glaceon doesn't allow it, as this Regi steal will be falling in the hands of Team True Gravity, but the Regieleki will be uncontested as the Rayquaza is about to spawn in the Legendary Pit.
Well, there you go. Another KO. The Speedster goes down. This is quite interesting to watch. The Speedster has now been taken down. I'm looking forward to see what happens next. There are going to be plenty of KOs coming in once again. Look at Rook trying to go and make sure that he's going to survive at this point. The Hydro Spin also comes in. The ultimates are still being utilized. There are 2 ultimates being left at this point. The Solar Beam is there from Mew as well. They're ready to take a fight back, but the Snipe Shot, man, that is definitely putting a lot of pressure onto the players of Team True Gravity. But let's see, can they really withhold and make sure to melt it down? Yes, they do. Yes, they do again. And they melt down the Rayquaza. They have got that shield advantage. But look at the KOs that are coming in, man. What a play that is here. But on the top lane, we do see a complete destruction coming in. And there goes the Blissey. There goes some good goals. Millen now is going to completely go in and score another set of 100. With that, True Gravity once again made sure that they are going to be the winner. They are going to be the team which is going to start off in the Asia Champions League regional qualifier day number 1 with a 2-0. There is no looking back at this point. They've got a very good buffer. They've got a very good lead of approximately 280 points in their favor, which is now looking absolutely amazing. Now the Lapras is also finding their way back in the game. They're trying to get some good KOs. It is definitely looking like a mirage for me, to be honest, because from the start, True Gravity gives a small deceptions, gives a small insight to the opponent that yeah, you have got the control of the map, but in the later stages, they decide to once again bring in their mean face, and the game phase is on. And look at that, multiple KOs, multiple goals being up, 526. The KO streaks will be there. There is nobody to really withhold. Oh man, look at this. The Lapras wants to go with a big 100, but no, the spin is going to leave it away.
It's too late for this. I mean, the job is already done. There's no way even they can just go with the scores. They don't even have the AO synergy to go and get almost like 100 dunks, and they won't even have the time. True Gravity, they literally just showcased why they were the champions of India Open 2023. It was a tough start for the match number 1, but again, in the end, as you mentioned, Raider, they just showed us that who is the boss right now in the Indian circuit. And that's how they just start off the day with a win in the BO3 series itself with a 5-5-2-2-0-3 scoreline. You can see total of 7 KOs for Vixion this time again. And now he has been part of like 11 total knockouts alongside Zisol was there with 10. He's got 6 assists, 4 KOs for himself. Even after, I would say, the early stacks were stopped or delayed for Blair on the Zoroark, but still he was able to find the value as much as possible. Berserk was again trying to connect those snipe shots, but the timing was not as accurate as what Vixion had, or Zisol had with the Solar Beam or the Icicle Spears.
See, the fact that from the start, every single Rayquaza, really. But yeah, it was basically the steals coming in from the players of Team True Gravity, which was quite mesmerizing, to be honest. So for that reason, I have to say that True Gravity is definitely looking quite phenomenal. What a play from the corner. And they decided to go a little bit more aggressive in the later stage, in the last 2 minutes in the final stretch time period, and that's why they were able to get the Rayquaza advantage as well. At the moment, I thought that maybe there is going to be a steal coming in from either Blair or Berserk as well, because Berserk has got that range attacking type of formation coming in, because he had that snipe shot which could have really gone for the steal. But man, what a shift coming into the game. Vulcan, Milan, Asutsu, all these 3 individuals was absolutely on point while taking and sustaining the damage. The recovery that was given by Vulcan was also very, very amazing. But Zisol and Vixion, these are the 2 individuals who did the heavy lifting again when it comes to taking those KOs, when it comes to taking those crucial KOs, to be honest. Because Mew, yes, it was effective. Yes, it was able to go for some good steals of Rayquaza, for Regieleki and Regirock in the bottom lane, Registeel in the bottom lane. But still I have to say Zisol was on par along with the combination of Vixion as well. Both the attackers were coming in as very fruitful from Team True Gravity, and with that the result is now in the favor of Team True Gravity. What a play, man. A 2-0 already. I was really expecting a decider coming into the picture, but well, things are a little bit different, guys.
I guess you have to wait, Raider, for that, because there are a lot of matches still left for the day. We are just done with the first one, but there's still 7 more matches left in the entirety of the day. I really wish that we would be able to see a 2-1 maybe in the next game itself. So we have to wait for that. But that being said, FSC Sports again, that one last minute fumbling or choke happening from their end is causing them the trouble. They had the first match momentum in their hands, but still they were not able to secure the victory. In the second match, True Gravity, I would say that they didn't even give them the chance to make a comeback or make a bounce back for themselves, not even letting them to gain the momentum. It was all in the early games, as we see in the 4th minute marker. They had a little bit of lead, but then from the 6th minute, it was all like going. Then the scores came from the side of FSC Sports. They were able to take like a 200 marker, but then after that, after the 8th minute, there was nothing left for them. They just found the KOs at the right time. First, getting the front line down of FS, getting the Blastoise down, getting the Zoroark down in the very early phase just before the final stretch fight did made a big, or I would say a drastic difference, created a drastic difference in the means of strat. But then again, the scores, the perfect execution from True Gravity resulted in their victory.
Execution, yeah, that's the right word. I mean, what a play from Team True Gravity. The way they executed their stats and the way their individual players also performed was absolutely amazing. Well, of course, in the 6 to 8 minute marker, they were struggling a bit. Initially, they did not have that lead. FSC Sports was already there with a 203 point marker in their favor, and on the other corner, just 92 points or something like that was there for Team True Gravity. But they decided to take a different route where they got some good KOs, and after getting those KOs, they were I'm really focused on to having that Rayquaza advantage, and I believe at 8 minutes and 30 seconds or so, they were able to melt it down. There was still a notion of a 1 minute and 30 seconds where their shield could have been broken, and even FS Esports could have decided to go for their set of 100 dumps coming into the goal zones of the particular other team known as True Gravity. But FS Esports, as soon as they were coming out of their base, exactly at that moment, they were getting destroyed as well. They were getting KO'd by Lapras, by the Glaceon, by the Mew, by the Slowbro coming in from those players of Team True Gravity, and that was the best part for me, to be honest, because True Gravity, they were not just able to get that advantage of having that Rayquaza shield, also they were able to make sure that even if their shield is broken, they were making it sure that the other players from Team FS Esports will not be able to come out of the baseline goal zone, because there could have been a situation where maybe that Zorak could have changed a lot of things, because as a speedster, that individual can really go in and swing in and get some good scores. But as soon as he comes out of the base, he was getting KO'd. That is how effective Team True Gravity played. It is basically like a very kind of like, let's say, interesting play coming from True Gravity. Personally, what I felt was basically True Gravity was inviting the other team to make sure to actually put a lot of pressure onto them. But at the end stages, when True Gravity definitely wanted to pressurize, they decided to turn the things in their favor. Look at them. From the start, they were sustaining the damage. But what happened in the fastest time? They decided to this time go a little bit more aggressive. They wanted to go all guns blazing onto the players of Team FSC Sports, and that's exactly what they got to do. I mean, in the legendary pet, there were 2 to 3 KOs coming in initially, and after that, they were also melt down the particular Rayquaza. But at the same point, they had those shields. And for a moment, I thought that maybe exactly like the first game, their shields are going to get broken in the fastest time. But that was not the case. Look at the highlights so that we have a very brief idea of how this whole tournament unfolded, how this whole game number 2 of match number 1 unfolded.
I mean, it still doesn't feel like, after having that nerfs on Mew, it doesn't even feel like that, yeah, Mew was nerfed. It still is that much impactful as what it was in the India Open as well. Still, the difference, yes, on the Inteleon did make a kind of changes. I mean, the snipe shot coming into the play, dealing the damage, not going with the liquidation. We can see the difference that is happening, because Inteleon, he's giving the damage, he's trying to deal a lot of impact in the game, but it's still not vulnerable. But again, coming into the final stretch, these are the moments. First the Zoroark, then the Blastoise, and everything was opened up. There was nothing or not a single chance that Berserk, he went to try and get the steal with the snipe shot, but the timing was not at all accurate to get the job done for his side.
Definitely, man. The timing was not that on point. But moving forward, when you talk about the final few seconds, at that moment as well, look at the players. They were trying to escape from the wrath coming in from the players of Team True Gravity, but unfortunately, that was not the case. Every single time they were getting put down, they were actually getting KO'd. So it was a very interesting match, to be honest, from the perspective of Team True Gravity, the way they were able to outshine FSC Sports. And that's one of those reasons why True Gravity was able to become the champion of India Open 2023, because they have got that experience factor working out for their favor way too well. They have figured out what they have to do, how they have to play, what kind of momentum shifting is going to be there from the case, and that's why Team True Gravity for now is going to be that particular team who is again going to lead the charts when it comes to the regional qualifiers as well. Well, they've got that initial lead of winning the first particular match, but again, the next particular match is between them and 4G Legacy or Clown 5 or Team Griffin or Revenant is also going to be equally important. They have fought against FS Esports, they have made sure that they beat them down with the 2-0. That again is going to improve their positioning a lot, because remember guys, in terms of standing, if there is a 2-0, you have a greater position. If there is a 2-1, again, the points are going to a little bit more on the lower note. So for that reason, again, coming up with the 2-0 is going to be really very important, and True Gravity was definitely able to get that advantage. But I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be consistent for True Gravity or teams like Revenant Esports, Griffin or 4G Legacy in the next particular stages as well, because these are the few other teams along with Team Griffin as well who are still pending with their match.
I mean, there are a lot of matches that are yet to be done. There are a lot of matches that we will be seeing in just few moments. But once again, the start like this to the Asia Champions League, it does feel like, kind of a morning tea. It gives you a little pump for your day. A morning coffee, I would say, is a better example, because it sets you and gives you a lot of energy for the upcoming works that you're going to do, because 7 more matches still left. A lot of teams still are yet to play their first match in the Asia Champions League 2024. Previously, if you talk about and remember the 2023 season, it was SATUL, Revenant, into the contendership. Marco's Gaming was there, God's Reign was there. Now the teams, they are not there, so, but the players are still playing. And the way the first match started, I am still expecting some more 2-0s to come on the way, specifically from the teams like Griffin. They do have a lot of potential. They have showcased them in the India Open. We were thinking that it might be one of the teams to look out for. But Forge Your Legacy, a team which was formed just few weeks or months ago, or before the India Open, they came into the final. They literally tried to win it, but it was tough luck. But still, if you talk about the another run that they have, it's the Asia Champions League. If Forge Your Legacy, the way they have played, or the kind of momentum they carry forward and gel up inside their team, if they can put it in the performance of Asia Champions League this time, I believe they do have a long run, and they might have a chance to take a revenge against Team True Gravity.
I mean, revenge, redemption, these are all the things that we are looking forward to. Let's see if that is going to be the case or not. I mean, True Gravity definitely is one of those teams which is now currently sitting, along with the advantage of being the champion of India Open 2023. They are still sitting on the top because of the first game that they were able to dominate, the first match that they were able to dominate against FSC Sports. Now they have got their very good positioning, but at the same point, the rest remaining 5 other teams, along with FSC Sports, also have got their eyes set onto the target, and that is Team True Gravity. So True Gravity definitely have to hide their own strategy. They have to bring in their best game when the situation demands. Obviously, elaborating and giving out all the strategy is going to leave them in a very tough spot where the other teams are able to bring in their own stats to counter their strategies. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the play, because again, whenever we talk about Pokemon Unite, whenever we talk about games like these, strategy is something which is really very important. The choices, definitely they are important. The type of Pokemons that you are actually going to go with is definitely very, very important. But we have still seen that even the best Pokemons go down, even the best team goes down when the strategy is not right. We have a lot of names to talk about in that fashion. Well, let's just talk about FSC Sports. The reason why they were in the 4th position in the India Open 2023 was basically due to the stats that they were able to go with against Clown 5 and other teams like that. At the same point, again, in this particular matchup, if we talk about the first match, initially, the particular team known as FSC Sports was looking very good in the game number 1. But what happened in game number 2? What happened in the later stages? They completely got destroyed, because from the start they had a very interesting strategy in their favor, but in the end they were completely countered by the players of True Gravity.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, every team has their own ups and downs through entirety of the tournament. Let it be India Open, let it be ACL, it can be WCS as well. But if you just talk about once again about the replay that happened over the last match that we just witnessed. So at the first match, it was like 3 defender composition coming up from the side of FS. As you mentioned, even after getting the good picks or the desired Pokemons to win a match, it was still not enough for FS to win it. And that's how they made a difference. They did have a good start. They did had a kind of impact, because if you just talk about the entirety of the match, they were almost about to get the KOs. You can see the kind of impact that Pardesi was going in. His HP was drowning, but still he was able to find the kills. Player came into the question with those icicle spears and trying to put up a lot more damage, but still it was done. The job was done, and itself the triple defender composition was working such in a brilliant way for the side of FS.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Initially, if we talk about the triple defender approach, it was quite good. But in the later stages, things started to change a lot. They were able to guard a lot of damage, sustain a lot of damage coming in from the players of Team True Gravity. But at the same point, the heavy hitters were not coming in that useful. Yeah, Mimikyu was not that effective in the first game, but still in the later parts, when you talk about the ultimates being utilized at the same point, when you had Pikachu, when you had Glacian coming in from the other team as well, they were also being very effective. Look at this. Even again, you will get to see some more interesting approaches. If you talk about the fights between Mimikyu, it was the Blastoise and also Slowbro was right over there. From the back ends, we had Venusaur also coming in. I believe at this point, the Solar Beam came in and it completely shifted the whole situation. Blastoise were also right over there. So in the bottom lane tier 1 goal zone, there was a complete contestment going on. But at the end, what happened was multiple KOs coming in. There were 3 other Pokemons also pushing onto the same particular tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane. They were trying to guard it away, but things started to change a lot when the Unites got utilized.
Exactly, the glacial stage, we can see them activated, but Blastoise did a lot of damage. Venusaur came with the solar beam, but that did not affect. Again, the serves played a major factor, but Venusaur trying to push up. This was the moment. That made a crucial blow. Pardesi, he has spotted down the Venusaur, but on the other hand, the Mimikyu was trapped. It was nothing that he could do. But for that, Vixion had to go with the solar beam towards that direction to at least try and help his teammates. Berserk was also draining down. He was there in very up close range with that Inteleon, trying to put up a lot great show. But during that 1 minute and 8 seconds timer, the score difference, and it was in the favor of FS, and they were getting that prompts that you are in the stretch. You have already destroyed 2 tier 1 goal zones of your opponent, so that gives you a good momentum to get their to get them under pressure, but still finding and was able to find those all KOs, giving them an upper hand more and more, but not letting Vixion taken down was a major factor, because if they could have got the Vixion down, that one solar beam made the difference. You can see the position, everybody was completely focused on getting the Rayquaza completely melted, but nobody just had an idea that yes, Vixion is still there and that solar beam can be a big factor.
That solar beam that came in from the eastern flank, southeastern flank to be precise, was absolutely amazing. Like Rayquaza was there with just 10 HP. I mean, barely there was any HP coming in from Rayquaza. Almost there were FSC Sports who was on the verge of getting it destroyed. Lapros came in from the western flank as well, which was able to put a lot of pressure. Look at this. Melon was already putting up a lot of damage. He was trying to sustain a lot of damage, but at the same point, what happened? There were just two Pokemons. There were just two Pokemons coming in from the particular scenario. But at the end, what really happened, that Vixion came in and he was able to clutch out the moment, because the other three Pokemons were already KO'd. Which were left were basically the Vixion, which was the Venusaur, and Melon, which was the Lapras. But at the end, what happened? Vixion's shield was broken, but it was still Lapras who was going for the top lane go zone, who was able to completely shift the whole situation. Now, talking about the second game, in the second game, again, things were a little bit more different, because in this particular game, from the start, there was not a lot of aggressive approach, but there was a lot of very aggressive approach when it comes to the goals. There were multiple goals also coming in. But let's talk about few more moments in the second game when we did saw Blastoise doing an amazing effort. Mew on the other corner was also there, ready with the solar beams in the later stages, but still initially we did saw a different set of momentum.
Yeah, but not only that, you can see the Altaria Swablues came into the play with this all contentions. They were also here to deal a little bit of damage, and being in the position of FS, you will not like any kind of interference in this kind of fight. Specifically, the Solar Beam did the damage. Blastoise came into the play with its surf, and that caused us so much hindrance towards the side of FS. They were brutally outsmarted and outstratted by the side of Team True Gravity. And even after all the fights that happened, we can see the complete momentum that they had. Every time we were seeing that True Gravity were engaging in the fights, the Unites being committed, they were finding the values every time they went in with for the fight, not letting the Berserk find, like, Lapras had a choice. He could have gone with the Zoroark, but he decided, getting the Inteleon down should be the better move. And again, this was the moment. On the other hand, we can see that Zoroark was already down, and Pease, who was that frontline defender, or I might say the attacker for the side of FS with that rapid spin and the water spout, could have made the difference, but he was also taken down, and that entirety of the play was shifted towards the side of True Gravity.
Even in the legendary pit, if you talk about the initial few picks, we did saw that the Blastoise was getting KO'd by the individuals of Glaceon, but at the same point, when you talk about the attacking formation, Berserk, Padesi, and all the other individuals, a little bit more far away. At the same point, if you talk about Vixion, he was more than ready to put up a good fight. And yes, there were certain KOs, as we did saw that even when the lead was there in the favor of Team FSC Sports, they were not there with a lot of let's say. Opposing force in their favor, because they had Inteleon, which was trying to play from a far away angle. The supporter, that was the Eldegoss, was trying to come up with the support for the Inteleon. At the same point, if we talk about the damage sustaining guy, that was the if I'm not wrong, Umbreon. He was right over there in the legendary pit, and that definitely costed him. He was unable to give a lot of amount of output. But at the same point, I thought for a moment that maybe that Inteleon with the snapshot could have chased or could have basically stole the moment, but that was not the case. I mean, the Inteleon was not that effective. Even before that, the Rayquaza was melted, and due to that advantage, obviously the scoreline was basically of 552 points in the favor of Team True Gravity. So amazing, man! What a play!
That Inteleon did make try to get those steals possible. But we have one person joining us from the side of True Gravity, along with and going with the interview session. We'll have a little chat with him. So let's welcome him and let's have a chat. So Vulcan, how are you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm doing fine, guys. I am from True Gravity. My IGN is Vulcan, and I'm also the IGL of this team. Yeah, that's it.
So the first question I want to ask you, the first match, when you saw that FS Esports went with 3 defender composition, were you expecting that yes, they might be going with a triple defender, and how did you try to counter it?
Actually, we want to get this Glaceon, which is actually a melter of the tanks, but unfortunately, they drafted well. We didn't get that.
No.
Gladly, we got it in the second match, so we can melt tanks a little bit faster. So it went good in the second game. Even the scoreline was 100 above, but we're still in the levels, in the objective. Everything is good. Yeah, a little bit. And I also thought, first game, instead of Clefable, I thought Blissey should have been better there to save this Pikachu. Because of Pikachu died with slow Brunette. And the game was entirely got flipped, and we don't have melters also to kill their tanks. Because Mimikyu also, it can kill squishes, but they have 3 tanks, right? Which has actually become a draft diff. I don't know why they flipped this Rayquaza. But yeah, luckily we got with Beam. I thought the game is over in the first game. We thought of winning game 2 and game 3, but luckily we got with good secure with Venusaur. He's actually level 14 Venusaur, so Beam damage is actually the easy secure for him. That is the easy secure for him in his entire life, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, Vixion must be happy with that, right?
Yeah, sure. He's very happy though. But yeah.
Right.
So what's the plan next, man? I mean, True Gravity, your team definitely has got the first game. What are you looking to do in the next upcoming games that are there in the regional qualifiers?
Yeah, our drafts were kind of messed up in this game 1, so we want to improve how we can draft better compared to this FS. Yeah, we will try to draft better. And the meta was more favorable to Clefable because there was a lot of speedsters and Mimikyu also, basically. So, which is not my most comfort pick compared to Blissey. So, I thought of banning Clefable might be giving a little bit advantage to our team. Yeah, we will try to draft better. That is main goal, and try to improve our mistakes also. Yeah, that's it.
I want to ask you one thing, Vulcan, that this is just the first match of ACL, right? You have got still a lot of more matches, and after India Open, this is your next big tournament that you are playing. So, with the very same set of teams against yourselves, so do you have any kind of things that you want to tell the other teams from your end? Because you were the champions of India Open, right? So now you're coming to ACL, having that champion stack for yourself. You have a big responsibility on your shoulder. What would you like to tell the other teams about yourself?
Yeah, best of luck, guys. We will come harder. That's it, I guess.
Thank you for joining, Vulcan. And once again, as what we had an interview session with him, it seems to me like, yes, they also mentioned the mistakes, and that's I would say, the big point a team should also always have. I mean, when it comes down to this kind of situation where you know that there always stays a little bit of margin of errors that you need to kind of make it possible, rectify it in the correct time. Vulcan did mention that they got a bad draft in a comparison to what FS had, but luckily they were managed. Like the way he just told us that Vixion probably he had his best secure of his life. So that's how the fun you have among your teammates. But once again, that crucial secure did let the side of True Gravity win the game. But with the 2-0 being said, still you can see the hunger in their own talks, or in that kind of attitude that they have, because they are still not done yet. They have won it. They have won the 2-0. They know it that yes, we have started off with a win. But in spite of overjoying it, they are just quite stable and steady, that we made a mistake, but still we were lucky enough to get this win in our favor. But the next matches, we will definitely try not to make the same draft mistakes and not to let the opponents take the upper hand.
I mean, that's the most important thing. Well, you have to figure out what your mistakes were, and Vulcan did that. He is now ready with the kind of like notion that he is going to figure out how the draft phase is going to go, which particular Pokemon is going to get banned, and how they have to choose the right ones. Obviously, due to the choice of those three frontline attackers coming in from FSC Sports in the first game, things were not that favorable for them, but they still figured it out. That 14 level Vixion, the Venusaur that was there ready with the Solar Beam, was absolutely on point. Milan on the other corner was able to become the distraction, but after that, I mean, that whole story of the first game is something different to talk about. I'm going to like completely glorify it till the end of the Asia Champions League, because again, every single thing that happened in the last final stretch in those 2 minutes was absolutely amazing. Now, talking about the next particular game, I do believe Forge Legacy versus Revenant is the particular matchup that we're going to talk about in the next match. So have to see what happens in these two particular teams' perspective as well, because Forge Legacy is another set of amazing team which came very close of being the champions of India Open 2023, but not close enough. They were not able to go for the first position because True Gravity was right over there, standing with their consistency and their strategy ready to demolish the opponent. So I'm looking forward to see if Forge Legacy is going to go for a very good match against Team Revenant Esports, or Revenant is now more than ready and effective at the same point with their own strategies, because again, this is a different stage there. The competition is going to be even more better. We have seen the streams of India Open 2023 as a caster, but these guys have made sure that the analysis has been done. They have done their homework. And as Vulcan also said, that he has figured out what the mistakes are, and exactly in that fashion, I believe every single IGL, every single player, every single trainer of every single team has also figured out what is going wrong for them. FSC Sports right now is definitely going to churn their minds to figure out what happened wrong or what went wrong for them. To be honest, in the first game, it was the Rayquaza steal that went wrong for them. In the second one, again, they had a very clear indication that yes, we are getting a lot of KOs, we are putting a lot of players down from Team True Gravity, so we have that pressure, we had that initial lead. But at the end, what happened? The lead completely got diminished due to the fact that in the later like 3 minutes, in the rest remaining 3 minutes, Team True Gravity decided to completely bounce back in the game.
Talking about the next match, which is on its way. The match between Forge Legacy and Revenant Esports is up very close when we will be seeing the positions. One team is the runners-up of India Open, another one is having the 5th position for themselves in the previous India Open that happened recently. If we talk about the rosters, Forge Legacy will have Volk, Doc, Fura, Hurim and Ruben in their team, while Revenant will have Burzum. Also, we know him as Crowley, as well as Tensei, Apple, Goku and Kid in their roster. Have to be looking forward to see what they can put up on the table. Revenant had a big gap of preparing themselves for the ACL, because in India Open, Revenant and Clown 5, they were eliminated by the other teams from the lower brackets. They were not able to qualify for the land stage, so that gives them a kind of a breather, or I would say that gives them a kind of a good amount of time to prepare for the ACL, and I'm really looking forward to see how they are prepared to take up against the runners-up of India Open. Because if you talk about this team, it was formed new, but now it has been a good amount of time for them to even prepare their own strategies and bring on the table as well. And this time, Forge Legacy will definitely look forward to win all the matches.
Oh yeah, I mean, the goal is definitely there to be on the top. Now, initially in the first match, we did saw India Open first team fighting against India Open 4th team. Now it's India Open second team which is going to fight against India Open 15. It's Revenant Esports who went out a little bit early in the India Open 2023, but I do believe that Revenant Esports players like Burzum and the other individuals are definitely going to move forward. As you said, Crowley, the giant, which we really know as the name we really know in him in the initial India Open 2022, he was able to be one of the best trainers. But now let's talk about the ban phase. Let's talk about the whole draft pick phase, to be honest. And this is again going to be the TS Kyruns, as we explained in the game rules, that TS Kyruns is going to be the stadium where the whole situation is going to get carried away. Talking about the bans, Forge Legacy is definitely there with a crystal clear mind that it is going to be a ban of Hoopa as a supporter. On the other corner, Revenant is going to go with the Blastoise, which is going to be a defender. So the bans are done. Now it all trickles down to the choices and the picks.
I'm still looking forward to Hoopa and Blastoise ban. I mean, I don't know why Revenant decided to go with the Blastoise ban itself, though it can still cause a lot of trouble. So Kyurem decides to start off with the Clippable this time, not to allow this beautiful supporter go in the hands and fall in the hands of Revenant Esports, while Revenant, they have to come up with some counter picks. The one is with Lapras and probably Burzum also decides to stick with Inteleon. Maybe a snipe shot play as what we saw in the previous match from Berserk. He was not able to find a very much value on Inteleon itself, but still, this time I'm looking forward to see what Crowley has to offer. Volk went with the Venusaur, Doc will be there on the Umbreon. So for now, I would say for your Legacy's composition looks very, very much balanced, but it seems Revenant, they're more into those boinks coming up as Tencent decides to pick the Trevenant.
Well, the Trevenant is here. The Wooden Hammer is definitely going to be very interesting to watch. At the same point, we have Eldegoss as the supporter coming in from the team. Okay, that's interesting. We will get to see a Speedster also being involved in this particular fight, and that is going to be Leafeon if that gets confirmed. And yes, that's exactly the case. We will get to see a Leafeon coming in on the other corner. Talonflame, again another set of range attacker that will be there, is going to be very interesting. Forger Legacy is now ready with their 5 set of Pokemons, but on the other corner, will there be an all-rounder coming in? A Saiso coming in. That is something very interesting for me because I have not really seen that particular choice being made in the later stages.
Picking up Scizor might be... Let's see what Revenant has to offer. I mean, I'm just gonna stick with that. 2 defenders, 1 supporter. This, like, Apple will be just going up front to, take some good battles or maybe in head-on fights where he might just get support from Goku. Burzum will be there from the back ends, and Lapras, he will be there. And both the defenders have the Resonant Guard for themselves, a new held item that we were talking about. Fura as well as Doc. It seems that Doc won't be playing in a stack build, only Fura will be there for the stacks. He's got an attack weight on him. He has been very, very much dominant with the Leafeon previously in the India Open. And a boink for a boink. I mean, Tensei has got the Wooden Hammer, and why not Fura has the Solar Blade? So this is going to be a good boinks battle between both the teams, but I'm really looking forward to see what this BO3 series has to offer, because the first one, it went to 2-0. Are we going to see another 2-0, or we will be seeing a 2-1? Is what... It's all that question that's roaming inside my mind.
It's quite a possible scenario that we might actually see a very good 2-1 coming in, because that's exactly what I really want to see at this point. Coming up to the Saturday game gives a different type of thrill, because we never know what is going to happen. It's basically a BO1 at the last game of the particular BO3. But yes, moving forward, we will get to see again a lot of interesting approaches for the top lane. In the bottom lane, we'll get to see those EVs trying to go over there. The Chandelier now wants to evolve, and definitely he's going to go for the mid lanes. So it's going to be a very interesting approach coming in. But again, choosing an all-rounder as a Scizor for Revenant Esports, I don't know how that is going to turn out, but yes, they have made the decision. Now they're back in the fight, and I'm looking forward to see how if there is going to be a interesting output through this or not. But yes, Burzum and his teammates, to be honest, went out a little bit early when it comes to the India Open 2023. They went out at the 5th position. This time they really want to be there on top, because remember guys, the only team which is going to get qualified for the finale and go for the LAN arena in the Bangkok, Thailand region is going to be that team who is going to become the winner of Asia Champions League region qualifiers. So in order to become the champs, you have to be the best.
And eventually, when we just see the kind of composition that Revenant Esports is playing with, yes, the Scizor pick might be something that we were not expecting. But once again, if a player is picking up a kind of Pokemon who is still can make a lot of damage, but this Swablues and Altaria will be very important. But it seems it's all going in the favor of Forger Legacy, as the Bulbasaur was able to steal it in exactly from the mouths of Revenant Esports. They still have to wait, as the Umbreon might just jump and he stops the Tensei from just flying away with the mean look, but he was able to fall back thanks to the kind of support that came up from side of Burzum. He wants to take a head-on fight. The Giga Drain has come into the play, while Ivysaur, he's struggling, but look at Forger Legacy. They're just stealing the buffs from the jungle of Revenant Esports. They just don't want to let them take that kind of advantage, but this time Burzum has been punished, and it's a 4-man push happening in the tier 1 gold zone in the bottom lane. Eldegoss comes here for the support, but will it be enough? It doesn't feel like, because the Trevenant will eventually fall down and the scores will be coming underway, and it seems just 16 more scores enough to destroy the tier 1 gold zone of Revenant Esports.
Well, at this point, I did saw that in the Flux zone, the particular supporter Eldegoss wanted to like TP back to the base and goal zone, but eventually Umbreon was able to swoop in and eventually get the KO. So that's the kind of approach that Team Forger Legacy is trying to come up with. They're trying to dictate their terms from the start. That's exactly what FS Esports was doing against Team True Gravity. But what happened in the end? It was the Rayquaza advantage that came in. Now the boinks will be coming in, as the Trevenant is there. pretty much ready with the final form pretty soon. He's going to be there ready with the right moves as well, because again the level buff has to be there, the level advantage has to be there. The Sizer is more than ready with 8th level. On the other corner, there is nobody really with the 8th level in their favor. But still, when it comes to chaos, there are plenty of chaos coming in from Forger Legacy, and Revenant Esports had to once again push back a bit.
Good to see that for sure Legacy, they are maintaining the control over the Altarian Swap Blues, so they want to not let it go away in the hands of Revenant. They do have a score lead, but this Reggie objective fight is going to be crucial as Revenant Tensei starts it off alongside Goku. He wants to get the Reggie Rock in their favor because that can bring back the momentum. While the Chandelier goes down, the stacks are still being done. Is it so? But no, the Cliffable goes down. Revenant, he wants to go a little bit offensive, and it does seem like that Umbreon is still waiting in the lot tall grasses. Wants to go with the last minute kind of hindrance, but wouldn't be able to do it as the Reggie Rock will be going in the favor of Revenant Esports. This might be a chance, but it seems that the Scyther will be there in the play, and a heavy score coming up from the side of Revenant Esports to bring back the momentum as well as destroy the tier 1 gold zone in the bottom lane for Forger Legacy. Now this time they will be just going with the same strategy, just stealing their buffs of Forger Legacy from their own mid lane, but the Leafeon falls down in the hands of Burzum. There's nothing more Fura could have done, but Forger Legacy seem to be struggling at this point.
Oh yeah, they definitely are struggling because there are multiple KOs that are coming in. And look at the level advantage. The Sizer is already at level 11. What a play from that individual. Looking forward to see if he's going to get some more interesting KOs or not, because as an all-rounder, you can definitely go for the heavy hits, but at the same point, you're not that squishy. You can sustain some certain amount of damages. So for that reason, I have to see if the Sizer is going to be effective enough in the later stages. But the Fell Stinger and the Snapshot combination that is there for Inteleon is definitely quite interesting to watch out again. And on the top lane, we do see a lot of boings going in. There are 4 Pokemons already holding it off, and actually not 4, but all the 5 Pokemons are right over there. The Felsinger and Inteleon's Felsinger and the Snapshot combination definitely wants to give in the best output, but at this point it feels like that Umbreon is actually on the way of getting KO'd. But let's see if that tank is going to get KO'd or not. But the Speedster sweeps in, and with that the 6 ally for Forger Legacy is more than ready to take up the fight in their favor. But look at that, Umbreon finds Lapras, and the defenders were able to get pulled off. Not just that, even the all-rounder from Team Revenant Esports has not been KO'd.
Look at that Venusaur, not going with the Solar Beam. I was a little surprised, but then again, the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain is working very precisely. Revenant is still trying to maintain himself as much as possible. He has been... Tensei is always very, very much, I would say, valuable, specifically on Revenant, whenever we, in the past as well, in the present as well. But this time, Forger Legacy doesn't want to let it go away, slip away. Scyther is still there. Trevenant will be coming from the back lines. The Boinks might just come in. The Phantom Forest comes into the play. The Snipe Shot does the damage, but Leafeon comes up with the Solar Blade, steals it away from the hands of Revenant. They were in the kind of contendership to just steal it away from the hands of Forger Legacy. But this time the Mean Look traps the Lapras. There's nothing more that they can do, but the Wooden Hammer is just boinking and stunning the Umbreon as much as possible. But the Venusaur, he's able to fall back thanks to the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain. He's just able to restore his HP. But on the top lane, we see the Leafeon already holding his position. He's expecting somebody to pop off from that scenario, and Scyther decides to back off. Not to go very much aggressive should be a better decision, it seems. But Revenant Esports, they're definitely very, very hungry for some more scores in their favor.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you have this kind of level advantage, you really want to go for some good scores. But look at the Leafeon running all the way, getting some good damages, then falling back again. But this tier 1 gold zone, well, it's about to get destroyed, and that's exactly what is going to happen. 2 tier 1 gold zones have been destroyed, both the top lane and the bottom lane. That's exactly what the case is for Team Revenant Esports as well. But although Revenant Esports has got that initial lead in their favor, I do believe once they're going to pull up their game, and maybe they're going to bring in some more interesting KOs.
Oh, the constant healing coming up from the side of Eldegoss is keeping all the players alive one after another. Then again survives another Giga Drain. Ruben is being very, very much valuable for the side of Forger Legacy. He's training the HP, restoring for himself. But now Fura, big job to do. Need to secure the Regiliki, because from the side of Revenant Esports, we see the Trevenant and both the defenders just waiting for the right moment to strike in. Probably they won't be contesting for this Regiliki at all. They're more interested in defending it because they know that if they cannot win it, there was no possibilities to it. Scyther was there to level himself up. He's already on level 13, but still all the players, all the Pokemons of Forge Legacy, they're also coming up close quite nicely, but it seems that Scyther might just be turning to level 14 very soon. Berserk also there, Bruisem also there to help the defenders of stopping the Regiliki, but Forge Legacy again interested in securing the Regice, but this time Revenant should be a little bit interested. 22 more seconds to go. If this Regice falls in the hands of Forge Legacy, this will make a good impact in the final stretch fight.
That's what everybody wants. They want that final edge into the particular fight for the Legendary Pet, and there you go. The Legendary Pet will be coming in pretty soon. The Regice advantage is something that is going to be definitely quite important for Forge Legacy, and there goes the Rayquaza. It is here. The final 2 minutes are going to be really, very important to watch. And look at that. The KOs are now going to get followed up with that. Multiple interesting outputs are being utilized. The abilities are there. Oh, look at the Felsinger and the Snipe Shot combination. Every single time his Snipe Shot is coming in, it is actually damaging it out. And Burzum is looking quite effective on that particular node, but Scyther goes down. That is not looking very good for the team of Team Revenant, and it does feel like that Revenant is now going to face some serious setbacks at this point. But let's see if there is going to be a certain advantage coming in the later stages as well. And there you go. Now it's Inteleon with the Snipe Shot. He might be able to be effective enough. Lapras finds Chandeleo. The attacker goes down. Not just that, even the Leafeon is going to get picked off. Well, both of them are now getting contested. Both of them are getting now chased up. And let's see what happens next.
Oh, Scyther, he has his Unite for himself, but the two of the players have already fallen down. There's still a good cooldown that they need to focus on. For your Legacy, they must be having those prawns, but there's a good level difference. They need to come up with the scores. The Scyther was down, but still he has his Unite active for his side. Leafeon will be jumping in this Rayquaza fight. Last 15 more seconds to go. It's going to be important. Revenant Esports level 14 Scyther will be able to make the difference. The Lapras must be the one to go down if Forge Legacy wants to win this. And the point came in. Lapras goes down. Scyther is there in the tall grasses. He can be the surprise factor that nobody will be expecting. He's there. He will be there. Leafeon, if he falls down, if he's the one to get caught off guard, can be making a big difference. But the Chandelier falls down. Umbreon finds the Trevenant. Scyther is just running away for his life. He has found the two valuable KOs for himself, and now Revenant Esports will be focusing on getting the scores dunked, and this is the moment. This might be the point where Forge Legacy might falter because the score timing, there is just 10 more seconds to go. They might have got the scores, they might have got the shields, but will they be able to go with the scores? Will they be able to hit the times? And the 100 came in for their side. Another 100 might be there, but is it enough for Forge Legacy to win it? It was a very close battle indeed. But still, the scoreline is still very, very much questionable. Revenant has also made a good number of scores. Oh my god! It's 395 to 382. Just the last 200s from Doc and Ruben made the difference. And look at that, Forge Legacy. They just walk away with a 1-0 lead in this BO3 series.
Oh man, what a close match indeed. I mean, like, there were just 15 seconds left when Team Forge Legacy was able to melt down the Rayquaza, and after that they went in for straight 200s. Wow, that is amazing. What a play from Forge Legacy, to be honest. This could have been a match for Team Revenant Esports due to the fact that they decided to completely neglect the fact of Legendary Pit fight, and they decided to go for some good scores of their own. I mean, kudos to the effort, to be honest, because yeah, the effort was good enough, but at the same point, not effective enough. So I have to say that Forge Legacy, kudos to your journey, kudos to the advantage. You are now in the advantage of first game in the match number 2. With that advantage in their favor, I do believe once again Team Forge Legacy is looking forward to have at least a 2-0. That's what they are trying to go with. On the other corner, Team Revenant Esports, they were definitely quite on point with their approach from the start. But at the end, the way Inteleon was able to come up with some good snipe shots, he was able to damage out the opponents, but not effective enough to completely put them down. Even Lapras on the other corner was able to get some good KOs. We did saw as an attacker that Inteleon was not that effective, although he was able to put in a lot of damages, but the KOs were not that on point. But at the same point, look at Curum being that cliffable. 1,37,000. Let's just say 1,37.5 thousand. To be honest, 1,37,500 is the right amount of recovery he was able to come up with. That's huge. On the other corner, Goku as a supporter was not that on point.
I mean, he was trying to help as much as possible, but still, once again, it was not enough because the players were faltering down. And Eldegoss, yes, it has got a good impact. Previously also, Eldegoss, when it wasn't meta, he was one of the crucial supporters that everybody would like to pick for their side. But Ruben did a fantabulous job. We cannot just leave him away because even not playing on the Solar Beam, the damage he did with the Giga Drain and the Petalars was immense. There was no competition, I would say, to that kind of impact that he played all over the game. But in the next round, the next match that is about to come in this BO3 season, I'm looking forward to see what kind of ban are we expecting from the side of Revenant, because this time even Genius was doing so good in the final stretch. I really thought that Revenant might just clinch the victory away in their hands. They also had this kind of score lead itself till the 8th, or I would say till the 9th minute itself. In the last 10 seconds they had the 200 goals coming up, and that made the kind of impact possible, because Revenant, it was a good move. If you see from the Revenant's perspective, they knew that the Rayquaza cannot be melted, and if you just want to stay in the competition to who gets the Rayquaza first, they won't be even standing a chance to win it, because in that way, yes, they did had a lead, but it was all 50-50 situation. But Forza Legacy, they were determined, they went for the scores, and they did it brilliantly.
Yeah, I mean, those 15 seconds could have been quite chaotic. And also the players from Team Revenant Esports, they had a very clear insight that the other guys, the other 2-3 Pokemons that were left from their corner, they were actually going to go for some good scores. At the same point, the other ones who had been KO'd, their KO'd period, or should I say respawn period, was about to get over. So they would have jumped into the particular fight and maybe could have opposed the particular players of Forza Legacy. But things were not that favorable for them. There was still a dump of 200 goals coming in, and with that, yes, we do see it's Team Revenant Esports, which is now at the back foot. Although the planning and the thought process throughout the way was quite good, but at the end the output is something which is now not in their favor. So yeah, the advantage falls down in the particular favor of Team Forza Legacy. What a play indeed, man. But this lowest match definitely wakes up an insight in my mind as well, that maybe in the second match, it is going to be in the second game, it is going to be Revenant Esports who is going to clutch the moment away. And if that happens, again, my dream of bringing in a decider that early is going to get fulfilled. I am looking forward to see if that decider comes in or not.
I mean, Raider wants to be the one to control the game, like doing like what Mioscada does, and like going for the score like this, and like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to go and do some spells so that we can turn it up to a 2-1 scoreline. But once again, just being in the match, we just saw and witnessed some crucial fights. I mean, there was not a lot of KOs. Total 12 KOs was done from the side of Forza Legacy. Total 10 was done from the side of Revenant Esports. But overall, the boings did hamper. I mean, people were getting stunned.
True.
People were getting, KO'd as well. The Solar Boings was able to go and grab those steals and the secures of the objectives. But Revenant, they did not take a lot more anticipation in those objective fights, it seems, because they were there in the early game, but in the middle game, it was all Forza Legacy getting the Regieleki, getting the Regice, Registeel, or Regirock in their favor every time it was coming and spawning up. But still, it's something that I believe Revenant, they have to rectify their mistakes in the next upcoming match, because there's not a big time, or they don't have a big gap exactly for the next match. So there's a very short period of time, and within that they have to prepare themselves, like, we did these kind of mistakes and we don't want to repeat it once again. Forza Legacy is a kind of team that seems to be much more evolved as what they were in the India Open right now, because as a team they've also grinded, they have worked on their mistakes, worked on their strategies and the communication gap that they were facing in the India Open. But right now, as they are a settled team, we can see the kind of performance that they're putting up on the table.
Definitely, I mean, the performance looks quite good from Team Forza Legacy, but to be honest, this was a match where the advantage could have actually fallen down in the favor of Team Revenant as well. So I'm not that confident in saying this, that maybe Team Forza Legacy is going to come up with a 2-0, because yes, they struggled a lot. And in the later stages, the way Lapras and the other Pokemons coming in from Team Revenant as well were able to bring in the KOs, the boings coming in from those wooden hammers from Revenant was also quite amazing. So for a fact, I have to say that Revenant is going to put up for sure a very good fight in the second match. I mean, they have to put up this good fight in the second game as well. But even after that, when you talk about the whole replay scenario, you will get to see all those insights of how the situation decided to change. Look at that. The Umbreon was trying to get some good damages, but at the same point, they were trying to flee away from the scenario as well. Venusaur found Revenant over there. The defender goes down, and with that, even Lapras got taken down, and then came in the Scyther. And with that, the Chandelure got picked off. Umbreon finds Revenant. But still, at the end, what happened, that those 100 marker coming from Umbreon, and also, if I'm not wrong, in the bottom lane, there were another Pokemon who was able to get another set of 100 goals as well. They came in and they clutched out the moment they were able to maintain that lead in their favor. 395, 382. I mean, there's a lead of just 13 points. And obviously, this is not that big of a lead that we usually see, like a 552 to a 203 or some other lead, like maybe there are 100 points of 100 points or 200 points of a lead is there. But right now, this particular lead that Team Forge Legacy has got is something that Forge Legacy wants to maintain. And how they can do that is basically winning the second game. If they do that, obviously they will be sitting beside Team True Gravity, if I'm not wrong, in the leaderboard, holding up that top position in their favor. But at the same point, FS Esports is the one which has already lost their particular game. But I do believe even FS Esports have a few more matches today. It is going to be match number 5 for FS Esports that we are going to witness them in the second match. So I'm looking forward to see if FS Esports is going to bring something interesting coming in from their corner. But let's talk about introductions. Revenant Esports, the Crowley, or should I say Bosom, is here, whose favorite Pokemon is Hoopa, and that's why I do believe Forge Legacy decided to go for all 5 players decided to go for a ban of Hoopa, because they know if Bosom sticks to that Hoopa, he is going to make sure that his player commit is going to get confirmed, and that is winning the ACL.
Oh, I mean, he just wants to go stepwise, right? First, we are in the ACL. Let's win it, then we'll have the aim for the World Championships as well. So this time he wants to just win the ACL, because as far as I remember, Revenant, they probably went for that. Oh, so it was a different team, but ACL was definitely something that they want to remember, because every time Revenant Esports came into the play, Crowley is still there, who wants to go and represent the Indian flag once again, because it has been a long time that we have seen Revenant going international, playing with the big teams. But once again, if you talk about the stats, on the aggressiveness, he's already on 5 stars. But on the goal and defense, in the strategy wise, he wants to stay a little bit far in comparison to the other players, as what we saw earlier in the day. But once again, we know that the amount of experience this player that Burzum carries for himself is tremendous, and he is probably thinking how to just make a comeback. But look at this player, Volk. Firstly, he was a different kind of player. He had a different kind of play style, but his favorite Pokemon now, Raider, is Comfy, which is not being used that much in the meta, but still he wants to. I guess if he has a chance to bring Comfy back, he will definitely bring it back for sure in his composition.
Definitely, I do believe that is going to be the case, because with Cliffable, 137,500 of the supportive scenario of the, if I'm not wrong, recovery that was done, I do believe that the requirement of Comfy was not that much. Cliffable definitely made its mark. So I do believe once again Forge Legacy might actually stick with it. And on the other corner, Hoopa ban, if that is not there, again Burzum could actually go for that pick as well. But I did saw that in every stance, be it the aggressiveness or team strategy or maybe the goal defense, every single time it was Volk which was kind of on point. So I'm looking forward to see if Forge Legacy is going to maintain that scenario, is going to bring in with the particular fight in their favor. But I believe the team interview is also pending, so let's have a look at that as well.
Hello, so I'm the team leader. Strengths of our team is winning a lot, dominating early game, and like everyone's really good in their lanes and stuff. So I would say that's a skill. And apart from that, I don't think there is any strengths. I mean, during ACL last time when we made the lower bracket run, I mean, there were a lot of like good comments and how the run was good and how no one expected us to win, but we still pulled it off somehow, and it was kind of a fluke and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, comments that time, it's fun to read comments online when people don't expect you to win and you end up winning. So I would say that's a good memory for me. The standard player of our team would be our jungler, Disapple. He's either carrying us 1v5 or he's throwing it for us 1v5 also. It's make or break. So whatever happens in the team, it's on him.
So I feel the standout player in our team is Artist, because even he's a IGL and helps with the shot calling, and he created another team which had done pretty well previously. So I feel the value he brings to the team in our macro decisions and rotations is a lot and enhances our gameplay. So yeah, I definitely feel he's pretty good addition to the team, and lets us perform as we do. And the secures are pretty good. So
I mean, that's a kind of idea or the insights we have. It's all done like behind the scenes, what goes on for the teams and what are the plannings that they're up to. Because we see Volk, he's a kind of guy who always, comes up to you and says, did you enjoy the match? Because in the India Open LAN, he was like, after his match was done, I was like, bro, you really played well. And he was like, oh, did you enjoy the match? Did you enjoy the match? Every time he's like this. Like, he's the kind of guy who wants to entertain the others by just playing and showcasing his gameplay and his team's game. And once again, he is a kind of guy. In his favorite comments, he just mentioned just a while ago, we saw it, that he wants to compete with tournaments with his friends and have fun. That's what he's aiming for. And, you know, if you are having fun in what you want to be or what you want to become, that gives you a lot more boost. And I'm really expecting after this first win, again, it's going to be very, very much interesting to see what the second match is up to, because Revenant, they will be hungry to get the revenge, while Forger Legacy, as well, must say like this, in this way, that, you know, guys, we won it, no problem, chill out, just reset your mind, it's a new match and we have to win so that we can just get one step closer to get our revenge from True Gravity.
And they have to start that with the draft pick phase. I mean, in that they have to go for the right Pokemon to get the ban, and then eventually go for some good choices as well. Because as many of the trainers have said, many of the IGLs have said that the draft pick phase is that particular phase where things start to change a lot. If we actually give that draft pick phase advantage to the opponent, well, again, things start to change a lot. But I believe, yes, Team Revenant versus Forger Legacy, this particular second game is going to be even more interesting as compared to the first one. Yes, in the first one, in the last few moments, we did saw that close cutthroat chase. But I believe in the second match, in the second game to be precise, in the second match, we'll get to see a start up with those close cutthroat matches. We will get to see some interesting goals being dumped. We'll get to see some interesting chaos being delivered as well. But for now, I'm patiently waiting for the draft pick phase, because that is something which will give us a very good insight of how the tournament, or how the game number 2 is, to be precise, is going to get followed up. Because again, the choices are something which is going to be very, very important and very, very valuable at the same point as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, this is the kind of moment that we are looking forward to, and the draft pick is always, as we mentioned just before the day got started, we mentioned that this kind of situations are probably the draft pick actually plays almost the majority of the part, because most precisely the 40% of the game gets almost decided in the draft phase itself. So if you just manage to get the best Pokemons in your team, you almost has got like a 40% winning factor. Then the other things that comes into play is the strategies and the game plan.
Definitely, I mean, you have to be very strategic with your approach. You have to be very, insightful when it comes to the strategies coming in from the opponent as well. The counter strategies will be there. That's a part and parcel of the game. I mean, when you are trying to go for some good, effective advantage when it comes to goal scoring, there is going to be some other individual who is trying to break your own goal zone. So I believe that counter strategy is going to be there. The hindrance is going to be there throughout the match. Those 10 minutes are going to be vital enough. And obviously, in the last 2 minutes, the final stretch time, the pressure goes in really, very large. And Volk, as an individual, as you said, is a guy who loves to entertain the audience. At the same point, he really wants to maintain the tempo of going with a fun game, and I do believe that he is once again going to compel his team to reset, figure out what they have to do in the second match, and then go in again. Artist being the idol of their team, definitely I do believe he is going to be very interesting with his approach as well. And on the other corner, Burzum saying that Apple is the one who may be able to win us, or he's the one reason who is going to actually help us lose also the game. But yes, moving forward, the ban phase, Hoopa again, denying that Hoopa for Burzum is something that Forger Legacy is definitely here ready with. On the other corner, the Umbreon is also going to get banned. So there you go, guys. Revenant Esports is going to go with the first pick, but the bans are done. It's the Umbreon and Hoopa coming in respectively from Revenant and Forger Legacy.
This is going to be interesting. Firstly, we were seeing that the most first pick Pokemon as was always Umbreon, or rather Clefable. This time again, Revenant, they have the kind of chance, or they might have got that advantage of getting the first pick, so they have locked the Clefable for themselves, and Goku doesn't want to compromise on this. So now it leaves Forger Legacy to go with the Blissey if they want as a supporter alongside, if not, because Hoopa is banned, and if they don't want to go with Eldegoss, Blissey is the only option. Volk decides to stay and stick with the long range attackers, the same kind of composition, but this time Ruben decides to go with it into Leon, while Volk might be sticking with the Venusaur. But on the counter, Tensei as well as Genius decides to go with the Slowbro and the Lapras. 2 stuns, more than enough to give a lot more trouble to the side of Forger Legacy.
Well. Yes, indeed. And when you talk about the choices, as you did saw, that double defender approach is something that is going to be there for Team Revenant Esports. Now, their final two Pokemons are going to get chosen. I would love to see which are those two individuals. Again, a Chandelure will be coming in. I do believe that Revenant was trying to go with some decent choices in the previous matchup as well, but it was the Eldegoss. It was the Eldegoss and some other Pokemons that came in from Team Revenant. This time, what Revenant is going to do is they're going to seal away that Speedster. Apple is going to work on it. And Ensai and Genius are going to be there with this Slowbro as well. We have Chandelure, which has been unlocked by locked by a Bosom. But at the same point, when you talk about Forger Legacy, we have other set of Pokemons coming in. For example, a double attacker, double defender, and a supporter approach coming in. We have a Blissey to counter the Clefable effect. At the same point, we have two tankers. Well, the Boings will be there from Forger Legacy. To be honest, guys, the combination of the Pokemons that have been chosen are definitely something which has been opposed. Forger Legacy in the previous matchup was working their way with Pokemons like Umbreon, but Umbreon this time has been banned, so they decided to go ahead and stick with the Trevenant, which has been chosen by Revenant in the first game. So I'm looking forward to see how this whole play is going to unfold. Also remember, guys, Revenant banned Blastoise in the first game. This time it was opened up, so Forger Legacy decided to stick with it.
I really want to know, like, Ruben played the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain so precisely in the previous match. This time, Volk, is he going to be the one to just stay like that same way, the same combination of movesets, but giving the chance to Burzum and Chandelier, then Apple having that kind of opportunity to go with the Zoroark? Now, this is going to be troubling. I don't know, but it seems like Revenant might have an upper hand in this match and they might be able to just make a counter possible. Their composition looks very strong. We see, that's why, a Golden Badge Zoroark, that's what I am looking forward to. He has been very, very much dominant. He's, as Crowley also mentioned, that Apple has always been the jungler, the kind of one who farms up fast and puts up a lot more value. And being on the Zoroark, if he's able to complete what he has been assigned to, it can be a big threat to Forger Legacy. They might have the stuns to counter Zoroark. I mean, you've got the Trevenant, you've got the Blastoise. If he's playing on the Surf, that's a different case. But even this Wooden Hammer is a big threat to Zoroark. If he falls into the hands of Trevenant, he can be stopped and the counters can come from the side of Forger Legacy as well.
Well, obviously the players are ready to counter them, and obviously as you talk about the choices, yes, the choices is something which is going to be immensely important. Well, the draft pick phase is done and the final preparation is also pretty much over. We were just diving into the match, but for now, I believe the players are once again trying to be ready for the second game, to be honest, or maybe the first comeback from Team Revenant Esports as well. So yeah, the whole game looks quite interesting and intriguing as well at the same point, because we have the Blastoise, we have the Venusaur, we have the Trevenant, and other Pokemon like Blissey also coming in from Forger Legacy. Well, this is the match where Forger Legacy can either go ahead and dictate their terms, come up with a 2-0 like their opposing team in the India Open 2023. In the finale, it was Team True Gravity, which was able to already be here in this competition, beating down with a 2-0 against FSC Sports. So it's Forger Legacy's term right now, and Forger Legacy already has got their first game in their favor. Now they really want to go for the second one, but I feel that this second match is not going to be easy, because Revenant, they have got some decent choices to play with. They have got a Slowbro, they have got a Lapras to tank out the damage. On the other corner, the Chandelier is going to be there, and I do believe with the Chandelier, the combination of that Clefable can be very, very on point. But as a speedster, that Zoroark can also change the dynamics of the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Zoroark is still something that we saw it on Blair as well. He was getting the KOs, but yeah, in the match of FS, he was denied with those early stacks that Zoroark was, trying to pull off. This time it was the stacks from the side of Forger Legacies on Blissey. So have to just see whether he can just do it easily, because there are players to guard him out though. There's the pause request from the admin that what we are seeing, the match has been paused for some time. There might be some technical difficulties that the players might be facing, because after all, it's a game, right? So the players might face it. So as soon as it gets solved, we will be jumping into the game directly. The second match is going to be very important. Once again, as I mentioned earlier, the kind of composition and the kind of combinations that Revenant has for themselves, all the picks in the draft phase that they have decided, looks a bit more better as compared to Forger Legacy. Yes, Trevenant can be a deceiving factor, but if Trevenant can make the difference, stop Zoroark from leveling up or stop him from acting freely overall the entire Thea Sky Ruins, there can be some counters that Revenant might just not want to expect or want to, kind of face against Forger Legacy. But once again, that end game still plays a major factor.
Yeah, I mean, the final stretch time, the last 2 minutes, that is something which is going to be even more important. Well, of course, the 8 minutes, the first 8 minutes are something which can orchestrate a very good story. And we know that the particular 30 to 40% job is already done in the draft pick phase. We know that what kind of approach might be there. But at the end, a rest remaining 60% or 70% is delivered in those 10 minutes, out of which I believe I have to say like 20 to 30% is there in the first 8 minutes, where you go for some good chaos, you go for some level buffs, you go for some good AOS energy, you try to break the tier 1, tier 2 goal zones in the top lane and bottom lane goal zones. You try to destroy them, you try to oppose the opponent and also put a lot of pressure onto them for the straight up initial 8 minutes. But we have seen that pressure getting completely eliminated in the last 2 particular minutes, because exactly this is the kind of approach that FSC Sports was maintaining against True Gravity. From the start, they were trying to maintain their pressure. Even when they decided to go with the 3 defender approach, they had some very good frontline attacking line. They had some interesting choices when it comes to their range attackers as well. But still, at the end, the melting down situation in the second game was a little bit more different for Team True Gravity, because they were able to go with the Milter known as the Glaceon, and they were able to melt down the particular Pokemons coming in from the opponent. But still, they had that initial pressure onto them. So FSC Sports, they started to dictate their terms from the start, but at the end, what happened? Every single time it was the Rayquaza advantage, which was stolen by the particular team known as True Gravity. That exactly is the thing that happened in the second match as well. Although in the second match from the start, it was Team Forger Legacy which was dictating their terms, which was trying to go for the leads. At the end, it was Team Revenant who had that advantage of going for some good goals. They were, I guess, getting a lot of chaos onto them. They were unable to really get the stronghold of the whole map, but at the end they decided to completely leave the whole legendary pet fight, and they decided to completely look at the tier 1, tier 2 goal zone in the opponent's perspective, and they decided to go for some good scores. Although they didn't had that many AOS energy, and that's the one a major reason I believe why this particular team lost the whole game, because if they had those AOS energies in their favor, slightly higher AOS energies, I mean, there was a buffer of just 13 points. Just 13 points is what they needed to really go for an equalizing stand, or should I say maybe a winning stance as well. But yeah, I guess at the end it is done. It is Team Revenant which is now at a deficit of one good map, one good game. So that's exactly what they have to work on in the second game that is about to get started. Well, we do see some technical difficulties happening, but don't worry guys, once again it is going to get resolved and we'll be here with the match. But yeah, for now I'm patiently waiting to see how the whole choices are going to get resulted. Is it going to be a scenario where Cliffable and the other Pokemons are once again going to get chosen by Team Revenant Esports? I believe the picks are going to be pretty much same, but depending on that, how the gameplay is going to get affected is something that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it's just the start, so we have to expect, or we have to wait for the right moment to actually know about what's going to happen. Because the first match was also, it does feel like Raider, just in this BO3 series, we witnessed the first match where Forger Legacy was just having good control, but Revenant were the one trying to get those KOs. They were getting the KOs in the right moment as well. But in the final stretch, supposedly if both the teams went for the KOs and not to melt the Rayquaza, I believe that moment Revenant thought that, Forger Legacy would be also going for the scores, because there's not a lot of time to melt the Rayquaza, then going for the scores. So if they did that, I was clear about that Revenant will be winning, because there was no chance that Forger Legacy could have dunked all those 40s and 50 plus AOS, like 100 scores that easily without the shield. And even I believe Forger Legacy was also mentally prepared with that, because they also knew if we have to get these 100 scores done, we need to get the Rayquaza, because Revenant has very small scores. They just had to go score and then again TP back to the spawn, then again use that kind of booster jump pad and just go and hinder the kind of chances, or hinder the scoring chances of from the side of Forger Legacy. Because if even for 1 second if it was stopped, that 100 could have stopped very easily, or maybe both the scores could have stopped very easily, if they did not have the shield active for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that shield advantage, that Rayquaza that they melted at approximately 10 to 15 seconds was something which completely changed the whole game for them. And obviously, if that would have not been the case, I do believe that Team Revenant Esports could have won the first game, and then they would have decided to dictate their terms in the second one as well. But now it feels like the situation is going to be a little bit more different. But talking about the pick phase, Cliffable, Chandelier, Lapras, Rurak, and Slowbro coming in from the place of Team Revenant, I feel Revenant is looking a little bit more stronger when it comes to their top-notch performance, because they've got a Slowbro and a Lapras to really go for the front line attacking. They can sustain a lot of damage. On the other corner, when it comes to the attacking formation, Forge Legacy do not have a lot of interesting Pokemons when it comes to their attacking formation. Yes, they do have their Blastoise, they have Trevenant, and as an attacker, they have again got Venusaur. The solar beams have been very effective. I mean, we can't really forget the game that True Gravity was able to bring in the first match, where Vixen was able to go for a steal with that solar beam. He was at level 14. Even Vulcan said that he was at level 14. Due to that, the solar beam definitely had slightly higher amount of damage, because your output becomes even more better when it comes to the level buff that you have got. So that's exactly what was able to help them to go for the steal. But is it going to be effective enough for Forge Legacy as well? That's what we have to see. But we have to see how the game goes on from here.
I believe there has been some calls coming up from the backends, and we are just having a kind of intel that the match, there was some technical difficulties for the side of Forge Legacy, and that's why the management decided to just rehost the match once again, so that it's a fair competition, because you're in Asia Champions League, so you cannot just have any excuse or any margin of errors. So it has to be a fair and square game in which everybody decides to be, we want a good game, we want to just play fair and have the equal chances of winning this tournament. So that's why, yes, the match will be rehosted. The Pokemons and the picks will remain the very same. There will be no changes. There will be no kind of other advantage to any other team, because you are going for a second pick. So that doesn't mean that you will have any kind of idea about what the draft is going to go all about. But again, we will be having a look in the game as soon as it gets started. But before that, I want to have your prediction, Raider. What team do you think, which team out of these two do you think is going to win this match?
I mean, looking at the pick, as I said initially as well, it just feel like that Revenant is one of those teams which can really bag out this particular game in their favor. They do have some definitely indeed interesting heavy hitters. They have Chandelure, and at the same point they have a Speedster as well coming in. Speedsters can be very valuable, although we have not seen that value coming in the first three games, two from True Gravity versus FS and one from Revenant versus Forge Legacy. We have not seen that much of an output, because even the Leafeon coming in the previous matchup from Forge Legacy was kind of good enough, but not that on point, to be honest. There was no kind of a situation where I was like, yes man, this pick was absolutely amazing. That was not the case for me in the first game. So I have to say that the Speedster are a very good valuable asset for you, but then again they are very squishy. Zorak as a Pokemon is a very interesting Pokemon. You can really bring in the output, and if I'm not wrong, Zorak was also utilized by FSC Sports in their own game in the game number 2, in the match number 1, but eventually that output was not that favorable, because you have to go with the combined effort. But this time Cliffable is there as the supporter. Cliffable can definitely make sure to support your team, and a lot if it is in the right hands of the right trainer, to be honest. At the same point, Chandelier can be very good as a range attacker. It can be quite effective. So for me, I personally feel it could be a match for Revenant Esports. But yeah, what about you, man? Do you think that FIL has got that composition for themselves in this match?
I really think that Revenant and draft-wise, they do have a little bit better choice or the better composition. But if you talk about Forge Legacy, I am always kind of afraid of one factor, that is Volk. Volk has got the potential, and he has got the kind of as a leader, when you look up to that one person, when you are a leader, it doesn't always comes like you have to be the one to play the vital role. It's always about to win and to keep pushing your limits with the entirety of your team, and that's what Volk does it better. Volk is a kind of person who always motivates his teammates. It's fine, we messed it up, no problem, we will bounce back the next one, it's fine. And that's what makes him I would say a great leader. In that case, if you just see in this kind of situation, if Volk is able to pull the same thing off, I won't be surprised at all.
Well, let's see what kind of surprises and what kind of elevations in our heartbeat is going to be there in this particular scenario. But yes, the ban phase is again active, and as said initially, that it's going to be a pretty similar storyline when it comes to the picks, when it comes to the choices being made. And we do see that the Hoopa ban is going to be there from Forge Legacy. They never really want to give that advantage to their opponent. At the same point, Revenant Esports also comes in with some different choices. It's the Umbreon which is going to get banned. Pretty similar choices, as I said initially, as well as Necros also told us that there is no changes that is going to come.
Yeah, the picks and everything will remain the very same. There won't be any kind of certain changes that we will be expecting. But once again, as we will be having the same draft pick, we will have the same set of Pokemons played by both the teams, and we will be just jumping onto the match as fast as possible. Some kind of server issues might happen. That's why we had to rehost the game to make sure that the players just play without any kind of problems and they can have a very good match, both the teams. And that does sums it up. Pura will be going with the Blastoise itself. So after that, the preparation phase is going to get started as fast as possible, because when we will be looking forward to the preparation phase, I don't think there will be very much changes in the picks that they have decided, or they have picked for themselves. But then again, it comes to the match. I'm still in a questionable position whether the Venusaur is going to play on the Solar Beam and the Giga Drain, or he's going to go with the Petal Dance and Giga Drain, because Ruben played it so brilliantly and it made a big impact in the previous match that they played specifically for your Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, these situations are definitely going to be quite critical to watch out for. The health items that they've got, the battle items that they've got is something which is going to be quite important as well. At the same point, I have to say that the 6 spoon or the other combinations that Volke is going to come up with is going to be equally important. He really has to become the giant at this point, because if he fails to do so, I do believe that situations are looking like they might actually go in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. But yeah, Volk and his teammates like Ruben, if we talk about him, Dog, Kurim, Fura, every single individual looks quite comfortable with their own choices. They've got Inteleon and the Venusaur as an attacker combination. They've got the Trevenant and the Blastoise to really tank out the damage. They have Blissey to completely calibrate the effect of that Clefable coming in from their opponent as well. So the support also looks good, the frontline attacker also looks good, and the backline attackers are also quite on point. The ranged attackers, one can really bring in the best game.
At this point, even those early level ups will be very important for your Legacy. They will be focusing on this for sure. But where's the Trevenant going? Is he trying to get the buffs stolen from the side of Revenant Esports? Well, it seems the first goal will be getting dunked by the Clefable. Sorry, my bad, the Blissey on the top. And on the other hand, the Lapras also joins the party with some counter scores itself. Fura was not able to stop that much, but the Water Gun is giving a good damage. Kurim, he was able to do the early stacks, which was very, very much crucial, but now the support comes into the play. Kurim will be giving the heal to Fura as they want to push it further, but Kurim has to make a fallback. He has to just get himself patched up as fast as possible. He is the supporter, but they cannot afford any kind of early KOs.
Well, definitely affording early KOs is something which is really not something which can happen at this point. Nobody really wants to go for those initial KOs, and I'm looking forward to see if there is going to be certain amount of evolution coming in the play as well. Ulterior Swablos, well, there you go. The approach for that Venusaur is going to be there. They really want to evolve as fast as possible. Venusaur is already at level 5. Even the Inteleon is also trying to level up as fast as possible. On the other corner, the Speedster and the attacker coming in from Revenant Esports have also leveled out to level 5. So both of the teams are trying to counter each other. At this point, Lapras goes in with his pen and he's trying to go for some good goals. Well, congratulations, he's going to score another set of 4. But trust me, the lead for now is still in the favor of 4G Legacy, and exactly like the previous game, it is 4G Legacy who is trying to dictate their terms from the start. But remember guys, in the later stages what happened, things changed, and the only reason why that happened was basically due to the effect that Revenant was able to bring in with those neglection for the mid lane territory, or should I say the legendary pit. They decided to go for some goals. That was a good approach, but at the end it was not that favored for them because of the fact that in just 15 seconds there was a meltdown coming in of that Rayquaza, and then situation changed a lot. Zorak wants to take a piece out of that Blissey, and he was able to go for some good damages, but not enough to completely put them down. Okay, there you go. The Surf comes in, and with that the Zorak is going to find the Clefable, oh sorry, not Clefable, but the Blissey getting KO'd, and at the same point this tier 1 goal zone is actually about to get destroyed in the bottom lane. It does feel like that the destruction is going to be there. Oh, the Petal Dance has been chosen.
Oh.
Well, what do you think about that?
The Petal Dance has always been valuable in the previous matches where we saw it earlier, but now the Chandelier as well as Apple just getting the complete feed that he wants for himself. That is making a big X factor for them. The Giga Drain is still not able to drain that much HP as what it's required, but the Zoroark is going all berserk. Look at the Unite being dumped by his side, but cannot find the value. The healing came in the perfect moment from the side of Blissey. But eventually, Apple looks furious at this point. The Zoroark can be very, very much troubling for the side of Forger Legacy as it seems. Oh, Curem! No chance for him to get the Citrus Berry for himself as Apple. He has already leveled himself up to level 9. A huge level difference coming from the side of Revenant Esports. And now this objective fight is going to be crucial. The Boinks coming in from the side of Revenant wants to find a lot more value. The Giga Drain trying to push it forward. But the Zoroark is just not stopping. But this Regirock will be secured by Revenant Esports as Zoroark gets a 2 KO streak for himself and alongside pushing everybody from the side of Forger Legacy to its limits as Revenant, they are going with the overdunk of over 35 and destroying the tier 1 gold zone in the bottom lane.
Well, look at that. Revenant outshining the players of Forger Legacy. Well, for now, they definitely did that. But moving forward, maybe in the next particular matches, next particular moments, to be honest, in this particular match, in this particular game, things start to change because still the players from Team Forger Legacy are not evolved at their final form. I mean, final form is there, but their movesets, to be honest, has not been unlocked yet. So I'm looking forward to see what happens. Even Revenant, look at him. Like, 7th, 8th level, and on the other corner we have level 11, level 10 players coming in from Team Revenant Esports. Well, that is the advantage Revenant Esports and we are talking about at this point. But the Inteleon with the snipe shot could actually be quite effective. Look at this, he really wants to be on point, but Lapras was about to get KO'd, goes in with the Citrus Berry and he's going to heal himself. With that, there are going to be some certain goals as well. In the Flux zone, we do see some players also coming in, but Chandelier on the top lane has decided to go for a different route. He has chosen and he has got that advantage of the 6th ally for the team, and which is known as the Regiliki. Now Regiliki is definitely going to put up even more pressure onto the individuals. Well, the Regiliki is now about to get contested. Oh, it's the goal zone which is quite empty, quite opened up, and with that even the tier 1 goal zone on the top lane also is going to get destroyed. 223, what a big score. Revenant goes in with the Unite. He's trying to bring in the best output at this point. I would love to see what happens at the next. There you go, the Hydro Spin also comes in. Blastoise trying to be effective, but Forger Legacy still is unable to find their way back to the glory. But there you go, guys, a KO coming in. Zorak is still trying to put up the pressure and he finds Revenant. Not just that, he might actually get another set of KOs because look at the HPs of the players. There you go, the second KO. The Blissey wants to fall back, but Blissey is also going to get KO'd. 3 good KOs already coming in. Forger Legacy is actually on the verge of getting destroyed by the players of Team Revenant Esports.
Look at that level 12 Zoroark. Apple is just about to do what he is best at. And I was just saying about this particular thing. If you are somebody who's, good at playing the Zoroark, and if you can just level or get the stacks done in the right moment, alongside when you have a Chandelier to give a complete overheat damage and after hit damage as well, it's causing a lot more trouble. The Registeel, there's no chance Forger Legacy can just come up and try to contest against that. Chandelier should be enough to get this Registeel in the favor, but the Boinks coming in from the side of Trevenant won't be able to get the steal in the final moment. It seems that the snipe shot came into the play, but it's all goes in the favor of Cliffable, who manages to get this Registeel in the favor. The Fellstinger will be helping the Inteleon to fall back, but how far can he just go? Ruben, he activates the Spy Vision, but it's not enough, as it seems Revenant, the amount of control that they have over the entirety of the Thea Sky Ruins is completely inevitable.
The control that they've got is something which is going to be quite crucial, and yes, they have got it right now. They've got that level buff. They are trying to dictate their terms and they're looking quite effective at this point. The Zorak is contesting the bottom lane where he's trying to go for the steal at this point. He has got 50 good Eos energy. He's going to go for that dunk, but look at Venusaur. He's trying to go ahead and maybe possibly deny that 50, but oh yeah, there you go, the 50 has been denied. He was already on the verge of getting those 50s done and dusted, but as Bosom, should I say, Crowley said in his team interview as well, that the only individual which can bring us a 1v5 or a completely shift the momentum is Apple. He's the guy who can completely shift the whole game, and that's exactly why this Apple is one of those individuals who is still looking quite chaotic, and you do see him already at level 14. Inteleon and the other individuals are now still stuck at level 13 and 12 respectively. From Forger Legacy, the control is still not here. Now the only play that they are left with is basically having that Rayquaza advantage. Once they have that, maybe things are going to be looking a little bit more comfortable for them. But I have to say that the tier 1 goal zone of both the lanes, both the top lanes and the bottom lane, has already been destroyed. So for that reason, I believe the pressure is definitely going to be on the players of Team Revenant Esports in the later stages, when even when they do not have the Rayquaza advantage, they have to move back a lot into the enemy territory, and then only the advantage could be coming in. But the Petal Downs is once again active, and look at them, they're trying to melt down the Rayquaza. They're trying to go for that initial attacking formation, but at the same point, the other guys from Team Revenant Esports are waiting patiently for their own attacking formation to come. They're going to steal it away possibly, but look at that. The final stretch is not looking that easy. Cliffable finds the momentum. Cliffable gets the advantage, but will there be multiple KOs or not? No, there is not going to be multiple KOs coming in. Revenant is also on the verge of getting KO'd. With that, it's Revenant's game. And finally, my wish is also complete. My predictions are also completely accurate at the same point, because now, yes, guys, we are going to see the decider. And yes, Revenant looks good in this particular match. They are definitely going to win it.
The shields are broken for the side of Slowbro, but the others are still active, and Revenant Esports, that's why I was mentioning the composition looks pretty strong, and the way Apple stepped in, the Zoroark factor played the major role, I would say. There is nothing more that they could have expected, but Apple turning up and getting the heat on himself, getting all the KOs that he wanted from his side for a long period of time, has come alive. But now this is where I believe the Blaster is trying to push it as harder as possible, but the scores are not something that you can just stop. Another 100 being done by Zoroark. It's already 619, as Revenant will be going all defensive, as they are aware that, you know, this match is in our favors. While Forger Legacy, the previous one was way too close. They were a little lucky enough to get the Rayquaza that time, but this time Revenant doesn't make any mistakes, and triple KO streak for the Chandelier, and he will be finding a lot more to go with some more and more scores, as this tier 2 is still active to go with the beauty scores and probably a 200 more. Oh, can be. Yes, it is. It's 777. It's James Bond number, it seems.
007, no, it's 777,
007,
guys.
yeah, my bad.
Yeah, it's 777.
I'm
It's
bad in
777.
movies.
That's a new meta. That's a new meta, guys. Revenant Esports is here to establish that. But I believe there was another set of 10 goals, so they have destroyed that anticipation. And I feel somewhere around like 797 or 787 is going to be the score for Team Revenant Esports. A good enough jump. Oh, it's 815 actually. That's interesting. Bosom, the IGL stepped in, guys. At the same point, the apple of this particular team also was quite delicious, quite fruitful as well. And look at this, what an approach, man, what a fight, what a way to put in the final few moments in your favor. Revenant Esports definitely struggled in the first game, but in the second one they showed who is the real boss.
Total of 20 KOs happened this time from the side of Revenant Esports in this particular match, where we can see Apple being a part of 13, and he's got 12 KOs for himself. The support from Burzum and Goku was immense, even from Genius, with those 8 assists altogether for themselves. But still, I would say that it was a fantabulous job done by the side of Revenant Esports. They have still made a kind of statement that we got eliminated from India Open. That was a hard luck for us. But in ACL, it's not going to be that case. And the way Apple on the Zoroark stepped in, next match, I'm 101% sure they might not just give away the Zoroark in the hands of Apple in the decider one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment where finally I can say that this is the Pokemon that you must ban if you really want to win. Apple on that speedster was going bonkers. The way he performed was absolutely amazing. Look at the damage that he was able to deal. Not just that, the crucial KOs that he was able to get was something amazing. Every single time when Forge Legacy decided to completely dish out the damage onto the opponent, there was a barrier, and that barrier is known as Apple. He was the one who completely shifted the momentum. But for a fact, it was so interesting to watch that the Rayquaza was stolen by Goku, the Cliffable, for Team Revenant Esports. That was interesting. I mean, the guy that you expect the least is the one who actually got the best advantage for the team, because still the scoreline was looking like maybe it could have been fallen into the Forge Legacy's perspective. That's exactly how Forge Legacy won in the first game. That's exactly what they're trying to aim for in the second one. So for me personally, I would like to say at this point that Forge Legacy is looking a little bit more predictable. They are going for the same skill sets. They're going for the same type of approach at the same point. They're trying to go for the same trajectory. They're trying to maintain their pressure from the start. They're trying to go for some good goals. They're trying to steal some Reggie and Reggie Steel, Reggie Rock, Reggie Ice, these kind of legendary Pokemon that are there in the bottom lane. They're trying to get those objective Pokemons. In the end, they're also trying to farm for the Rayquaza. They're trying to melt it down. But obviously, all of these situations are never going to work out if you are going to do it in a similar fashion. Every single match you're going to enter, you are trying to go for some good objective Pokemons. If you're not getting it, now you're focusing and putting your all effort onto that Rayquaza. It is going to be quite evident what you're trying to do. And Revenant, you did so, guys, that initially Revenant was completely away from that fight. For like approximately 50% of the meltdown, Fojo Legacy was all over there in the Legendary Pit. There was not even a single player of Revenant who was coming close to it. But then when they saw that Fojo Legacy is fully committed to melting it down, they decided to completely steal it away. They decided to then step into that particular fight because they knew this is the moment where we can either outshine or get diminished by our opponents on a Fojo Legacy. So they decided to pitch in, and due to that, well, we do see what is the output, and that output is basically Revenant completely destroying their opponent with a buffer of approximately, if I'm not wrong, 650 goals. So that's a huge buffer.
And that being said, Revenant, the momentum they wanted to build it for a longer period of time, especially I would say from the India Open, it has come in a fruitful way. So it does mean that Revenant, they're back in the competition, and now Burzum, the way he's leading the team and enhancing the kind of power that they have, giving them the free hand. Specifically, I would like to highlight the point of Apple, because he was just berserk. We mentioned it earlier, you mentioned it earlier as well, because if you let your speedster, the one player who can just do the 1v5 very easily if he gets his favorite Pokemon in his hands, whenever you get your favorite toy in your hand, you feel like, I am the god, and that's what I believe it felt like for Apple. But we'll have a quick recap of what happened in the very second match, because from the very start, it was all about the Zoroark finding the KOs, getting the KOs, and scoring goals and completing his stacks and hindering the playing style or the strategies for the side of FYL.
Well, indeed, a pretty impressive moment of anticipation was there from the start for Team FIL, that is Fojo Legacy. From the start, they were trying to put up some good pressures, but in the second game, I have to say that Revenant had every single counter ready. That Zoroark, look at him, getting those crucial KOs. He was actually, if I'm not wrong, 3 to 4 times with a KO streak of 2 or 3 KOs back and forth. That is the kind of play that this individual was able to come up with. So absolutely happy to see this performance coming in from this Apple. And from Revenant's perspective, I do believe this was a fun game. This was a very interesting approach coming in from the corner. On the other corner, Volk and his teammates, who actually loves to play in a fun manner. They have that sense of competition, but obviously when you want to ease off that pressure onto your teammates, what you have to do is basically bring in the fun for the game. And I believe this match went a little bit far away from the fun, and it's basically a reality check for them that they are still struggling despite of the fact that they were able to get the previous advantage. I have to say that now things are not looking that good for them. Let's talk about the player introduction as well. It is FSC Esports versus Pardesi that we're going to talk about first of all. Well, FSC Esports have already lost the game, but maybe in the next particular matchups, whenever they're going to fight against some set other teams, for example, if I talk about the next game, it is going to be the match number 5, which will be against Team Griffin. So in that particular matchup, I have to see how Pardesi and his teammates are going to step in. Well, for PYZ, it is Dodrio as the favorite Pokemon. For Pardesi, it's the Clefable as a favorite Pokemon, and his player comment is also basically winning the ACL. A lot of players want to win this title, but obviously only 5 players are going to win it because of the fact that only one team is going to be the champ of the ACL, the Asia Champions League.
Yeah, that's for sure. But again, if you just talk about the stats that we have on our screen, being a Clefable fan, he doesn't want to go all up front. But if we just see once again, the aggression on Clefable doesn't actually fit it. Like, that's a cute pink Pokemon who loves to just be the best in that case. But being the best, why not just talk about Apple? Because his favorite Pokemon is Zoroark. He got the Zoroark, and you can see the stats that he wanted to prove. He just proved it right away in this very match.
Well, yeah, his aggressiveness was absolutely on par. His goal defense was also quite decent. Combinations that he was able to work up with was also quite good. The strategy and mental strength, I mean, how could it go down? Due to the fact that he is so aggressive, the goal defense is actually on point, and then you have an IGL like Burzum in your team. How can that mental stress go down, man? And how can the strategy go down? What a play. Become the best. That is the play comment that he has got. So definitely the goal is to becoming the best at this point. Burzum has a different aspect that he wants to win the ACL. And in order to win, every single player of your team has to become the best. And that's exactly what the road for at this point, Apple has actually got a very clear idea that he wants to become the best. Winning tournaments is a different thing, but becoming the best at the point is a very different thing, because you might actually win one or two particular tournaments, but if you really want to become a legend, what you have to be is be the best. So I'm looking forward to see if Apple is going to be that guy, because he's one of those players who is very effective when it comes to his attacking formation, as these aggressive points are also telling us, and eventually his strategy is also quite on par. And when you have a combination like Burzum and Apple, I feel that match can be very interesting till the end.
Yeah, that's for sure. And eventually, when you talk about the next match, it's going to be something that I'm looking forward to see. We might be seeing a Hoopa ban again, but without any delay, we'll have a look on the final match of this BO3 series. The draft phase is exactly in front of our eyes, and expecting to see some different bans this time. Not an Umbreon, not an Hoopa, but okay, so Revenant doesn't want to allow the Cliffable to fall in the hands of Forge Your Legacy, while Forge Your Legacy, they will be sticking with that same Hoopa ban itself.
When the bans are done, Burzum is still going to basically rely on his second favorite pick, and that is going to be Inteleon, I believe. Because again, the Hoopa is just getting banned every single time. Forge Your Legacy is pretty much ready with their orchestration, with their plan, and that's why I do say that the homework is very, very important, guys. When you're fighting against an opponent like Revenant, and you have a very clear indication that if you lose, well, you lose the chance for the ACL qualifiers, ACL finale, to be honest. So if you really want to qualify to that finale stage, if you really want to go to Bangkok, Thailand, if you really want to represent the nation India, to be honest, in world stage, I believe for that reason, what you have to do is just basically be on par. You have to ready. You have to be very on point with this strategy. Not just that, you have to figure out what the opponent is capable of. And for now, Revenant is capable of choosing a Lapras as their defender and a Blissey as their supporter.
Now, this kind of draft phase is going to be important. Kyurem, what is he going to pick? He goes, but it's Volk who decides to stick with that Leafeon itself, because the Leafeon did find a lot more value for Forge Your Legacy in the first match, and this last decider is something that they don't want to mess it up at all. So that means Revenant, they have also got with the Venusaur on Burzum. Tensei will be sticking with the Snorlax for himself. Kyurem, is he going with the Eldegoss? So what is going to go with Fura? I mean, what kind of pick he will be looking forward to see? A long range attacker another time, a Delphox or something else? What is his plan? So yeah, Fura, I guess a Delphox is what a choice he's going forward to.
Snorlax, after a long period of time, I would love to see how Snorlax can be effective enough or not. At the same point, Notfura has figured out that the Delphox has to be there for him, and for that reason, Delphox, along with the Inteleon, the Snipe Shot, and Felsinger combination, can definitely be quite interesting to watch. Apple, you can't really deny him with that Zorak, and he's going to be there as a speedster for the team. He's going to bring in that Zorak, and in the final preparation stage, we will get to see some shifts coming in, and it's going to be Volk who is going to play with that beautiful Delphox coming in. Leafeon is going to be there as a speedster for Notfura. So speedster versus speedster, this match is going to be quite intriguing as well, but they, to be honest, Forge Your Legacy do not have a lot of frontline attackers. You just have an Umbreon. To be honest, Umbreon is a very good Pokemon, very effective one, has got some decent stats for himself. But at the same point, when you fight against Lapras and Snorlax as a whole, these two individuals can really tank up both the sides, both the top lane goal zone or the bottom lane goal zone. And due to that reason, I feel Revenant Esports once again has got that edge in their game. I'm looking forward to see if Forge Your Legacy is going to break that edge.
If Forge Your Legacy are able to success and this kind of situation, if they are able to beat Revenant in this case, or in this kind of composition that they have for now, this is going to play a very major factor, because Apple is still active with the Zoroark, and what he did in the previous match was a big shocker. But look at Tensei, he's also got a golden badge Snorlax on him alongside the others. The Inteleon coming into the play with the Snipe Shot can cause a little bit of damage, but I don't think it's going to be a big hindrance for the side of Revenant Esports to make a counter. But that being said, the first decider match is already underway of this BO3 series. It's Forge Your Legacy versus Revenant Esports. This is just the second match of the day, but this is the third game that we are witnessing.
Well, yeah, the second match, third game coming to the picture. This is the first decider, as you said, Necros, and for now, Zorak wants to go for both the buffs, the orange and the purple one. Has got already the orange buff. Now he wants to go for the purple buff as well, and that's the best part for Apple, that he evolves way too fast. His opponent is trying to figure out what they have to do. At the same point, this guy already evolves inside, trying to get that distraction. Well, obviously he's going to get KO'd, but the fact that he was able to go for the opponent mid lane and eventually was able to go for some good farms was quite interesting. Burzum now has got 9 years energy. He's going to run far away from this situation because again he's getting damaged a lot. Citrus Berry can be very effective. Zorak comes in. Look at him going all ham. There is going to be a KO. You can't really deny on that. The Kung Fu is also something which is actually not it's the Inteleon that we are talking about right now. Inteleon wanted to flee away from the scenario, could have actually gone for the Citrus Berry, but no, he got denied, and now it's Umbreon's turn who is going to get denied. I believe, I feel there is going to be a situation where this particular Umbreon is going to get KO'd, but yes, the Citrus Berry is something that he was looking at, but the Snorlax actually goes in and steals it away, and with that advantage of Citrus Berry with the HP right in their favor, once again the mid lane farming is something which is going to happen. Look at Snorlax going all the way into the opponent's base lane goal zone and farming over there. He's trying to create that distraction. He's trying to attract all the Pokemon toward himself. At the same point, the other guys from Team Revenant are going to go for some good scores in the top lane goal zone. That's a very good and effective strategy, to be honest.
Exactly, and that being said, that boing did a lot of damage. Genius. He's dropped down to 50 HP, but look at the 2 double Q streak coming up from the side of Zoroark. He's already up to level 7 at this point. The level difference can make a huge impact. Look at Umbreon. He's struggling. The Laser Leaf did a lot of damage, but Zoroark is not just willing to give him up and then finds the KO himself. And now the scores will be coming. There's nobody to stop him out as well. This Zoroark is just being the pure menace to the side of Forge Legacy, and there is no counter that they have for themselves. Burzum again on the Giga Drain being very, very much vulnerable. The Zoroark as well as the Venusaur is going to play a major factor, but look at that, already on level 9. Zoroark can be very, very much troubling, and on a counter, Leafeon needs to level up himself as fast as possible because he's just sitting on level 7. If he doesn't level up or equals up to Zoroark, it can be very, very much troubling for the side of Forge Legacy to even think of a comeback at this point.
Well, yes, that is the case. Revenant Esports for now definitely has got that advantage, and it does feel like that Apple is going to have that advantage. As you said, that if that level buff is going to be enormous enough as it is right now, I do feel things will start to fall down in the favor of Team Revenant Esports due to the fact that Leafeon is already there at level 8, and on the other corner Revenant Esports is looking quite confident and they're trying to evolve as fast as possible. The Leafeon goes into sweep in and eventually get some good damage, but look at this, the Pilsringer approach that is coming from Ruben can be also quite interesting, but the Delphox, he has no way to really survive in the game because he's going to get KO'd. Look at that, even the Eldegoss with the support coming in for the Inteleon can be effective enough. The Regice is now concerned because again Revenant Esports wants to melt it down. Once they have that advantage, they are definitely going to figure out to pull in some more effort. Umbreon wants to come right over here, but he is again getting pressured. But look at Zoroark, he has a different type of approach, guys. He is just focused on getting as many SKOs as possible. He's trying to get the best at this point. The Venusaur finds in the final sweep. Zoroark going bonkers. He has already got 3 good KOs. He's now looking forward to have 4th. Oh, the HP is not that much. Still the Delphox goes down. Zoroark, what a phenom this guy is. Already at level 11, but finally the enclosure comes in. Zoroark now has been KO'd, but the price has to be paid, guys. There you go. Venusaur with another set of 2 KOs.
Zoroark is out, doesn't even matter. The Solar Beam is still here to save the day, and that's how Burzum is just going and getting the kills for his side. Look at the kind of difference he's making at this point. There is literally no counter attacks available from the side of Forge Legacy. It does seem like a one-sided game coming up from the side of Revenant Esports. These objective fights are going to make a very crucial impact, and for Forge Legacy, this Regieleki is going to be a very, very key factor. If they are able to just melt it down in the right moment and get that thing in their favor, it can be very, very much helpful. Zoroark came into the play. He was never into getting that Regieleki in his favor. It was all in to get the KOs, and he did it brilliantly. A triple KO streak, might get a 4-1. Yes,
Bro,
it is the
what was
4
that?
KO streak from the side of Ape Apple, and now the scores is just going, and the tier 1 is already gone. For Forge Legacy, they might have got the Regieleki in their favor, but that doesn't even destroy a single leaf from the tree of Revenant Esports. They might be going with a 39 score and overdunk for sure, but how are they going to survive from this big stack push?
A mayhem being reaped over here by Zorak. Not just that, the Venusaur comes in with the solar beams. We have the Blissey also coming in with the combined effort. The supporter definitely does wonders for the team. What a play, man. Revenant Esports is here to win. The fire spin comes in but not get affected. Is going to be the case for that slow bro. Now he's going to get concerned. This time the fire spin is definitely going to implicate some serious damage onto this guy. But the solar beam goes in. There goes the point as well. Well, there will be chaos or not. The Unite has been utilized to really be on point. But the fire spin, Tensai escaped one time but eventually got into the fire spin for 2 or 3 times. But okay, the Inteleon finds a good KO. Not just that, Venusaur is going to get picked off. It's a KO streak coming in from Team Forge Legacy. So Forge Legacy is also here putting up their best effort, getting some good crucial KOs. And now both the heavy hitters that were there from Team Revenant Esports are inches away from their goal zone because they have been KO'd. So they're waiting for the respawns. For the level buff, the level advantage, well, can it be there in the favor of Inteleon? Well, definitely it is. Because Inteleon is the one particular Pokemon who has got that level 13 for the players of Forge Legacy. And being an attacker, if you have that level advantage, I do believe definitely the job becomes a little bit more easier, job becomes a little bit more effective. Although from the backends we have Tensai and the support coming in from the Blissey, trying to put up a lot of pressure onto these individuals. But look at this now, they're trying to flee away. The snipe shot was definitely good enough, but not that on point. They're going to TP back to the base. 3 minutes are left. The Regieleki is already here. Let's see who is going to focus on melting it down. But I just feel like that Rayquaza and the other Pokemons, the other objectives, to be honest, is not the real question for both the teams. They are trying to go for some good KOs and go for some good scores. For now, the lead is in Revenant's favor. They want to maintain this situation till the end.
Is there nobody contesting for the Regieleki? But it seems like everybody, the fanciful fireworks come into the play. The solar beam does the damage. Zorak falls down, and that's the counter that is happening for the side of Forge Legacy. But Venusaur finds the Delphox instantly. But look at Inteleon coming with a double kill. Shriek Bosom is still active. The snipe shot is trying to give a damage, but Fura wants to flee away, but there's no chance. Not a single chance for Leafeon to just survive that solar beam damage because there were 2 defenders just trying to stop him out. They were saving the Regieleki maybe for the late push, but it seems like the Lapras and the Zoroark, they are interested in melting the Regieleki in the final moments as all the other teams, all the other members of Forge Legacy, they're much more involved in getting the KOs of Snorlax and getting the control in the bottom lane, but it seems they are willing to level up themselves. The level 13 Venusaur and the Zoroark will be playing a very major factor, while the Leafeon, Inteleon and Delphox has to play the bigger role for the side of Forge Legacy. Look at Zoroark, he's just hiding in the tall grasses, waiting for the right moment to strike in, but the Venusaur needs to fall back. The rapid spin did make a kind of damage, but instantly, if you just talk about Umbreon, he's tanking a lot of damage.
All of a sudden Zorak finds that Leafeon gets the KO. Lapras finds another one. It's the Delphox going down. Will we see the third KO also coming in? I feel that there is a possibility of third KO coming in, but Venusaur, he wants to flee back because of the HP damage that he's already getting effective with. But now the 2 Pokemons are already KO'd. This is a steal that might come. Inteleon is right over there. Oh, the solar beam goes in, and with that, who is going to take the steal? It is going to be the Lapras, the defender. Initially it was the Clefable, now it's the Lapras. What a play! Revenant finally seals the deal is what I feel. Oh, the shields have been broken, but look at Venusaur has got a different objective to play along with altogether. No, the Lapras is going to get KO'd. With that, we'll get to see another set of 200 also coming in. Well, Revenant Esports, they have shown their stance. Crowley, or should I say Burzum, the player comment that he was able to establish that he wants to win the ACL, he's already embarked on that step by beating Forge Legacy, the team who was the runner-up of India Open 2023. That's why I do say, guys, that even if you are a champ of one stage, don't feel like you are the champ of the game, because there are going to be certain setbacks, and that's exactly what Team Forge Legacy is getting right now. They were quite consistent in the previous tournament, but in this one, in the regional qualifiers, we do see a different type of approach from Team Revenant. Even in the first game, Revenant was way too close to their victory. The only reason why they lost it was due to that Rayquaza steal in final 15 seconds. But now, it does feel like that Revenant Esports has completely nullified all of that, and Revenant Esports is definitely going to win, because there is nothing when it comes to the serious amount of goals that is going to come. There's nobody really who is going to go for those goals. Although, yes, there will be some KOs, so be happy about that. You are going to get some good KOs. But at the end, who is the victorious one, who is going to be crowned as the champ of their game number 1, match number 1, to be honest, it is going to be Revenant Esports with a massive lead of 350 points.
15 KOs on Apple. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? He was a part of 18 knockouts itself. Total team was involved with around like 24 KOs, and out of which 15 are done by Apple himself. He was just unstoppable. On a counter, Fura was not able to do the damage as what he was supposed to do. Yes, Ruben did a fantabulous job being on the Inteleon, finding the values with his snipe shot, but Apple was literally completely unstoppable. There was nothing that could even stop him for a second. Yes, there were counters coming from the side of Ruben, or sometimes it was Fura, or maybe Volk was able to find him down, maybe with the stuns and all, but still it was like, look at the damage, 87,408 coming up from the side of Apple. But on a counter, Ruben did like a 79,000, almost close to like 80,000 damage he also did being on the Inteleon. But Burzum on a 110 Raider, oh my god, this was one hell of a match.
No doubt in that. I mean, what a play from both the individuals. Burzum, Apple, this combination, and also a worthy name in this particular scenario is going to be Goku. Look at the recovery that this individual is able to bring in. Well, definitely quite effective. At the same point, I have to say, Forger Legacy, they were coming very close in the initial stances, but at the end, the way those two KOs come in, if I'm not wrong, it was the Delphox and also the Umbreon got KO'd, and we just had a Ruben, which was there with the Inteleon, Eldegoss, and also the Leafeon was there surviving. These three individuals could have maybe stolen the whole compound, could have been stolen the whole advantage of that Rayquaza, but eventually they were unable to melt it down. But now let's talk about the graph, the trajectory through which we'll get to maybe understand a little bit more comfortably of how the whole situation went away. In the final this time, we don't even see a single goal being dumped by the players of 4G Legacy due to the fact that the total command at 9 minutes and 10 seconds marker was in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. Initially, they started off to take up a fight, and remember guys, the Zorak at this point, Apple, to be honest, was also very on point, because Leafeon, he wanted to be a sneaky one. He wanted to come from the northwestern corner to be precise, and eventually go for the legendary pit, maybe put some players down. But at that point, it was the Zorak which was hiding in the tall tree grasses. What he did is just completely caught the particular Leafeon off guard, and with that, yeah, you do see that the whole challenge was in the favor of Zorak. He was able to completely put him down in a span of like 2 to 3 seconds, and then all Leafeon could have done was to wait for his respawn time period to get over, and then he could have respawned. But even before that could have happened, the melting down scenario of that Rayquaza already happened, and due to that, you do see 300 goals jumping in the final stretch time, although in 6 minute to 8 minute marker, there were not even a single goal coming in from Revenant.
Eventually, that where I just thought that Forger Legacy might be coming with a comeback, because that was a time period of 2 minutes and where we just saw Forger Legacy getting the scores and gaining their momentum back. But again, it was not for a longer period of time. They just did it what they are best at, but it's not always how it plans to go. But still, I would say that Forger Legacy has still got a long way in the Asia Champions League 2024 India qualifiers, so they have to be very, very much patient and confident about the next matches that are coming in their way. We'll have a quick, have a look on the replay of what happened in this very match, because if we just talk about it, it's very, very much not possible to sum up everything that happened, because the Zoroark, the way he was getting the KOs from the very starting minute was something that nobody would have expected. Yes, the main objective from the side of Forger Legacy, if you were there, was to stop Apple from getting the stacks and slowing him down as much as possible. But the way he came in, there was nothing that could stop him down.
True, man. Apple, Burzum, both of these individuals was way too good. But I have to say that 4G Legacy, the Delphox that they were able to acquire was also quite on point. Plenty of times we did saw the fire spin working it out. The fireworks were also quite on point. Look at this. Again, the fireworks came in, but still due to the effort that was there from Delphox, they were quite a hefty amount of damage being dished on Revenant Esports' player. But the fact that Zorak was there getting all those KOs, gathering all those players down, was again equally interesting to watch. Whereas on the other corner found the Delphox as well. Well, in the later stages, when we talk about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, at that point as well, there were plenty of KOs coming in from 4G Legacy. But look at this moment where the Umbreon got contested by the Solar Beam, and Lapras was the one who swooped in with the final blow. And with that, obviously, the shields were broken a lot. We did saw Burzum also getting faced up with a lot of damage. But even before that could have happened, Burzum was already able to secure some good goals. So the job was already done. job was already done. They've had already a lead of 349 points in their favor, and due to that lead, Forge Legacy is obviously going to now go in the losers bracket, because trust me guys, the brackets are very, very important. The leaderboard is something which is really very important. Although for now, if we talk about Forge Legacy, if I'm not wrong, there are certain other matches that they have to fight against. We have match number 4, where Forge Legacy, the second position team in India Open 2023, is going to fight against the champions of India Open 2023. It is going to be the battle between True Gravity versus Forge Legacy. And then we talk about the final match that not True Gravity to be precise, Forge Legacy is going to fight, is going to be the match number 8 for day number 1. It is going to be versus Clown 5. So 4 of those interesting teams who have qualified from the India Open 2023 have already shown their stance, already shown their capabilities, out of which it is Revenant, who struggled a bit initially in the first game, but then was able to come back with the Uno reverse card, and back to back they were able to get the next 2 games. And at the same point, the champions are still looking like a champ. They're trying to become the Conquerors for now, because they have a 2-0 lead against FSC Sports. I'm talking about True Gravity right now. The only 2 teams that now I am looking at is going to be Clown 5 versus Griffin, which is the next match. But yeah, this individual match is going to give us a brief idea of how the teams are going to step in, because remember guys, initially in the brackets of India Open 2023, for a moment we did saw that the whole approach of True Gravity was getting countered by Team Griffin. That was the only team that for a moment, for the first 2 days to be precise, I thought that is going to put up a pressure onto those individuals. But now we have the analysis, yes guys, so let's analyze a bit what happened in the first 3 games.
The first game was it was close. It was literally close. But again, Apple being that one predominant beast, getting into the play, always finding the KOs. He was always the one. You can see all the 3 players were on a very, very low HP. The Bulbasaur, the Venusaur was already being contested by the Lapras. I would say Inteleon was also coming into the play, but what happened was Blissey and Blastoise were able to trying to make a fallback. That was the moment where Apple knew that this is the time. If we can get the KOs, we can get at least 2 to 3-1. That's very easy for us, and there was nobody to come in from that way. This is the moment where he decided to, let's go and get the stack, get this KOs done. And after that, Apple, what he did, he just went on. He got the first Venusaur, then he went for the Blissey. And then on the other hand, the other things fall apart one after another, and that was kind of, I would say, an easy kind of moment for Apple to get all those KOs, because he was literally obliterating everyone who was coming in his way.
Well, from the start, as you can see guys, basically even when the opportunity was not that much, even when they did not had a lot of level buff. Look at this, level 5 was the case of Apple. On the other corner, Volk was there as a Delphox at level 4. Could have really impacted a lot, but then again, this eventually Speedster was so on point, and initially he was able to get the right output. Basically in just 1 minute we got to see 3 KOs right over here. When the whole situation gets paused away, you will get to see how that situation goes, and then he decided to go for the farms as well. He already had that level buff, and also the orange and purple buff was also in his favor. Look at this, the first KO, and then the second KO, and after that again the third KO came in over there. But after that, eventually, if we talk about the 8-minute marker in the last game, again similar situation happened. We got to see a lot of KOs from Apple, and obviously Apple with those 15 KOs and 3 other assists, he is definitely a guy to really get the counter for. And I believe even the True Gravity, Griffin or Clown 5 or other teams who are now watching the stream or trying to figure out what can happen, how the whole situation can be turned up, are going to really I believe they're definitely going to make sure that they're going to basically put a full stop onto the pick of Zorak by Apple. That's exactly what they might actually try to go for.
So that being said, we also had a big impact from the side of Burzum as well. Being on the Venus, always supporting his teammate has played a very major factor. I mean, it's not always it's not always upon Apple. He did a fantabulous job. There was just no competition to that, but the amount of support which was required from the other players was coming up from side of Burzum every time you need him, especially on the Venusaur, getting the solar beams on point. Even if someone is surviving or countering Zoroark, he was there to get the trades, or he was there to get the counter KOs in that case, and that's how he just played a very major, or I would say the vital role in getting the victory in their favor.
Definitely, I mean, when you talk about Burzum, he's one of those individuals who was way too on point when it comes to his approach. But let's talk about the standings, guys, because again, that is the leaderboard, which will give us an idea of how and where the teams are standing at. True Gravity, well, they were way too on point against Team FSC Sports, and due to that, True Gravity's standing for now is definitely looking quite good. They have the first standing, and eventually the points that they've got is going to be 3. 4G Legacy on the other corner definitely tried to outshine, but it's Revenant who was able to be victorious in it, and due to that, they have now 3 points.
Now at this point, we can see 2 teams standing at the very same position, but it seems like True Gravity will have an upper hand because they managed to clear the things with a 2-0 scoreline, and that clean sheet advantage should be there. That does mean there might be a chance that Revenant might be in the second spot. So we have to see what comes next, because at this moment, I really think that clean sheets will also make a huge impact for the teams to gain the position standings for themselves before the second day comes.
Definitely have to see if that Uno reverse card or maybe the clean sheets or clean victories are going to come or not, because again, the standing is something which is going to matter a lot. Remember, guys, the first top 3 position teams are going to have that advantage of seeding themselves in the whole elimination bracket, which will be the day number 3 of this Asia Champions League regional qualifiers, to be honest. So yeah, everything looks quite on point, but for now I do believe that Burzum is going to be with us from Team Revenant with the interview. So let's have an insight from him as well.
Hello,
guys.
Burzum. How are you doing, man? How are you doing?
All good. Some nail biter series right there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the first match, I would like to have what happened in the final stretch. I mean, it was seeming like it was a very cutthroat competition, but in the end, you decided to go for the scores rather than staying with the Rayquaza melting fight.
So Inteleon was our only secure, and if I'm playing sniper and it's very easy to block it, we thought we would score and get back on time. We knew we just needed to stop one score, and if you remember, the Umbreon had like point blank shield, and he scored actually after the timer went out. So actually, we were supposed to jump on one side of the map, but we got confused and we jumped top and bottom both. So it was a little bit of not little bit. It's a major misplay over there. Also, my sniper got blocked by Clefable. He's just a huge hero. I don't know how it happened. So, I mean, it's chill. I mean, I think it's good if the team is like losing and knows how to come back from a 0-1 deficit and stuff like that in a series, right? So, good experience for the new boys, I guess.
I want to ask one more question. That what was the call-outs for Apple for the next 2 games? Like basically, Apple was going bonkers in the next 2 games.
I mean, he was going bonkers in the first game also, but their draft, I think their draft was pretty good. Like, Clefable is top tier support right now, and there are very few ways around it. Not top tier, I mean, for our region, it's top tier. In general, it's not, but so playing Speedster into a Clefable is usually hard, and we never win the first game of the day. So I think no stress. I mean, if we were just laughing it off. We were like little blaming after like for 30 seconds, and after that we were chill. I'm like, just go next. What can we do now? Even after all those mistakes, it was like very close, right? So I'm like, happens. Go next.
Every time, I have been seeing you from a long time, Crowley, and now it's like, just last question, I'm gonna end it. Why did you change the name from Crowley to Burzum?
I mean, I was just playing rank for fun, and people stream snipe and stuff. So I just had it changed, and then I found out you had to keep the same name you kept in India Open. So I got cucked by the rules over there. So no such change. I'm still Crowley. I'm still Crowley. It's fine.
Always Crowley. Thank you for joining, Crowley, once again, and wish you best of luck for the upcoming matches. Once a Crowley, always Crowley, and that's the kind of statement you would like to hear from the players, right? And basically, he got like, oh man, I was just playing for fun. I changed my name, and it had to be the name for the next all the tournaments. It was like, if I was there, it would have been like, oh man, why did I change my name? But that being said, all the for now the first 2 matches are done. But now we'll be taking a very short break, and on the other side, we're still left with 6 more matches in today's day.
Yeah.
So just stay with us and stay on the stream. Oh, so I guess we have to wait for some time, Raider. But it seems like I want to know one thing. If you had to change your name from Raider to something different, what would you keep?
I've never thought about it, man, and Raider is fine for me, to be honest. But yeah, let's take the short break that you were talking about, and after that we'll be back with some more insightful matches.
Would say bombing two matches that we just witnessed just in the start of Asia Champions League 2024 India qualifiers. We're about to start with the third match, but we've given Raider a little rest and we have got Lucifer back on the desk with us, and the OG, my favorite co-caster, is back on the desk, and we're almost matching the same hoodie itself.
I mean, color seems to be different, but you guys
A
were
little
going with that
different.
hoodie vibe, so I thought I would get back on the hoodie vibe itself rather than changing something different. But yeah, I've been super excited for the Asia Champions League because our Indian teams will look forward to fighting on that global stage again in for another year. We had just incredible two matches that we witnessed right now, Necros, and I do want to see what's up for the third game because here are two incredible teams who are going to fight amongst each other.
Yeah, exactly. And what we witnessed just in the first match, it was a 2-0. The previous, I would say, the champions of India Open 2023, they are here. They have just started with a complete banger with a 2-0 scoreline. Then the second match came in where Revenant, who were outplayed in the very first match, came up with a certain comeback that completely diminished Forger legacy with a 2-1 scoreline where Apple went berserk on the Zoroark, and it was just a big game. But we'll have a look on what is up for our next screens.
Hello, my in-game name is Joy, and I'm from Team Clownfair. And my favorite Pokemon is Slowbro because it has a very good game-changing art, and it can change the flow of the game very well.
Myself, it's okay, Babu. I'm from Team Clown 5. My favorite Pokemon in Pokemon Unite is Hoopa. I appreciate its versatility and ability to change the gaming momentum instantly in team's favor, providing crucial support and damage when needed. Its move aligns well with my playstyle and making it an essential part of our team in-game strategy.
My game name is Star Syntax. My favorite in Clown 5, my favorite Pokemon is Zoro.
Hey Sky Sports, thank you for having me. Yash this side from Clown 5. I play support for Clown 5. My favorite Pokemon is Hoopa. Hoopa it is so good. It will help in team fight.
The strength of our team lies in our exceptional teamwork and communication. We have a deep understanding of each other's playstyle, allowing us to coordinate strategically seamlessly. Additionally, our adaptability and quick decision making during matches gives us a strategy edge over opponents. We believe in playing fearlessly. We believe in if we have so many plans but our team play in fears, then all of those plans and grinds have no sense. The first thing we have in our mind is to play fearlessly and patiently. The Pokemon Unite Asia Championship is a fantastic opportunity to witness the best team in the region compete at the highest level. We are honored to be part of this prestigious tournament and eager to showcase our skills. The diversity and strategies, the high level of competition make it an exciting event for both players and fans alike. We are prepared and determined to make our mark in the tournament.
Okay, so my team relies mostly on our micro skills. So each of my team member is very good at micro. So most of the time we win all the lanes. We have advantage before the objective. So I would say the strength is micro. People are really talented in my team and they are gifted in micro.
Basically, we play solo to improve our Pokemons and grind our Pokemons to improve our micro. And then evening we play as a team and do streams to improve our synergy, like that only. So basically 2 times in morning we play solo and evening we play as a team. There's timing like 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. something like that. That's it.
Yeah, I guess Japan as a region stands out to us because they always don't follow the norm of meta, which is they don't follow the meta as per other regions. So it's like all the other regions one side and Japan has their own way of doing things. So they are always fun to see. There is no boring minute during that 10-minute game. They are always doing something and bringing out the new synergies and stuff like that. So that is one of the region that we enjoy watching. I would guess my teammates will also agree that it has to be Illusion. He is very flexible with his mons, with his lanes. He was playing jungle for this team before I joined in. Then I had to play jungle, so he shifted to top. He's owning people in top lane as well. So yeah, I guess he's the more standoutish player of the team.
I mean, we had a complete interview session where the teams actually talked about their own self and talked about the players that they have. But now the match that's coming up on our screen, it's going to be Team Griffin versus Clown5. One team is ranking the 3rd in India Open, another is in 6th. But Clown5 were the one of those teams who actually, portrayed such a brilliant performance in the India Open, but they could not qualify for the playoff itself. But this time I really believe, Lucifer, they are here to dominate and prove their own worth.
Griffin with Noah, Snowy, Illusion, Ghoul and Mikey. On the other end, Clown5 having Legion, Star Sings, Joy, Obito and Mewtwo. Now, both these teams have been exceptional. One team in India Open we thought should be the India Open champions was Griffin. Clown5, if they could have been the champions, we would have called them the undergods or the underdogs. They were those dark horses like we were talking about FSE Sports in the previous year. Right? So I want to see what happens right as now, because Clown5, after a fantastic show of domination that they showed in the lower bracket journey that they were having, unfortunately, yes, they got pushed out. That's okay, I'm going to be okay with it, because it was Griffin itself who pushed them out and made them be at the 6th spot in India Open. Now this is going to be kind of a revenge match here, Necros, against Griffin. Clown5, are they going to beat Griffin this time, take away their points and look forward to gaining their position in the overall standing so that their position becomes better later down in the playoffs?
We'll have to see what lies ahead, because there has always been a lot of things that I really want to witness. Specifically in the previous match, it got justified that even the teams who got eliminated earlier in the India Open, they are still here with a new confidence, with a new kind of strategy, as what Revenant did start off with against Forger Legacy. So I'm still expecting, with some kind of changes in strategy and kind of changes in the meta as well in the recent patches, Clown5 will be looking forward to get a revenge over Team Griffin. But there is still one X factor that I believe they need to fear about, is going to be TG Illusion. That one player can literally wreck things apart. He was the MVP of India Open, and now he's here to play his first match in the Asia Champions League 2024 India qualifiers.
And I'm pretty sure Snowy with his squad, they were not happy with the result that happened in India Open. They thought they will be the ones moving ahead, looking forward to that finals and maybe even winning it out on land. But it didn't happen, got pushed to the lower bracket in their upper bracket finals, and then they eventually got pushed out in its entirety in the India Open by Forger Legacy. Now Forger Legacy is here. Griffin will look forward to taking a revenge, but right as now Griffin have to take up another victory against Clown5, and I'm pretty sure Clown5 are not going to let it go easy. We just saw their interview, right? They said they wanted to put up a best performance, they wanted to give it their all, and I think Clown5 are ready. Last time they were not having much experience, I would say, in terms of what they could do to these big teams, and therefore falling a little bit short either in those final stretches or of a team fight. They used to kind of end up losing a battle, and that gives the momentum to somebody else. And here in Pokemon Unite, it is just about that one small minute, whether you use the Unite over there or whether you made sure to dodge the battle and peel away from it. Those decisions is where it matters, whether you win or lose the game in its entirety. Right as of now, all these teams that are fighting here in the Asia Champions League India qualifiers do not have to worry about things, Necros. It's about the position they qualify in, meaning which position they'll be playing in the playoffs. So for a better placement is something that they have to look forward to. But if they have a completely different strategy, right, they can make things work even better. But one thing for sure they have to kind of keep in mind is the next set, the next stage from group stage is going to be playoffs, which is a single elimination, and that's where trouble brews in. You do not have a safety net here. At least you have those buffers of maybe fumbling in a match or two and then gaining it back and bringing back the points, staying in the top and trying to go ahead in your journey, rather than kind of looking of what new Griffin has cooked up over a month. I am looking forward to what Clown5 have rectified, because going down on 6th and Griffin on 3rd, it is still Griffin having the favor, Necros.
Yeah, exactly. They have the experience, and more specifically the players who have played a lot all together in the previous time as well have made a team again. Team Griffin has been one of the strongest teams itself. But talking about the ban phase, expecting the bans of Hoopa as well as Umbreon should be their better decision, and it seems Clown5, they are going with the Umbreon ban, while Griffin, they will be sticking with the Hoopa ban, not to allow the Hoopa to fall into anybody's hand. Whether it's nerfed or not, Hoopa is still valuable.
We saw player from Clown 5 mentioning that Hoopa is something that they would want to use in its entirety, and Griffin, good decision coming through. They do not want to give such a strong Pokemon, which helps a lot in team fights. We've talked about rotation, we've talked about quick team jump-ins for a fight with the Unite move coming through, so all of them being denied. Therefore, Griffin themselves wanted to pick up that first support character here, and they pick up none other than Cliffable to start things off. But Clown 5 say we want to make our front line strong, and they immediately lock in none other than a Lapras as well as a Slowbro.
On the counter, it seems Ghoul will be going with an Inteleon. It has proven that yes, the liquidation is not finding a lot more value, but the snipe shot is still into the play, and it's finding a very, very good amount of values for its team. Illusion sticks with the Buzzwole itself. After a long time, I'm seeing Buzzwole coming into the play, but on the other hand, Clown 5, what do they have in their pocket?
Now I think this is them making sure that they have a healer and a frontline damage dealer, and then having that backline ranged attacker. That's what Griffin's strategy seems to be, whereas Clown 5, meaning their strategy seems to be a little bit hard on that front line, where they do not want to make sure that the front line keeps damaging, but the front line survives for the longest time, and then they pick up the ranged attackers later down the line. And in the other end, as you can see, there's only one proper front line who can tank up damage. That's going to be Nova coming up with a Snorlax, and then Snowy with the last pick of a Glaceon, which has been working. We saw in the previous game as well. Deadly Icicle Spears coming through. Let's see how it works out with the last pick on the side of Clown 5 being a Leafeon, as we saw earlier already, Venusaur as well as a Blissey. We did say two crazy games, one from Blissey's end where Bliss Assistance was doing damage and finding chaos. On the other end, a Cliffable with its Unites of Hyper Beam or any others, right? It was finding Secures. So I'm going to be looking forward to how these supports kind of play together to figure out a victory in this best of 3.
Yeah, that's for sure. And looking forward to the Leafeon. We literally saw it in the previous matches as well. The Solar Blade has always been valuable in the India Open. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised because Sinks in the previous India Open was one of the most crucial players who played on Leafeon and found a lot more value. Is it? I don't remember, but I believe he had the most number of KOs, like 20, almost close to 20 in a single match, 20 to 24. And if he plays on Leafeon once again, that is still a fear factor that I would love to suggest Team Griffin.
Clown 5, when they showed us their lower bracket run, they kind of got the game in the 2-minute mark itself. This is not the 2-minute mark of the final stretch. As soon as the game started and 2 to 3 minutes into the game, they had already decided whose game it is, and the opponents did not have any chance against them. That's how great Clown 5 were, and that's the reason we are kind of still looking forward to what Clown 5 can do in front of Griffin, because previously it was Griffin, and that's the reason we are giving Clown 5 the benefit of the doubt as of now. But Griffin, once they start off, they're not going to stop. We just saw a previous game where a Snorlax was being used along with Yawn. That was just wonderful for me to watch. Let's see right as now what moveset that Snorlax comes up, because it's the only defender coming in from the side of Griffin. I thought it might just invade and go for stealing the mid buffs, but it's not seems to be the case. It did move through the mid path, but eventually moved toward the bottom path, and from there fighting out with the little Bulbasaur as well as the Slowpoke.
The early stacks have already started from both the teams' side. On the one hand, we see the Buzzwole, on the other we see the Lapras, but being contested, it seems that Leafeon wants to go a little bit up front. The Solar Blade is active right now, so he might be going with those early approaches, but Lapras, he's being drained out a lot. And alongside Cliffable, the Buzzwole, that too on Illusion, can be a very, very much fearful factor coming up from the side of Team Griffin, as they would like to find as much value as possible. For now, the early game seems to be a little bit, slow-paced, as all the players are looking forward to farm and level up themselves as fast as possible, while Illusion is there on level 4, but the Glaceon is on level 5. Along on the other side, the Leafeon is on level 5. The Solar Blade comes in and probably was able to steal that Swablu's in Altaria.
Mid-path players from both the ends have moved to the top path after getting their buffs and reaching level 5, but Obito, big damage that he takes. Ice Shots, Water Pulse, keeping Illusion in check. In the meantime, they go for the mid Baltoise. it just gets taken away from Griffin. Nothing much to be worried about, but Nova right now moving in, maybe just to cause a little bit of an annoyance, and then immediately jumps back. So far, right as now, other than a little bit of a goal here and there from both the ends, we've not seen major damage coming for either of these teams, or not even the KO. I'm looking forward to that first KO and which team takes control of things. It looks like Top Path might be seeing that first KO, but Mewtwo, look at that, gets a score and now takes the Citrus Berry from the opponent end, uses X speed, runs, jump pad, and then back to the mid path.
I mean, a lot of hard work he did in that case, but look at that, the Blissey, he got a lot of damage from that Icicle Spear coming up from the side. I mean, he's there, he's got the expertise in that, but look at that Solar Boings coming into the play, but the Glaceon finds the Blissey. Now this can be a little bit challenging in this case, but Leafeon is dealing a lot of damage with those Icicle Spear. The Solar Blade did come into the play, but did not find a lot more value this time.
Now all 4 players on top, meaning bottom path is going to be weak. That is the advantage that Clown 5 take, push the bottom path, score some goals to keep it in contest, but Clown 5 already in a lead, 72-14. Griffin there on the backline as of now. Players finally start moving back to their own paths, 2 on top, 1 back to the mid to get those buffs, and bottom 2. But I think Inteleon needs to evolve, and as soon as I say evolve, does fully evolve. Level 7 though, but we end up seeing the Regis at the 7-minute mark. Let's see who takes that first Regi, because this time it's a Regi Ice, meaning your HP, your health is gonna get a better advantage. Do they take that buff here or not? Initially Clown 5 start the fight on the Regi Ice, but Griffin are ready for the steal. In the meantime, from the back lines, it is gonna be the Leafeon, tried with the Unite, does find a KO on the Cliffable, but that Glaceon doesn't give away its KO.
Now look at that, the Glacial stage being activated, the Icicle Spear will be coming into the play, but the Glaceon manages to steal the Regice in their favor, pushing Clown 5 in the backyards and again finding the KOs.
Venusaur gone, unfortunate. Even the early evolution didn't save him. A nice snipe shot could have even found the Leafeon, but nice Citrus Berry time coming through. Joy might go down right now, and yes, he's out. Big Solar Boing does damage, but Griffin pay no heed to it. They immediately secure goals, and now they're backing back into their path. Another 5 coming through from a Cliffable. 5 more. I'm not too sure if they're going to go for an overdunk, but for now, Mikey with his special attack specs, he's just getting his stacks through. Level 8 Cliffable coming through, and now everybody will start moving to the top path. But in the meantime, there's a Lapras contention at the legendary pit happening, and now they're forcing that Lapras out. Illusion, he has his Unite on the ready. Very crucial is this top path fight, because they can get a 6th ally on board.
Now this Regieleki can just turn the tides. If Clown 5 gets it, it's going to be a big value for them. But again, Team Griffin won't be just walking away like that. Look at that, Buzzwole, he came into the play, but once again the Verdant Anger, it did not did a single damage. It was a complete miss it seems, but that Icicle Spear did a lot of damage, trying to push them away with the Sludge Bomb. But is it possible? As Team Griffin, they want to go and contest for the Regieleki, but also has to make sure to get the KOs in their bag.
Joy moving in from the mid part to the top. They have to be worrying or wondering about it. Joy as well as the Lapras, both of them play together, Slowbro and Lapras, then trouble can start brewing in. For now, Illusion keeping players in check, and it is none other than Glaceon who is trying to take the Regieleki, but the Venusaur takes that steal away. Unite being used, but it gets missed. It does not connect to the Leafeon, but immediately chasing Illusion. 2-step Emerald coming through, and now Illusion barely surviving, trying to gain some health as he smacks the players with superpower, and yes, he does, puts the Slowbro down. However, they can still score, and look at how low of a health the Lapras was, but gets the Bliss assistance and survives. But in the meantime, an overdunk of a 40 comes, and Clown 5 destroy Tier 1 of Griffin on the top path.
All the players are so much vulnerable at this point, but Slowbro immediately goes to the bottom lane. He knows that the complete focus will be in the bottom Regi objective at this point. Inteleon was there, and it seems all of them are just trying to secure this mid buffs as possible. Inteleon versus Slowbro on the bottom will be something to look out for, but it seems that Team Griffin, they're going to take some little bit more time. They have got a little bit of level advantage for themselves, but Sings is just waiting for the right moment to strike in. If this Regirock again goes in the favor of Team Griffin, Clown 5 might just falter a little bit in the bottom.
Verdant Anger coming out to secure the Regirock, and it didn't come through. It was the Glaceon this time making a secure. Snowy gets it through, but right as now, damage being done with the poison. Let's see if it does a lot more. Beam as well as poison being played as of now. Illusion ready, but a big beamer coming through. Make sure that they had to invest their Unite, and after that even comes the Spy Vision. Now they want to take revenge against the players of Clown 5. Maybe even find Chaos. Maybe even destroy the goal zone. But do they find? Yes, Joy goes down. There's the slow bro out. Do they find one more? Leafeon is super low. Look at that Icicle Spear also bringing Blissey down, and this forces the players off. And there could have been an overdunk of a 50, but they didn't want to risk the chance. They push it to 39. Griffin still further apart from the goals, 131 to 185. Clown 5 have the lead, but immediately look at what Illusion does. Goes in for a 40 on the top, but the Lapras comes, tries to put a stop, and it is not working, as they do get a dunk of a 25 and a 50. This time the Unite connects, and a KO as well. And Griffin with the top path control, they even take control in the goals, but a bottom 40 might change those plans. And yes, Clown 5 immediately swing things back under their way.
This time the Regiliki will be compromised from Clown 5, it seems, because there was nobody to even just try to contest it. And now the 6th ally being added to the side of Team Griffin, it will be pushing down to the tier 2. But it seems Lapras and Slowbro will be there alongside the Leafeon to stop it from happening, because there is 20 more seconds on the clock for the Rayquaza to spawn in the legendary pit. And this is the time where Team Griffin, I really want to see what are their strategies right now. Are they going to melt the Rayquaza because they have to, because there is a little bit of score difference happening from Clown 5, but in the means of the kind of level difference, Team Griffin, they're a little bit step ahead.
Yeah, because of those last two objectives that they got, the bottom Regirock and the top Regieleki, that's given them the advantage. Rayquaza is here, it's time for the final stretch. Majority control in Griffin. All the other players from Clown 5 are on the top end of things. Illusion just right now indulging or trying to grasp a battle between the players of Clown 5. Sludge Bomb coming across in various directions. Noah tried to move in. Yon did hit. Then the Icicle Spear as well. People are trying to protect the Lapras, and they finally do. But still hefty damage being done. Sludge Bomb keeping players in check. Leafeon hiding in the tall grasses. Went for a heavy slam, but Leafeon ran away from that direction. Snipe shot also being used in the meantime. You can see how much Griffin have things under control. They're not letting the players of Clown 5 come closer. They're hiding in the tall grasses. Again, the Icicle Spear pushing Obito back. Legion might get stuck, but a big Unite of a sleep coming through from none other than the Snorlax, but it's not going to be enough to find value out of it. It again keeps the players in checks and forces them back to the top path.
Leafeon was there close to that tier 2 goal zone. It seemed to me that he might be just going for the score, but a lot of Unites being dumped. Rayquaza still not being melted, but 3 of the players have been taken down from Team Griffin. It's all up to the Cliffable and the Snorlax at this point, while the Snorlax will be going with an 80 score for himself on the tier 2. The Cliffable is here. Will he be able to get the steal? Possible, but it's not. It's the Leafeon who gets the Rayquaza in the favor, and they will be all going for the scores. Team Griffin, they just crumble down in the end moment, and there will be an overdunk at this point. Much more needed scores from Clown 5 as they start off the series with a 1-0.
It was a very small and a simple mistake that Griffin did here, is not paying attention that there was Verdant Dagger still there as a Unite on the Venusaur. If they had paid attention to that, the damage would not have inflicted on them. I think around 3 to 4 players from the side of Griffin got hit with that Verdant Anger, and now their efforts of trying to turn the battle is not going to work. There's not enough time on the clock. With 3 seconds, another 82 being dunked pushes the dreams of Griffin in this best of 3's first game away. Clown 5 take it from Griffin.
Oh, that was something that a comeback was needed from Clown 5, and they did it so brilliantly. The one, as you mentioned, Lucifer, just before the match, a small margin of error can cost you an entire match, and that actually happened. After having such a control in the final stretch fight from the side of Team Griffin, even they were like not allowing a single player to come up close to the Rayquaza. You just couldn't make it up to the mark.
Look
Griffin,
at Sinks. 222 goals. I mean, we saw him doing damage. When did he also secure goals like this? Insane stuff coming in from Sinks.
He was also part of a total of 5 knockouts, but itself Legion coming up from the back in support. We saw Illusion getting 5 KOs for himself as well. Trying to put a lot of efforts, but Nova, in spite of having 9 assists, trying to pull off so many good moves with that Snorlax, he just couldn't keep his team on the winning side.
I think one major downfall that we ended up seeing from Griffin, even though there was enough damage coming through, is not bringing the players of Clown 5 together, or kind of keeping their players closer to them or chasing them for a KO. it was them always doing hefty damage and pushing the players of Clown 5 back into their paths, back into their goal zones or flux zones where they could speedily run back to their bases or just sit for a blue shield coming through. Therefore, that is where I think Griffin might have given them a little bit of a chance. But again, Griffin were the ones, a team fight that they bought in on the top path, won it, because of which Clown 5 did not have a chance. And also the final or the second half of this 10 minutes game, right? We saw them getting both the objective, because of which they had the level advantage as well. I think that's something that Clown 5 kept a check on, made sure that that level advantage doesn't hit them. You could see Snorlax always trying to go for a heavy slam, yawn, but it did not connect with any of them, and that's what worked really, really well. But I think Griffin, the start was not that great. It was Clown 5 who started well, even found those initial knockouts, and they kept that in check. Even though towards the second half, things kind of went wary, but you could see how well Clown 5 kept themselves in check, and as soon as their unite started dumped up to the players of Griffin, they all charged up, and I think that's where everything worked out in favor of Clown 5.
I mean, what a start for them in the ACL already. They just came in and with the Leafeon, things, he did not did a lot of damage as what he did in India Open itself. That too, it's against Team Griffin. They won't even allow you to go that berserk that easily. But once again, all it matters for a team is to win, no matter how you do it. So they just did it. They started off well, but I really hope that it doesn't go the way what happened in the previous match for Forge Your Legacy. They won the first match, but the next two went in the favor of Revenant. But I will love to see Clown 5 making a statement right here, right now, if they win this match.
Let's jump into the replay to catch those crisp actions of where things could have gone right or where things went wrong. Whether it's for the side of Clown 5 or even for the side of Griffin, things were varied, but you could see from the start, this is what we were talking about, they had things in check, but yes, made sure that the objectives came their way. I think the top Regieliki ones that didn't come their way, their things went a little bit weird. However, Joy giving away early knockouts, that's the stage I think things kind of were still in play in the favor of Griffin. Otherwise, we saw that top path fight, the steal coming through, this Verdant Anger, brilliant stuff, but still the last two objectives being secured from the side of Griffin is where things were super effective. But look at them, the daringness of them charging up, but also giving respect to Clown 5 in this last battle. This is the Verdant Anger that I spoke about. You could see Cliffigble got hit, their frontline damage dealer Buzzwall got hit. I think that's where two of them got hit, meaning their frontline became weak because they did not have a double frontline setup coming through like Clown 5. And Clown 5 made use of what was best and got the game under control.
Talking about Clown 5, we'll have a player introduction of Obito, one of the players of Clown 5, whose favorite Pokemon seems to be Zacian, and what he has stated that my current aspiration is to represent India in the WCS 2024, Lucifer.
I mean, I'm super happy to see these chaps having these big dreams. Even in the previous ones when we saw player introductions, right? Give their best, win ACL. All these things are kind of summing up to that global stage representation that as an Indian audience we want to see very soon. I hope to see this happen very soon for Clown 5. This is the intention also that I had in India Open for them, but unfortunate of a loss there. But here they've started off on a victory note against the side of Griffin, who pushed them out, but the best of three is still not done. They've gotten one in. Here Obito ended up playing Lapras, and this is what the versatility comes through. You need to understand Pokemon Unite and understand your teammates. Accordingly, you build a meta around it. Even Snowy from the side of Griffin was speaking about it. They kind of like the region Japan because they are always a little bit weird in terms of the meta. They go for anything and everything, where other regions watch this and they think that, oh wow, we can do this. So I think making these changes in meta, understanding your capability and your team's capability and bringing new stuff is just courageous being pulled out from Obito here in this crucial game.
Exactly, and that being said, we have like Clown 5 other players as well. It's not just about Obito, but also the other players, specifically like Snings as well, the other players like Mewtwo and all. They also came into the play. They also gave a complete contribution that was needed for his team's victory, and that's what it makes. You know, we don't just say it casually that teamwork makes the dream work, and that's how they have portrayed it so precisely in this very match. But also from the side of Team Griffin, I'm completely sure at this point, Lucifer, that they will not be very happy because they almost had the control. They almost had this first match in their bag. Small mistakes, as we mentioned earlier, just costed them the very first match. But itself, from Team Griffin, we will have Ghoul as in the player introduction, where his favorite Pokemon seems to be Edgy Slash. And in the player comments, he said, "Is again, my goal is to win an international trophy for India."
I want to see this happening, and I think there is a lot of chance, especially with the WCS that we saw earlier this year itself, where SATUL were representing us. It was so close, and to imagine that they'd already taken them down in a best of 3, and if they had taken them down in its entirety, the team that are champions of 2023 wouldn't have been them. Maybe it could have been SATUL. So I think interesting decisions, and also Ghoul was an ex-SATUL player. So all these changes in rosters are also kind of made me kind of get to those goosebump situation, or even have that thought of, yes, India is getting to that global representation and global trophy. Representation has been done over the years, and every time international team sees India, right, they're worried. Because every time it's very different of how India functions. They fear them. They're out of the norms. But right as now, out of the norms was Clown5 pulling off their first victory. Griffin would want to bring things back. But it seems like nobody is going back to that Hoopa ban. We are seeing the Umbreon ban. But this time there is also a Cliffable ban. First pick still for Griffin. So I think Griffin might be the ones who are thinking we want Hoopa this time.
And if it goes like this, if the Hoopa falls in the hands of Mikey, I'm looking forward to see what Team Griffin can do, because if I'm not wrong, Lucifer, Mikey has always been the one to dominate on Hoopa most precisely. But as they have the first pick preference, Team Griffin, yes, now they have locked the Hoopa, and that's Mikey.
Side eye with a Sableye, I didn't think that was the case. They got back on the Hoopa. Let's look forward to the other two choices. I think might be Lapras and Slowbro again. Good and wise choices. The front line was strong, but seems like they want to show Griffin how to play on the Buzzwole. Take that Buzzwole away from them. Slowbro, however, is still going to be picked up. Nova sees that, oh what? They gave away Lapras. They thought maybe the Buzzwole is going to be better. That's okay. I'll pick up the Lapras. Ghoul coming in. He's going to be taking up the Espeon. I really like this. Espeon's psychic damage coming through in terms of stunning Pokemons, and giving wide array of choices is good. Griffin might just need that. On the other end, Legion taking away the Inteleon. This time still keeping the Blissey as Sings. I think Mewtwo will get that Leafeon back for Sings, and then in the stage of preparation we will see the change of Pokemons coming through. But Snowy, he gets back to those punching Urshifu. Not too sure if he's going to be going for liquidation, or single strike or rapid strike Urshifu, but at the last second he changes. It's Illusion comes in and the Blaziken, and now things have gotten off to an interesting position. Two ranged attackers, and seems to be, for a second I thought two all-rounders on the opponent end, but it's double ranged attacker on both the ends, and composition seems to be same. Like in terms of role, both the sides have the even number of roles of whatever the opponent is. But double ranged attacker, single all-rounder, one defender and one supporter.
Now this is turning out to be a little bit interesting. We have seen today that the Venusaur, even on the Petal Dance, Giga Drain has been valuable. On the Solar Beam, it has always proven its worth, giving a lot of damage. But Legion, probably this time, when you have Inteleon with that snipe shot, probably Sinks will be playing on the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain. But on the other side, Illusion picking up the Blaziken. He did a lot of damage being on the Buzzwole in the previous match, but will he be able to do the very same on the Blaziken? Because it has proven to be worth it in the India Open, but after the recent patches, I am still thinking whether he can just do it or not.
Preparation done. Teams are ready to fight out right now. Sings is not going to be on the Speedster. As we did speak about it, he might have liked to play on the Leafeon, but looking at the opponent's composition, they thought, I think we have to start draining their health. So let's look forward to seeing whether it's a Venusaur, it's going to be a Petal Dance, Giga Drain coming through. Buzzwole is something that I want to see of how it functions. We did already see Obito like Zacian, meaning he plays all-rounder. That is a role that he's picked up with his Buzzwole. How that works out here in Game 2 is something that we are prepared for. This is the third match here in the India qualifiers. Round robin stage. Let's see how this group stage works out. Which teams are going to get on top? Clown5 have the chance here, Necros, that they can close things off in their favor, because they already have a point. But if they even things off, Griffin might do the same thing that they did last time, because the India Open score was also 2-1.
Exactly. For Clown5, it's a big time for them to take the revenge itself. But once again, trying to go for those early stacks. Lapras will be there in this bottom lane for sure. But Inteleon and everybody, they're just trying to push them away, not to go and let them just, complete the stacks for themselves. Legion alongside, we see Joy around the corners. Obito this time picking up the Buzzwole, has taken a big responsibility on his shoulder, but this time look at him. He's dealing a lot of damage, but Chansey will be there to heal himself up.
He's playing an attack weight stack. I'm not too sure why he's not going in for stacks. He's just taking these wild Pokemons. And right as now, finally we end up seeing scores being dunked from the side of Griffin.
They have started off pretty well, but instantly, oh, look at the train that is happening. Joy barely survives. The Icicle Spear also came into the play, but again, if we just talk about this Altarian Swabruce will fall in the hands of Team Griffin, as it seems, because it's Clown5. They were not even close to do and contend for it, and the scores on the top just starts to continue. While Buzzwole, he will be diverting them, and eventually the scores might be coming. But look at Mewtwo, he barely survives on the pixel HP.
Yeah, great damage coming in on that Combusking, making use of those fighting moves. Charging in, might find the K on Mewtwo, and yes, he does. In the meantime, Obito went to find the wild Pokemon, does get that Aeos energy, but he loses his teammate. In the meantime, Obito makes sure that they do not take away the wild bunnies. He gets it to himself, pushing his overall Aeos energy to 9. But he still needs to keep that stack ongoing.
The mid lane contention, lot of players there. Ivysaur will be there, but this kind of situation helps Legion to go for this 30 score in the bottom and starts it off. Well, Ivysaur has to make a fallback because there are a lot of things that does not go in your way all the time. Buzzwole also retarded back to the tier 1 goal zone for himself. Snowy, he's trying to pull off a lot more damage. He has been very, very much valuable previously when the Glaceon was in meta, and now as it is back again, he wants to prove that who is the best Glaceon user in the lobby.
Very crucial is this game depending on the all-rounders, because both of them have same items. There's no difference. They have eject, they have weakness policy, they have attack weight, they have focus spend. So let's see how it works out. It all depends on how well they stack. Combuskin again moving in, trying to charge up. He finds the Glaceon, not the Combuskin. There's going to be Mikey coming in on the Hoopa, but the Combuskin fully evolved to a Blaziken. Obito, this is his time to move down, but he finds an opportunity to pick that Hoopa with the superpower and throw it away, but thankfully the Phantom Force saves the Hoopa.
At this point, they want to focus on the Reggie objectives as well. Buzzwole decides to stay on the top alongside the Blissey, while Blaziken is still also there, might be trying to steal it off. But again, Clown5, they are looking forward to get this bottom Reggie steal in their favor. Inteleon finds this Peon. It's going to be a crucial pick for themselves, but they also have to be very, very much patient with all the decision making. It's a 3 Pokemon stack for coming up from the side of Team Griffin as well.
Both these EVs on the side of Griffin are getting taken down anywhere that they've been found. Snowy, we saw him getting KO'd, and now we ended up seeing the Espion also getting KO'd. But Griffin are not losing hope. They charge up again. They want to take this Registeel, and Registeel is going to be crucial because it increases your attack weight. Overheat ready, but that secure comes in from Ghoul. Now they can charge up in the bottom path, try to destroy this tier 1 on the bottom path, but the Spy Vision gets activated, meaning damage output higher. Lapras immediately goes down, looking for a second KO, but that hyperspace hole saves. He goes back to full heal, but no, he decides to come out of that. Beam ready. Mikey somehow dodges it, but doesn't let go of it. Obito charges up, but the overheat hits him. However, he dodges it. He moves back. Surf getting in for a hit, but charge up ready from the Blaziken as well as the Espion. Both of them together put the Slowbro down.
The snipe shot is dealing a lot of damage, and that too again Obito, I guess he's completed his stack on the top lane, giving that opportunity when everybody was focused on the bottom tier 1 goal zone. Mewtwo seems to be struggling at this point. The Unites being committed, the Vertitank came into the play. Venusaur did find a value. Inteleon also finds the Hoopa as well. This is a big opportunity for the side of Team Clown5 to go and take this up front. Lapras is completely engaged. He will not be able to stop the scores at all, and it seems that Clown5, they're taking both the lane control in their hand, while the Regiliki probably will be going in the favor of Team Griffin.
Now tier 1 of Griffin was destroyed. Bottom tier 1 also gets destroyed. So Clown5, That's something that they want to destroy off and finally find a way to destroy the tier 1. And look at the Regieleki, they destroy it in time so that it pushes the tier T of Clown 5. It works. However, nobody goes in to score goals. Legion backing off, knowing that the entire team is coming up. The Lapras Express ready, he ejects out of it. Big hit coming in on the Lapras Express, and immediate KO being found. Espeon also uses the Unite, trying to find another KO, but Joy immediately running back, giving them that space. Overheat doesn't hit, and finally Joy comes back. Nice slow beam coming through, and the Glaceon is down. Snowy gets put to rest and sent back to the Joy center, but it's not going to be enough. Bottom tier 1 also getting destroyed, and Griffin in Clown 5 even scores at 200 to 204, just 4 of a difference.
Now this objective is going to play a very, very vital role. The Regice needs to be in the one who gets the Regice will have a little bit of upper hand, but the snipe shot almost, he missed it though. Espeon was there just trying to find a lot more value. Probably and now the Spy Vision comes into the play. It will create a lot more impact. The Rings and Bound comes into the play. The Solar Beam just arrives at the right spot, but probably will he be able to get the steal? 2 of the Pokemons gets taken down. That's a double KO streak, and the Venusaur secures the Regice for the side of Team Clown 5. While the Hoopa, he has to make a fallback, but will he be able to do it? It's a good time, but the Buzzwole decides to go a little bit berserk, but Mikey anyhow survives it.
I mean, he's going to be thankful of his items as well as Phantom Force that he has on the Hoopa. But as of now, 20 seconds, we are going to see another team battle happening on the top path. But looks like they're all chasing Snowy, who's somehow gotten isolated and separated from his teammates. Nowhere to run, does have 19 AOS energy. But look at that Buzzwole chasing him. Finally, there is going to be Mikey trying to help him out. But the Joy comes down. Can he take down Snowy? It feels like Joy himself gets taken down because there's Peon with the Psyshock. Puts a stun, puts him to a little bit of a daze. And therefore, Joy sent back to the Nurse Joy Center as of now. He will get back, but in the meantime, Regieleki is already here. They're trying to take this Regieleki in charge. Griffin, if they get it, now they stand a chance to do much more damage. Blissey was trying to save things and doesn't work out. Regieleki becomes the 6th ally with 40 seconds left for the final stretch.
Now this is going to play a very vital role. We see the Buzzwole, Slowbro and the Venusaur there to stop the Regieleki, but it will give a lot good, I would say, time for the other players of Team Griffin to level up before the Rayquaza fight happens, and that's a bad timing for Obito. He just misses the Solar Beam this time, but that doesn't matter. He's going to take it care by all himself. But Clown 5, they're focusing on to defend the bottom goal zone as much as possible. Yes, both of the sides have lost their tier 1s, but now 16 more seconds on the clock. This Rayquaza fight, this time Griffin, they won't be, looking forward to cause any kind of mistakes. Actually, do any kind of mistakes in the final stretch to just lose this match.
One thing to kind of worry about Griffin again having the level advantage. 3 of their Pokemons on level 13, whereas only 1 Pokemon on the side of Clown 5 is on 13. That's the Inteleon. Ranged attacker 2 and 1 all-rounder on the side of Griffin. But look at this chase coming in from Obito. Might have been a little bit of an overextension. His health not that great, but the Blissey is going to be in close counters. But Clown 5, they're looking forward to directly attacking this Rayquaza. Want to drain it and take it in their favor, but the Hoopa is ready. Will call his teammates, give them the idea of what's happening. Snowy also in the mid path, but a big slow beam coming through, making sure that Mikey doesn't get any chance. Snowy uses his glacial stage, but it seems like it might not work. However, finds Inteleon. Espeon using its Unite, puts the Buzzwole down, and now things are turning around, but the Buzzwole's damage initially works out in favor of none other than your Venusaur. Verdant Anger finds a 3 KO streak, but their Blissey, their healer, gets put to rest. However, Illusion barely surviving. Snowy cannot fight alone against that Beamosaur and Sludge Bomb coming through, so decides to back off. And every player from Clown 5 also decide to back off, but in the meantime, Griffin players went to secure goals, and they did. 372 is where we are sitting at. That got missed in the fight that we had here in the mid path. Now Clown 5, it's time for them to charge things in their favor. If they don't, with 40 seconds on the clock, it's going to be tough. And again, the Venusaur starts. Snowy is out. Do they find another one? It's going to be an exchange. Inteleon goes down because of the Blaziken. Obito trying to get closer to that Hoopa, but unable to do. And Hoopa hitting in all fronts. And now Obito might just be put to rest. Yes, the Lapras puts him down. Now Joy might also go down, and the chase is coming in. And yes, those punches and kicks coming in from the Blaziken works. Joy might also be put to rest, but the overheat, misses, and now Illusion trying to chase Sings here, goes again with the focus blast, gets the hit, Sings barely surviving, Illusion might just get the last hit, Sludge Bomb gonna be there, but he's not getting Sings, how is he surviving? And he gets another KO, but unfortunately Clown 5 will not be able to get themselves to victory because Griffin even the score to 1-1.
Now that was some hell of a fight in the final stretch. In spite of finding so many values, the Venusaur did a tremendous job, but Team Griffin, that last minute score, did a fantabulous job. Look at Sings, he's got 6 KOs, 8 assists alongside Legion. He was completely stopped. The Inteleon did not even had a single chance to function properly in the final stretch fight, and King Griffin made sure that he doesn't even come in between the way of any of the players. And that's how they just won it and came up with an equalizer in this very second round. And it seems to me that Team Griffin, they are quite angry right now. They want to settle the score, they want to win the series, and they don't want to let Clown 5 walk away with a win that easily.
Yeah, it's not a great difference like we saw in the first game where Clown 5 just had 700 and Griffin was sitting at just around 200. Here it was an even Stevens battle. Again, this was a little bit of an itchy mistake. Obito decided that we have to put down Mikey, otherwise he's going to bring his teammates from anywhere around with the rings unbound and charge upon them. A little bit of an overextension happened, and therefore Obito got closer to where Snowy was, Blaziken was, and eventually got himself KO'd. Whereas Sings on the top edge of the legendary pit, got 3 KO streak. Somebody should have joined hands with him, but on the other end, Illusion, great stuff being done from him. 84,000 damage. You saw him chasing that Venusaur, focus blast, spinning flaming kick, fist, everything, whatever he could. He was hitting that Unite moves. He was hitting his move sets which were changing constantly, finding his way through, found those KOs, made sure that Clown 5 players get put to rest, and especially I think finding Legion's KO in that last fight made all the change that Griffin needed. Now once Legion went down, Sings was already in a different direction, meaning that there was Sings who was trying to find control of things, whereas Legion was there for secures, I feel like, along with, yes, Sings on that Venusaur, but still, after losing a player as a ranged attacker, their kind of backline was weak, their damage dealer was not there, and Obito couldn't do much as he also gotten taken down.
The entire graph sums up what actually happened. The control was there on a 50-50 ratio, but after the 6th minute, everything was still the same for both the teams. Almost for 2 minutes, they had the similar scores. Yes, the objectives went like back and forth. One for the side of Team Griffin, one for the side of Team Clown 5, but eventually the final stretch determined everything for either of the sides. Sings tried his level best with the Venusaur, getting 3 KO streak, 2 KO streak for his side and trying to find the values, but still the amount of time he needed for the others to melt down the Rayquaza, he did not get that kind of support where it was needed, because even after finding so many KOs, they all went to the cooldown. They again came back after the cooldown was over, and they did find the value that was needed. And that one big score that happened in all between these fights that we missed it in the top tier 2 goal zone changed the entire momentum and created so much pressure in the heads of Clown 5 that I believe they fumbled down that what to do next.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit dual-minded in this last final stretch fight. You could see they had started the Rayquaza fight, but then they started all separating, looking forward to where the players were. Let's jump into the replay where you can see what actually went down. We did see Griffin starting off with the initial scores. We did even speak about the damage dealing ability because of the attack weight and similar build that they had. But eventually it looked like both Obito as well as Illusion were a little bit in even terms of how they were doing damage. Illusion had a little bit of a better step up compared to Obito, because I feel like Obito had very fewer stacks compared to Blaziken, and I think his spinning flame kick and flame fist was all great so far. Focus blast we saw. Overhit, yes, it had its misses, but again, overhit is a stationary move. It's not going to be easy to kind of make some damage, but if you do, that's hefty damage coming through. But for now, as you can see, everywhere and anywhere, it's just Blaziken running up to their faces and doing damage. But here, Legion getting hit. I think with a Lapras Express hit. I'm not too sure. He got immediately thrown up to air and got stunned, and immediately things started turning around. And you could see Singh's great job that he did. Tried his best, but it did not work through. And this Hoopa's Unite, nobody could shut it down. And I think if they did, then things could have worked out. But look at Obito charging up all alone, nobody behind him. Overextension, and after that everything just failed. You could see Illusion just charging up on everybody to find chaos. And Singh's, he knew he alone couldn't do anything. Great stuff being done. But now let's talk about players as well, because we want to know a lot more about the players as we journey across ACL Indian qualifiers. This time it's going to be Noah. He was the ex-Revenant player, now playing for Griffin, and you can see coming in his goal as well. I can see a lot of players here, Necros, having that mentality of winning ACL. Now once they win ACL, the next time I'm pretty sure their comment is going to be win the WCS.
Exactly. That's how, the stepwise you grow yourself, and the stepwise you set your targets. And as also, we just had a conversations with other players in the interviews that ACL is the first step after India Open. Some of the teams in here could not manage to win it, but now as they are in ACL, a new tournament, a fresh start, a fresh vibes to, go up and win it. If they can manage to win, again, the WCS around the corners, one team will be there, one or two teams will be there to play in the Worlds as well. But once again, Lucifer, I really want to know about which of the players, have impressed you a lot in the recent past.
As I was saying, right as now, it still feels like we are on a journey of kind of understanding these players, because a lot of changes has happened, especially after the recent patch as well. So I'm still looking forward to that fabulous player who's just blown my minds, not just mine, but the entirety of this Indian community of Pokémon Unite. I'm still on the lookout. So if it was, I think maybe the previous years, if you'd have asked, it could have been somebody that you could have taken names of. But at this moment, there's a lot of people in the pool. I would take their name later down in the line. That's something that I can tell you.
Aha, that's for sure. But even if we talk about the other, like Joy, he also was there playing on the Slowbro itself. He has his favorite Pokemon, that is Slowbro, and again, he played it, he got the pick for himself, and eventually, playing on your favorite Pokemon does give you a little bit more confidence. But it seemed to me that Joy was the majority of the time he was completely overpowered by the other players from the opponent's
side. I feel like that
side.
was the role here, Necros. He acted kind of a little bit of a bait, tactical bait, as we kind of talk about it, right? That again, Slowbro is one that can take up a lot of damage, recover the health, but also buy time. I think that was the role here from Joy, and which worked out. You could see, right, most of the times people never indulge in a fight with Joy. They either indulge in a fight when Joy was very low in health. If he had even more than half of the health, they're like, okay, let him go. If you see him, just put down a moveset on him. He'll move back, you also move back. Do not chase him for a fight. That was the intention. But yes, during team fights, they were kind of isolating Joy, something that I feel like they have to look forward to it. But Joy's surf was also kind of enough for the side of Clown 5 to do effective damage. But I feel like Clown 5, they have a lot of wavered mindset for themselves. I think they have to kind of come to a single conclusion. Let's do this, and maybe they close the game. But giving a chance for Griffin, giving Snowy a chance to get back on his foot, right? That's trouble. And this time he played Icy Wind. Previously Icicle Spear, it was still doing damage. This time Icy Wind still did damage. So that's something that you have to be worried about. Griffin have experience. They can change things up. They can bring in new rosters. But Clown 5, because of the loss, this time they got a chance of the first pick. Not the Hoopa ban still, because they might want to bring the Hoopa for themselves. We were talking about it in the interview, they mentioned, but looks like the Hoopa ban is going to come in from the Griffins, and they do not want to give them that chance. Slowbro ban coming in from Clown 5.
Talking about that, the first pick preference will be there for the side of Clown 5 this time. So we might be seeing an Umbreon popping off from their end as the first pick, or maybe something different. But Team Griffin, they have got the momentum. Joy will be going for Umbreon this time, but that will give the privileged Griffin a Lapras or an all-rounder, or maybe a Venusaur this time. You can just decide. But Mikey goes for a Cliffable as well as a Lapras or Nova.
Now Umbreon was being banned in the first two games, and we end up seeing the Umbreon pick. From Clown 5, the Venusaur is still kept. Legion thinking a little bit whether a Beamus or an Inteleon. Finally an Inteleon. Obito wants to get back to his winning strides with this Buzzwole, wants to prove. Previous game it did not work out, it was a better game coming in from Illusion on the Blaziken, still keeping that Ghoul as well. The stunning capability on Psyshock is just amazing, and especially because Psyshock converges and then diverts in 4 different directions. Like, I'm not like exact 4 different directions, not 90 degrees, around 10-20 degree variations coming through, but it's multiple players. The chances of hitting multiple players in a cluster is high, so stunning capability also coming through. But in the meantime, wait, am I seeing a Tyranitar? This was seen once in India Open. It did do effective damage, but because it was not in the meta, they couldn't pull off the win.
Is it a big gamble coming up from the side of Clown5 to just go with the Tita? But Snowy, he has been dominant on Gardevoir previously, if you just remember it, recollect it from the past. And again, this time not a Glaceon, but a Gardevoir again in the meta, or maybe in this kind of composition, can be fruitful for them again. Illusion, as we mentioned earlier, he was dominant on the Blaziken, but this time the surprising factor that we will be looking forward is the double all-rounder composition coming up from the side of Clown5.
There are 2 Pokemons I fear in general in Pokemon Unite. One is the Gardevoir, another one is the Dragapult. Whenever a team makes a pick of either of these 2, because these are not seen in meta in general. And now Snowy making a pick, and especially Snowy as a player, we know him, he does a lot of damage. Now with the capability of Psyshock having 3 hits is something that Clown5 have to be worried about. And their game as of now with these double all-rounder setup coming through is a late game, because even Legion has to evolve to the fully evolved Inteleon from Sobble. So it seems to be a late game strategy coming in. Gardevoir also a little bit of a late game Pokemon, however early game can be controlled with Blaziken as well as Espeon. So I feel like right as now to start things off, Griffin might have it in their favor with also Lapras being there, but let's see. Clown5, they also have an Eevee at their end. It's going to be an Umbreon versus an Espeon as well, but yes, roles are going to be different. Defender versus a ranged attacker.
The decider map goes underway. This is the second decider match we're witnessing for this ACL India Qualifiers 2024 as of now. Clown5 versus Team Griffin. The first match was won by Clown5, the second was for Team Griffin, and now the decider will be the one to decide which team will have an upper hand in the overall standings, because it's all about the positioning, as we mentioned earlier, before the day 3 comes in the qualifiers, because that's how the seed will be decided. And for the early farming of the wild Pokemon, it seems that Team Griffin wants to take the upper hand, not allowing Joy to go for the early stacks as well.
Early stack already happening from both the all-rounders on the top path. As you can see, the little Torchic as well as the Buzzwole getting 1-2, 1-6 stack. In the meantime, Joy wants to evolve to the Umbreon, but thankful to the XP, he's able to run a little further, but Nova is not letting him run. Ice Shards coming through. Everything to find a KO, but Joy somehow still managing to survive, because early you are not effective in damage. You are just doing chip damage for now. But Obito also about to get KO'd. Mikey being there with Illusion, make sure that Mikey will not get KO'd. But Snowy is here. The Psyshock is out, trying to do damage, but misses 2 of its hit, and therefore not effective damage being done. Clown5 will not get into a fight over there. They get fully evolved, but the Pupitar is also on top from the Larvitar. Illusion, big hit coming in. Sings moves up as well, but the Psyshock keeps players from Clown5 in check.
Still, it seems like Team Griffin, they have a good control in the bottom lane, not allowing a lot for Clown5 to have a free movement over that place. But Umbreon evolves. He has still not got the early stacks, but yes, the evolution of that Eevee was very, very much important. But it seems Team Griffin, look at the top lane control that they're having. For Obito to single-handedly hold them off was definitely not that easy. He needs his support, and for that we see the Blissey and the Umbreon coming into the picture, and now it seems Illusion with the mean look stops him down, and that's the KO that they wanted desperately for a longer period of time. Will allow the players of Clown5 to even complete their stacks.
Yeah, there was a stack that they had pushed for, but now they have to give away a stack because they had overcommitted. But in the meantime, Espeon finds one on Umbreon. The Eevee battle continues as we spoke about it, but now the Umbreon is back after the cooldown. But look at the chase coming in from Nova. He wants to take this Drizzly down. it's not going to be an easy job. Drizzly might also do effective damage, but 3 of their players are at the mid path. Umbreon, Joy finally moving out, but the Ice Shards again take a hit on him. Psyshock coming through to do a lot of damage on Joy, but he dodged all of it, but he's isolated from his teammates. There are no citrus berries nearby, but Joy, being the defender, still tanking a lot of damage, but he's barely surviving right now, making use of the blue shield. Legion coming in from the back ends to help, but finally the goals that the Griffin is scoring is looking to not stop at all. They do score a 30, leave that bottom goal zone for an overdunk, but a tier 1 gets destroyed from Clown 5 with very minimal score, so they're sitting at 81.
Oh, I mean, look, traps Mikey at this point, but eventually they are not overcommitting, but Espion was just hiding in the long tall grasses, but Joy, he barely just survives. One more hit could have been vital for that KO, but it seems it's going to be a little tech pause, but that was way too close. Espion was like literally a surprise package at that moment.
At that moment, if that Espion had maybe the blue buff or something like that, could have gone in for a second hit and find a KO. But right as now, we've hit a small technical pause. We will be checking with our admins of what's going on and then get back into the game, because this is the decider here between these two teams. We spoke about it. This is like a revenge matchup that happened all the way back in India Open 2023, again recently, which was last month, and now we are going to be seeing what is going to take away here in the Asia Champions League India qualifiers, because all these teams are trying to fight out on the Asia Champions League, which is going to happen in 2024, where they want to go from India and represent on a global stage. Previously we had seen 3 teams go down. This time, who are those teams is something that I'm still wondering about. Finally, we have resumed. The game is back on. Griffin still having charge, sitting at 99 compared to 81 on Clown 5. Registeel is again the first bottom Pokemon coming through, and it gets secured from Griffin. Attack damage is going to be higher or better coming in for Griffin. They try to involve in a bottom path fight, but none of the players from Clown 5 interact. But look at this charge up coming through. A little bit of an overextension from Noah, can get KO'd, but his teammates are trying to help. Ghoul with that Psyshock puts a little bit of a stun. In the meantime, Illusion gets a stack for himself, maybe even a little more if there are any wild Pokemons around. But nice Moonblast coming through will keep players in check, not let them do much. Oh wait, it's not a Moonblast, it's going to be Psychic, I guess.
Exactly, but even if you just talk about Team Griffin, they're literally playing all together, not allowing anybody to, even if one player is getting in low, there's nothing to worry, because his teammates are ready to back him up. But the Reggie Licky will be stopped. The 6th ally is going to give a privilege for Illusion to make a fallback from that situation, because everybody came in here to stop that from happening and hitting the tier 1 goal zone, allowing Illusion to go back and again level up himself and farm himself as much as possible. But again, Gardevoir also we see getting the burst for himself. In the bottom, there are a lot of contentions. All Mikey is just holding himself up in the tall grasses. Alongside there is Espion, not letting Clown 5 take the bottom lane control.
Majority of the Pokemons have come to the final fight that we kind of expect, the late game, and Clown 5, they are the ones who have to step up. We spoke about it. Griffin have better chances here. Obito hiding in the tall grasses, leading from by charge is Joy. Puts a mean look, wants to trap the Espion. Espion might be caught right as now, but not enough to kind of find a KO. Gardevoir charges in from the back lines. Cliffable, however, goes down from the Tyranitar. An exchange of KO. Inteleon also finds the Espion finally, but there is still Noah surviving. Noah is not giving them much to do. Gardevoir goes down. This is the late game that you were talking about, but the Blaziken is here. Blaziken, can he find anything? The overhit does give a big damage coming through, but not a KO. Now they've surrounded the Tyranitar, and Tyranitar, too much of an overextension. Thankful that the Blissey is there, but it's not going to be enough. The hit from the Psyshock finds the KO, and the Blaziken finds Obito. That's the Buzzwall down, and now Griffin are charging and changing things and taking charge of Clown 5's bottom path.
Oh, they will be planning to get an overdunk, but it seems they will be just settling with just a small score. They left the tier 1 to go for an overdunk. Exactly. But even the Registeel will be going in the favor of Team Griffin, and the entirety of the control seems to be in the hands of them.
Oh no, why did Blissey overextend over there? I have no idea, but I think this is a win fight. Even though they destroyed with just 6 AOS energy, I'm okay because they got the Registeel as well as they got a KO from the opponent's Pokemon, and now they might have a little bit of a level advantage. As you can see, Blaziken sitting at 12, Espeon and Gardevoir, and as I say Gardevoir also reaches 12. But look at this, 3 players stacking in the tall grass at the bottom path, all of them moving in, ready to jump from the jump pad. The Umbreon does, but the Umbreon might get KO'd. Umbreon uses a Unite to commit and try and survive, buy time for his teammates, but I don't think that's going to work out. In the meantime, a 6th ally gets added from Clown5 on the top path. The intentions of scoring has been done, but the Lapras Express, it gets charged up. It is going to the top part to find some damage, but does it do anything is something that I have in my mind. It seems like it doesn't. Lapras Express does just get cancelled towards the bottom path and does nothing.
While Team Griffin are busy just stopping the Regieleki, Espeon will be taking this responsibility all on his shoulder, but the scores, will it be coming up? It doesn't seem like the score is happening that easily. The Moonlight being activated from the side of Cliffable, he will be pushed back again, but the scores are completely inevitable as Clown5, they will be equalizing the numbers with Team Griffin, but if you talk about the level diff, it has also been covered by Clown5 at this point.
I have no idea what the strategy of 3 players sitting in that bottom tall grasses to goals. I mean, at this point, we all know there'll be somebody or the other person trying to guard. And maybe they thought all the 5 players will run up for the Regieleki. Unfortunately, was not the case. Could not secure good goals. And now Mikey just keeping things in check. 30 seconds on the clock. There can be chances of a fight for the Regi at the bottom. I'm not too sure if somebody will take a check. But as you can see, right, Tyranitar right now is wondering that people can be hiding in the tall grasses. Keeps a check. Mikey gets a bomb of an egg thrown across to him, and their mean look gets him stuck. They might find a KO on Mikey, and yes, they are surrounding him, throwing him across, and they find that KO on Mikey. The Cliffable is down the healer just before the final stretch.
Lucky for him, he will be back in the meantime when the Rayquaza spawns up, but now again it needs to be a controlled manner. Clown5, they have to meld the Rayquaza no matter what it takes, but Team Griffin, they won't just come up with any kind of mistakes. For now, both the teams, they have contested so nicely against each other. No, not such big mistakes coming up from both the ends, but yep, slowly small silly mistakes might just happen in the final stretch, which might just cost them this match and this entirety of the points. But it looks like Clown5, they just don't want to overextend. They are waiting for them to come near close, but Obito, that kind of damage with the Psychic might just be pushing him back to make a fallback. But at this point, Team Griffin,
Moonlight, 2 of them getting used. It's going to be Lapras Singularity being used, but it doesn't do enough damage. Therefore, no KO being found from the side of Griffin. It's counter KOs for Clown5. They've found 2 of their players. Now they're running through, but not enough damage coming through. And then you can see Obito finally getting in a cluster towards the bottom, but in the meantime Rayquaza doesn't seem to be being hit from the side of Clown5. Clown5 need to do it because the side of Griffin, they've taken a lead already. They're sitting at 222. This will say maybe a close battle, and that is the reason Clown5 might think that they have the lead, because they destroy the tier 1 with a great advantage. But now Griffin charging back in things. Espeon surviving has made the game a little bit better here for the side of Griffin, and Griffin are going in for a score. A score comes in from Illusion. Another score of a 30 here. We can see 282. In the meantime, a score of an 80 is what the intentions of Clown5 was. Oh, okay, 60 coming through, but it gets broken and shattered, and it doesn't work out. And Griffin, they will not let the side of Clown5 take any revenge or avenge them, as there's just 10 seconds on the clock and nobody is going in for the Rayquaza. And Clown5, unfortunate of all the toils that they went through, it's still Griffin coming out victorious.
And that's what made the difference, completely clustering down the Buzzwole as well as the T-Tower in the complete, I would say the best moment that they could have ever got was the better decision, and that clinched the victory for the side of Team Griffin with a 288 to 199 scoreline, with 146 scores coming up from the side of Illusion. Did a fantabulous job, but again, Sings on the Tyranitar also found a lot of values. He was a part of 9 total knockouts, out of which he's got 5 kills in it.
We spoke about this. This was a late game roster. They built up to it, waited for the right opportunities, and you could see Griffin had effective damage that they could put down. Unfortunately, it seemed like there was a communication mismatch. Lapras used his Lapras Express very early, And as soon as that happened, there was no other unites being dumped. Rather, a counter unite came through, which was Joy's Moonlight Prance, and therefore it granted shields. Therefore, the next upcoming unites did not work, because you saw even the Singularity came through. I think the Espion's unite was also kind of missed over there, maybe not timed perfectly, and because of the timing issue towards the final fight is the reason we don't see Griffin right as of now. I'm sorry. Clown 5 kind of getting into action. Griffin, great stuff being done over there. But yeah, man, hard luck as of now.
Looking towards the damage, it seems 77,000 coming up from Obito. Even in the recovery, Mewtwo did a very good job. But again, it is more than Mikey, it seems, being on the Cliffable. Again, he did also give a lot of good support towards his teammate, but Snowy coming up with the Psyshock, with the Psychic, constantly causing a lot of trouble, pushing the players of Clown 5 backwards, because that Psyshock, they don't want to get hit by that. They know that if they get hit, they will be vulnerable at a very bigger cost, and that might just falter them down.
I mean, great stuff being done. We did see to start taking down Rayquaza, rather decided to take up a fight with the players, and we will see how it kind of works out. As of now, there's something that teams are kind of still figuring out in between themselves, but Griffin, what a play coming in from there, and made sure that they knew what they had to do, and they kept at it, got themselves this victory, and they're going to be more than happy about this game again. And I felt like that the late game could have worked out. Players had found the KOs, but I think somewhere once they found the KO, they were unable to figure out the next part through here, Necros. Whatever has happened, it was yet the first game here for these two teams. Therefore, there's a lot more that they'll be playing in the group stage, and they'll get a chance. However, it's still the single round robin. That's something that they have to think about. Now that Clown 5 have lost against Griffin, they do not have a chance to fight with them again here until the playoff stage. Now in playoff stage, do they fight or not is something yet to be watched out, because that is a single elimination. But so far it is Griffin still keeping a charge of things and still saying that why we are the India Open top 3.
Yeah, that being said, we'll have a quick watch over the replay that happened in this very last match, because it was something, I would say, a nail-biting match it was between both the teams. Nobody just walk away with it's a one-sided domination. They're just dominating at its peak, but both the teams made a comeback. First it was the start it was Team Griffin, then Team Clown 5 made a comeback, and they still fight it through the very end to just decide who is the winner.
Something of like that last fight did go wrong, but still Griffin came out on top. Look at this. It is players from Griffin going down, but then a little bit of an overextension happens from the side of Clown 5. Why? That bottom path cluster that happened, because of which first Obito went down, and then you saw Legion going down on the Inteleon. Once that happened, that gave back the game for the side of Griffin, and that's where they took charge, pushed to both the top and the bottom path, and scored simultaneously to push their score even further, where there was no chance for a comeback because there was no time. Even though they've countered in chaos, but the scores were already dunked, something that Clown 5 need to keep a check of things. But again, Clown 5, great fight that they did. The late game that they had planned with their Pokemon choices was almost about to be effective, but it's a part and parcel of the game. If you don't know the next move after making that initial advantage, the other team recovers, and the recovery happened really well. Ghoul especially stepped up along with the help of Snowy.
Exactly, and again, one after another, the Blaziken played a very important factor. Illusion, even, yes, he was not able to find a lot more value on being on the Buzzwole in the very first match, but after that, when he just decided to came up with that Blaziken, he was just obliterating, and he did a fantabulous job. You have to comment about it. And that actually, depicts us that even all the players, when you don't have a speedster, yes, it might be like you are better on Leafeon, you might be better on the speedsters, or maybe on the Zoroark as well, but if your team demands you to play on an all-rounder as well, you need to be capable of that. And an Illusion as an MVP in the just recently happened India Open just justifies that why he was the MVP, why did he had the most number of KOs in the entirety of the tournament.
Now Griffin are also having that anger, having those intentions that they want something in terms of, right, a victory. They want to get to the top 1 spot. But we'll try to break down of what went right and what went wrong in this analysis segment. As you can see, start things off, it was a little bit of a control that Clown5 had, but the objective secures, they were the ones which were better, Necros. I think that's something that Clown5 had to pay attention to. We see in the top path as well, Clown5 get one, but again, it does not work out. But here in the final fight, I think Clown5 did a fantastic job, isolated most of the players. This is again only the first game, therefore their victory was really good. They did not let Illusion get his stacks up. They did not let, I think, Snowy on Glaceon. Icicle Spear, enough damage, but it is still not effective. Kind of go through to a victory, but then things change around. They decided to take that Buzzwole for themselves, and once they did take it, their stacks did not start working through, and that's where Clown5 had trouble. Illusion, I mean, I didn't see him on the Mew. Now again, I understand Mew right as now is something that has been kind of nerfed, and therefore players are a little bit unhappy, I'm pretty sure, because they were doing a lot of effective damage. But as you can see, crucial fights as it comes out here. Joy trying to keep things in check, Sings hiding behind, but Illusion's extension towards the flux zone, that forced the players. But you can see as well as Obito somewhere away, right, from his teammates. That's the frontline damage dealer. If Joy goes down, somebody had to be here, and he was not, and that caused trouble for them.
Exactly, even Venusaur was there. He might be just trying to go and give the damage with those solar beam as much as possible, but that was not that easy. Even when Slowbro was dealing the damage, again in this very final stretch fight, Illusion coming up out of nowhere, nobody expected him to be in that position, but then after all those spinning fists and the damage with the Unite, he did a fantabulous job. But there comes this moment.
Overextension of Obito. His teammates, look at where Joy is. He's further away fighting with Blaziken, and his healer Mewtwo, he's helping Sings out. That's something that should have been kind of thought through from Obito. Rather, he thought, hey wait, Nova is low, let me jump in, let me try and get that KO on him. Mikey is right there, and he's on his Unite form, Rings and Bound, and you cannot go and charge up for a fight like that. I think those are those mistakes that happened from Clown5. And again, this is what we were talking about. Griffin have experience from various teams. We see Ghoul, who was in SATUL. We see Noah, who's been in Revenant. We see Snowy, who has been both in SATUL and Marcos. So there's so much experience, so many brains from the side of Griffin that they're playing and making this through. Whereas Clown5, they're getting into the circuit. They're learning a lot from these players. They're understanding what can be done new. Yes, in terms of maybe individual prowess, they might be a little bit tad better, I would say. For the reason that, again, individual games, sometimes we've seen that they are very wary of it. But at the end of the day, individual game is not what Pokemon Unite is about. You cannot carry a game. You have to play with a team. If you're unable to play with a team, all that you can do is buy time. Now, buy time is a different factor. Even Crowley was speaking about it, right? Like Apple, if he wins the game in a 1v5. Otherwise, it's just complete down. That game is completely lost. Now that is again the confidence that they have on Apple, but it's not like Apple does it all alone. You see the other players jumping in, Apple swoops in from the back lines. So at the end of the day, it comes down to an team game, but you have to manipulate that team game to an isolated solo player to take advantage when he's picking up a speedster or a ranged attacker whose damage is superior.
Exactly, and that being said, we have seen the kind of domination we expected the default after the the Gen 1 Pokemons like Blastoise, Charizard and Venusaur got that kind of buff that you can compete. It's in the level 9 when you evolve, you evolve completely. So that kind of impact actually happened. We are seeing the Blastoise again coming up. He was always there.
I would contradict here, Necros. I would have thought that we would see a lot more of Blastoise. Now again, Venusaur is back in action because of the level 7 early evolution coming through. Blastoise was still there, but one Pokemon I'm missing still is going to be that Charizard, right? The Charcific Charizard is something that we don't see yet. I feel like players are still letting it. Now yes, it's not a legendary Pokemon, but the entire Pokemon series makes you feel like Charizard is a legend, right? So I think people are maybe giving it too much respect. Bring it out of its Pokeball. Come on, guys. We want to see a little bit of a Charizard action coming through. how effective it is going to be is something that teams are still trying to figure it through. I understand at the end of the day it's about building a synergy. Now Charizard, yes, if you still go for an individual ranked game, you can destroy lobbies, you can get to a position where you can rank up, but when you get to these master ranks, it's not going to be so easy, because there are situations where you miss Unite off Charizard, the seismic toss. If you have something else, his Unite gets missed, and as soon as the Unite gets missed, the entire game plan that you had thought about with the Fire Blast or anything later down the line all flops, and that gives an advantage for the opponent team, because your Unite needs time for charging up again. So I think rather than us getting into these nitty-gritties of Pokemons, it is just me kind of right now putting down my how would you say, like my wants, but I'm just forcing it for other people to do it, but I know it's not going to happen, so let it be. Forget that we had this discussion here. Just forget. But now let's get back into the next game that we will be having. Right as now, Clown 5, yes, not super happy of what happened, but Griffin, they have to still polish themselves. I feel there were a little bit of an iffy situation. If not for the other team to fumble, maybe Griffin would have lost in a 2-0 fashion as well.
Exactly. I mean, both the matches, if we just sum it up, how Griffin won, it was always not the Rayquaza situation, but they went for those sneaky scores that nobody expected would be coming in their way. In the second match, it all came when everybody was busy in the legendary pit trying to find the KOs. One player went up, he went with the score, he did that sneaky score, destroyed the tier 2 goal zone, won the match for Griffin, because others, it seemed to us that Clown 5 were, a little bit confused, or they were under pressure of what we are going to do, because the scores are already up. This last match, the decider, it also went like in the same way. One player went up, he went with the sneaky score, again pressurized Clown 5 to go and overextend a little bit to find the KOs, made them a little bit eager to go with those kind of bold moves to commit, and they did the mistakes what they wanted them to do, and that's how I believe Griffin planned it out and portrayed everything in the match.
Now coming into the next game is our India Opens finals that we saw. It's going to be super interesting. We will quickly talk about that, but before that, let's quickly talk about our standing so far. True Gravity, they stand on the first position with 3 points, but close to them is also Revenant with 3 points and Griffin with 3 points. On the other end, it is Forge Your Legacy as well as Clown 5 who lost their games, but yes, both of them got themselves at least one game in that best of 3. Therefore, they do have 1 point for themselves. On the other end, FS Esports lost to a 2-0. That's something that they have to kind of look out to, because that's not how you would want to lose on, right? And FS Esports are our top contenders is what we thought. I was talking about that as well in terms of FS Esports. They came to the top, but unfortunately could not win that title. Even when we saw the WCS India qualifiers, they were fighting with SATUL, but they came in for a reverse sweep and they lost. And here as well, I thought this is going to be a title where SATUL are not here. FS Esports will finally pick up the India Open Champions title. FS Esports lost. There was some communication issue. Right as now, it looked like FS Esports had good communication. They were ready for a fight. But I think True Gravity proving why they were the India Open champions, they've done justice to it. But it's time for the side of True Gravity to step up again, and as I said, it is going to be the India Open finals that we are going to be seeing here in the ACL India qualifiers. And True Gravity have already defeated Forge Your Legacy once, but can they defeat them again is the question.
Last time it was a 2-0 Lucifer in the India Open finals. Nobody
Yes.
expected India Open finals to be a 2-0.
Hey.
I mean, it's a final, right?
Necros, Merriam over there itself, he was like, wait,
Yeah.
we won? That was his expression.
He was like,
wait, done is the game? They were so much into the game that they're like, okay, there's another match, we have to just keep winning. They've forgotten that they were on a LAN, which was a best of 3 of finals. They're like, oh wait, there's still more games. That's the amount of concentration that they had, and once the admin had to tell them, guys, match is done. You have won. You are the champions of India Open. They're like, they threw their headsets and I'm like, whoa, we won, guys. And I think True Gravity, after that, they've been an exceptional team. And as we said, right, it was like the TG battle happening, and right as now they've proved who's the better TG so far. just saying it, there can be still the revenge around the corner. This is something I'm trying to brew up, but Forge Your Legacy, I'm pretty sure they're not going to
You're giving
silent.
links, right?
Right? Forge Your Legacy want to get that victory back, put True Gravity in check. Now, can they do it? Let's see if it happens here in this India qualifiers ACL game.
The previous time when we had a conversation, Lucifer, you were also there. We had a chance to talk with Volk as well. He mentioned that before India Open, it was a new team for him. It was not even one of his players couldn't make it up to the land. But once again, we'll have a little bit of chat with the players of True Gravity and let's see what he has to tell us.
So hey guys, my name is Asui Suyu and my favorite Pokemon is Lapras because of Lapras game-changing ults, which can literally knock down 5 Pokemons in a good team fight.
Hi guys, my IGN is Melon and my favorite Pokemon is Snorlax. And I like him because he look cute.
Hi, my name is Akul, aka Vixion. My favorite Pokemon is Lucario. As Lucario as I won the most games on Lucario in my Pokemon Unite career, it's my favorite.
Hi guys, my gen is Vulcan. I love Sableye because I love invading stuff and I also have highest win rate with Sableye. So
Hi guys, my IGN is Esol. I'm from Team 2 Gravity and my favorite Pokemon is Mew because it's really fun to play and you can just beam around 4 people after Unite.
So when I was playing India Open, after our match, there was a little kid about 10 to 12 years old. He came near me and said that you played well and all. So I felt good that a 10, 12-year-old child is saying that I am playing good in match.
yeah, we usually practice at evening for exactly like 2 hours and then after we will watch whatever we play, what are the mistakes we done and everything. And about the individual plays, right? We used to do 1v1 mostly the case. Mostly me and Melon will do 1v1. Melon will try to cancel Hoopa bottles or something. We do like funny stuffs. And apart from that, yeah, everyone will have a deep knowledge of the game. So it's, I don't know what. Wait.
I really like having these light-headed talks is what I would call this, because it's fun to know a lot more about the teams that are coming in contention. Now, from the side of True Gravity, you just saw Zishal, Vulcan, Vixion, Melon and Suyu, who are going to be fighting against Forge Your Legacy, but this is not the India Open Finals, guys. It is the ACL India qualifiers, where Forge Your Legacy with Volk, Doc, Furia, Curim and Ruben will try to take revenge against them. It is still again a best of 3, but one thing I do like right as now from Team 2 Gravity, or maybe even also don't like, so there are two sides of the coin right as of now I have in my mind. For True Gravity is one that Miriam is not here, but one is Vixion is here. Now Vixion is from the ex-God's Reign roster, who were the winning team from India Open 2022. Now unfortunately we couldn't see him on LAN, but he's back in action. I just hope that he is sound health and great in terms of it, because there he had a little bit of a trouble, we got to know, and we wished for his speedy recovery, and looks like he's in top-notch form when he gave the interview as well earlier today.
Yeah, it seemed to me like that as well. But if we talk about the team introduction of Forge Your Legacy, we can see the frequently used Pokemon. We see the Inteleon as well as the Leafeon picked most of the times, followed by Umbreon as well as Venusaur. But again, Lucifer, in today's day, Forge Your Legacy, the first match that they had, they did not start off with a win. So if in this match, Forge Your Legacy will be desperate for a win, but not only a win, but also to get the revenge of what happened in the India Open Finals.
Yeah, talking about Forge Your Legacy, you can see their pick rates in terms of Pokemon. It's an Inteleon, Leafeon, Umbreon, Venusaur, all of them having 67% in terms of pick rate. Then we come to the lower side of things, that's going to be 33%, which is Blastoise and a Blissey. Now this is why I was talking about, right? Blastoise is still seen. It seems like Blastoise, after getting that early evolution at level 7, is getting picked lesser number of times compared to when it was evolving at 9 and getting its Unite together. So as of now, I'm not too sure how it functions, but yeah, my complaints of Gen 1 still will keep going on. But one thing I do like is Zishal bringing Pikachu out, right? Pikachu is one Pokemon we thought was lost in the meta somewhere, and is going to be just picked somewhere to troll, but seems like Zishal is like, this is how you play a Pikachu, this is how you make it effective with its shocks coming through as it sends chills down your spine. And I do want to see what happens in this game. Does he bring down another Pikachu again? And especially his role shift that has happened from him being a mime player that he had to be support and defend, and now playing the ranged attacker to do so much damage is just showing us that his true potential is slowly getting unlocked.
I mean, I would really love to see that. What is his true potential on a 100% rate? If he does that, I mean, what he can do, how can he wreck things apart? But once again, when it comes down to this match, there is a kind of change that we see, that this Miriam, he's not playing with his team of True Gravity. I mean, it's something that, you know, even he was a little sad about it, but, you know, some decisions are there. You need to just move on with it. But the team was like, they were also mentally prepared. You know, we know that Miriam is going away, but we do have his substitute ready in the team, and we are very, very much ready to, you know, wreck things in the ACL as well. That's the final statement that I believe that, you know, after the matches ended, Zisol told us, and he's just doing it right in this very stage.
I think the way they've kind of bought in Suyu even for the LAN finals that we had in India Open, never looked like he was a new puzzle piece, right? They had to kind of synergize with him. That's the thing that we kind of worried about. There was a new player that we did see from the side of 4G Legacy as well, so they also needed time to build that synergy. Initially did lose their game, but eventually started picking up and understood how they could play. And I think all of this coming through kind of gave us an idea of how well True Gravity have kind of played with their teammates. Even though there is a 6-man roster that we end up seeing, they played really well. I mean, in terms of having that synergy, knowing their roles, right? Let's jump into the game and see if that continues here in the Asia Champions League India qualifiers. 4G Legacy will have a chance with the first pick. Let's see what they ban out, making sure that the True Gravity side of things do not get it. It's going to be a Hoopa ban. And on the other end, a surprising Venusaur ban coming through. I think this is not giving a chance for Walk or Ruben to pick up a Venusaur. And on the other end, yes, Vixion is like, if I get a chance, I might pick that Venusaur. But let's just leave it to not giving a chance for 4G Legacy. Now, 4G Legacy, I want to see, is it going to be a defender pick coming through after the Hoopa as well as Venusaur ban?
Important pick for the side of 4G Legacy. I really want to see what are the composition that they are planning out. Cliffable is the first pick. They want to secure the support in their end that allows True Gravity to get the Umbreon or the Lapras for their end as well.
First pick done. I want to see what choices True Gravity have. Are they going to come out with range attackers or the defenders first? Feels like maybe the defenders. Yes, as you see, a Suyu along with Vulcan, Umbreon and a Lapras. And he said even in the interview that we just watched, he likes to play Lapras. Let's see how much he can do in terms of damage. Even the new items coming out from the side of Vulcan.
Exactly. We have seen it being used today for a lot of times, but on the counter, Ruben, is he going with a Desi? Yes, it is. A Desi Duai coming into play. After a longer period of time, it seems, on Doc sticking with the Slowbro on his side, giving a chance for the next pick of True Gravities. So looking forward to be on Inteleon. Well, Vixion, that's an important pick that we would really love to see, because previously he was playing on the Venusaur, but now they have banned it. So it's Melon who picks the Blissey on their side as a support.
There is another new item, not so new as we see the Resonant Guard coming through. It's going to be the Cursed Incense. On the other end, Furia comes in as Blastoise as well as one last pick on Glaceon from Walk. I want to see what Vixion's choices is going to be. Is it a ranged attacker, or is it going to be a speedster or an all-rounder? This man is capable of all. That's the reason he is, I feel like, the Wonder Man so far. And he does come in as the speedster, seems to be the case, and it's going to be a Zoroark. We did see Blair on that Zoroark, right? But it was not enough. Then that Zoroark did change, it was Apple. He did do a lot, therefore Revenant got themselves the point. But now it's time for True Gravity to keep their points in their favor. They've been winning the first game in a clean sweep. Can they win another game in a clean sweep is what we are going to be looking forward to. But 4G Legacy is not going to let that happen so easily. Vulcan will take up the healer, he takes up support, gives Melon back the Umbreon. Zishal and Vixion stick on to their own choices. Same seems to be the case for 4G Legacy, no changes at all.
Pixion as well as Ruben, they have decided to go with a new held item that has come recently.
Yeah.
But no, Pixion probably changes it. The charging charm is there, sticking with Ruben. I would love to see what kind of impact it does on Desi UI, because I've played it on the Dragapult, I've played it on other few Pokemons, but
You
not
played
Desi.
it on
So I would,
Dragapult?
yeah, I don't know. I wanted to try it. I just wanted to try it, man.
I think we have to do a 1v1 Dragapult later afterwards. But yeah, as you said, after these new two items, right, there's not much of experiment that even I got a chance to do. One is based on attack and speed, another one is for HP. So initially we did see the defender having it, meaning we could have seen maybe an Umbreon with Swift, but as of now we will see what happens later down the line. Not Swift, but the heal coming through. Wish. In the meantime, we'll quickly talk about the mid path. True Gravity sending their Zoroark, which was thought about. Volk will be with the Glaceon. So Eve on one end trying to evolve, but it's going to be Eve on the other end as well, as we see the Umbreon. Let's see which EV is going to be effective. Previously, it was the Espeon against the Umbreon being effective. This time the case might be different, but Suyu will get another stack in for his attacks. Special attack specs, and Kyurem could do nothing about it. Therefore, his Clefable will still remain as a Clefairy. In the meantime, a little bit of an overextension, and the first KO is found. Vixion already on level 5.
Now this Zoroark, we have seen it last on Apple on Revenant's side, and now he did a very, very fantabulous job on Zoroark. And Vixion, he's also specialized in going and invading the backline specifically. But on level 5, this Zoroark can cause a lot of trouble if they find those early KOs on a constant basis. Specifically, he's hiding in the tall grasses. He might be a surprise package that nobody would have expected.
He went for the Altaria and Swablu. We wanted the wild Eos energy and experience to level up. But he's still at level 5. On the other end, level 5 is also the Glaceon. Volk. Desi also reached to level 5, the Dartrix. In the meantime, Meanlook puts a hold on that Clefable, finally evolved, but it's not going to find any KO because both of them are level 4. One is a support, one is a defender. As long as he can do is just basic damage after the Meanlook, but Doc is also going to be there. But getting that special attack spec stacks is a Suyu on the top path.
There's nobody literally to even stop him out. Others all are focusing on the experience and the leveling up themselves, specifically Glacier and the Wartortle. But it seems an open ground for the side of Team True Gravity, and they're going to utilize it completely. And Zoroark completing his stack will now be able to do it. I don't think so. He's going to
it's a 2 or 3 stack that he did over there, but it's just a Tier 1 being destroyed by 6 Eos energy. Not a great sight to see. However, True Gravity still are sitting at a big advantage of double the numbers, 106 to 52. But this Rapid Spin puts a stop to Vixion's chances of this feint attack KO, but finally he does find a double over there, and he's running for a triple. Furia, unfortunately it doesn't work, but Vixion still keeping his stacks ahead. I think that's his 3rd or 4th stack. He's very close to getting all his 6 stacks, but the Rapid Spin again trying to chase Vixion out, or maybe even find a KO, but they find a KO on that fully evolved Desi, not on Furia as of now, as Furia still survives with Water Spout and Rapid Spin.
Oh, Lapras finds the KO of Blastoise this time. Again, True Gravity taking the top path control himself. Zoroark, he was stunned at that point. The gravity being used, but once again, the Glacial Stage Unite being committed by the Zoroark manages and helps him to just dash out from that situation. Just barely surviving. Zoroark was completely pushed back by the players of Forge or Legacy, but both the objectives have already spawned. Now this is going to be interesting. Forge or Legacy, they're desperate for this 6th ally, while Umbreon and Lapras hops in, probably will be trying to get this steal possible, and this is the snipe shot coming into the play from Inteleon, securing the Regieleki for True Gravity. Oh, This is going to be important at this point for your legacy. We see the 4 of the players in the bottom lane. They know how crucial it is. Already the tier 1 goal zone has been compromised, but True Gravity still keeping up their momentum. Oh, the snipe shot. Oh, it does seem like Inteleon is here to steal the buffs from the side of Forge Your Legacy.
That's always the intentions, not let the other secure Pokemon play better, right? But nice read coming in from Doc. Read that somebody should be hiding but couldn't read. Furia right now stuck. Can be a chance of a KO, but his teammates are right behind him. Glaceon, Cliffable, Slowbro, so therefore should survive. But the Moonlight Prance being used still does not work out. Hydro Pump also comes through, and they will force the players of True Gravity to back off. But nice knock right on the face of that Zoroark, and that's a 2 KO streak. Make it a 3rd KO streak. Surviving barely is that Desi, but still finds the 4th. Wrecks havoc and easily going to the bottom path to score a big 40. And Forge Your Legacy, the 4 players will score on the top path. And now Forge Your Legacy might be back on track because of the mistake of True Gravity.
Oh my god, this is going to be very, very important. That Desi Duai is on level 11 at this point. But it seems for your legacy, they have the privilege to melt down the Regiliki because there's nobody from the side of True Gravity to come and even contest for it. Zoroark looking forward to level himself up and getting those buffs, but Fura, he has dealt a lot of damage, so he needs to, recover himself, patch himself up, but the Zoroark will be coming into the play, and before that, I believe for your legacy, they need to get their 6th ally up and push it to the tier 2, but it seems, yes, True Gravity, they're now up for it to get the Regiliki in their hands.
Oh, again Knock active here, and they're all running away. Vulcan taking a heavy amount of damage along with Siu, so Vixion doesn't take anything. But in the meantime, in that Icicle Spear in the bottom path, Walk finds Inteleon. That's a big KO. Now he has 48. He can destroy the goal zone, but Vixion, he's ready. With the Shadow Claw moves in, the feint attack does connect. He might look for the final hit, but the Bliss assistance as his feint attack misses. Now Walk running. There's a Citrus that he can get to, but the feint attack again missing its position, and therefore those combo attacks failing, but finally takes Walk down. And now free take of this Regi Ice. In the meantime, Desi already doing damage, and therefore a top path push coming through. Lapras Express is what they're using. 4 players are going to be there. Lapras Express misses the Desi, but however still chasing the Desi, and then the Zoroark comes through trying to find a KO but unable to find, as a rapid spin makes them survive and lets the other players back off. But the Lapras chased that Desi, found a KO, then the Slowbro to find a double KO streak. However, Cliffable wants to put a stop to all of those things, but the rapid spin finds a KO on the Blissey, and now Melon wants to stop Furia but cannot. He gets the speed bear, he runs from there, and Legacy, they are on the lead with 254 because they were able to destroy the tier 2 on the top path.
Now this is a big control that Forge Your Legacy has in their hands, but now the focus for Forge Your Legacy will be the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom, while others of True Gravity, they also know that next target will be the bottom for sure, but the dunks are being done, and instantly Kyurem will be falling back alongside. The job is done. Forge Your Legacy, they have a brilliant lead already, and look at the level difference. The 14th level Desi is actually creating so much hindrance for the side of Team True Gravity, and eventually the Rejoice will also fall in the hands of Forge Your Legacy. 11 more seconds for the Rayquaza to come in the legendary pit, but this final stretch fight will decide the entirety of the match.
There's a big level difference. However, the Lapras on level 13, that might be the cause for trouble for Forge Your Legacy, something that they have to be wary about, and that Lapras is playing on the top path of the legendary pit. But going in for 100 is the Lapras, but that idea is already read from Walk. He runs up, makes sure that doesn't happen, connects the Icicle Spear with the Ice Shard, and therefore Siu has to just back off. Vixion with the Shadow Sneak has found and also gets hit with the Spirit Shackle, therefore he also needs to back off. For now, Team True Gravity's decisions of thinking or playing smart is not working because Legacy are able to read them. The Shadow Sneak is revealing their position. Spirit Shackle hitting right points and draining a lot of HP, and now True Gravity seems like they might be in trouble. But in the meantime, Inteleon finds Walk, so the 100 score on the top part might just happen to the Spirit Shackle again. It connects both the players and denies them the 100, and then look at this. Finds a KO on the Inteleon. Ruben, amazing stuff. Might just reach 15 here before we end this final stretch.
This is going to be important. The number of KOs has to come up in the way. But Lapras, look at that. Again, Team True Gravity. If they're trying to go for a sneaky score, that can be different. But they are in their positions. Forge your legacy. They don't have to, care about to go and melt the Rayquaza. But the Zoroark came into the play. The Icicle Spear will be giving a lot of damage towards the side of Lapras. But he eventually tries to make a fallback. A lot of unit moves being there. But Umbreon falls down. The knock being there. But Vulcan barely survives. The Spy Vision is activated. And they're going for the Rayquaza meltdown while the Glaceon finds the Zoroark. Forge your legacy. They're on a roll right now as Glaceon finds a double. Desi gets the Desi out of the question, and that's the Rayquaza falling into the hands of Forge your legacy as they
Full
just
team knockout.
walk towards victory.
This is done. Forge your legacy. What a comeback into the game while True Gravity initially had control of things. Shutting down Vixion over there, not letting him find his combo attacks was the game changer, and especially I think the overextensions that True Gravity did towards I think the 5 or 6 minute mark where the Desi Ruben got multiple KO streaks. That was the game changer here. 813 to just 188. For us to imagine, True Gravity were the ones initially keeping Forge your legacy in check. They were just at 50 and True Gravity were double the amount. They were around 102 or 112 something. From there to Forge your legacy just surpassing to I think 7 or 8 times the score of True Gravity is just amazing. You can see Ruben, kudos to him, 9 knockouts with 3 assists. But I think Furia needs to be given credits. He is going to be the player of the game because that man, look at that 9 assists coming through. He took up damage like he was literal tank. There was nobody that they could do anything against this Blastoise.
Once again, what a hectic match it was. But Forge your legacy, that Desi Duai did a fantabulous job. Everybody thought if he had just specifically for the side of True Gravity, they thought if Venusaur is banned, Ruben will be maybe just going with an Inteleon or something different. But again, he picked with the Desi, giving a chance to Zisol to go with the Inteleon. Then everything went in their favor. 78,000, but keeping 78,000 aside, Lucifer, look at Furia's damage. 1 lakh damage on Blastoise.
That's what I said. That man went crazy. That rapid spin and the water spout coming through was just insane. Like, as soon as he puts water spout or rapid spin, you could see even in that battle where they were about to KO him, right? Melon as well as Suyu were right behind him. Not Suyu, it was Vulcan. Both of them were right behind him. Vulcan was low. Furia was also low. He decides, again, when he goes for a rapid spin, he gets a little bit of a blue buff for himself. Rather than a blue buff, I can call it a blue shield as well, a little bit of a blue HP. And he took advantage of that. Put Vulcan down. From there, with that rapid spin speed, he made use of it so that he can cross over to his mid path, had the berry over there, picked it up, and his speed got better, and therefore Melon couldn't chase him. Melon couldn't put down even the mean look. And that's where the game got in favor of Forge your legacy. But it was all, as we said, towards the 5th minute, 6th minute mark that we saw a fight that broke through, which True Gravity did not check things properly.
Small errors led to this kind of loss for now, but still the cushion is up. I mean, it's not just the end, it's just the first win for Forge your legacy. Team True Gravity, they do have a chance to bounce back, but if you talk about the graph again, the scores that True Gravity had was from the 2 minute to the 4th minute marker. After that, did not even had a great chance to make a comeback itself because all the objectives, all the crucial picks went in the favor of Forge your legacy from the very 5th to 6th time, from the 5th to 6th minute, and after that it was all the game for Forge your legacy to continue.
Hey man, we just saw a game where Clown5 as well as Griffin played, right? Clown5 got a victory like this in the first game. So this is still the best of 3. Things can topple, things can change. True Gravity can understand what mistakes they did. I'm just going to wait and watch. I'm not going to call it too soon. But I think really well played to not let that Zoroark get its combos through on that feint attack. And you could see towards the end, Vixion on the Zoroark was looking forward to getting his hits on the Shadow Claw rather than that feint attack combo. And I think that's what didn't work out. Even on that Blastoise earlier, that feint attack combo did do detrimental damage, but he was unable to find a KO on that Blastoise. When he was a War Turtle, couldn't find a KO. When he was a Blastoise, couldn't find a KO. Only damage. And I think, I don't know whether it was properly pre-planned to get that blue HP as soon as he goes in for the rapid spin, but it worked out as picture perfect timing for the side of Forge Your Legacy. But for now, it is just game 1 of match 4. We still might have 2 more games depending on how the second game plays out here of match 4. Now, whether it is going to be a 1-1 scoreline or a 2-0. Now, True Gravity did a 2-0 when we started things off today here in the Asia Champions League India qualifiers. Forge Your Legacy, unfortunately, they did face a loss. Now, this cannot be their second loss, and it feels like they are playing with those intentions that we do not want to face another loss.
Yeah, definitely. True Gravity, like, we were the champions. We defeated the very same team in the India Open. But I would say that that same team, they had got a good time buffer to practice and, gel up with the teammates. At that time, Volk also told us that this is a new team. We just made it few weeks back, and it's not even, we don't have the complete synergy built up within ourselves. So it's tough for us to even beat the teams, those of, played for a longer period of time, especially teams like Griffin as well as True Gravity. He admitted it, but now look at them. This match justifies that, this team has worked pretty hard to come up to this stage. But once again, they haven't got a great start for your legacy. They lost the first match that they played, but still they're hoping to make a bigger comeback.
Now again, when we were talking about Volk, right, we saw him playing those support roles in India Open, and after that when we asked him, he did mention, I want to play that support, let my team go all out. But I think finally he's understood that his team needs him more than just a support, right? And that has been working out. Now you could see initially it was Volk doing damage with his Icicle Spear, and later when the Desi fully evolved, it was the Desi that got confidence. Ruben was finally chiming in, and both of them, once they synergized, it worked out really well. And this is what I was talking about. You can see both of them were low. Vulcan super low, yes, but it worked out. The Rapid Spin found the KO, and then you can see Furia again. His timing on the Hydro Typhoon is just phenomenal, and the way he runs away from his opponents with the Rapid Spin is even more fantastic. But for now, it's going to be Vulcan who made sure that he was there for his teammates, right? Again, not something that Vulcan will be happy about, because yes, Gravity just lost. They will look forward to avenging, but how it's going to work out is something that we have to wait and watch out for. Hoopa is something that he likes to play. We did also see in the interview, but I can see one thing that they have mentioned here, right? Rather than like everybody says, I want to win ACL, I want to represent India on the global stage, I want to win a global title for India. Vulcan is an optimist, I feel like, with the player comment that he's made. I want to give our best shot in ACL. And I think this is also a crucial mindset here, Necros, that teams need to have. That give your best. The results are not always in your hand. If you give your best shot, at least you will be a little bit self-satisfied. Otherwise, you will have that thought in your mind that I made the mistake, but never an I in a team, right? That's how it goes. You individually cannot make or break things. If you maybe fumbled, your teammates are going to be your backup. Meaning if they didn't provide the backup, as a whole team, things failed. But as of now, we'll see what backup failed for True Gravity to lose this first game in match 4. But there's still chances of making a comeback. On the other end, Furia, he's already done damage, as we just saw in Blastoise. But now that we know his favorite Pokemon is Greninja, are you those mind and gut wrenching Greninja who come in our ranked lobbies? Again, I mean, he surpassed towards somewhere Masters, where we just barely reach Master level. So, but still, why Furia? Why Greninja?
I mean, he even, in the player comments, he mentioned he wants to travel to Thailand. That's his kind of a motive at this point in the ACL. I mean, if you qualify, you are going to go in that Thailand. Your wish will be coming true, and that's why he wanted to make a spicy statement, and he did it. But again, the Greninja factor, not much love from the caster desk.
See, Necros, it's not much love from the caster desk. It's you also make us feel like that. Okay, even though you don't.
Hey, I don't play Greninja.
That's
bro.
what I mean. You don't play Greninja, but you still make sure that our minds and guts get wrenched. So you cannot comment on this. You don't face this as much as we do.
I am just a defender trying to.
Exactly. So you don't face it as much as we do. But we'll come back into Melon's introduction. Enough of us bantering between ourselves. As you can see, Melon, great defender, plays Lapras, Slowbro. We did even see an Umbreon right as of now coming in from his end. In terms of average damage dealt, is an expected value around 50,000 of a defender. But damage taken is something I would kind of see surpassing towards 60. Yes, he's at 57, but that's fine. But as soon as you speak about another defender, you can see here Kyurem, right? He's sitting at 73,000 damage taken compared to the damage dealt. Now again, whenever there's a defender, I wouldn't always count the damage dealt. It will be the damage taken because he literally needs to act like a tank. But we did even see right now Furia, right, having 1 lakh damage on the Blastoise. So that's just phenomenal stuff. That's out of the box. That's more than what we expect from a player on a defender role.
Exactly. And when you just talk about the perfect example lies in the previous match itself. On the Blastoise, that 1 lakh damage, not getting a lot more kills, but that rapid spin, Water Sprout did a brilliant job. Again, coming on to Kyurem, he's also playing on that defender role on Umbreon, or either the Slowbro, having 25,852 of damage, 11% of the average damage dealt. That's also kind of huge. He has that kind of tanking ability on the Umbreon mode. That's why we see on an average he's dealing like a 73,000 damage. So that also sums it up pretty precisely.
Now Kyurem, coming in from the SATL, as we did speak about it, I want to see what changes. Now again, Kyurem as well as Volk have played together previously. They were in a lineup of Marcos, right? And they were also in lineup of Griffin. Now Griffin also was part of, there was players from Gravity right now that we see. So it feels like there's a big branched extension that we are seeing, literally like a pedigree chart sorts. But yeah, a lot more detailed into biology as we will step back into Pokemon Unite. That there are a lot of deep rooted players, right? They either are comrades or they've battled against each other. So I think this does help players to kind of build something new. And I think Volk finally finding that crucial support player in a team with Kyurem coming through, whether a defender or a support, has been working really well. Now, there is still games that they need to win. The first game didn't go their way, right? This is the second game that they're playing here, or rather, the first match didn't go their way. This is the second match in the day that they're playing. Looking forward to finding a way to get back on points. Now, as soon as they find their points, they'll be back in that first chart. But however, the number of matches that they've played will be more compared to the other teams who are sitting in the top 1 position. But first win is always the best win.
Exactly. I mean, it gives you that momentum. It boosts up your morale to a very big extent. And that to win, it's a team like True Gravity, who were the champions of India Open. A team who defeated my team. If I was like on the side of Forge Your Legacy, I was like, they defeated us in the finals. This is the chance to get the revenge done, not to let them walk away so easily towards the first seed. Let's just make their path a little bit difficult. And when we win it, it's like, yes, we have got the momentum. We have managed up till this point. We will be winning this in the further matches as well. So we need to keep this up in the future matches. And that's what I believe that Forge Your Legacy is planning up back in their mind. And it should be the mindset. When you have a leader like Volk, who always is there to motivate you to its best, that's all what we expect.
Let's jump into this game 2 and see if Forge Your Legacy are going to be finally sealing their legacy against the side of Team True Gravity, or is it going to be True Gravity making a comeback? True Gravity have a victory under their belt, Forge Your Legacy don't. Seems like True Gravity, even after the loss, didn't want to go for the first choice pick. So Forge Your Legacy will still have it. The cliffable ban coming in from one end, and True Gravity sticking on to a Hoopa ban.
Now this is going to be interesting. First pick, definitely Forge Your Legacy, or I might say that Team True Gravity will be having that first preference to get that Umbreon if they want to be, because that's the first and the most desired pick of any team who has that first pick preference.
First pick, Melon again coming in on none other than the Umbreon, but on the other end, Ruben, my man seems like he wants to play these long-ranged attackers. We just saw a Desi, and now he's going in for a Venusaur along with Doc this time, picking up the Lapras. So Suyu, he doesn't have Lapras, so I wonder what he's going to choose. He might go in for maybe the Blastoise, maybe a Snorlax, but seems like they want to get the range attackers first and then look forward to picking up the defenders. So not picking up a defender here has given Furia a chance again to pick up Blastoise.
Kyurem, is he going with the Comfy? Is it so? I mean, okay, we will be seeing Comfy back again in the match after probably a very long period of time. Okay, it's something it's hard to digest,
Lapras
but once
and
again...
Comfy, Blastoise and Comfy. Fura and Kyurem, or Doc or Kyurem. This is going to be interesting, as you said. It's been a long time. There is the the Buzzwole coming through. I'm still a little bit dazed of the True Gravity end of things of Forge Your Legacy end of things of making these decisions of the Pokemon choices. The side switches has to be changed, the purple and the orange, nothing to be worried about. That'll be corrected as we get into the game. But on the other end, Volk picking up okay. There's just so many things that right now Forge Your Legacy are picking up. I was like, I'm losing my brain. In the meantime, keeping it simple and steady, as so far we have seen. The Buzzwole is there. We end up seeing an Espeon as well in the mix. But seems like the front line is just going to be held from Melon, not the other end of things.
That being said, I'm really looking forward to see. I mean, Volk is there with that Absol.
Does he play the Absol though? I want to see if he gives to Ruben or somebody else, but it feels like he will. With 15 seconds on the clock, he will. And now with the claw being there, scope lens and a focus band, crit hits are going to be out of the bounds. They are going to be out of graph. So if Volk keeps evolving and leveling up, rather than evolving, is going to be leveling up, gaining experience, having a better level, he can wreck this lobby and command all of them. So right now it's time for True Gravity to step up here, Necros. If they don't, Legacy will closer to 0.
I don't know. I feel a little bit tense at this point. I just don't know, because Absol is there. We see a Comfy coming back. Sticking with the Lapras should be the accurate combination that we might be seeing. But this game number 2, it's going to decide. So far, we have just seen 1-2-0 scoreline that came itself from Team True Gravity in the first match that they played in today's ACL. Forge Your Legacy, this is their time to bounce back. They have lost their first match, so it's time. If they win it, they will be equalizing with True Gravity as well.
Starting it off, True Gravity, initial scores, but missed this chance of getting another stack for Suyu. In the meantime, Vulcan does get his stacks through. Nothing much for him to worry about. But right now, finally, Suyu does get the 5 on the bunny. So he'll get his second stack as well. In the meantime, Fura is also no less. He's also getting his stacks. Comfy sits with Fura and then will immediately try to back off. But the Slow Smoke also here. Now, Slow Smoke's speed has been reduced in terms of cooldown. So there are chances of Slow Smoke being used a lot more.
Suyu. I mean, this guy was playing on Lapras previously. He has been pretty good on that. But now on the Buzzwole, looking forward to see what he can do with Zisol. Coming out of nowhere, he was trying to surprise the Bulbasaur. But it seems that this is going to be tough. The Lapras being dragged away. That Icicle Spear giving a lot of damage. He's tanking it, but he needs the support. One Citrus Berry being left by the Bulbasaur. But the scores is completely inevitable coming up from the side of Team True Gravity. And they are up for this front stacks, but with Comfy sticking with the Absol can be a little bit troubling, but the Glaceon finds the Lapras as Volk. He's also barely surviving in a very low HP, and the KO will be coming in the favor of 4-man stack push coming up from the side of True Gravity in the bottom lane.
90-19. Fura getting another 19 dunked. Suyu also doing the same thing. Both the sides right as of now concentrating heavily on stacking Necros. I want to see how the final battle is going to be. But in the meantime, Volk is like, there's no final battle. All the battles are going to be final battle. He's already found the first KO. He's looking for a second. Melon barely surviving. Gets the second KO streak. And now he's jumping towards Espeon. Espeon can be caught. Barely surviving. Slow Smoke being used. Espeon, Zishal, if he steps out, can be difficult. But in the meantime, to save that, the Icicle Spear comes out and finds a KO on Lapras. In the meantime, look at these smacks coming in. Buzzwole, along with one, finds a 2. Needed to run away, and Comfy is all alone. Again, smacks coming in with a superpower. Kyurem barely surviving. Not for long, as Suyu finds a 2 KO streak. The man was playing a defender in the previous game, and right now, he's an all-rounder. Already finding KOs with the stacks that he did on attack weight.
What kind of start it is for the side of Team True Gravity. There is literally no chance for Forge Your Legacy to even come up with a counter attack. They have to be, depending about the late game, but that level 9 Espeon is creating wonders. This all being that one big leader, the two EVs just doing wonders for the side of Team True Gravity. The tier 1 goal zone has been taken down, but it's still Absol. Volk, he was completely trapped out. Nothing more to do, and the Regiliki contention will be coming up. The Solar Beam will give a little bit of damage, but won't be able to just get to find any KOs. But again, the Water Sprouts and the Rapid Spin coming into the question, trying to deal a lot of damage, but no way. Fura, he just barely manages to walk away with the Unite being committed.
Hydro Typhoon, but still doesn't seem to be getting it through. He's down Fura. Now it's up to only Dog. 2 KO streak. Might be a third as well here. Obito going bonkers on this muzzle buzz. Oh my god. And Forger Legacy seem to be in trouble. The only way to bring this game back is going to be on Fura or Volk leveling up to way better than the players of True Gravity. He is at only 9, whereas that Buzzwall is at level 10. So the chances of getting back into the game seems even more tougher. Melon, look at this. He's on their path of wild Pokemons and he's snatching them away, causing trouble already. And Obito again dragging another player. Lapras pulling him out, finding a KO. Verdant Anger finally being used, but Siyu is not giving up. Finds the second KO streak. What has this man been? He looks like he's Django on chain and he's taking everybody down, but finally Volk swoops in, finds the Blissey, but the Icicle Spear keeps him in check, pushes him back. And now Forgia Legacy, they need to turn things around because 221 to 71. Big difference that True Gravity have created. They've literally shut down Forgia Legacy from doing anything here in this second game.
They are angry at this point. They are ferocious. We can just see by their gameplay. This is not the True Gravity that we even saw in the India Open Finals, it seems. This is the big, dominant, big dogs, I would say. Because Sui, he's just waiting in the tall grasses just to catch somebody off guard. And now the Absol just comes in front, the slow smoke being activated just to take an escape from that situation. But the bottom Reggie contention will be very, very much important for the side of Forger Legacy. They need to get this objective in their bag. Absol evolves to level 11 at this point, but they need to find a lot more KOs. He's again completely being, I would say, trapped one after another. Finding Zisol would be very much important, but no, it's still not done.
Volk
the Comfy finds his peon.
He's running away as best as possible, regrouped with his teammates, and his teammates help him. They also get a granted shield of defense from Regirock, but Obito, he tried his best, but the Hydro Typhoon jumps in, but there's the Verdant Anger to follow up as well. The Blissey is down, the healer is out. Can they find a one more KO? But Siyu, he's chasing them. Ruben with a beamer doesn't work before the beam comes out. It's going to be Siyu finding a KO, but in the meantime, Volk chasing these squishy Pokemons, finds one, but not enough to put down the Espeon. So Zishal survives. Now Doc a little bit in trouble. He needs to back off. He does have the Comfy there for constant healing coming through, but 3 players are on him, so it's going to be tough for him to run back. And with Blissey's Egg Bomb also constantly stunning him, but Melon also taking a big time damage, but Kyurem realizes there's no more saving grace, there's no more healing that he can do, ejects from him then joins with Volk.
Volk has a big responsibility, as you were telling just before some time, that he needs to level himself up. We see level 12 Buzzwole, Espeon, as well as the Glaceon on the other side of True Gravity. This Absol has to make a big difference. He needs to find somebody off guard. But no, he just barely survived. The Bliss assistance came into the play, but Absol won't be surviving. Look at that every time. Volk is trying to find the KOs. It's always a stack of people waiting for him patiently to get the value, but the Unite completely misses, and there's nothing more he can do. The Venusaur will be punished eventually. The Buzzwole finding a hell lot of value.
Oh my god, this man! Look at the way he's even toppling Regieleki with Smackdown and Superpower. He found a 2 KO streak before this. At this point, he's gotten all his stacks, I presume, and that is the reason his amount of damage is super effective. Nobody is able to do anything about him. He takes either the Superpower or Smackdown. Done is that fight.
I just feel bad at this point. Forger Legacy, they're literally just stunned. I mean, they cannot do anything even if they want to. They're not even getting the chances, and look
They're
at that.
Stuck at 71 from so long.
Exactly. It's just the starting, I believe. The early game, they got the 71 score, and after that, it's nothing.
Nothing so far. And this is time for the final fight. Again, Melon swooping in early, finds Ruben, but the frontline attackers, they jump in and deny Melon of an attack. Lapras Express being committed so early coming in. I don't know if it's a misclick, but the Lapras Express going around, coming out again. Does it find value? Yes, Vixion gets it. Hydro Typhoon comes through. Vixion is down there. Can they find Suyu? Suyu is damaged a lot. Now there is also the healer Comfy, but look at him, one superpower hit, so much damage that Fura had to take, and he immediately runs back. In the meantime, they want to take down Melon. Melon might go for a KO, but Vulcan is here to save him. There is that ice beam coming through, because of which he was frozen for a little while, but then again the smacks coming through. Then they unite from the buzz wall, still doesn't find a KO. They're still surviving Fura somehow, but finally Melon might go down, but no, that Snarl saves him with the blue HP, and this fight is still ongoing. 1 minute 16 seconds on the clock. Vixion, he comes back from Nurse Joy's Pokemon Center and finds the KO on the Lapras.
Absol goes down, the solar beam trying to invade and try to find the values, but it's not that easy, not at all. But what is he going to do? The Venusaur will be the next target.
Look at this.
Suyu. Oh my god, they're hungry for it, and the Venusaur goes down. There's nothing more that can be done. 100 score will be coming up from the side of Buzzwell, and there is nobody, literally nobody to stop him from doing that, and that's a 399. True Gravity, they just did the most insane match at this point.
Suyu. He looks like a charged monster running towards you. This is your worst nightmare. Finally, I can see Volk using his Unite. I'm not too sure if it's the first time, but on our screens, it's now that we see, and it's still not enough. And look at Suyu charging towards him. And especially a Buzzwall with X speed is even more dangerous. Literally looks like a monster rushing towards you. Wall trying his best with Pursuit to run away from them, but look at that X speed again, and Suyu is chasing him. It's not working out. Blastoise finds one on Espeon. Verdant Anger coming through, and look at a big 14 score. No, I mean, sorry, I was seeing a 48, and yes, that 48 converts to a 96. In the meantime, 14 also came through, but the score was already surpassed to 300, I presume. So therefore, I don't think there is a chance. Even this mere 98, 96 worked. 447 to 193. Suyu at 11 knockouts, being a part of 18 knockouts, 207 goals. This is what I said. Stacking is the name of the game. Fura also got his stack, but his was special attack specs. Suyu on the other end was the attack weight, and that attack weight stacking came down early in the game. Around 3 minute or 4 minute he had finished it. That was the cause for trouble. That was the cause for the reason of Forge Legacy to fall apart. Zishal along with him 14 assists. Melon with 15 assists. What game was this, True Gravity? What gods did you channel? I think Ho-Ho came down with a wing, gave them the blessing, and now True Gravity have taken and toppled Forge Legacy.
Oh my god, 93,000 coming up, 93,940 damage coming from Ruben. But if you talk about this soul, he has got a 108,000 damage on his side. He also got almost like 9 KOs for himself, so that justifies it very precisely. But Asui coming up with 72,000, Vixion 62. What a tremendous kind of performance it came up all together from the side of True Gravity, and they just showed their true colors.
As of now, I'm still a little bit dazed of how this game played out. Again, look at this 3 Pokemon from the side of True Gravity had X speed. I was wondering, oh, look at this, Slow Smoke has been buffed. This is the advantage that Forge Legacy can take. They had an Absol, they had Fura back again, there was Ruben with a Beamer. I thought so many good Pokemons. Doc as well with Lapras, and a Comfy is also another tank Pokemon which is very tough to defeat. I thought so many things can work out really well, but it didn't. As you can see, this is what I spoke about it. In the early 4 minutes of the game, he already got his 5 stacks done, and after that he didn't have to get a 6 stack because he was already good in dealing damage. His superpower and smackdown were almost draining 1/4 percentage of their HP bar, and that's where it worked out really well. And you could see it was only Fura who was constantly going in for the stacks. As you can see, he got the 4 stacks in the early 4 minutes, whereas the Buzzwall got 5. But it was not enough for Fura to do something better.
At this point, I'm in a kind of situation. I want to process the match, what just happened. I mean, we were about to see, even in the India Open, it was Asui playing on Lapras, being the defender, tanking damage, handling the front line of his team. If you just imagine the face of Sui in front of you and just imagine that Buzzwole, it just doesn't go in the way. It's just a parallel thing.
I mean, his alternate name is also Psyduck, okay?
Yeah.
You
Still
know what
doesn't
Psyduck
match.
is. Exactly. Of what he just did, Suyu is out of the world stuff that he did. Let's jump back into the replay because this is a much needed replay that we need to watch because everything went wrong for the side of Forgia Legacy and True Gravity. Everything went right. Look at him, smackdown, superpower, everything on point. He's not letting anybody. He is reaching into depths and despair and finding them. But I think there was a lot of overcommitment from Volk's end as well, because of which it was easier for the players of Gravity to tread in their own flux zone. But Suyu, another level of a performance. Look at him. The Verdant Anger was used on him and he's like, no, I'll still fight. He still finds a KO on Fura and then he backs off.
I gotta say one thing, that even after so much try, True Gravity's determination from the very start was way too clear.
Look at him.
Like time and water.
The beam was being sent out. Solar beam takes time to charge and he's like, let him take time to charge. I'm going to charge upon him and smack him into the ground. KO found.
I mean, it's definitely a biggest nightmare of what actually Forza Legacy faced right now. Even you can see every time they went for a counter attack, there was nothing that they could do. Even after a counter attack, even after damaging the oppositions, it was still True Gravity who were on the top.
But you saw the Hydro Typhoon. It found one KO and it also did enough damage to Suyu. I think that's where other players from the side of Legacy should have charged upon him. But they didn't. I think that's where it went wrong. It was only Fura who was trying to run behind Suyu and there broke the opening. That was the floodgates which gave the chance, and Suyu, as soon as he knew he could smack more and do damage, he's like, I'm ready. And therefore Fura, because there was no assistance, he ran back. Now quickly talking about the player assistance and introduction from in front of his screens, it's going to be Kurim. He's the new addition here for Forgia Legacy because one of their players, unfortunate, had a little bit of health issues. Again guys, please take care of your health. It has been a little bit of a common thing that a lot of people are facing this. We did see a couple of players who couldn't make it to the India Open because of health issues, so make sure, because there's a big tournament coming ahead. That's going to be the ACL Asia Champions League, and you can see here, qualify for ACL and compete in Thailand. Every player here in the Indian circuit wants to do this. Previously they got eliminated super early. This time they want to make sure they top it, maybe even win it.
And on the other hand, we see Vixion. Yes, he was also the one who couldn't make it to the LAN of India Open. But once again, he's also having that same kind of goal to win the ACL and meet my team so we can have fun together. I mean, he hasn't met his teammates yet, So that's a kind of thing. But again, his favorite Pokemon seems to be Lucario. He also justified that he has won a lot of matches playing on Lucario. That's why he's always trying and opting for a Lucario pick. But when it comes to the compy matches, you have to play for the team. So you have to play on the role that is much more desired.
Yeah, I mean, see, we've seen a lot of crazy Lucario players in the circuit, right? There is even All Might. He is also one of an exceptional Lucario player. So yeah, I would want to see Vixion in Lucario one or the other day here in maybe ACL India qualifiers or even in ACL, because I think you have to pull out a lot of your trump cards. But as of now, everybody's goal and vision is clear. Get qualified to ACL. And from there, have fun. And I think have fun, saying this out loud, a lot of people don't realize that if you don't have fun, you put yourself under pressure. And once you're in pressure, your performance takes a little bit of an effect on it. Your performance might go up or can go down. Depends on how you kind of take it in your mind. But player introduction, continuing it even further, Ruben is going to be the ranged attacker. We used to see him a lot on Mew in our India Open, but now because Mew has taken a little bit of a nerf, we have moved into Inteleon as well as a Venusaur.
And even on that, he's just being so much precise. Ruben even let the Inteleon be on the other side, let the Venusaur be on the other side. What he did with that Decidueye in the previous match was literally outstanding, and that made a big impact overall. But if you talk about the average damage he deals all over the matches, it's like 59,800, close to almost 60,000. So it does, gives us an intel that why he is always the one going with the long range attackers, staying in the back and supporting his teammate throughout the game.
I think so far it has been a fun game. All our games are seeming to go towards all three games, every match after the first game, right? Every game has been reaching the best of three's third game. Right as now, it is time to decide as well who our winner of this round robin stage, our group stage, is going to be between the side of True Gravity and Forge Your Legacy. True Gravity again in India Open in the finals won against Forge Your Legacy in a clean fashion. Now this time, however, it was Forge Your Legacy to start things off, get game number 1 in match number 4 first, and then game number 2 went in favor of True Gravity. Zishal, this is the main man, I feel like has been doing a lot more. You saw the ranged attacker damage from Forge Your Legacy, right, Ruben? It's trickled down to around 59,000 and close to 60. But when you see a ranged attacker, I always would want to see surpassing 60,000, and this man is close to 69,000. Playing Espeon and Inteleon, we just saw him here doing that damage. He will be doing a lot more as we move ahead here in this ACL India qualifiers league stage. I want to see how far Zishal pushes, how much more cards he has in terms of these Unite licenses that he'll be bringing out on the ranged attacker role.
Zishal has got still a lot more things up his sleeve, that's for sure, because he's just getting started, he's just getting pumped up. But once again, as this is like a 1-1 situation, we will be moving forward to the third decider match. Out of the 4 matches, this is the 4th match that is running. The first one was the only one where we saw 2-0 happening, that too from True Gravity's side. Next 3 went on a 2-1, 2-1. Raider was there, it's just telling me, you know what, I would like to see some decider matches, and now we are seeing one after another. But the decider round, we see Forge Your Legacy having the first pick preference, while the bans, it seems to us that it's going to be Hoopa as well as a Cliffable. But that being said, I'm looking forward to see what first pick. I mean, Umbreon definitely will be one of the first picks for the side of Forge Your Legacy because it's available. Then on a counter, a Blissey or a Lapras, maybe that kind of, or an Inteleon or a Lapras can be a pick from the side of True Gravity. But a Buzzwole, if it comes, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because the way, Asui played it, I would love to see once again a Buzzwole, that too on his side, and Asui will be the one to play on it. But again, Zisol decides to go with the Venusaur and Vixen. Are we seeing a Machamp? Oh no, it's Vulcan going on a Blissey, giving a preference for Forge Your Legacy. Ruben and Doc, what is going to be the picks? Is it an Inteleon because Ruben has got the privilege? Otherwise, a Desi again, I won't mind it. But oh wait, what? Not again a triple defender composition. We saw it earlier in the day from the side of FS, but Forge Your Legacy, they want to go with a triple defender composition. The first match against FS, it did work out against True Gravity, but in the end moment, it was True Gravity who was able to find the last minute value in the Rayquaza fight. So it has to be a big gamble move coming up from the side of Forge Your Legacy, while Ruben, he will be there with the Decidueye alongside Volk, picking up the Chandelier. A big decision in the composition coming up from the side of Forge Your Legacy against True Gravity, while Asui is still left to pick his Pokemon, while Volk, okay, he's still not locked Chandelier, but he decides to go with the Gardevoir.
Okay. Be ready for anything is what I would say. Interesting story, right? As you know, that Suyu is figuring out whether he wants to go for a Mimikyu. Recently buffed and nerfed Pokemon. This is like, it's received best of both worlds and kind of has gotten to a position where I feel like it is a little powered right now, but also can be broken down. Final preparation phase coming through, and on the other contrary, right, I would tell you a story here. The first time I saw Volk was him playing Gardevoir, And whenever he brings out Gardevoir, and I spoke about this Gardevoir in the previous game as well when Snowy was playing, right? 2 Pokemons when I see it in a competitive game being picked out, meaning that game might be pulling their last straw or might be putting out everything that they have gotten to take down their opponent. So Forge Your Legacy bringing this Gardevoir is going to be interesting. There is the new items as well, as we see on Kyurem and we see on Ruben. Previously again did the same thing. Melon also has it. And Suyo is going to be playing on stacks. I want to see how his stacks are going to work out. Previously he made that 5 stack super early. If he's able to push through to stacks again, Necros, get ready for one hell of a showdown coming in between Forge Your Legacy and True Gravity.
I'm already mentally prepared of what's gonna come up next, but
you can't mentally prepare for this game. That is for sure. But just be ready to take up anything that is coming your way.
That being said, the decider just kicks off the game number 3 of this BO3 series. A team who has won the India Open and the team who was the runners-up, who were beaten with a 2-0 scoreline in India Open, is here to maybe take the revenge, or Team True Gravity is here to just settle the scores with a victory line in the ACL as well. They don't want to be defeated at least for even one single time. But Jasol trying on the Venusaur this time. Will be looking forward to see what kind of value he will be able to pull off. While Melon, he's trying to steal those wild Pokemons and he will be successful in it as well.
Early stacks, Sui does it. Again he gets another chance. He should get this 5 in. And look at Kyurem. He was the one who received damage. Therefore he was unable to counter or even find a KO. Sui, can he find another one? No. This gets stolen from Kyurem. Fura in the meantime gets indulged in the battle, but it is Suyu who's a little bit low on health. So gets the citrus berry and backs off. But no, Vulcan, he takes majority of the Eos energy of the wild bunnies. Therefore nothing for a stack that Suyu can go up again. In the meantime, bottom path, they're waiting for the Alterian Swablu. 850 Alterian Swablu is here. Seed Bomb and then the Razor Leaf. Majority of it taken towards the end of True Gravity, but a KO being found. Forge Your Legacy start things off.
True Gravity also looking forward to just hold their grounds, not to let Kyurem, complete his stack in the early stages, while we see the Gardevoir try to find the values with the Psych Shock. It has been causing trouble in the previous time. We saw it on Snowy. But once again, Kyurem has to make a fallback, but look at that, almost barely survives Kyurem from the hands of Mimikyu.
Clear off is one hell of a crazy move. It does a lot of damage. Once a player gets on, once the Mimikyu gets on you, you will receive a lot of damage. And if you're squishy, gone is the case. Right as now, Fura again dodges it and survives, unable to get his stack through. Mean Look punishes him. Puts him in a cage and Vulcan couldn't save him. Now Vulcan with the XP is just going to run back. In the meantime, recovery being done. True Gravity do get a KO with the Glaceon that they had. But look at Wall coming in from the backline. Melon help and Vulcan gone down. In the meantime, Volk, he also gets KO'd from the backlines itself. Just like how he made his through. It's going to be Vixion. And now Melon also can be right now put down, and yes, he does. That's the Umbreon also going down. So Suyu back again, gets his stack and will decide to back off. Water Spot is going to be there, but now 3 players are charging up and Fura will be forced to back off. Fura can't do much here, barely surviving. The Flux Zone helps him because nobody can reach up to him, and there's going to be a 30 dunk coming through, and True Gravity get closer to the overall score. And my bad, I was saying Melon for Umbreon because got used to it. It is Kyurem right now playing on that Umbreon.
Nice
big spirit
it's
shackle.
It was almost the time we were about to see that Vulcan would have been gone down, but the Solar Beam came into the play. The Snarl will be giving them a kind of momentum, but the Glacial Stage being activated, the Unite being committed. The Desi has been found out by the Glaceon at this point, while the Venusaur will be also getting the Umbreon down, and True Gravity again getting back their control in the bottom lane, and a lot of view scores will be coming from their side as they move up to 145.
As soon as the Reggie spawn, in another 10 seconds, True Gravity decided they all push bottom path, and the timing was so perfect because Forge Your Legacy had also a little bit extended to get scores dunked, and because of the bottom path, entire control is lost. Tier 1 of bottom path is also destroyed. Along with that, Reggie also has been taken. Regirock is gone. Now they'll be fighting for the Regieleki on top. Let's see if they do get a chance. It is Forger Legacy who have started it, but Suyu is ready. I don't think he can go for a steal. Therefore, the ally gets added to the side of Forger Legacy. Not True Gravity, but Vixion is here. Psyshock along with the Psychic. They're trying to do damage, but nice Hydro Pump coming through, which will find the KO not just on 1 but 2, and will get the ally pushed, and an overdunk of 40 comes through. But after that, the Beamasaur finds 2 for itself, putting the players of Forger Legacy back in the Pokemon Center.
Oh, Lapras. His 30 score was completely stopped, and Zisol playing a vital role at this point. He's already on level 10, will be evolving to level 11 as well. Meanwhile, Ruben, he has to play that very same role what he did in the very first match with that Decidueye. He has to find a lot more value. Leveling himself up is going to be a very, very crucial role that he has to, fulfill. But again, Forger Legacy, Team True Gravity, they don't have much of a difference in the matter of scores. But yes, a level diff factor can actually happen if anyhow Forger Legacy or either Team True Gravity can get both the objectives in their favor.
Level advantage here for Forger Legacy for now. But Forger Legacy have done one good thing, that they've destroyed Tier 1 and Tier 2 both of True Gravity. However, score difference is not that big. So if an overdunk comes of 40, immediately True Gravity can reach 400, and Melon wants to make that happen. 40, Suyu has it. Does he go for the score? Yes, they're using the goal scoring speed and they make that 40 happen. 208, but with the Lapras Express, they're charging in. They find Suyu, but do they take him down? The player off immediately charges Ruben. Ruben trying to run away with a Shadow Sneak, doesn't work. He gets KO'd. The Rapid Spinner also doesn't protect him. Doc also couldn't do much, but now Doc in trouble. The 2 KO streak with the player off coming through, and mistake being done here. Forger Legacy, the control that they just had, lost all of it. But however, Volk along with his teammate Hurim, they are deciding to take objectives. They get the Regirock. However, look at that, with the Shadow Sneak, tried to get a hit on one of the players, however did not, and the Mean Look being used. Suyu might go down, Singularity also being committed, and the Unite make sure that the Mimikyu is down and sent back packing. Maybe even another, but the Slow Beam being used and the Bliss Assistance coming through. Moonlight Prance being used. First the Blissey goes down, then might be the Slowbro, but the Slowbro is still protected because of the Bliss Assistant. Verdant Anger also came through, therefore the players of Forger Legacy were forced back, and Vixion swoops in and puts the Lapras to the Pokemon Center.
Giving a chance, Blastoise is there, melting down the Regieleki, and it will fall in the hands of Forger Legacy, while the Mimikyu, he will be there in the range of the Hydro Typhoon and eventually deals a lot of damage, but still surviving. The Regieleki has been pushed to the Tier 2 as of now. Kyurem is eagerly waiting for the right moment to maybe strike in, because they want to push this Regieleki. It seems the Icicle Spear giving a lot of damage. The Mean Look will be trapping the Slowbro this time. The Glacial Stage being activated gives a big opportunity, but Lapras goes down. The Knock still has a good amount of damage, but not enough to find a KO itself, and the Regieleki will be stopped.
It was a little too further away from where the Knock was started, but okay, no complaints as of now. It did keep the players of True Gravity in check, but True Gravity, you can see, still they are in lead, even though the objectives are going the way of Forger Legacy. Now it's time. In 40 seconds we are going to be seeing the last and final battle. Ruben on level 13, and it is going to be the Gardevoir also on level 13. Same goes for the True Gravity. Both the ranged attackers, the Glaceon as well as the Venusaur, are on level 13. Let's see where this goes. Vixion says, I'm not 13, I'm 14 right as of now. And now the game has gotten even more interesting. This final battle, the final stretch to decide match number 4's victors, is going to come close. Whether it is Forger Legacy or True Gravity will depend on how well they play out that final stretch. But a level 13 Mimikyu is a cause for concern. There is, yes, the Blastoise who also comes to level 13, but within 10 seconds they're trying to take this Registeel, meaning attacking buff, but a steal, oh, it falls short. The Solar Beam a little bit too early from the Venusaur, and Venusaur a little bit of a failed attempt over there. Melon, right as now playing Slowbro with the soft boils, trying to keep Vixion on heal, but the Mean Look traps Frozen Melon, and he might get KO'd. The first KO, and then the Knock might find a lot of damage from the backlines. Mimikyu charges up, the single attitude traps Suyu, it works, and they find a counter KO, but the Venusaur is still alive. They have to take down Z-Shol. They're trying their best. Moonlight Prance along with the Blastoise does work, but Vixion trying his best to take down the Gardevoir, but that shouldn't have been his intention. It should have been the Rayquaza, as Rayquaza gets taken from Forger Legacy. However, the shields can can still be broken, but before they could, a 98 gets scored, 100 on top, 100 on the bottom, and this is 490 for Forge Your Legacy. Maybe even another 100 at the base goal zone of True Gravity, and with 1 minute to go, there can be chances of True Gravity to bring it back. They need 300 scores, but before that, they need to destroy the shields of Forge Your Legacy, and then only they can find success, and they do. Lapras' shield is destroyed, Dog goes down as well. There is also a shield one which Fura was saving. He recovers Eos energy, now he's going, but the players from Forge Your Legacy, one after another, everybody is falling apart. Ruben also gets taken down. Now there is a chance, there is 50 Eos energy on Suyu, 41 on Melon, and I think another 50. So there is close to 250, but with this 100, there is no chance of recovery, Necros.
It does seem like nobody anticipated that the Blastoise will be just going with the sneaky scores. They have come up close, but all the players who were on the cooldown in Nurse Joy's hospital has already come alive, and now it's time for them to prove that this match, this is the revenge that has been taken as legacy. They will be just walking away with the victory. Slowbro does find the Lapras though, but this 10 seconds time, I don't think it's gonna make the singularity being activated as well. It seems no, it's the Moonblast being activated, but the knock, it's all coming down, and Gardevoir still finds a double KO for his name.
There was still 100 in Venusaur that could have dunked, but the extra 100, the 50 to 100 dunk coming in from Fura was the one which sealed the fate. Zishal, good try that he had that 50 AS energy, who was getting towards the base goal zone, but the players, as you rightly said, or the Pokemons as you said, from the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joyce, good treatment, brought them back after the cooldown, and they were ready for a fight, so he could never get that 100 dunked. Fura, if he didn't get that 100 dunked at the last with his shield that he got all the AS energy at the center at the legendary pit, there could have been a chance, because that could have brought the score to 490 to 490. That small itty bitty gap could have been a cause for concern, but Forge Your Legacy, they take down True Gravity, proving the odds right this time compared to what happened in the India Open. But this does not give them the champions title, this just gives them a victory for now in the league stage.
And now it's like an even Steven with the side of Team True Gravity. Forge Your Legacy also lost their first match, won the second against True Gravity. True Gravity won the first match with a 2-0, but now this time they lost to the side of Forge Your Legacy. But again, this triple defender composition, first time it was a close-up battle against FS Esports. Team True Gravity, they were in a vulnerable spot against FS as well, but that time the Team FS crumbled down in the final stretch, what Forge Your Legacy didn't do, and that's why they are the victorious team this one.
See, I mentioned about this Gardevoir. As you can see, 80,000 damage dealt coming through. But I think Vixion as well as Suyu played phenomenally.
Again, coming back to the damage taken, it is like 90,000 being taken up by Vulcan for himself, 62,000 recovery from his side. Doc also dealt a lot of damage. I mean, he also conceded like 80,000 of 145 for himself.
Level 13 Lapras, this is always the problem. Like, they become a literal tank and they're very tough to KO. And I think Doc played I don't know, I'm not finding any words other than fantastic and phenomenal. Out of the world, out of bounds, 80,000 damage taken is insane. Dealt is something that you understand, it's in your hands, but taken meaning you were able to take damage from the Mimikyu, from Vixion's Icicle Spear, from Venusaur, Z-Shawl coming through. So there's been too much that he's been taking. But I think early game, really good stuff coming in from Suyu along with Vixion and Z-Shawl. But towards the later stages, right, Forge Your Legacy understood it's better to keep distance from the players of True Gravity, especially from Suyu, because on that Mimikyu and the player of that he had, instant KO would have been the Desi and the other Pokemon, right? It is like immediate KO coming through, which is a cause for concern. The Gardevoir as well as the Desi going down immediately means like you lose your heavy damage dealer. So for now, Forge Your Legacy do get themselves a victory after the loss that they had in the starting of the day. But again, nothing much to be worried about for even True Gravity, right? It's one game of a loss. There's many more games here in the league stage. It is only to decide your seeding. let's see how it goes as we jump into a quick replay to see what went down. This fight was close. It was initially True Gravity, as we said. I want to still see the turning point where things went south, but I think this is just very interesting of how things were kind of going around. There was some overextensions from the side of True Gravity. I think that's what gave confidence for the side of 4G Legacy. 4G Legacy, they are going to overextend one or the other time. That's our chance. That's our time to swoop in. And I think Walk majority of the times kept his distance away and making use of this battle item of Shedinja doll worked out sometimes, but I think Vixion was just on another level. Fura again finding this value on the top path and also getting an added ally. All of these things in small nitty gritty. This was not an entire team or not an entire I would say time of where the entire game came in the hands of either True Gravity or the side of 4J Legacy. It was this minute instances of a fight where for a couple of minutes it was True Gravity, for the next 2 minutes it was 4J Legacy.
And again, this time the Knock Knock did find a lot more value in the final stretch. A beautiful Unite coming up from the Desi, finding and providing the support that was required from his team played a major factor. But every time you have to even say that Umbreon's mean look, it came in the right moment, found a lot more value, and whenever it was needed to trap the right Pokemon, he did that job brilliantly. That being said, the final stretch, that was a good try from the side of True Gravity to even bring back the game in their side, but it was not the virtue that it seemed to us, because it was all done and dusted with that last score of Blastoise.
Yeah, they kind of couldn't get Suyu back in action, as Suyu did phenomenally in the start, but towards the end game, I think 4J Legacy understood how to dodge him, making sure that even if he jumps upon any of their players, right, with the Shadow Sneak, it is their front line. The Lapras, the Umbreon, only these Pokemons, the Blastoise, not your ranged attackers, the Gardevoir as well as Desi. Initially, Gardevoir and Desi were a little bit reachable, but after that, they kept a big distance. Even in that Regieleki push towards the tier 2, right, we saw Desi kept his distance, right, making sure that they do not jump on Ruben, and from there activated Knock Knock. But then also came the Lapras Express. Once they found a Suyu, the Mimikyu was down. That's when the charge was taken over, and I think that commitment of a Unite, Lapras Express hit that stun, and as soon as that Knock Knock was charged, they found one KO to counter it, another one KO, and I think once they found 2 KOs, they knew now it's time to put Zishol to rest on that Venusaur, and they were able to. Moonlight Prance as well as Blastoise jumped in. Done was the game there. They got that confidence that we have it all. Vixion tried his best to kind of take the player down, but unfortunately at the same time they were even draining Rayquaza's health, trying to defeat Rayquaza, so he couldn't find in all directions, and therefore successfully granted the shields of Rayquaza by defeating Rayquaza was 4G Legacy. But this is just one victory for 4G Legacy and also one loss for True Gravity. This entire league stage has a lot more games for them, so they will think through of what better they can do later down the line.
Now, quickly, we'll have a complete analyst discussion of what actually happened over the match. So, if we just started off, it was from first to the second match, I would say, where the second match, most precisely, where Suyu went berserk with that boss fall. I mean, just everybody who was coming in front of him, he was just picking them up, and the KOs coming into the way.
Yeah, I think this just was a crazy game. His early stacks gave him that advantage of what he needed to do. And after that stack, look at him easily picking up a Lapras and tossing it down. KO. Picking up any Pokemon you name, maybe a Blastoise. Tossing it, finding a KO. That's how simple it was for Suyu, as we saw in the game. But again, it was also a little bit of an overextension from 4G Legacy, which gave Suyu the chance. You can see again, right, where Absol is. A little bit of an overextension to fight with Glaceon. Maybe that shouldn't have been done. Now, yes, Absol did find one KO, I think, either on the Glaceon or someone, but there was still the Espeon. No, he found it on the Espeon and Glaceon was still alive. So, immediately was what they countered. So, there could have been some different strategy which could have been pulled off, but you can see our analyst mentioning that there was also 10 seconds on the clock. If they got the Regieleki on top, it could have gone to the home base goal zone of 4G Legacy, and 4G Legacy would have been in much more trouble. However, 4G Legacy were already in trouble because of how Suyu was playing.
Exactly. Even the Absol did not find the value of what Volk was trying to do, or trying to find the values the way he wanted to play the game. He was completely denied. Even after having the Desi, it was kind of not possible. Every time the way you wanted the game to be, it's not always like it will happen the very same way. But Zisol on the Venusaur, and again the Absol coming into the play, was definitely something that we seeked for. But in the final match, or in the final decider match that we had, there was a situation we just saw coming up from the side of Team Forge or Legacy. They had like 24 seconds on the clock. Venusaur was way too back, so they had a chance to get the multiple KOs.
What a game coming through, man. You can see like this game just turned around in their favor. Players were a little bit further away. And this knock being used, Lapras Express coming through, Rapid Spin running right across, and then both the Blastoise as well as the Umbreon, Kyurem, they decided to jump on Zishal, and that's where it worked out. And then there was only Vixion left, and as I said, the entire fight broke down in their favor. Wonderfully played, especially in the last game, especially understanding of how to kind of take down that Mimikyu away from them is the reason we end up seeing Forge Legacy getting this victory for themselves.
I mean, truly deserved, but we have to just say we have got someone to have some little bit of conversations with us, and we would like to welcome him to join us in the interview panel.
Welcome, Ruben from Forge Legacy. How does it feel? The first victory, man, for the day.
Amazing.
Nice.
Feels good,
How
feels
does it
good.
feel? Yeah. So
I
I want
mean-
to understand. Go for it.
We wanted to go for a 2-0, but like you could see, like the opponents had a really strong early game in the second match.
Yeah.
So we picked Absol to like at least balance that out, but it didn't work out as planned. We had to drop one game, but we came back the last game. So yeah.
I mean, I'm super happy that it worked out. And what was the thought process behind this triple defender role? But also there was Mimikyu still jumping up on you, right? On Desi. How did you kind of
Yeah.
manage that?
Yeah, that was a problem for me, but like this meta, a lot of teams are banning supports. Like a lot of supports are out of the picture. Like LD is like really enough. Clefable is like a really strong pick. Teams are banning Clefable, Hoopa. There are not much support left, so we thought that Umbreon support would be a good pick. But then Decidueye would suffer because he'll have to die alone. I was like, if I die alone, but if we win, it's fine for me. So we just went.
Awesome. Necros.
Again, that kind of unite move, commitment in the right time with that knock, dealing so much damage to the opposition was, I would say, you activated the unites at the very right moment to find a lot more value. But the way you had the triple defender composition in the last match, what was the thinking? Why did you went with that?
Yeah, like I said, mostly all of the supports are out of the picture right now. Mostly two supports are getting banned, and Lagos is like really now. We didn't have much supports to pick from. We thought Umbreon support might be the answer. But
one last question for you, Ruben.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, there's a long way for you, and right now it's the seeding. So you've taken down the India Open champions, right? This is kind of a sweet revenge for you, even though it's not the title one. But I know that smirk that you have. So where does this build off from here? Now, where do you look forward to going in Forge Your Legacy? Because yes, that time you were a new squad, but right now you've had time to gel up, right?
Yeah, we had time to analyze our games, and we did a lot of analysis. Yeah, we aim to at least sit on the top seed at the end of the next week, and hope to go to Thailand.
I'm wishing for that, man. I want to see you guys performing on the global stages. Wishing you all the best. It's still the league stage. There's a lot more coming in the next few weeks, so be prepared for it, Ruben. Thank you so much. Thank you. Insights coming through, as you see, right? It does take time and sacrifice. That's one thing that I really like what Ruben mentioned is like we needed support, but the other supports are not that great, and especially supports getting banned is causing a lot of trouble. We'll discuss this further. Let's jump into the standings as well to give you an idea about so far what's the journey. their decision of like, okay, it's okay, one player gets sacrificed and it's going to be me. Ruben telling that itself gives the teammates the confidence, guys. He will never tell us, guys, somebody save me, somebody save me. That ruckus of a calm is not going to be coming through, and this is what we need. Somebody telling the team, guys, you don't have to be worried. And now with that 3 points Forge Your Legacy have gotten themselves, they have come to the top points. This is what we said, true gravity, because they won one game in this match number 4, they will also have 4 points. So both true gravity and Forge Your Legacy in 1 point each.
That justifies that
first position.
First position. It's like both the teams who were in the top of India Open, they are still in the top of ACL as well, competing against each other. But not only that, there are other teams into the question. There is Clown5, we saw them play up against them, but still there are a lot more matches that we are looking forward to witness, because I believe 4 matches are done. We're still left with 4 more matches in today's day. So it's going to be very exciting to see after the end of day 1 of the Indian League who is going to be on the first seed spot, who will be in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 5th accordingly, because it's a big journey. After the day 1 standings, we will have the day 2 on 16th, and when we will have the day 2, after the day 2 ends, the total seed that will sum up will have the day 3 of the finale, I would say. On that basis, it will be a single elimination bracket on the very 3rd day. Till then, it's a single round robin format.
I think for now it's going to be a super interesting journey that we are seeing. Teams who lost have picked up the victories. Teams who have picked up the victories, they're going towards losses, and that's the main gist of the league stage. You win some, you lose some, but you understand majority of what's happening, especially in a circuit, because from here you'll be competing with the Asia global stage, right? That's what we are going to be seeing of how teams are going to be performing. But right now, before we jump into the next game, we're going to take a short break and see you on the other end for the next game, match number 5.
Alright guys, after a short break, yes, we are back in the regional qualifiers day number 1 of the Asia Champions League. I'm Raider, and along with me we do have Sam Necros has taken a short leave, I believe, but yes, we are now going to wait and watch what happens next, because we do have 4 more matches to go with, and obviously it is going to be a BO3 as the tournament follows up. And at the same point, I have to say that the journey till now for every single team has been well fought. Be it the champs of India Open, True Gravity, who was looking like a phenomenal team. I mean, they were able to beat down Team FSC Sports with a 2-0. At that point, I was like, dude, this team is going to go far. But no, Ojo Legacy decided to come up with a Uno reverse card, and that's how they were able to back out this 4th match.
We will see how it goes out, but right as now we have a short interview. We'll just jump into
Let's
that
go.
to learn more about the players.
Hello, I'm Pardesi, and my favorite Pokemon is Hoopa. I like it because it's the most fun support currently.
Hello, my name is PYZ. I am the top laner of the FSC Sport. And I like Blastoise because it's good for initiating the fight.
Hello guys, my name is Berserk and I'm the bot leader of FSC Sports, and my favorite Pokemon is Leafeon. I like it because it can pretty much run around the map. That's all.
Hello, I'm Blue. My favorite Pokemon is Slowbro, and because I can catch their carry on.
I guess the strength of our team is the adaptability and the trust in each other. Like when we are losing in a game, we trust each other, like we can make a comeback, and we try to adapt according to enemy, and we don't try to play according to them. We always try to play according to our own play style. That's what I would say. I would say the Japan region is very fun to watch. The drafts are very fun, very creative. It's more like they play what they want to play. They're having fun in the game. That's what we like more, like the most. We want to play like that too, I would say. Not restricted to any hero, or like we go for what we want to play for. That's the ideology that I like from Japan region.
Well, I have to say one thing, and that is basically FS Esports is that team who started off today with a different set of mind and eventually different set of traffic as well. They had 3 defenders. That's what we witnessed, if I'm not wrong, against Fortune Legacy as well. But yeah, FS Esports is the one particular team who started it off. So I'm looking forward to see how that is going to pan out. But yes, guys, the India Open 3rd team, or should I say the second runner-up, is going to now face against the India Open 4th team. FS Esports for now have no wins, but Griffin on the other corner has a different storyline. So they are definitely here to win the second game to be precise for themselves, second match to be precise for themselves. I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case. But let's once again reunite with the players. We have Team Griffin, from which we have Noah, Snowy, Illusion, Ghoul, and Mikey 10. On the other corner from FSC Sports, we have Pardesi, Rook, Berserk, Blair, and PYZ. Well, talking about Team FSC Sports, this team definitely loves to play in their own meta, in their own way, but they also enjoy, and also they are doing their homeworks. That's exactly what Pardesi was trying to talk about in his team interview, that he is doing his homework while watching the teams coming in from Japan, the Eastern regions, or the Southeast Asia region. They're trying to figure out what they can do to be the best at this point in this regional qualifier.
Let's see what they do. Right as now we have Team Griffin in their team stats. We can see their Pokemon lineup kind of favors all of it, right? Double all-rounders. On starting we see Blaziken. Towards the end we end up seeing a Buzzwole. Both have 67% in terms of pick rate. In between we did see range attackers as well, a defender and support coming through. But here from the side of FSC Sports, we did even see this, right? A triple defender composition in the first game that they pulled off, but did not work. But their pick rate, look at that, Umbreon 100%, Blastoise 100%, and Slowbro is 50. So defender heavy composition. But the FS Esports that we saw in WCS qualifiers, right? It was not this. It was range attackers and speedsters coming through. So FS Esports have evolved over time, but it still feels like FS Esports are having a little bit of trouble in refining themselves, right? They fell a little bit short in the India Open. As you see, they're the India Open 4th position team. Here also it feels like they fell a little bit short. In that game that happened when you and Necros were casting, I was watching and it felt like seems like their communication is improved, but towards the end they're unable to keep themselves afloat, and therefore they kind of lose that footing. Right as now it's time for this match number 5, game number 1, and it's the draft phase. But before that, it's the ban. It should be all these supporter bans only. We just spoke to Ruben, he mentioned the same thing. So Hoopa, Cliffable, that's what I'm kind of looking forward to. We have very little seen of these what your ranged attackers or all-rounders is a ban coming through, but okay. After
True.
a long time, we are seeing a Lapras ban as well coming in. Griffin.
I just overheard you like talking about Lapras and how overpowered it can be when it comes to level 13 and how big of a tank it can become. I was hearing that, and I do believe that that is one of those things that I believe Team Griffin also is able to capably figure out. But at the same point, yes, the bans are now confirmed. It's going to be the Hoopa, and with that we have Lapras ban as well. But seeking on this opportunity, one of the best supporter has already been logged. It's going to be Cliffable for Mikey 10, and it has been logged for Team Griffin. They are not looking forward to give any single opportunity to the opponent. But opponent, what they decide to do is come up with a Blastoise, and Rook is going to go with the Umbreon. Obviously, in the final preparation, players might actually switch up those Pokemons. But yes, these are the two Pokemons which have been right now logged. On the other corner, we have the Inteleon coming in for Ghoul, and Slowbro is going to be there for Nova. Impressive choices indeed. We do see 2 tanks already for FSE Sports. Is it going to be a third one as well coming in pretty soon? But I feel when the supporter is going to get logged, I don't think that there is going to be a third defender as well, because when you have a supporter, you have to have some heavy hitters as well. Okay, Pikachu, Berserk, that's a bold choice to be honest, but I have to see how that play is going to unfold, and to capitalize on that scenario, Eldegoss is not going to be the favorable one. It's going to be the Blissey from Pardesi's perspective.
Instant lock on this Leafeon. If you talk about illusion, he sees a Pikachu, he's like, I can smack it. Easy smack it with my Solar Blade. And I think that's what his Solar Bug wants to be done with. Let's see if it works out. But Snowy comes in with also another heavy hitter. That's none other than a Blaziken. Last choice coming in from Blair. He goes in for an Urshifu. Long due await. I was wondering, but it feels like he might be playing in our minds. At the last end second, he might pick up a different ranger, all-rounder. But finally, an Urshifu. And now we have to wait and watch. I think it should be a rapid strike Urshifu rather than a single strike. So we'll wait and watch of how it works out. He does have the claw, attack weight as well, and a weakness policy. So stacking is super crucial. We saw a Suyu who was crucial because he got his stacks earlier. Can Blair also get his stacks is something that I'll be waiting and watching. On the other end, if you talk about it, Griffin, they also have stacks, but not on their all-rounder. It is going to be on the Speedster.
Interesting choices. 2 defenders already coming in from FSE Sports. Once again, they are ready with the frontline attacking formation. Pikachu, again, a very squishy Pokemon, but then again, attacker which can really bring in the best value for you. And while we talk about the Snipe Shot and the Fellstinger combination coming in from Ghoul can be also quite opportunistic for these individuals. But with that, guys, the match number 5 is going to get started, because now moving forward, we are going to witness another interesting approach coming in, and I want to see how that's going to unfold. Obviously, the choices have been made, and we do see a lot of interesting set of Pokemons coming in. To be precise, obviously, it's a 5v5 battle, as we did talked about initially when we started the whole tournament. That the tournament follow-up, the tournament rules are basically it's a it's a B/3 scenario where we will get to see a 5v5 type of match. The Skyrons is the battle arena, and there you go. It has already been started. In the purple corner, we do see Team Griffin. On the orange one, we have FSC Sports. Again, evolving, jungling is going to be really very important. When you have that level buff, you can really bring in the best value. I have to see if that Leafeon is going to do something amazing for Griffin or not, because Leafeon is one of those Pokemons who FSE Sports' individual players loves a lot.
Noah? He's charging up his water gun. He's moved into the mid part to try and steal the buff. Does the Kupfu read it though? Seems like it has. And the other teammates also have moved in. But does he steal it away though? One last hit. He couldn't steal it. So Noah right now either gives up a little bit experience to them or tries to back off. I think he might have already used his XP.
Noah.
Therefore he has to give away a KO here for free for FSE Sports. Griffin on the other end, while Noah was doing all this, they are scoring, they are stacking already, and players from the side of FS are unable to stop that, and FS themselves are unable to get their stacks through.
Exactly, I mean in the top lane the contestment was quite evident, but now finally the stack up situation is going to come in. It's the Squirtle which is now facing the Wrath at this point. Urshifu is already over there, he's also trying to put up a good fight, but now... Yeah, and now it all trickles down to the Alternate Swablu, out of which the whole advantage still is in the favor of Team Griffin. Look at the level advantage that they're trying to bring in. They're already at level 5. Maximum of them are at level 5 on the other corner. FSC Sports is still struggling at level 3, which is again going to implicate a lot of, I guess, unfruitful positioning for them in the later stages. But I'm looking forward to see if that is going to change or not. Again, leveling up, evolving, getting those hero synergies and going for some good scores is going to be the base approach for every single individual. Griffin has already got a lead of 20 good goals, but still, that is nothing because the Rayquaza fight is something which can change a lot of stuff. But even before that, we have to see those other objective Pokemons, the Regieleki and the Registeel, Regirock, Regice, whichever comes in the bottom lane. Also, for now, the Alternate Swablues is what these individuals are waiting for. At 8-minute marker, it will be coming in. And look at that, the contestant goes in the Legendary Pit.
It's being stolen in all directions. Everybody gets a little of everything. But the Solar Boing, nice shedding at all usage. But I think the Pikachu will go down. There's nothing to say because everybody is surrounded. Even Rook goes down. And there was a chance of Blair also going down. But before Blair survives, however, his teammates, everybody fall apart one after another except for Blair as well as the War Turtle on top. Only 2 survive. It's 3 knockouts one after another while they return from the Legendary Pit to the bottom path. They also lose their tier 1 on bottom.
Well, look at Team Griffin. Already destroying the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane. That's quite interesting. They're trying to put up a lot of pressure from the start. The Citrus Berry is going to get in the favor of Water Turtle. That's how he's going to survive for a little longer. But I have to see if that stacking up formation is going to work out or not. But a lot of Pokemons from FS Esports have already stocked the bottom lane because Slowbro and the Inteleon with the particular Snipe Shot is going to enact from their corner. But obviously, leveling up for Inteleon is also going to be really very important. Now, the focus gets shifted towards the Regirock. The players are trying to melt it down, but there comes Blissey, there comes the Umbreon as well as the defender for the team of FS Esports. Now they're trying to keep Inteleon and their other Pokemons inches away from that scenario. But let's see, Blaziken could actually come up with a steal, but no, it's the Urshifu who gets the advantage, and Blair is about to come up with a good KO. Let's see if Snowy is going to survive or not. Well, there you go, the KO comes in, Snowy goes down, Urshifu with a good smack, and with that, yes, the advantage for now is now in FS Esports' favor. But all of a sudden, look at this, look at this, Team Griffin is also ready with the fight. The spin comes in, but not enough to completely put the players down. Okay, already a Unite being utilized, that early.
Nova is the only one surviving here. In the meantime, they're all interested in just scoring. A 38 of an overdone coming to destroy, but that's not going to be off. The Blaziken is back, but with the mean look, it gets stopped. However, with the Thunder, it gets KO'd. So a 2 KO streak coming in from Berserk here. They're trying to even things up. FS Esports are 30 AOS energy, around 30 AOS energy away from where Team Griffin is. Team Griffin still have the lead. Tier 1 on both the ends of Griffin as well as FS Esports is still going to be there on top path as well as the Regieleki. So there's going to be the next fight happening, a team fight on the top path of who gets this Regieleki, yet to be watched. Unites, if you talk about it, FS Esports have. The Moonlight Prance was there and it also gets used along with the Hydro Typhoon, finds the Leafeon, but the Spy Vision gets activated and even the Blaziken moving in. If the Spy Vision finds damage, it can be a KO, but the Pikachu's Thunder pushes the players back.
Well, once again, FS Esports survives, but barely. But now the contestant goes in for the Regieleki. They're trying to contest it. They're trying to get their 6th ally. All the other corner are still looking quite affected. But look at that. Once again, a Unite moves comes in, but still it is going to be FS Esports who gets the advantage.
Illusion.
But now it all trickles down to the KOs. Look at this. Umbreon goes down. Not just that, another Pokemon is going to get KO'd. And it's Blaziken who is doing the heavy lifting of getting some good KOs. Not just that, even the supporter is out of the equation with 181. Both the tier 1 goal zones from top lane and the bottom lane are already destroyed. That leaves an open opportunity for Team FS Esports to go for the top lane goal zone for Team Griffin. Against Team Griffin, to be honest. The Regieleki is again going to get contested. It's going to get melted away. And the 6th ally is now going to get KO'd, that's for sure. But Registeel is now the main focus of FS Esports. And FS Esports is trying to come up with the stack, but Leafeon all of a sudden steals it away. Look at this. The players were trying to come for the bottom lane, but even before that, the Leafeon comes in, sweeps it away, and with that, they have now the advantage. Not just that, Leafeon is already there with an orange and purple buff as well. So she's more than ready to fight back.
Yeah, Illusion changed the game already in that top path fight. He got KO'd. From there, he jumped in. He came in at the right time when the team needed him, and it worked out. They found an entire team KO, and FS Esports were pushed back to a deficit and also lose their tier 1 on top. Inteleon right as now hiding. Rook trying to move in. Can he find Ghoul's position with Snarl? He reveals where he was hiding. But right as now, it seems like they're waiting for wild Pokemon. We quickly talk about the level. It's a level 12 Urshifu, but there are 2 Pokemon who are on level 12 from the side of Griffin. It's going to be Leafeon as well as the Inteleon. And you can see a KO easily being found. The Blastoise sent back to the Pokemon Center. A big 50 being scored, whereas FS Esports barely scratching the surface of 10, 15 and 20.
Oh. Look at that, the snipe shots going in, dishing out the biggest damage that they can really go for with the Pikachu. It's not stopping, but Blaziken is right over there as an all-rounder to stop it away. And with that, Pikachu also goes in at its base. And now the respawn is something that they are waiting for. PYZ on the other corner, again with the water spouts, he is trying to go for Ultradian Swap Blues, trying to get the level buff in their favor. With the Felsinger and Snipe Shot combination, we have seen wonders being done. Crowley did it from Revenant's perspective, Burzum did it, and at the same point we have other players also from Team True Gravity who were quite wonderful with it. And now it all trickles down to what Team Griffin can do. And there you go. With that, Inteleon and his Snipe Shot, we do see the 6th ally this time coming in for Team Griffin. And FSC Sports, they have to stack up onto the top lane to really avoid this whole distraction coming in. But on the bottom lane goal zone, look at this, Pikachu is already guarding it off. He's also trying to make sure to get some good AOS energy by farming those wild Pokemons. But at the same point in the bottom lane, it is going to be the Blaziken and the Leafeon combination that's working their way up to get that Registeel also as an advantage for Team Griffin.
The second Registeel, they're going to get the attacking buff. With the Thunder, tried his best, but he was a little bit too late to get that steal away, and now has to back off to the tier 2 on the bottom path. There's going to be 12 seconds on the clock as we're going to be seeing the Rayquaza, the final fight, the final stretch here. FSC Sports still in deficit of 100 AOS energy. Can they make that 100 goal happen now? Yes, they can, because the tier 1 on the top path is still going to be there. So if they go for that 100 score, Raider, they will be at 244. One extra from where Team Griffin is. But I'm pretty sure they wouldn't go for that, because Team Griffin will be waiting for somebody to score. And especially of how that Leafeon has been playing Illusion. He is super speedy. And FSC Sports will be a little bit wary about that. Rook clearing all the tall grasses on top. He might just go for a 50 rather than 100. But I think he spotted Illusion over there. So no much of an extension. But wait, Blasters is going for it. Leafeon also moving in at the same time. They will not get this. The Zola Boinks comes through with a rapid spin. He has to move away, and no 100 coming through.
Well, with that, yes, the players are now getting pushed away. Leafeon goes in to sweep in some more damage. Rook is the one which is trying to put it away. I'm looking forward to see if there is going to be some certain changes. But Blazy can find some valuable KO onto the Urshifu. This is a moment where Urshifu had to be there. He's a heavy hitter for the team, and now he's out of the equation. That leaves Pikachu and his other teammates all alone. I'm looking forward to see if there is going to be a certain amount of pressure being dealt over there as well or not. But there goes in the goals. We were talking about it, and look at this. 425. No Rayquaza has been melted. It is still a situation where Team Griffin is now leading with a huge buffer in their favor. And is there going to be another KO coming in? I do believe there might be some good KOs on Team Griffin's player. Inteleon definitely doing his best, but Inteleon in fact gets KO'd. Pikachu on the other corner finds a KO on Leafeon as well. This is the moment where you have an open spot to go for that Rayquaza meltdown. 31 seconds more to go. The time is running out of their hands. Urshifu finds Blaziken. The redemption fight is over there. Look at this now. They're trying to melt it away. Let's see if Clippable is going to be enough. And at the same point, the defender, which is known as the Slowbro, is also right over there on the top lane trying to get the fight. But they are now focused for the tier 1 goal zone. They want to go for some goals, and they want to completely capitalize on it. Be it a lead, be it a buffer, be it advantage that you are trying to go for. It is going to be Mikey and his teammates who are going to go for some big scores. And it does feel like that Team Griffin is going to finally nail it away in their favor, despite of the fact Team FSC Sports is going to come up with some decent goals of their own. But man, oh man, what a fight. What a 10-minute marker that has been hit after the legendary pit went down. Look at this, guys. It's Team Griffin all over, I do believe, with a lead. And yeah, the lead is quite considerable. More than 180 points of a lead coming in from Team Griffin. With 525 points, they beat their opponent FSC Sports in the 5th match, game number 1. But trust me, we still have a very high hope that maybe FSC Sports is going to bring their game back in the next 2 games.
If Blair got his 100 and maybe his teammate also got, they were milliseconds away from reaching that goal zone to secure that 100. Unfortunately, the time got up and their goal did not count. Otherwise, they could have won. They had 50 AOS energy each. 200 they could have put. But time. They had taken 3 players down from the side of Griffin. It was only Mikey and Noah standing. Noah also had 50 AOS energy. He couldn't dunk, but I think Mikey did get a chance, and that's the reason they're sitting at 525. Otherwise, this game could have been in favor of FSC Sports. Nice try. However, Snowy caused that initial KO, and that is where FSC Sports were forced their hand to pick up a fight. And that fight also started proving a little bit fateful, whereas they started losing players, but thankfully it was an early KO coming through, and because of that early KO, their cooldown was less and they respawned fast. They came back into the fight, and FSC Sports had their players, whereas Team Griffin had a higher cooldown because of their level advantage and also the KOs that they had found. And that chance for FSC Sports just missed out by a tiny window gap. Otherwise, maybe FSC Sports could have gotten this first victory. But with Griffin getting this first point, Raider, I'm pretty sure they'll look forward to another 2-0.
But definitely, I mean, getting the 2-0 is going to be the goal for every single team at this point. When you have that initial advantage against your opponent, well, what is the next step? The next step is basically to nail that next game as well in your favor. But obviously, FSC Sports is not here without any homework. They have done their homework. They have figured out what they have to do, and they came very close, as you were talking about it. But to be honest, the play coming from Team Griffin was quite interesting for me, because it was just Noah and Mikey who were surviving. Cliffy and Slowbro, to be precise, they are not a very big heavy hitter. Yes, they can bring in the recovery, they can sustain a lot of damage. Talking about Noah being the Slowbro, he could have actually sustained a lot of damage, but what they decided to do is basically 30 more seconds were left. They decided to go for the tier 2 goal zone and the baseline goal zone, out of which Pikachu was able to TP back to the base from FSC Sports, and he denied the goal coming in from Noah. But yes, still Mikey was able to go for a good 100 coming in on the top lane. And these are the small minute decisions that you make along the way, which is going to either make your path to the victory or break your path to the victory. For now, it is Team Griffin which was able to get that small decision in their favor, and that's how they were able to bring in the best game for themselves. Talking about Snowy, again, as you said, that initial KO onto the Urshifu was so impressive, and it was so important, to be honest. Obviously, due to that KO coming into the picture, things a lot. And yes, for a moment, it was looking like Team Griffin now had the control. FSC Sports on the other corner, they also retaliated. They were also able to put down Inteleon first of all, and then after that, Leafeon went down, and Blaziken also got taken down by the same Urshifu who Blaziken was able to take down. So in this span of 10 minutes, there was quite a few wonderful moments for me as a caster.
This is a crazy game. Look at this. Cliffable, the one that I spoke about, 100 at almost that 10th minute mark. Here, if there was just two more people who could have scored the 100, we did see Urshifu going to that 50 years energy score, but unfortunately fell a little bit short. I think even Pikachu did try to go their berserk, but unfortunately they just were a little milliseconds away from reaching that goal zone and hitting that goal button, and therefore that 100's missed. Otherwise it could have been FS. Look at how close of a game it came through. Even though FSC Sports didn't look like they had control of the game in the start, the final fight was a little bit wayward coming in from both the teams. FSC Sports also initially fell a little bit short, lost their players, got KO'd. On the other end, a little bit of an overextension coming in from Griffin, because of which they also got KO'd. Let's jump into the replay and watch these chaos happen and the chaos unfold.
Well, initially, I mean, that early KO that came from Kung Fu was also quite interesting. From that region, we did saw a lot of KOs being diminished. And to be honest, guys, to my surprise, it was Team FSC Sports who was getting multiple KOs initially. But what happened in the later stages, the players from Team Griffin figured out that they have to go for the level advantage, and that's exactly what they tried to go for. But still, I do believe the Pikachu Ultimate, and also at the same point, the Hydro Typhoon that was coming in every now and then from the Blastoise was definitely putting up a lot of pressure. But there were few moments where the complete team KO was also there, but it's all like at least one or two players still surviving in the game. Other than that, everybody was there in the base trying to get their notion of coming back in the game. But look at this Rayquaza fight. They completely neglected the legendary boss Pokemon, and they went for a fight in the opponent's particular mid lane, and eventually they were able to get the Inteleon. Then Leafeon got KO'd, and after that Blaziken also got KO'd. And look at this. This is the moment where the players were trying to focus for a fight onto the Rayquaza, and at the same exact moment, what Team Griffin decided to do is just completely shift their momentum, completely shift their whole insight. Cliffable and Nova decided to go directly towards the approach of the tier 2 goal zone and the baseline goal zone, which was remaining goal zones, and they decided to go for some good goals. And to be honest, that approach was quite good, because if they would have decided to completely go for the fight, maybe wait for a steal, maybe that situation would have not worked out for them, and maybe Cliffable and the Slowbro could have gotten a KO. So all of those situations, all of those variables being calculated by the players of Team Griffin, and the way they worked it out was again quite an insightful one that shows their experience, that shows their split-second decision, and kudos to the IGL for this kind of decision. I'm looking forward to see if they're going to maintain that consistency in the second match as well or not, in the second game to be precise of this match number 5, because that is where things start to crumble down. You have got the first advantage. What if you're going to lose your foot in the second one? And that's exactly what happened to Team True Gravity versus Forge Legacy as well. Forge Legacy, if I'm not wrong, was able to get the first game. Then True Gravity came in, swept in with a good buffer, and that was a huge buffer, to be honest. The second game was in their favor, but after that, what happened? It was again Forge Legacy. So you have to get your foot right in the game, but at the same point, you don't have to slip away. And if that slip comes in, that might be the last slip you want, because again, getting pushed back in the standings is something that you really don't want to go with, because then the seeding positions also comes in.
Yeah, as of now, again, for all the people wondering, none of these teams are going to get eliminated at this leg of the stage of ACL Champions League. What is going to happen is they're going to get into seeds, meaning first, second, third and fourth position respectively.
Yeah.
And this will be based on how many games they win, how many points that they have, and this will push them to the playoffs of which team they're going to fight off. So they might get the advantage or might get the disadvantage, depending on how it is. But right as now, we are also seeing player introductions. Blair in front of us is now plays cliffable majority of the times. And on the other end, now we see Snowy coming in. Snowy is the heavy hitter of the team. Always has more than 60,000 damage coming in. Plays the all-rounder, plays the range attacker. Both these roles very well.
Oh yeah, I mean, this guy individually is absolutely effective. Glaceon was not picked this time, but he decided to go for a different route and was able to be effective on that particular note as well. From FSC Sports, we have another individual, Rook, whose average damage dealt is also quite interesting, and at the same point, the average damage taken. As a defender, yes, you have to sustain a lot, you have to intake a lot of damage because you're the tank, you're the defender for the team. In terms of that, yes, Rook definitely made a phenomenal play, because either with Umbreon or with Slowbro, which is the 50% pick rate for him, he is quite effective, to be honest. He is sustaining a lot of damage, he is coming up with some lot of interesting recovery, and obviously, well, when you are a frontline attacker, you have to sustain a lot of damage. You have to make sure that your teammates like Inteleon, Pikachu or some other squishy Pokemon survive till the end, because when they have that level buff, when they have that level advantage, things start to change a lot. But let's look into the second game of match number 5 as well to see what kind of change is it going to be there. Team Griffin has a second choice, but the bans, quite evident, it is going to be Hoopa all over. From the start of this day, I asked Necros as well that which Pokemon do you think is going to get banned? After seeing how Hoopa can change the whole trajectory of the game in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023, I mean, it's quite evident that Hoopa is the one favorable one that is definitely going to get banned.
Yeah, I mean, I think eventually everybody is realizing the capability that Hoopa has. Initially, people used to pick Hoopa because, again, it was just quick and doing stuff. But right now, they realize the potential of Hoopa can make or break the game. And that is the reason the ban. But for the first time, I think we are seeing that both the sides are just banning Hoopa, meaning the other Pokemons are left open. They can be picked up. Rook immediately grabs. Again, Defender, I think that's no brainer coming through from the side of FSC Sports. They've been inclined to picking up defenders first. Griffin on the other end, they generally mix and match between either a supporter or a defender.
I mean, they had the choice to go for the second pick and they decided to go for Cliffable as well at the same point, which was a good pick. But now look at this. Blair gets his favorable one. I mean, not Blair, to be honest, because it is going to get for sure switched up in the final preparation, but they have got the Glaceon to melt the defenders. Glaceon is a very effective melters, guys, and even Crowley was talking about, even if I talk about Vulcan from Team True Gravity, he was also, while giving us the interview, he was giving us the insight that if we have that melter in our favor, we would have easily won the first match as well. But yeah, moving forward, we have a Leafeon as a speedster coming in from FSC Spurs. So this time, FSC Spurs is finally able to lock that particular Pokemon away, because in the previous matchup, it was Team Griffin who was able to go for the Leafeon. On the other corner, we have Mew, a squishy one, but yet quite effective, despite of the fact that there are some nerfs coming in from the particular patch notes. But at the same moment, if we talk about Illusion, he's going to go with the Gardevoir.
Gardevoir again in the mix. We're seeing all these Gardevoir games are the reason that the teams are winning. Now coming in as a Gardevoir towards the end is gonna be interesting, but as of now we don't see it yet. Sarina in the mix from Illusion. This is interesting. Ghoul coming in back on the Mew. I like that. But Mew has been nerfed. So let's see how effective it is. But Snowy finally moving into the Beamersaur. Blair will be playing a Glaceon. Double defender, still keeping it alive. Pardesi as well as Pies. Is going to be Blastoise as well as Umbreon, along with Rook playing the third defender. So triple defender is the name of the game here for FS Esports. Previously it failed. Does it fail again? Because right as now feels like Griffin have an experimental lineup as well. One Pokemon nerfed, another Pokemon recently buffed, that is Serena in terms of the stats. Let's see how that plays out right as of now.
Well, yeah, I mean, when it comes to their tanking power, it is just the Lapras, and obviously with that combination of Lapras and a Clefable being one of the most effective supporter after the ban of Hoopa is definitely going to be quite advantageous for them. At the same point, when I talk about the supporting situation for FS Esports, I am not at all surprised to see that there is no supporter, because against Team True Gravity in the first match today, similar situation happened. They had three tanks for themselves, they had three defenders, but they had two attackers at that point. Now what they have decided to go with is just one attacker, which is a very good melter, which can be advantageous because there is just one guy to melt down. To be honest, when it comes to defending from Team Griffin, well, we have to really see what happens over there. But yes, the second attacker has now been switched up with the Speedster when we talk about Team FS Esports. So either this will be a very brilliant play, or this can affect very largely onto the players of Team FS Esports. But I have to say that the frontline attackers are definitely someone which can put up a lot of pressure on Team Griffin. Even Team 2 Gravity struggled a lot in the first match. The only reason why they were able to win it was basically due to the Venusaur Solar Beam coming in, and that was able to steal the Rayquaza. That was the only thing that changed the trajectory of FS Esports and was able to bring in a victorious game for Team FS Esports, for Team True Gravity to be precise. FS Esports, well, they got 0 games in that particular first match. But moving forward, FS Esports, from the start, they're trying to dictate their terms, trying to put up a lot of pressure onto the opponent, not even letting them to go for some good goals. At the same moment, they've already secured 14 goals, so it's not a very big lead, to be honest, but yes, they're trying to put up some serious sense of pressure onto the opponent.
14-0, FS Esports this time might have started it, but let's see how far they can push it. I want to see what magic they can work with Serena as well as Mew. Right now, Ghoul playing on the Mew. Right ahead of him is Nova. 8 minutes 50, we end up seeing the Alterian Swablu with the light shield nicely pushed away from the players of FS. In the meantime, in the top path, control being taken over because it's a 3-man push coming in as Griffin give away a KO, as well as FS Esports pushing this lead further. Now, there is something that Griffin need to concentrate is to get back on level and playing together, because their Serena on top was found as a KO. The other player let go of that goal zone, making sure that the free experience should not be given. In the meantime, Berserk keeping his stack on. Noah, thankful he will be, because he is a defender. Otherwise, if it was any other role, he would have been KO'd by that mean look and the other players jumping on him.
There you go, finally some scores being done from Team Griffin as well, and there comes in the War Turtle. Squirtle has now evolved to the War Turtle, and they are trying to put some effective damage onto the opponents, but it does feel like that the opponents are also focused on a little bit more of a score coming in. Serena, again as a heavy hitter, really wants to bring in the best at this point. I would love to see how that all-rounder is going to play along the way. You have to be effective, guys. That's what the main issue is all about. If you are effective, things might change quite fruitfully for you. But the Petal Dance coming into the picture, what do you have to say about that, Sam? Because again, Petal Dance is very good, but then again in the close quarter fights, being the range attacker, I believe Mew has already got that Solar Beam, but an addition of another Solar Beam could have a little bit more advantages in this game.
Again, we've seen double beamers certain times, maybe even triple beamers, like keeping in the Solar Blade. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's just too much because Solar Beam takes time to charge. But right now, Nova a little bit in trouble. A 2 KO streak being found. Telekinesis also being used, meaning Ghoul, he can be easily found. Oh my god, what was that Icicle Spear? A 3 KO streak and then an overdunk coming through to destroy the goal zone. 150 FS Esports against Griffin. And Griffin sitting at only 59. How have the tables turned? And look at Blair, unstoppable. And they secure the Regirock in less than 15-20 seconds when they started it. And now in the meantime, Griffin, they're jumping up to the Regieleki on top. All the players are moving up. They might just make it in time before Griffin get it and might even steal it away. But it is going to be a secure from Snowy. And now the Petal Dance and Giga Drain might just be enough. One on the long range, one on the close range. Verdant Anger coming out, does a lot of damage, but it is not going to be enough because as soon as the Verdant Anger went out, even the Venusaur was KO'd.
Well, the Venusaur is out of equation, but at the same point, the Icicle Spears, as you said, was absolutely amazing, and now it is again quite amazing. The best part for me from FSC Sports' gameplay is basically the frontline attackers, the way they are soaking up the damage, and then from the back end it's the Leafeon and the other guy that is going to be the Glaceon trying to melt the opponent's players as well is absolutely impressive. Look at this. He was very happy after securing that 30, but what happened after that? He is now going to sit back, relax, and wait for a few more seconds to be back in the game. So that is the kind of approach which is definitely looking quite amazing for Team FSC Sports, but FSC Sports, I don't know how much more of a momentum they are going to build till the end, because again, they have got a very good speedster, they have got a very good attacker as well, which is not just an attacker, it's a very effective melter of that Lapras as well. But again, Lapras at level 13 could be very effective, so I feel Team Griffin should a little bit more focus onto the evolution part as well. They have to evolve really quickly, but at the same point, look at this, the Petal Dance comes in with the Giga Drain, and now again the pressure falls down a lot. But look at this Umbreon, they are trying to maintain a lot of pressure, but the Slowbro goes down, one defender down, 2 more to go, and after that the Leafeon and the other Pokemon, Umbreon is also, not Umbreon, the Glaceon is also going to be on Breakers. But Pardesi, can you run far away? No. Well, not at all. It is going to be a KO coming in, 2 KOs already being delivered. With that, even the Hydro Typhoon is going to come pretty soon, I believe. But yes, FSC Sports, they are more than ready, but there goes the KO. Lapras, the only tank that Team Griffin has got, is now melted away.
There's still chance for Griffin here because the goal zones have been brought in closer, only 50, but the objectives constantly that FS are taking is giving them the advantage where they're better on levels, and you can see 2 KOs being found at the bottom path. In the meantime, Griffin said, okay, bottom is gone from our hands. Let's quickly act on the Regieleki on top. FSC Sports are also charging up. Umbreon is going to be here. Might go for a steal, but the Storms are going to be good enough. Oh, wait, the Solar Point. Leafeon steals it, and now Illusion in trouble. He cannot run away. Nice mean look, traps Illusion, and that is the end of it. There's nothing that he could have done up, and an extra ally added for FSC Sports. When we were just thinking that maybe Griffin are making their comeback, FSC Sports pull up a steal.
What a play from FSC Sports. They are not leaving even a single minute second, even a single minute chance of a comeback for Team Griffin. But trust me, that Rayquaza fight is something I'm patiently waiting for. But even before that, the level buff, where is Lapras? You have to be ready, mates, because again, you're the only individual who is there with the tanking position. And again, you're getting countered a lot. Umbreon on the other corner finds a Cliffable. No supports for now, for a few moments, for a few seconds. On the other corner, Berserk wanted to fall back, but eventually that's not going to be the case. Even the Venusaur is going to get KO'd. With that, Cool and the other individuals are also trying to put up a lot of pressure. Look at that, the Solar Beam goes in, Sarina finds one. It's the Glaceon who goes down way too late, but yet a very effective KO coming in. Not just that, Sarina is going to find another one as an all-rounder. Definitely the output is coming in. Slowly but steadily, it is looking like Team Griffin wants to come back in the game. The urge, the hunger is now quite evident. And look at that, they're trying to go for a dump of 40, but again the Leafeon comes in. The pressure is now relieved. Leafeon with the solar points are definitely pressurizing the opponent. There is no Citrus Berry yet, so there is no healings for them whatsoever. But is it going to be a situation where there will be some goals? Well, not at all. And the Lapras now gets cornered. No fighting back. You are going to get killed, that's for sure.
Yeah, at least one Pokemon had to go down to a KO, otherwise all 4 would have gone down to a KO. So at least one better than all 4. Regirock has spawned, but in the meantime Venus are a little bit of an overextension, and the Glaceon is pushing it in the top path, and you can see the Snowy. Can he run away? Big time damage coming in. Thankfully Altaria and Swablu in between tank up a little, but you can see how much of health he has lost. 1 second and we're going to see a Regieleki. Bottom Reggie has been taken over from FS. Now top Reggie, is it going to be again taken over from FS? Right as of now, after scoring 180 and Griffin on 130, none of them have had chances to score. But is there a chance to steal? They're trying to swoop in, but Snowy was a little bit tad late from hitting that Giga Drain, and that gets secured. The Regieleki will go towards the Team Griffin. Added 6th life for the FSC Sports, but now there's not much time on the clock. They have to look forward to the Rayquaza, and they're letting the Regieleki walk for free. Goal zone is vulnerable, meaning 100 can be scored from FSC Sports, and that's what the Blastoise wants to do. In the top path, you can see Blastoise easily collecting Chaos Energy and making its way for the 100, and nobody to watch out for it. And FSC Sports push themselves even further to 300. Right now, Slow Beam used FSC Sports. Can they find the initial KO? They're trying their best. Verdant Dagger comes out, and Lapras makes a secure in all the KOs. And in that Lapras Express, he's carrying his teammates to go for goal secures. But in the meantime, bottom path, they're destroying the shields. Is this a comeback? Everybody is running up. Somebody needs to destroy the tier 1 and bottom. Illusion is ready. His shield doesn't get broken. And yes, 100 comes through. 333, 430. And with that, now one last 100 from Nova can secure themselves the victory. And there is no way they could break the shield. 532, 632. Another 100 from Ghoul from in between. And this secures it. Chaos energy, not much for the side of FS Esports to make a comeback. How did the tables turn? FS Esports, they had everything under control, but Team Griffin decide to fight in the Rayquaza pit and they win it.
A textbook gameplay coming in, to be honest, from FS Esports. Exactly what they did against Team True Gravity. Exactly this kind of storyline was there. There were 3 defenders. There were 2 good heavy hitters coming in. Although there were 2 attackers, not a speedster coming in as a combination. But from the start, they were dictating their terms. From the start, they were getting all those objectives. But what happened at the end? It was Team True Gravity. It is Team Griffin, which is going to beat their opponent known as FS Esports. They had that control from the start. But at the end, things started to change. The Lapras stole it away. You talked about 100 when 444 was the scoreline. Look at this. You will get a 300 more score coming in from Team Griffin. And with that, there is no time left. Multiple KOs coming in. And Serena wants to go for the final blow as well, even before the whistle goes off. But look at this. Griffin with a 2-0. They nailed this match right in their favor. Good struggle from the start. But at the end, the way they closed it out was absolutely impressive. 720, 489. That means there is a buffer of approximately 240 to 250 points. A good buffer coming in between both the individuals, both the teams. Rook definitely made it possible for the team to become the tank. But at the same point, I have to say that PYZ, as a Blastoise, he was able to be effective. Was able to bring in a lot of assists. Even look at the number of KOs that were coming in from Team FSC. So from the start, they were putting the players down. A lot of pressure were there, but in the later stages, the numbers that Ghoul has got, the number that Snowy has got, the number that Illusion has got, these are the numbers that came in exactly in the last 1 minute after having that Rayquaza advantage. Hats off to the play from Team Griffin. They completely shut down every single possibility for FS to once again rise back in the leaderboard.
FS Esports as a whole, counting all the knockouts that every Pokemon has, is 22. Griffin, on the other hand, have just 9 knockouts.
Wow.
And Griffin win it. Imagine for this to happen, for FS Esports having control of the entire game. Pardesi has 13 assists, Blair has 9 knockouts, 7 assists, Pies has 2 knockouts, 6 assists, Rook has 3 knockouts and 7 assists, Berserk has 6 knockouts and 9 assists. Insane stuff that FS Esports had. Look at Berserk, 102,000 damage coming in from his end. Pardesi, damage taken 64,000 along with 62,000 of recovery. Rook with 51,000 of damage taken. PYZ with 45,000 damage taken, but it was still not enough to win this game. Whereas Team Griffin, barely did they get chances to secure objectives here, Raider. They still made the victory happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a beautiful victory coming from Team Griffin. They were not able to get the objectives, they were not getting the alternate Swablues plenty of the time, and they were not getting the advantage in the particular scenario of leveling up. They were getting KO'd a lot, as you said, 22 KOs and versus 9 KOs coming in from the opponent, that is Team Griffin. You can clearly see how from the start it was Team FSC was dictating their terms, getting some good goals. Although from 4 minute to 8 minute marker, that means that span of 4 minutes, there was nothing fruitful coming in from FSC Sports as well, because there were a lot of counters. And to be honest, FSC Sports was a little bit more focused on doing what? Doing and getting those KOs, melting down the objective Pokemons and getting those KOs. That's exactly what they were focused upon. Apart from that, remember guys that the tier 1, tier 2 goal zone were broken down way too early by Team FSC Sports, and that is one of those reasons why Team FSC Sports had to push back a lot, push down a lot onto the opponent tier 2 goal zones, and obviously the counter were coming in a little bit quicker when you try to go for the tier 2 goal zone, because it's a little bit far, a little bit closer to the opponent base lane goal zone, and they can really rotate, they can TP back and once again come back with the fullest of HP and then try to fight back against you. Exactly a similar storyline for even Team Griffin, where they struggled a lot for the 4 minute to 8 minute marker. They were unable to get something fruitful for themselves. They were trying to go for the goals, they were trying to put up a lot of pressure. I do remember a moment where 4 Pokemons decided to stack up onto the bottom lane. They were getting some good KOs, but at the end what happened? Leafeon came back Leafeon came back, and eventually with the Solar Boink and other ultimates being dished over there, things started to change. They started to crumble down. What happened? That Lapras was kept over there as a bait that you get him, you try to melt him down. That is our tank. You finish him off. We are going to go back to our base lanes. We're going to heal up and then bring back. To be honest, the redemption that Lapras was able to bring in at the end moment after taking that Rayquaza. The irony is here, guys, in this game. You were taking down Lapras every now and then. You were containing that only defender that Team Griffin was able to have. And what happened? That only individual was able to bring in the best output for Team Griffin. From a storyline of 153 points in their favor to a 720. What a jump, man. What a jump.
Yeah. I think I was a little bit worried as well, because when they secured the Rayquaza, players from side of FS Esports were still there, right? The Pokemons were not in the Pokemon Center. They were ready to fight. And I thought the shields would have been broken, but very well dodged from the movesets, and they ran to the goal zones, and very well, like the tier 1 was also there. So I thought because the tier 1 was going to be there, scoring in the tier 2 is going to be tough, because by the time they score tier 1 and break it, tier 2 somebody would have come there and they would have broken the shield. But you saw how well they dodged it, right? You saw the Serena dodging from that solar blade and then getting that 100 dunk. So well played. But you can see from the get-go, from the start, these two EVs, Glaceon as well as Umbreon, playing together, doing so much damage all across, right? And along with that, a Leafeon as well. So much of trouble that they had. 3 EVs in a team, and it still was not enough. The evolutions did not work this time.
Definitely, I mean, the pressure was way too high, to be honest. And I have to say at this point that FS Esports definitely did a phenomenal job of tanking it up throughout the way. They were able to establish a lot of dominance. They were able to get and soak out all the damage that was coming in from either the Venusaur or the Serena as the all-rounder, or the Mew with the Solar Beam. But yes, I do believe that pretty soon we might actually get an interview from Team Griffin's individual. I have to ask that guy, whoever comes in, that was that a wise decision or a calculative decision coming in from your corner, that you go for a Petal Dance irrespective of a Venusaur that you could have really converted? Obviously, Petal Dance is a very good, effective ability that could have been unlocked. But then again, in my mind, I am thinking that you have 3 defenders in your opponent's team, and those defenders, if you try to go in the close quarter fight for them, what is going to happen? That from the back end, Glaceon is going to put you down, or Leafeon is going to come sweep you out of the existence. That happened a lot for Venusaur, if you guys remember. He got KO'd a lot of many times, but eventually at the end, look at this fight. You talk about this particular fight again, you will get to see that Slowbro was trying to put him down. At the same point, we had the Umbreon over there, we had even the Blastoise putting in the spins. And due to that, yes, the Venusaur was getting countered a lot. So I believe in this particular fight, in this game number 2 specifically, using that Venusaur could have been a little bit more advantageous, but at the end, what paid off is already here, and it is the Petal Dance.
I cannot still make out of what Lapras move secured the Rayquaza. Whether it was the Ice Beam or the Pulse coming through, I'm like still wondering what it was, because so many unites and so many movesets got dumped in the legendary pit that it was like very tough to decipher of what went down. But I think that secure even for both the teams was very tough, right? Because everybody had jumped into the pit. They did not leave any other players stranded outside or around the legendary pit to go for that last hit secure. Everybody decided to just spam their movesets and unites at a stretch, and it eventually had to be one or the other moveset that connects. And again, it's random and it's kind of a little bit lucky stuff that happened over there. And FS Esports, unfortunate for their run in that 8 minutes, did not work, because there was a little bit of luck favored the side of Griffin, and Griffin were able to close the series in a 2-0 fashion. Griffin will be more than happy, right? They get another extra point here, meaning they will surpass the other 2 teams who are sitting with the first position as they get more points. Unfortunate for the FS Esports that they don't get anything. 2 losses on a stretch here, Raider.
Yeah, I mean, that is something which is definitely going to put up a lot of pressure onto the individuals of FS Esports, because again, the seeding positions are something that everybody is looking at this point. At the last day, the day number 3 is going to be very crucial in terms of that. And yeah, FS Esports, you are bringing a very different set of approach by choosing 3 defenders and going for 2 attackers, or attacker and a speedster combination. It's good to see. We are absolutely happy to see that particular situation get covered up. But to be honest, at the Rayquaza pit, I believe at the legendary pit in the final search time period, you have to have some heavy hitters for yourself. And that is one of those reasons where I feel that in this particular game number 2, situations went out of their hands. I do remember that even the Blastoise, after melting down that Regieleki, he tried to focus on going for a set of 100. Rather than that, he could have actually came down to the Legendary Pit and maybe get some good KOs, because he's a tanker. He can sustain the damage that is going to come from Venusaur or some other Pokemons like Mew or Serena coming in from Team Griffin. But what he decided to go for that extra 100 points, well, that's a good approach if it would have worked out then only. Because again, all of the players from Team Griffin went for an all-in commitment. They were not even leaving a single player out of that Legendary Pit. Everybody committed in. They were like, dump in all the abilities. We will get something out of it, and they got the Rayquaza.
But right now, let's break things down in terms of what could have worked, what did not work. As you can see, Anna is pointing out that there's the citrus berry that Nova took, because of which the game changed, meaning that defender could tank a lot more. And you did mention, right? Jumping back was the Leafeon was ready for a fight, and there is the reason they got control of things. So I think FSC Sports needed to understand what's around them, but you could still see Berserk doing enough damage, and even this Urshifu being picked up, right? The throat chop was good enough. It was just not enough for it to work out because the goal difference coming through. I know there is also the Unite ability here. We did even see, I think, Berserk use the Unite to try and find something out of it.
Yeah.
But there is also the Unite already ready from the Blaziken, which is about to jump to the bottom path, right? And also not much Eos energy left. It was only 140, not 140, but one player having 40 Eos energy. As you can see, it's the Urshifu. He does try to get the 40, but other players are sitting at 14. Look at this commitment of that Ultimate and Unite, and they get Chaos after it, but there are counter Chaos also after that, right? And that again brings the game back in favor of the side of Griffin, and Griffin were able to do it here as well. As you can see, it is Chaos being found, but the players who are surviving, right? Pikachu is just who sent back to the Pokemon Center. Now it is going to be the Blastoise along with, I think, the Umbreon. Both of them are right next to each other. Urshifu is playing with the Blissey. So they are a little bit further away. Now, if Urshifu was here instead of either one of them, meaning they could have taken this support or this defender, and if they did that, meaning their front line would have gotten weaker and the game could have turned around. That was the first game. Now coming to the second game, as you can see, I think this game was just luck. I wouldn't even try to break it down here, Raider.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, from the start, the way Team FSC Sports was dominating the Icicle Spears, they were trying to put every now and then the Lapras down. To be honest, irrespective of the luck and also the situation that turned out in the particular like 8 minute and 50 seconds marker, I have to say that even the irony was also there in this game. The only Pokemon that you were melting down a lot by the help of that Glaceon was able to secure the best output for the opponent team. But yeah, looking at the analysis part, you will get to see a lot of interesting approaches coming in the bottom lane as well. Noah and the other individuals from Team Griffin decided to go for some good dumps of gold, but at the same point, Blastoise came in, tried to come up with some good effect of his own, and as you can see, even the Slowbro was converging right over there. We had Leafeon coming in from the top lane as well. Serena was also trying to be very effective at that point, but it didn't turn out. It didn't turn out in the way that they wanted to go with. Mew definitely was able to get a good KO, but look at this. Serena was able to put down Venusaur. The attacker goes down. The supporter goes down by Glaceon, and then again another KO streak comes in. To be honest, so there were multiple instances where, if you are trying to put one player of FSC Sports down, there is a barrage of attack that is going to come from FSC Sports, and they're going to put the whole team down. There were multiple times where 2 to 3 Pokemons were already putting down from the perspective of Team FSC Sports. So that was a good play coming in. But look at this. Mikey and Cole, both of them combined effort as a supporter and attacker. They were trying to put the player down. Even Pardesi was quite low. And at the same point, if you talk about PYZ being the Blastoise, it was taking and sustaining a lot of damage. But remember, guys, you have Illusion, the Serena right over there. The effect will be there. And look at that, the Blastoise got KO'd.
This fight, look at this. This is what we were talking about. You can see the amount of shields that they had, right? It's just a little bit too much. But right now, it is the overall standings right in front of us. And Griffin, because of the 2 consecutive victories that they've had, their overall points is gone to 6. And they're going to be our team in the first position. Moving towards the second is going to be True Gravity as well as Force. Both of them sitting with 4 points each in the second position. Going to the 3 points. Now again, you might be wondering why Revenant is at the 4th position. That is because there are 2 players sharing the second position. Meaning it is kind of like the second and third situation. But they are in the second position. 4th position going to Revenant, 5th coming into Clowns 5. Again, they have just 1 point, whereas FSC Sports 0 points. They've not even gotten a single game here, Raider.
FSC Sports, definitely a sad sight to watch because again, if you talk about their efforts, I do believe they were wonderful. From fighting against Team True Gravity or fighting against Team Griffin, both of the battle were definitely quite interesting. The way they chose their Pokemons, the way they went in for the drafting phase was quite interesting. And I do believe even Team Griffin and also Vulcan was agreeing on that point that we a little bit we were like basically trying to go for those defenders. We're trying to take that cliffable, but we were unable to because of the drafting being done right from FSC Sports. So FSC Sports is doing a very decent job of getting those defenders, and the draft pick phase is also quite good for them. They're banning the right ones, and as you said that this is the first time where both the teams have banned the Hoopa. No, this was not the first time. It was Team True Gravity and FSC Sports. Again, they did the same thing in their first game. But at the end, what happened? It was Team Griffin who was able to nail it out. But now I believe we do have a very interesting person coming up on the interview desk, and it is Illusion coming in from Team Griffin. So let's have an insight from him as well.
Hello, Illusion. Congratulations on victory.
Hello,
How does
guys.
it feel? Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are a bit nervous. Actually, the last pick, Serena pick, it's a bit dicey.
I know.
It's a bit dicey.
I was about to
I
come
thought
to that
that
point.
I
Like, go for it.
I
I
thought
was
I could
about to
feel the
come to that
back line.
point.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened? Go for it.
Acha. So I picked Serena to kill the attackers, like to kill the backline. But actually, like we sucked at the early game. So
Correct.
yeah, but we got the Rayquaza, so it's good only.
Okay, I want to quickly check with you. What happened in that final fight, Illusion? Like, that was just
That was-
anything and everything being dumped everywhere. So how was that?
Like when they took the Rotom, so like we have decided that we'll flip the Zap, like we'll flip the Rayquaza. So when the Blastoise went to score, so like we flipped the Zap, and our defender Nova got the last hit. So
Oh my god, I have no idea how he got it because everybody was pressing buttons over there. That's for sure.
I would say it's luck, like 50-50.
Yeah.
It is.
Because,
I know, but there's
because Lepras getting a last hit with Ice Beam is sus, right?
exactly. That's what we were discussing here on desk. But again, as luck sometimes favors, it did today. Otherwise, it could have been a third game for you guys as well.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, congratulations, Illusion. We'll be meeting again very soon because this is
Thank
just
you.
a couple of the victories, right? Congratulations, wishing you the best again because yes, in India Open you fell a little bit short, but I'm pretty sure you don't want to fall short this time, right?
Yeah. We'll try our hard and we'll win the ECL.
For sure, I'm
Congratulations,
rooting for
yeah.
you guys then. Thank you so much, Illusion, for joining us here in Desk. We'll catch up soon in the next stage as well, or maybe today again in another game.
Yeah. Let's see what
We'll
happens.
see. Yeah, thank you so much,
Yeah.
Illusion.
Okay, cool. Okay.
See, like, imagine, that's what I was wondering, what moveset it was, and finally he reveals because they can kind of see it better. Here we have a perspective of every move being used, right? I was wondering which move. Is the Ice Beam Secure coming through? Imagine Rayquaza being freezed because of that Ice Beam and gets a Secure out of it, Raider.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to be honest, but yes, with that insight, we have got a very good clear perspective that Team Griffin was lucky in the second game, but they were rooting for the third one as well. But moving forward, I believe now we have got the insight that match number 6 is going to get started pretty soon, which will be between two pick of the Giants, Clown5, one who registered from the start and eventually was able to qualify in the top 6. Although the positioning was not that strong as they are the India Open 6th position team, but still they are here in the ACL. So congratulations on that note. Clown5 definitely wants to start with a big bang. The first match was not that fruitful for them, but now they are going to fight against Revenant Esports. At the same point, I have to say, Team Revenant is also packing a punch. Burzum, Apple, to be honest, I have to tell you, Lucifer, that Apple, this individually is way too good with the Zorak. So I believe this time for Team Clown5, if they have done their homework, I do believe the ban of that Zorak should be there if they really want to win, if they really want to move forward with a good standing in the leaderboard.
I am not too sure of what works. it feels like teams of whatever they've planned, right, Raider, it's not coming through. Now, quickly talking about the team in terms of their Pokemons, as you can see, Blissey seems to be a 100% pick rate for Clown 5. Then comes in their Buzzwole with 67. And then we did see a couple of ranged attackers. But this team, Revenant, seems to be very favorable, and they are very much intended or kind of moving towards the side of having a lot of supporters. And even we saw Ruben mentioning, right, game writers now in terms of meta is switching towards these supporters, and I think Revenant are like, we need a really good support. So with 3 supporters, Blissey, Clefable and Eldegoss, only 1 ranged attacker, 1 speedster, that's Zoroark 67%, and Lapras has a 100% pick rate. And the Zoroark generally goes to Apple, yes, and that's the reason you were mentioning that's something that Apple should not get a chance to pick. Now if they ban it or not is something to wait and watch out. But we did even see, right, the Zoroark pick, I think, which came in from FS itself, did not work, right? Their combo of that feint attack was being always dodged. Therefore, the late game of Zoroark completely failed. Let's jump into the game and see what draft we can expect here and what bans we can expect here.
Alright, talking about the ban phase, Hoopa, I believe, is a possible one. And yeah, there you go, the Hoopa is already here. From Clown 5, it is going to be a Hoopa ban coming in. From Revenant, it is going to be a Slowbro. I do believe both the particular teams have figured it out what they have to do and how the play has to unfold. Obito on the other corner wants to go with the Trevenant ban. I don't know why, but Trevenant has been kind of effective, but at the same point not being that effective that the whole game-changing situation could be coming in. As a tank, there are some different and maybe, let's say, a better set of choices coming in when you have Blastoise, when you have Lapras coming in, and some other Pokemons like basically Umbreon also being utilized a lot. But now Revenant is going to go for the first pick. It is going to be Goku, who is going to completely take the advantage of that Clefable as one of the best supporter. When you don't have the when you don't have the Hoopa, you go for the Clefable. When you don't have the Clefable, then there is a situation that you actually go for either the Eldegoss or the Blissey. But look at this, Clown 5 already locking in 2 of the biggest giant when it comes to the tanking formation. We have an Evolution, which is going to be the Umbreon. On the other corner, we have the Lapras Express, also more than ready. But Revenant is also there to answer back with their own set of 2 interesting defenders coming in. It is going to be Tensai locking in the Snorlax and a Slowbro being locked by the individual known as Genius. But moving forward, Legion, a Buzzwole. Okay, that could be a very good instance coming in. And as I said, when you don't have Hoopa, which is banned, then you have Clefable, which is already picked. Then the third choice goes into either Blissey or Eldegoss in the worst case scenario. And that's exactly what is going to be the case. It's going to be a Blissey pick coming in for Senix from Team Clown 5. Legion on the other corner is going to stick with the Buzzwole that he is going to go with. But a double attacker approach will be coming in from Team Revenant, although we have to wait for a few more seconds to really get a confirmation on that. Glaceon, which can really melt down the opponent known as Lapras and Umbreon. Obito Enjoy, to be precise, are those 2 individuals. But at the same point, there is going to be another attacker coming in, only attacker coming in from Clown 5, which might be the Beamasaur, because again, when you have that single individual, because if you compare this fight to the fight against Team Griffin, I believe the only reason why Griffin decided to step back a bit in terms of the Beamasaur is basically due to the fact that they had that mute for the range attacking formation. But at the same point, Revenant has got their own set of range attackers which can stay back a bit but still pack a punch. It is going to be Apple who is there with the Glaceon. Usually we do see him with a lot of speedster approach, but Glaceon is again going to be very effective, as I said initially. Even Chandelier can actually give a lot of damage from far away. We do see the Icicle Spears tracking down the opponent and putting them down a lot. So in that manner, I do believe Burzum can also be quite effective. Being an IGL of the team, Crowley, to be honest, he is one of the best players that Team Revenant has got. And obviously, while the interview was going on, Necros asked him, why is your name changed to Burzum? Why are you not Crowley anymore? He just said that for fun, I decided to switch up my name, and then eventually it got stuck up on me due to the rules and regulations. So yeah, Crowley is Burzum right now, guys. But yeah, we can call him Crowley as well, because he said, once a Crowley, always a Crowley. Let's see what will happen, because final preparation is done. Now we are on the loading screen. We are diving into the lobby pretty soon. Buzzwole, Obito, Umbreon being played by Joy. I am looking forward to see how that play goes out and up. But yeah, match number 6, game number 1 is on its way, and I do believe a very interesting amount of anticipation will be there.
Now this is crucial for both these teams, especially for Clown 5, right? We had a little bit of a high regard, and I kind of was expecting that Clown 5 could have actually won their game, but it didn't work their way. But right as now, Revenant Tensai invading, going in to steal those buffs. In the meantime, going in for that first goal is gonna be the teeny tiny Squirtle, Genius, and then Goku also gets a next 5. On the other end, Lapras staking all these Indidis, Wild Bunnies, and putting scores one after another. Now Revenant were doing it on top, so in bottom somebody has to do it, right? So Clown 5 are taking charge, but in the next Indidi they did not get a chance. They're all running with the X speed and will get back to their blue zone. But look at this, again trying to go in for a steal. The Rampant is already doing damage. That's something that they had to be worried about, and that Lapras gets KO'd without an evolution of the Chandelier. Already early damage doing so much. I think this is just a little bit of an overextension here coming through. But looks like we've hit a small pause. We should be getting back into the game. But can't do mistakes like this, right? This is just costly stuff. Raider here that we just saw. Like especially in the early game. And Lapras is a defender. Going down to a ranged attacker so early in the game, I think that was not something that we expected. But that's okay so far. Right now, it's a mistake that they maybe made. Again, early game, recoverable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the game just started. We just saw like basically 1 minute just passed away from the 10 minutes that we are here with. But I do believe, obviously, with this, the initial mistakes that are being delivered by the players, I feel there is a possibility that even Team Revenant can actually capitalize on that mistake. If you make those mistakes, there is a situation that experienced teams like Revenant, Crowley is one of those individuals who has his eagle eye set on the victory marker. He wants to come up with a 2-0, and he might be able to do it due to the mistakes that Clown 5 is making. But we can't really underestimate the Clown 5 as well. Although the fact that they were able to qualify the 6th position from India Open 2023 in the ACL regional qualifiers, but still, being on the 6th position in a previous tournament does not mean that they can't be in the top position. Well, obviously the first match was a little bit of a hiccup for them, but still a long way to go. Even Team True Gravity lost their one match. Forge Legacy also lost their one match. Team Griffin is the only team which is now currently undefeated in their 2 games that they were able to fight against. But remember, guys, just after this match, there is another match that is going to be there for Team Griffin, which is against Team True Gravity. So both the giants are going to face off each other, which will give us a brighter idea of how the tournament follows up. But for now, yes, we are back in the game, and as you do see, the level advantage is still there for Team Revenant. There are certain players who are already at level 5 on the other corner. The Clown 5, they are not yet able to evolve. Their Umbreon is still lacking that evolution, and obviously if the evolution does not come, the defending positioning is not going to be as strong as we really recommend from the start.
Look at that Snorlax completely walking around like there's no regret in life. He's just going in for an invade and surviving. They still not found a KO on him, and I think finally
he back.
He recalls himself, goes back to the base, and they could do nothing about it. Burzum, he previously did find a KO on the Lapras he was talking about, from the Litwick to Lampent right now, but still not a Chandelier. In the meantime, yes, scores being done from Joy. Goes to get the Citrus Berry. Icy Wind being played from Apple, not a Zoroark. That's interesting coming through. In the meantime, we do want to see what other players are going to be doing. Obito on top, as you can see, he is going in for those stacks, which is very crucial, but goes for a big 30 stack. And the counter War Turtle says, you get a 30, I get a 23. May get a +2 as well, but looks like a heavy slam fight. Maybe a team fight can break out here. A Poltergeist being used to keep the players of Clown 5 in check. Lot of damage being done. Maybe find a KO. Yes, they do. The Chandelier's afterburn effect causes a lot of trouble. Maybe even find one more. Yes, Icy Wind takes the Umbreon down. The other players, they retreat in that flux zone. They say, we have already lost a lot of HP. We cannot give away experience to them. And Revenant take charge of the bottom path.
Can't really deny those melters, guys. I mean, when you have a Glaceon in your team, when you have a Chandelier which can be far away but yet put in the best effort, I do believe the pressure is going to be there on Clown 5's players. And when you talk about their defensive parameters, all they have is just the Umbreon and the Lapras. Again, both of those Pokemons are quite good, but then again, if the skill moves are not unlocked yet, if you are not at the right level, it's just not going to be comfortable enough. The Buzzwole and the other guys are still trying to put up a lot of pressure and maybe possibly get that advantage of having the 6th ally. Well, they get it, and now a complete stack will be there on the top lane. There is nobody really stacking up onto the bottom lane. That really opens up a very good bracket. But what is that? Umbreon gets cornered. Snorlax, what a play that was. Tensai made it sure that the player is not going to flee away from the scenario. He cornered him away, and with that, the Chandelier and with that, if I'm not wrong, it was the Glacian who was able to put the Umbreon down to his misery. But now the level advantage, look at that. I mean, at level 9 is the situation where Glacian is sitting at. Even Chandler is at level 9. Blastoise currently is just tanking up the whole damage, soaking up the whole damage, and making sure that the Regieleki is not going to open up an advantage in the top lane gold zone. But now the contestment goes in the bottom lane. At this point, yes, I do remember that Hoopa can be very advantageous for rotating, but obviously when it's already banned in the top pick phase, you can't really come in with that. Buzzwole finds a valuable one with those pumping damages coming in. Buzzwole also goes down at the same point by the Icicle Space coming in. Not just that, it's the Glacian who's not going to stop that easily. Look at that attacking formation coming in. Lapras finds a valuable one, and it was not a Pokemon from opponent's perspective. It was the objective known as Hideji Rock, which was now taken down in the favor of Team Clown 5. But still, that advantage is not that advantageous, to be honest, because there are still multiple KOs coming in. It's the Umbreon who just went out. Even before that, we had Lapras and also Blissey getting KO'd. So yeah, it does feel like that Revenant is here to take up a control, and due to the level buff, due to the advantages that they're trying to create, it does feel like that the level buff is going to go a little bit longer.
How far is it going to go is something that we have to wait and watch. Revenant still have the lead of 140 riders now. Clown 5 don't seem to be getting anything in control. The Poltergeist is enough to keep the players in check. But look at this, a big 36 and another goal zone being destroyed. That's a tier 1. Poltergeist again keeping the players in check, going in for a power nap in between. Obito cannot do anything about it, and look at the damage coming in from Burzon. Uses the Unite and brings Obito to very little health, but the Poltergeist in the second time doesn't catch anybody. Overheat is doing a lot more damage, and right now Hydro Typhoon along with the Icy Wind is good enough to take the Venusaur down. Maybe even Joy on that Umbreon. Joy is on the backlines, gets the blue shield, but it doesn't work. Icy Wind finds Blissey along with Cliffable finding Umbreon. Obito trying his best, uses Unite, takes the Chandelier down, but he also goes down as a counter as the Snorlax takes him. Now it's all up to Lapras. Lapras goes down, the Word and Anger a little tad late, but it does find the Snorlax. So right as now, recovery happening here from Clown 5. A 2 KO streak as Cliffable goes down, make it a 3 as even the Glaceon goes. This is good recovery, but at least until recovery is being done, there's also time being bought back by Genius. Therefore, Clown 5, all the efforts to get control of the bottom path is only to save the goal zone, not to push ahead and destroy it.
Well, yeah, indeed, at this point, Clown 5 are definitely stepping their way up. Obito wants to melt down this Registeel, but eventually the focus will be shifting towards that corner as well. But look at this, the Umbreon is not looking good. The fire damage is definitely there. It does feel like that the Umbreon is about to get KO'd. Let's see if Chandelier is going to completely put him down. All the guys coming in, and the Registeel convention fight is going to be there. But this time, Slowbro is not going to be effective enough. The tanker known as Lapras finds the way of a KO. Solar Beam goes in, the damage is definitely there, and Venusaur is going to steal this advantage for the team. But still, a 221 coming in from Revenant Esports. Look at that Blastoise going all the way in the tier 2 goal zone and then peeping back as well. Wow, that's interesting. Now the lead is definitely quite high. Damage is coming in. Yeah.
Revenant 221 to 49, not giving Clown 5 any chance, but Obito, this is his chance to hit on Burzum, but Burzum immediately ejects. That's Crowley on that Chandelier, not giving any chance. The overheat and the Poltergeist is good enough, but in the meantime, Mewtwo, wait, what? Why? Why would you separate yourself from your teammates? Might be a distraction to buy time, but that's just a free KO given away. And right now, look at what Revenant are doing. They're charging up. They want to go for an overdunk of a 50 on just 4 AOS energy, which was needed, and that will push the score to 271, and Clown 5 will be able to do nothing about it. And right now, there's a Regieleki on top, but 9 seconds only. Wait, 17 seconds only to start things off on the final stretch. And in 15 seconds, as I've already said, now there's 10 seconds. It's going to be tough, but still Revenant are trying their best, but as it's come down to 5 seconds, the chance is not going to be there. But Obito wants to find a way to KO. 3 players have jumped on, none other than Blastoise, but Crowley is there to try and help. Hydro Typhoon being used, a lot of damage being done. Can they find overheat damage? But with the rapid spin, he decides to retreat. The Unite goes to only save, but the Lapras Express coming in. Do the players charge in right now? It looks like the Lapras itself is caught. Block being used. Moonlight Branch. Verdant Dagger finds the Blastoise. Power Nap being used. So Obito's Unite does get still used as it finds the KO on Snorlax. Looks like Clown 5 are bringing the game back. 2 KOs have been found. 3 players are still alive. 2 ranged attackers and 1 support. But on the other end, Clown 5 have all their 5. Rayquaza barely there, but the hit on the last secure by Chandelier, and Revenant Do not let the game go away. And the icy wind finds the knockout on 2 of the players, looking for the third as well. And yes, it's a 3 KO streak and make it an entire team wipe coming through. Clown 5 tried their best, but Revenant's ranged attackers destroy every dream that they had.
It's just they are ready with the attacking formation. They were way too on point with the play. Look at that. Clifford wants to go for a set of 3, but he's just getting countered every now and then. Buzzwole finds him, puts it down. There was a smack also coming in, and look at that, another one. It is going to be the Glacian who's going to get KO'd. But to be honest, the job is already done. Okay,
Yeah.
I do feel that there are the air synergies. If somehow they are able to make their way back to the tier 1, tier 2 goal zones, tier 1 goal zones in the top lane and the bottom lane, things might change. But look at that Chandelier, he has got that shield. Who is going to stop him? Well, the answer is nobody. And that's how 565 is going to be the storyline for Team Revenant. Not just that, we will get to see even more Unites being dumped right over there in the tier 1 goal zones. Look at them, they're trying to go for some good scores. Well, finally they did, and that is going to bring them to 121. But Clown 5, they are still struggling. It's just 11 more seconds, and they have to go for another set of 500 goals. And I feel it's just not going to be easy. But the word at anger throughout the way, to be honest, trust me, was absolutely fruitful for the team Clown 5. But again, I have to say once again that it's just one individual which is bringing a lot of chaos. What about the other guys? They are failing on that note. And Revenant on the other corner brought in the team effort, despite of the fact that Apple is not yet playing with Speedster, but still he is the MVP. He's the one which is most fruitful, and Apple with a set of 180 AOS energy is being dumped and 11 KOs. He was a part of 16 good KOs. At the same point, even Burzum, look at him. Both of the Giants being the attackers for the team definitely made a mark.
I mean, this is not something that I thought through for the side of Clown 5. Now, it looks like the front line itself is weak in terms of the damage dealers, right? Look at this. Obito, I thought he would have found a lot more. In his KOs, these are all towards the end, not the starting. Look at Legion. Great try coming in from his end. 12 assists. Joy as well, 9 assists. Sings, I think, change up of this strategy is not coming into great effect, but still 3 assists and 8 knockouts, and Mewtwo as well 8 assists. But on the other end, look at this. As you already mentioned, Apple already the player of the game, but 11 knockouts. His teammate Burzum, which is Crowley, 6 knockouts and 12 assists. A range attacker having a 12 assists is just too good, meaning both the range attackers are simultaneously functioning. It's if it one kind of does the damage, the other one seals the deal. If the other one seals the deal, does the damage, it's vice versa. You can see how much damage that Burzum has done. 1,17,000. Apple has done 92,000. Genius with 41,000. But Goku, 85,000 damage taken along the sides of Tensei on this Snorlax at 69,000. Along with that recovery of 1,14,000 on is just too good. So Revenant secure this first game without any trouble.
Well, yeah, I mean, from the start, it was looking like Clown 5 was trying to be back in the game, but to be honest, that whole notion got calibrated by the players of team known as Revenant Esports, and the way Revenant Esports brought their game back was basically figuring out what team Clown 5 was trying to do and how they can really counter that particular notion. And yes, they were quite on point with that particular play. Looking at the whole situation right now, looking at the whole battle data as well, it does feel like that Revenant Esports had a very good close match initially. Like for the first 6 minutes, there was some close quarter counter coming in, and the Lapras, Umbreon as a tank for the team Clown 5 were also doing some decent job. Obito in the end definitely was able to bring in a lot of KOs, but I have to say that Star Cynics, this is the individual. If the right support would have been given to this guy, I do feel that he could have changed the game, because again, his Verdant Anger and the Solar Beam definitely were able to bring in a lot of KOs. I mean, that was good. But now talking about Revenant Esports, every single minute was utilized, be it 0 to 2 minute or 2 to 10 minutes. Every single minute there were some small, big, large, or should I say huge amount of goals being delivered. So it was good to see how Revenant Esports unfolded their play, and also in the last final stage they were able to come up with a set of 294 goals, which is again a very huge job done and dusted. Even before that, there were another set of 95 goals being delivered. But I saw a lot of sneaky play also coming in from Team Revenant Esports as well, despite of the fact that Team Revenant Esports, their players were getting KO'd a lot, and as you said as well that Clown 5 was trying to pick up a pace in the final stretch. They were getting some good KOs as well, but still it was not at all fruitful Because at the end, what happened? There was Chandelier coming in, Burzum to be precise, the IGL, Crowley. As I said initially as well, if Crowley is in the game, you can't really abide him. You can't really actually go from his corner and maybe go for a steal. And that's exactly what happened. Crowley came in as the Chandelier for the team from a very good range, from a very far away from that particular fight. He was, if I'm not wrong, hiding in the bushes, and he eventually from that corner he was able to come up with some abilities of his own, and that's how he was able to steal the whole advantage. We'll talk about all of that, but let's talk about the replay as well, because in the replay you'll get to know how this game one unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, Crowley, rather than just always like to say like he was hiding, he was making sure that nobody hid in tall grasses, right? Especially his poltergeist was just on point. Like they were getting hit with those tables and chairs, and they were getting that afterburn effect. But great stuff being done from Sings, especially that verdant anger play. But look at Tensai, so much trouble that he caused, and Tensai was always there when they needed like a punching bag thing, right? Like take up all the damage along with the sides of our genius. And then great play coming in from both Apple as well as Burzum. Insane knockouts that they found, but there was a situation 2 times. One was this bottom path where Sings again with the verdant anger tried to recover, but there was genius, right? He bought enough time so that his teammates who had gotten KO'd, they will be back to fight, making sure that the bottom goal zone which they wanted to score on will not be allowed. Same thing happened in the legendary fight, as you can see here. Lot of people started picking up fights, and as soon as Revenant understood they are the ones who are a little bit under pressure, they do not have enough numbers. Players separated. Burzum went in one direction, his teammate Apple went in another direction, the Cliffable went in another direction, making sure that even if the players of Clown 5 start jumping and taking on Rayquaza, we will make sure that we find an opportunity to find a KO on them, and that's what they did. While they were about to start Rayquaza, everybody started moving in, Burzum, Apple, and then started doing damage, and that's when they got the advantage of picking up a victory. Now you can see Apple's only intention is to become the best, better than the rest, and he makes me bring the memories of our wonderful Pokemon song. I'm not going to sing it. Hello.
I was waiting for a moment that we might see
it's up
some
to your
melodious-
imagination. I had gone to my own imagination of listening to that. It's literally that old 90s era where you, after finishing your school, you come back home, turn on your television and sit back and watch.
I was for a moment like, now we might actually will get
My
to
voice
hear
is
some
super
melodious.
bad. That's the reason I do not want to sing.
Oh, you are a caster, man. Your voice is something which is quite lovely.
Hey, hello. That's for commenting, right? That's for
Okay,
casting. When you start singing, that's a different page altogether, which I'm pretty sure people will start bleeding from their ears on.
Ooh, well, talking about this guy from Clown 5, it's Obito, the Buzzwall. Well, Zacian has been banned, so sad. But yes, the Buzzwall is something that has been chosen from this guy, and eventually, even in the previous battles, he has shown his stance, he has shown his inclination towards the Buzzwall as the all-rounder. He loves to play with the all-rounders, that is something which is quite evident. The current aspiration is to represent India in WCS World Champion Series 2024. But that's a big aspiration, guys, to be precise, and there is a big journey to be traveled from the India Open, from registering. But eventually Clown 5 was already qualified for the ACL, so they have shown their stance. All they have to do is just be consistent, evolve along the way. As you evolve from level 1 to level 15 to your Pokemons, the trainers have to evolve as well. Talking about Clown 5, we have another guy which is Legion. The average damage dealt is quite effective as he loves to play with the attackers. Inteleon and Venusaur is the two particular choices that he really loves to go with. Inteleon, again, I would like to say that the snipe shot with the Fell Stinger combination is something that everybody is exploring a lot. On the other corner, the Venusaur can be the Beamasaur or it can be the Petal Dancing guy.
As of now, we've seen a lot of Beamasaurs, but there have been 1 or 2 games in between with the Giga Drain and Petal Dance that we've seen. Still effective, still viable. We'll jump into the next player. This is going to be Goku from Revenant, and here you can see he is the support player for the team. Either plays a Cliffable or a Blissey. His average damage taken and average damage dealt is not going to be great because again he's a support player, but his recovery is going to be on the greater side. 67,000 is decent, but I think surpassing towards 70 is going to be really good. That gives teammates the confidence that irrespective of whatever is happening around Thiaskai Ruins, this man, wherever he is, he'll immediately jump in for rescue to give us that healing that is necessary. Whether it is going to be an AoE healing or just particular player healing, one of the other things we will get it. Making sure that our chances of being in the battle prolongs, right? Rather than being cut short. But this game is not done, right? This match is not done. It was just game number 1. Revenant got advantage of it. Now it's that best of 3 where if Revenant close it again, we go to a 2-0. Otherwise, it might go to the third one. Let's jump into the second game of match number 6 and see who is going to close it. Revenant do they, or Clown5 do they push it to the decider?
Ooh, after the momentum that Revenant has got, I feel it's going to be a tough battle for Team Clown5, but eventually, trust me guys, this is one of the most important matches for Clown5. If exactly like Team FSC Sports, they also lose a bunch of matches, their positioning is not at all going to be good in the single elimination bracket that is going to be there on day number 3. So now every single team is looking forward to have that advantage in their favor. Clown5 at the same moment is going to ban the Hoopa. Exactly the same bans guys, nothing different coming in. The Hoopa ban coming in from Team Clown5, and on the other corner Revenant is going to go ahead for a ban of the Slowbro as the tank. Cliffable, again, Goku is not at all going to leave this stance. If Cliffable is over there, I feel Eldegoss and Blissey, these are the only choices that you are left with, because if you talk about the other supporters, to be honest, there are plenty, but Mr. Mime, Wigglytuff, or Sebele, or even Comfy is not that much into the meta right now, so I feel that is something which can be, I guess, out of the existence. So Blissey or maybe the Eldegoss, these are the 2 Pokemon that I'm looking at from Team Clown5's perspective. On the other corner, Trevenant and Genius is going to be there with the particular approach of a Blastoise. But what is that? A small tease for Blissey, then again Eldegoss, then again Blissey. I feel Blissey is the final one. Blissey is the best one that they're going to have after the pick of Cliffable is already done.
But I really like the pick of Ninetales coming in from Legion. Ninetales has been that Pokemon which kind of does damage and spins the game around. Like, even though you have control of things, those blizzards and avalanches coming through, if it hits you, your game of doing something gets stunned out, and the opportunity of you recovering is very small. That gap window is itself too small. If you get stuck in that, be ready for the next ones. Maybe a Mean Look, maybe the Ice Beam coming through Water Pulse. But Mewtwo, are we seeing another Tyranitar game? It has not worked so far. Does it work? I mean, come on, Mewtwo. I know there's a Mew in your name, but you cannot go Meowscarada as of now. It's the newest Pokemon, not allowed. But Leafeon, you can. Again, it is another evolution that we are going to be seeing, and the only 2 evolutions here from side of Clown5 is going to be the Umbreon as well as the Leafeon. No Espeon or Glaceons this time.
Well, the choice has been made. Now it all trickles down to the final preparation time period where the switches are going to be there. So Umbreon as a defender definitely is something that Clown5 loves to go with, even in the first game and also in the game against their other opponent. They were able to go for the same decision, but to be honest, they have not been able to really bring in the best value when it comes to that Umbreon. Lapras on the other corner, it can be quite effective, but I'm looking forward to see if that combination of Mewtwo and Obito is going to work out, or Mewtwo or Joy is going to work out. But as you said, bringing in that Ninetale obviously brings in a small trickle in the game due to the fact that this Ninetale can really bring in the best amount of damage. But I'm looking forward to see if that damage is going to get prevailed, if the damage is going to get diminished or sustained or absorbed by Blastoise and Trevenant, and Cliffable is definitely going to be there as one of the best supporter. Well, I have said enough time from the start of this day in the regional qualifiers of Asia Champions League that when Hoopa is not there, Cliffable is your best guy. And Cliffable, if that is unlocked, that is locked, I mean, to be precise, Blissey and Eldegoss, these are the 2 Pokemon that are left. But still, I believe at that point, Cliffable and Blissey are the 2 particular Pokemons which have been inclined a lot. Supporter meta, as a lot of interviewing guys have told us, that it has been a lot of, it has got a lot of, I guess, buff. The supporter meta is a lot of, I guess, advantageous scenario. There are quite a few scenarios where we have seen supporters being utilized a lot, but in this particular game we have to see how the play unfolds, because again Revenant is there with the advantage. Clown5 on the other corner is still struggling. They have to get their first game in their favor, and if that happens, well, we will go to a kind of a BO1, to be honest, because whoever wins the last game, the decider one, is going to be the victorious one in this match number 6. But there you go. The spins coming in from Lapras. The first goal also goes in. Not just that, even the Leafeon is going to go. Blissey is going to go for some good scores. So happy to see Clown5 this time taking the command from the start.
Might have started off with scoring goals, but let's see how far they can go. Right as now, Litwick to Lampint. Bottom path has 3 players. Leafeon also moving towards the bottom path after reaching level 5. Ivysaur also on level 5, hiding in tall grasses. But passive already revealing player's position. Big damage coming in. Burzum will force the Ninetales to go back. Ice versus fire. Again, if it was like the actual Pokemon where ice, fire, it could have been nice, right? But as of now, it does seem similar in terms of how it feels. But it's not going to be in the same effects. But in the meantime, Leafeon does find the first KO. There might be a counter KO coming in because of the overextension on the Umbreon. Meanlook being used. The Leafeon also decides to overextend and now comes in the Clefairy as well. So Joy might just survive here. Goku takes a big damage, Meanlook being used, but the Ninetales also overextending. Clownfire, what is this confidence? It feels like overconfidence, and now one after another they might just get up or give up a lot of chaos, but the Lapras comes in as a rescue, finds the War Turtle. Therefore Revenant Esports, they need to slow things down. Even though they were the ones who gave the initial KO, they found one, but now they lost another, meaning experience better for Clown5.
Yeah, I mean, falling back and stepping back in the particular fight is going to be equally important for the players of Team Revenant Esports, and not just that, even Clown5 has to figure out when they have to fall back, when they have to step back a bit, and how they have to pack a punch in the later stages. Chandelure for now is one of those Pokemons which can really bring in the best value. Burzum in the previous matchup, again, as we did witness, was absolutely on point on that particular note. But now Chandelure in its final form, Trevenant right over there, Clefable also pretty much ready. At the same point, if we talk about the War Turtle, he's looking forward to have that evolution. Being the defender of the particular team, he really has to tank up a lot of damage, but it does feel like that the KO will be coming in. There is no denying it that. Blissey finds him down. That's interesting. When you have a complete stack of 4 Pokemons, it can be a Blissey who is going to put a defender down. Supporter putting down the defender, it's quite an impressive approach coming in, but in the bottom lane as well, there are some interesting goals going in. The Venusaur is now ready to take this Registeel also in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. Once they do that, things might change rapidly, but look at this, the seal will be coming in. Leafeon with the Solar Boing coming in and trying to seal that Registeel, was quite on point with it. Now the other guys are also trying to move in, but still not a lot of KOs at this point, except the Chandelure is still waiting for his respawn. Oh, a complete push onto the tier 1 goal zone, and we do see a lot of KOs being delivered. The Venusaur goes down, the Clefable goes down, left with just the other 4 Pokemons.
Right as now, Clown5 charging as a whole, all the 5 players pushing in one part. Tensai looks in trouble, even though he's the Trevenant, he's unable to take up much damage. Burzum pushes the players back. Umbreon taking up that afterburn effect, would have to retreat. Also sees the Venusaur. Right now, Venusaur does have the Unite. Let's see if it uses, but also playing the Beamasaur, keeping players in check. That was a warning Solar Beam coming through. There is the Regieleki on top as well. We saw the Blasters going in for a goal on the top, but I think he also did a goal in the bottom. Genius. Now he has to meet up with his teammates on the top path. Obito already has started now the Regieleki. Does he get that, or is it going to be contention? Contention, yes. In the meantime, from the backlines, Moonlight Branch being used, charging immediately on the Venusaur, forcing to use that Verdant Anger. The Verdant Anger doesn't do much as the Lapras puts him down. Maybe another one as the Clefable also goes down, along with the Trevenant, along with the Chandelure, and everything put down to rest. That's a 2 KO streak, but Revenant players, they're not letting the side of Clown5 run away with goals. Look at that, the difference right as now is around 60 AOS energy, which can be kind of reached, which can be jumped into maybe an overpush of one of the paths, and maybe they got a very good, how would you put it, a fight and then a conversion into multiple goals where they overdunk for a big score.
That is definitely somewhat a possibility coming in. Chandelure on the other corner finds a valuable pick, but oh, he's not stopping. But Leafeon is there to put a full stop onto that Rampage coming in from the Chandelure. Now Clefable wants to take up a fight, but there was nobody to really support at that point, so he decided to step back a bit. Now Blastoise is going to come, so he might actually stack up onto that note. But at the same moment, if we talk about the Lapras with that Regieleki advantage, they're trying to take the advantage in the top lane, tier 2 goal zone, but that won't be effective enough. Once again, if we talk about the level buff, Leafeon, look at him, being the speedster is definitely quite interesting for him to go with, but I'm still waiting on the final few abilities being unlocked and the few interesting damages being uplifted by the Ninetales as well. At the same point, even the Umbreon is struggling, Trevenant is struggling, and Clefable is also struggling from the same note. Clefable is a very good supporter, but at the same point, the guys that he's trying to support is basically the Blastoise and Venusaur and some other Pokemons that are there from Team Revenant Esports. Although the right output is not yet here. Goku definitely capitalizing on those Eos energies, is trying to go for some scores, and maybe he's going to go for it. But look at this, Esselgor and the other Pokemons in the opponent lane are trying to come in, but oh, Trevenant, with that ultimate being utilized, he might actually find some good values. And there you go, Channeler is the one who's going to pick up all the players.
127 to 174, close game, yet 50 AS energy of a difference coming through, but majority control is Clown 5's in Thea Skyruin so far in this game too. Level advantage, if you want to talk about it, to level 12, 2 Pokemons coming in from the side of Clown 5. There's only one that is going to be Burzum, that's Crowley on level 12. Might even see a 13, and yes, the Leafeon turns level 13. Now, if we see a level 12 here coming in from Genius on Blastoise, is going to be good enough, but he's moving ahead to make sure that the Regieleki doesn't go to the other team's favor. Because at least these are those one of the last few Regis that we are going to be seeing spawning. So if Revenant do get this, it's going to be a good one for them. But Hydro Typhoon being used so late, this can be trouble brewing in. Solar Beam comes, but still the Lapras survives. Lapras Express also being committed right now. 40 seconds on the clock, and Regieleki did have a little bit of a minute reset, but they're still looking for a big 150 score, my bad, not 100, but a steal comes through from the Lapras. All the efforts of Revenant Esports to get that last objective goes down the drain, and look at this, easily running away are the other players. Both the EVs, the Umbreon and the Leafeon, after scoring goals, move out of the top path.
Now they're trying to melt that Regieleki down so that they have that KO onto them, and then move forward to the Legendary Pit as well, because there is not a lot of time period left. At the same point, they have even to capitalize on the damage. But look at this, they're now trying to, the Clown 5 is now trying to melt down the Regidog. This is going to be a very good strategy, to be honest, because when they have that advantage, I feel they're going to put up a lot of pressure onto the players of even Revenant Esports in the latest stages. And there you go, Revenant Esports is now ready to fight back. Let's see if that fight is going to be effective enough or not. A lot of players have got those serious EOS energies in their favor, but Joy with just 0 EOS energy, that feels that he might actually have a little bit of a pressure coming in. Okay, man, a capitalization onto that Blastoise will be there. Look at this, all the players went down right to the Blastoise. Now they're going to capitalize and get some good scores right here as well. Now Blastoise
might be a mistake
a little bit
here.
early, so maybe there is going to be a respawn coming in pretty soon. But yes, as you said, this might be a big mistake from Team Revenant Esports' perspective, because the focus of Rayquaza was there for Team Revenant Esports, or for Team Clown 5 to be precise, and what Revenant is trying to do is just basically go for some minute goals. But now they have shifted their attention back to the particular Rayquaza. Now look at that, everybody is trying to dump their abilities. Unstoppable is going to be the case for now for Tensai, but can he really melt down the Rayquaza? Let's see who gets it done. Oh, it's again the Venusaur! What is that? How can you be so efficient? Team Revenant Esports were about to be on the verge of a loss, but all of a sudden they get that Rayquaza, man. What a play! Can't
The
really
game
say
is still
a
not
lot.
over.
Okay,
You
but I
can see it's
feel
only 100 of a score came in, and finally the Venusaur goes for another 100, and now the game might be in control. But look
Yeah.
at the Lapras on the top path, still trying to push up. There are a couple of shields with the players of Revenant
capable all
Esports, but
alone.
they need EOS energy though.
Capable all alone fighting against that tank, trying to put him down. But trust me, these minute goals are going to be really very important. And there you go, another set of 94, guys. It does feel like that Team Revenant Esports have finally secured a 2-0 against Team Clown 5 as well. What an impressive play, to be honest, because there is nothing like a situation where Team Clown 5 can really be back in the game. Crowley, once again, will get to have an insight from his corner as well, because again the interview will be there for sure. But at the same point, Team Revenant Esports, congratulations on a valuable victory in the match number 6. Second game is over, and with that, the victory is also in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. And after seeing the graph as well, you can clearly see that how from start Clown 5 was the one whose graph was increasing, whose scores was increasing, who was looking like a team, who was looking like an individual team who could actually take up the lead. And at the end, what happened? It was Apple. Again, this guy is basically a player who has a very deep spot in my heart, because every now and then this individual brings in a kind of a play which completely changed the whole game. I was totally ready to see the third game, but what happened, guys? Apple came in, swept the moment, and with that, yes, there is a situation where Team Revenant Esports is now winning back-to-back 2 good games, and with that a 2-0 is here. 6 matches done and dusted. It is Revenant Esports, which is kind of a very fruitful team, exactly like Team Griffin.
Generally, we see a Solar Beam Secure coming through, but Apple this time decides to go in for a Verdant Anger Secure. The Unite Secure coming through, it works. Now you could see from the side of Clown5, they have good knockouts, they have assists, everything, even score secures also they do have. But on the Revenant end, they have only 6 knockouts in total and 2 assists. But because of their end game, the secure of Rayquaza, that worked out really well. I was just thinking, trying to break things down, because of their bottom path push, right? Maybe they've made a mistake. Yes, it seemed to be a mistake, but some of their players decided to peel off from that fight. That's where Clown5 decided we are going to full on commit to find Rayquaza, because there could have been a situation that Revenant might have closed the gap. But I think they should have paid closer attention to how much they were scoring as well as how much Revenant had scored. Even though Revenant scored around 60, I guess, when they pushed the bottom path, the score was 186 or something to 230. So there was still that difference of 60 to 70 goals, and that overcommitment coming in from Clown5, thinking that they might have lost the lead, broke that game and gave the chance for Revenant. That small chink in the armor, and Revenant made use of it. That's all.
They timed the attacks way too well, and as you said, obviously that pushing down to the lower bottom lane was kind of a decision that could have backfired, because Blastoise was already KO'd due to the fact that he was trying to go for the legendary pit. At the same point, he got contested right over there in the bushes by the Umbreon. So for a moment I did thought that Team Revenant might actually lose the grip, and it was looking like a game for Team Clown5 because of the fact that there were 3 to 4 Pokemons already in the legendary pit, putting their abilities, going for those unites. But at the end, what happened? The Venusaur came in, which was able to swoop in and have the best output of this particular game. But look at this. From the start, it was the dictating terms coming in from Clown5. It was looking like a game where Team Clown5 have figured out what they have to do, how they have to play. But the beauty of Pokemon Unite is basically that last final stretch. If you win it and you are able to capitalize those shields in your favor, I believe it is going to be quite beneficial for you. For a moment, as you said as well, that the game is not yet over. I thought for a moment, even you thought, I believe that maybe there is going to be a situation where the shields are going to get broken down, and there is going to be a dump of goals coming in from Clown5 as well. But the way these individuals from Revenant Esports denied that was something impressive. We did saw this approach that even when you have a Rayquaza advantage, things changed a lot in Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. It decreased a bit in India Open 2023, and now in ACL, currently after 6 matches, after so many games, I've not yet seen that one team who has got that Rayquaza advantage lost a game.
Yeah, so far whenever we were mentioning about this, right, India Open 2022, even WCS qualifiers that we saw, and even this India Open right as of now that we saw, we have seen this defend of Rayquaza shields, breaking it down, and whoever has done it is only Revenant Esports so far. The other teams have, after getting that scores, they run back up, collect Air's energy and counter score and win it. But so far Revenant has been only one team which I've seen so far that they destroy the shields even after the opponent secures the Rayquaza. So it was a fantastic game to see. This was a little bit different this time. And we generally speak about the story of Revenant, right? They have a love and a hate story with Rayquaza. That final stretch swings either way for them. But today, so far, it has been their game. Both the games, they got a game, secured it, won it, and they're going to be moving up with points. They'll be more than happy about it because, again, in these qualifier stages, in these league stages, higher your position, you get a chance which is a little bit better, maybe beneficial. Now again, not saying that they get a benefit out of it. It's a beneficial position. That's all it is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if there is a slightest beneficial position that you can get, you have to aim for it. You have to be the dominant force from the start. And I feel that teams like Revenant Esports or every other team, the 6 teams that have been qualified in the ACL, Asia Champions League, day number 1, or should I say the whole regional qualifier as well, they are trying to have that advantage of being the top position team, not just because of the seeding permission, but due to the fact that they really want to dictate their terms. They really want to put up that mental pressure onto the opponent. But to be honest, True Gravity, Fojo Legacy, these are the 2 teams who are the champion and runner-up respectively. I thought for a moment that these two teams are going to bring in the best effort, but that was not the case. It is Team Griffin, it is Team Revenant who are right now winning every single matchup that they're fighting against. But look at this, in the analysis part, you'll get to see that the Blastoise went all the way to the tier 1 goal zone, wanted to go for some good scores. Meanwhile, the other guys from Team Revenant were contesting. Cynics on the other corner was more than ready with the Word and Tanger, I do believe that came in, and due to that, I guess it was Burzum who got KO'd right over here. And not just that, even the other guys, Slowbro, not Slowbro, but basically Snorlax and the other Pokemons also got pressurized a lot. Look at this, the Word angle going in, and with that the KO also came in. Buzzball also got KO'd. This is something which was quite critical for the players of Team Revenant at that point.
But yeah, still you could see they were able to counter it and get control of the bottom path, right? Even though they were losing objectives. I think keeping control of things is what I really saw in this game coming in from Revenant Esports. But again, this is not going to be enough, as you can see how close the competition here in the Indian league has kind of surfaced, right? Previously when we used to see it, it was generally the hand-picked top 4 teams of India, well-known players and stuff like that. But right as now we are seeing a lot more competitive spirit coming through from these players. Intentions are clear that they want to represent India on a global stage. Look forward to a big trophy that they can come back, and I feel so good about it that players like this are taking charge and making the whole scene better, right? And especially Asia Champions League is one of the best places for all teams to kind of fight out through. Right as now, let's jump into the standings for you guys to understand what has been the overall journey so far. As you can see right now, with Revenant getting themselves to 2 victories, they are going to hand in hand be with Griffin with 6 points in total at the first spot. Then come in True Gravity and Forge at the, you could say, second or third, because 2 people are sharing the first spot. We jump into the third standing, that is going to be between True Gravity and Forge Legacy. Then comes in the fifth, that is Clown 5, who have had 1 game that they've won, not a match.
Yeah,
Therefore
exactly.
a point. FS, no games yet won, no matches won, so they're sitting at the 6th position for now.
Both the games that FS Esports fought was basically a 2-0 for them, be it against True Gravity or against Team Griffin. So this is quite let's say risky approach for Team FS Esports, because if FS Esports is unable to get the best output in the day number 2 or maybe in the upcoming matches, their positioning is definitely going to get declined a lot. So that is something which has to be worked upon from the perspective of FS Esports. And also when you have players like Blair, Berserk and other guys like Ryu, I mean, this is one of those teams, if I'm not wrong, that has been stick together for a long period of time.
Yeah.
That combination, that synergy has been there for FS Esports. But at the end, it all trickles down to what kind of strategy you are bringing. In that note, again, the choices that they're making of 3 defenders and attackers or a speedster combination coming in for the rest 2 Pokemons is also quite interesting, because it puts the opponent in a very tough spot. But the only disadvantage that you have is basically the fact that you won't be able to get the right amount of damage onto the Rayquaza, because if your tankers goes down, your range attackers might not be fruitful enough. But on the opponent side, yes, that is the exact approach. They had their own set of tankers. They had 2 tankers, 2 attackers, 1 supporter as well. So all of those recovery situation, absorbing of the damage coming in, combined effort of all of those situations actually was quite fruitful for the opponents of FS Esports. So FS Esports tried that play of 3 defenders against True Gravity in the match 1 and also against Team Griffin in the match number 2. It didn't work out. I don't know what they're going to do up next, but I believe that the up next matches where Team True Gravity versus Griffin are going to face off each other, and at that point we'll get to know who is the better one, especially in the match number 7, to be honest, or should I say the first one match for both of these teams fighting against each other. Griffin, again, a very interesting team which has not at all lost yet. They have won every single matchup that they fought, but at the same point, who is their opponent? It's True Gravity, the champion of the India Open 2023. Now the champions are trying to become the conquerors. Obviously, it's not going to be an easy path for them to walk, but then again, the opponents are ready, and so are they.
Right as now, I feel like for FS, this is something that they have to watch out for. They've lost 2 of their games and not gotten a single point because none of the games that they've won, right? And in an overall perspective, because it's a single round robin, they get to play 5 games, meaning they have 3 more games to play and they have to find victories in that. Same goes for the other team, right? They're right now sitting with just 1 point, and that 1 point is not going to be sufficient. They need to win their next 2 games. So as of now, we've seen almost every team play 2 games. The teams who have won 2 games, they're sitting in the top 4, right? The other 2 teams who have not won are a little bit in of that trouble situation. I'm not too sure of how the trouble will kind of work as of now, but I think as we go ahead, right, here in the Asia Champions League Indian qualifiers, at least in the group stage. I will not feel bad for any team even if they lose matches as of now. I think that is something of a learning curve, I'll put it for Raider.
Definitely.
Because they understand now what the other teams are functioning. So on that single elimination, right? Single elimination is going to be a pressure situation. Meaning if you lose that entire match, you're out of the tournament. There's nothing more left for you. So that single elimination is where I hope these teams gear up for. They're preparing a strategy for it so that maybe their league stage is not working. We are trying to plan something better for our playoff stage.
Definitely, it's going to be quite interesting to watch how that play is going to unfold, because remember guys, there is only one single spot that the Indian subcontinent teams are going to get in the finale in Bangkok, Thailand. To be honest, there is going to be 3 spots for the East Asia teams which are coming from Japan and the other region. There is going to be 3 spots for the Southeast Asian teams as well, but at the same point, one team that has been the winner of Thailand Open is already there, which has got their slot secured in the finale. So there is just 7 more slots, out of which 1 is there for the Indian Peninsula. So I have to see how that play is going to unfold, which is that particular team. And trust me guys, out of these 6 teams, namely True Gravity, Team Griffin, Fuji Legacy, other teams, these are the few teams which are here from the India Open 2023. They have qualified from top 6 position to ACL. Out of these 6 teams only, there is going to be 1 team who is going to represent the Indian nation in the ACL finale. Well, that's a proud feeling, to be honest, but in order to cash in that particular proud feeling, we have to bring in the best.
We do have Genius with us from Revenant, who have just won the game. Congratulations, Genius. Welcome on the desk. How are you feeling after this victory?
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. Feeling pretty good that we managed to win.
But there was a situation, right? That Clown 5 did have the second game in control. So what was the comms during that time? Like, how did you manage to bring it back? Because if not for that Venus or Secure, things could have gone for the third game.
Yeah, actually the second game was very bit messy. Our draft was too greedy, like we had 2 skillers, so we lost the early game and we were not able to take fights properly. So we planned to farm and try to do on zap, like refight, and the game was not well planned. It was a very messy, but yes, we managed to win at the end. It was a bit lucky, I would say.
Yeah. Like when you hit bottom path, right? All of you started moving in for that goal. I was very scared for you guys because you started giving away KOs over there, and I thought you might lose up. But nice recovery coming there from. But how does it feel that you've gotten a victory? Yeah, go for it.
It feels pretty good. Like that comm of going to bottom path was pretty planned. Like I gave the visions of 3 people in the middle, and we know that the tier 1 was pretty free, so it was planned, but it was not very well executed. Yeah, but it worked eventually.
It worked. I'm hoping for a lot more things. This keeps working for you guys, and I'm pretty sure Crowley and you guys are looking forward to getting those global stages, because Revenant was the first team who represented India in the first world. So I'm rooting for you guys to take the stage on. Wishing you all the best, Genius. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's hope in the next matches you join us again.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See man, luck coming in between is just crazy so far here, Raider. But right as now, we will give them a little bit of a rest, and for us as well. We'll take a short breather and see you for the next 2 games that we have here in the India Qualifiers League stage.
Guys, after a short sneaky break, yes, we are refreshed and we are back on the regional qualifiers, day number 1 of the Asia Champions League. And with me, Raider, we do have Necros also coming on the desk. Sam is going to take a leave and he's going to take some rest, as you guys already know. But yeah, moving forward, talking about the next particular 2 matches. The last 2 matches for day number 1, and again, 2 of the biggest giants are going to face off each other. It is going to be Team True Griffin versus True Gravity versus Team Griffin, who is going to be head-to-head in this particular match number 7. Although from match number 5 to 6, we did saw a 2-0 situation coming in, but I feel that in this match there is a possibility of a 2-1, or should I say a decider coming in.
I mean, I guess I have some connections with that 2-1 scoreline, Raider, because when you went off, all the matches started to go with a 2-1. So it does feel like that
Precisely.
This time again we will be having another 2-1 on the way. So it's the battle of TG. I mean, for our own purpose, we have differentiated it with a TTG and a TG. But again, deep down, Sam, we both know that it's all the battle of TG, and even Raider also is included in that who is the better TG out of these 2. So on the other side, we have got Zisol, Vulcan, Vixion, Melon, and Suitsu. Suyu. Actually, I cannot say, sometimes I actually miss this pronunciation, my bad. But again, on the Team Griffin side, we have Noah, Snowy, Illusion Ghoul, and Mikey. I mean, this 5 or total of 10 players, they have showcased tremendous gaming passion in the LAN phase on the stage when they met each other in the India Open. But once again, if we just talk about the team introduction of Team Griffin, we can see the most picked Pokemon from them for their side is Clefable, which has got a 80% of pick rate.
Well, again, talking about the sports, talking about the supporter at this point, this is the meta that the Indian subcontinent teams are exploring a lot. Having a right supporter in your team can definitely change the whole trajectory. And when the Hoopa ban is something which is quite evident that every single team is trying to go for it, in not even a single match till now, in so many games that have happened today, we have not even seen for a single moment, if I'm not wrong, a Hoopa pick coming in because of the bans that are there. Due to that, the next best choice that you have after Hoopa is basically Clefable. Then you have the choice of Blissey as well. If the Clefable is logged in, then you actually can go for the Ildigos. But other than that, I don't feel that Sableye or Pokemon like Mr. Mime or Wigglytuff are one of those supporters that are being utilized a lot. Initially, in the India Open 2022, I do remember quite vividly that we did saw a lot of Mr. Mime being utilized, a lot of other supporters also being utilized. Even Comfy was quite useful in that particular scenario. India Open 2023 also brought in some useful instances where we did saw Lapras or Buzzwole being stabbed up with the Comfy. But still, for now, it does feel like that Comfy is not going to get utilized that much. But I'm looking forward to see what happens because again, 2 of the biggest giants are going to face off each other. The champs who are trying to become the conquerors, namely True Gravity, is going to come, and against them, who is there? It is Team Griffin, which is the India Open second runner-up team. Well, let's have a look at what happens, guys, because the ban, it is here, the ban phase is here, the drop pick phase is here. Thea Skywinds is the battle arena where Nova and his teammates have decided to go for a Hoopa ban, and on the other corner from Team True Gravity or should I say TTG, it is going to be a Leafeon ban, it feels like that. Yes, indeed, Asusu and Zisol along with Vulcan have decided to go for this ban. Not just that, Vixion is also going to pitch in. Melon is there, but yeah, 4 votes for Leafeon ban coming in from Team True Gravity. Griffin on the other corner goes in for Hoopa ban.
I mean, obviously, when you know that there is one player who can change the tide just playing on that Leafeon, and even if he gets that one single chance to use it, he's gonna go for that. But Zisol, at first, an Umbreon or a Clefable log should be the first priority for True Gravity, and they have went for the Clefable. That means the Team Griffin will have the privilege to go with the Umbreon, maybe with an Inteleon as well, but no, they have decided to stick with the Umbreon and Lapras, the deadly defender composite, the combo that you can get for now in the meta. But Zisol and Vixion, crucial picks. Zisol, again, he has been predominant with that long range attackers, but gives Suyu a chance to go with the Blasters alongside Vixion, stays with the Glaceon itself.
See, at this point, even the defending line is something which is quite critical to go with. So, in order to destroy that, True Gravity definitely had to go for a good melter. And in terms of that, I do believe Glaceon is a wonderful Pokemon, and I do believe every other individual who loves to play Pokemon Unite, I do believe that they will agree on that point that it's a very good melter. So having a Glaceon can definitely give you that advantage. On the other corner, as I said, when the Clefable is logged, Hoopa is banned, you have two other Pokemon choices that can be very good when it comes to support a pick. It is going to be an Eldegoss for now. But on the other corner, Decidueye. This will be the second match, if I'm not wrong, we get to see a Decidueye approach coming in. No, it's going to be a Venusaur, it's going to be a Decidueye, or is it going to be Mew? A lot of teasers, but let's see which gets finally unlocked.
The Desi pick is going to be... wait, what? Is he using both the held items right on Snowy? Wait, what? He's using the Charging Charm as well as the Resonant Guard both on that one same Pokemon. I mean, it's kind of something that I haven't seen throughout the day. I was expecting at least there will be that Charging Charm on the Desi after what we saw that Ruben did in his previous matches. But okay, yeah, finally, yeah, cool. Snowy was just playing with us, so that just justifies because he's changed it to the focus band. So now if we just look on, we have the stack builds happening for Illusion. He has got that special attack specs on him. Other than that, the double defender composition again coming up from the side of True Gravity with Zisolo on that SP on, and the double EV combination coming up from True Gravity can just be a little deadly. But on a counter, if Snowy levels up faster and gets that momentum up for himself, it can be that one to stop that EV duo and bring that victory into the pockets of Team Griffin. But Eldegoss on Mikey, I would really love to see that. How is he going to portray the game from his side?
Definitely, I mean, getting the best advantage at this point is going to be the main goal for every single individual. And there you go. The 10-minute marker has now been started. The game 1 begins in the match number 7. This is the second last match of the day, but then again, it's a very important match for Team True Gravity, because if they lose this one as well against Team Griffin, remember guys, Griffin is going to have a very good lead. They're going to have somewhere around 9 points in their favor, and their standing will be actually #1 in the leaderboard due to the fact that they were winning, actually, if I'm not wrong, 2 matches already. One was against their opponent, which was, if I'm not wrong, FSC Sports, but yeah, FSC Sports, which was match number 5. Other than that, they were even able to beat Clown 5, but Clown 5 actually won one game. That's why Team Griffin had to go with a 2-1 in that particular matchup. But other than that, in the perspective of match number 5, Team Griffin was able to completely come up with a 2-0, which is quite good because it improves your positioning a lot. On the other corner, FSC Sports is the only team which is still lacking good positioning in the standings because of the fact that they lost their first two matches to be precise, with the 2-0. So that is something which is quite scary to watch for Team FSC Sports, and all the fans are going to be definitely worried for FSC Sports, because again, I would like to dish out the fact that this is the only invited teams who has qualified from the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 to the ACL Asia Champions League, to be honest. So obviously securing a spot in the top 6 is again a very glorified situation, because you are top 6 best teams of the Indian circuit. But then again, if you really want to go Thailand, if you really want to go in the arena in Bangkok, what you have to do is basically make sure that you survive till the end and you are the top tier 1 position team. #1 is the position that you have to bring in if you really want to qualify for the finals of Asia Champions League.
And that's not pretty an easy job. So you need to beat all the other teams, all the 5 other teams competing in the very tournament. And that's not that easy to go. But Lapras starts off with his early stacks. We can see even Snowy has leveled up to level 5, so it's going to be important for Snowy to put up the fight. But Eldegoss finds the Clefable that gives a green signal for the side of Team Griffin to advance. But now the Whirlpool has to make the difference, as we can see the Glaceon coming up close, and Lapras is dealing a lot of damage. Eldegoss will be there to just divert it a little bit, but the Swablues and Altaria will be going in the favor of Team True Gravity. There's nothing that Griffin can do, but Lapras has to make that fallback. Citrus Berry will be available. That does mean that Griffin might have got the early stacks, but they're still in a vulnerable position.
Well, yeah, definitely they are in a very tricky spot at this point, despite the fact that they have got 2 good goals of a lead. But again, these AL synergies that goal has to be dumped. Talking about the KOs, well, the Clefable is now in a very tricky spot. Again, the War Turtle also wants to bounce back from that scenario. He's now as a tank trying to flee away from the scenario, but Clefable, oh indeed, he's going to get KO'd. Not just that, now the focus gets shifted to Asosio, and He's going to fall back. He has got the citrus berries also right in his side. He can actually go for it, but the Eldegoss evolves even more. It's at actually level 5 already. So Mikey 10 definitely wants to come up as one of the best player at this point when it comes to the supporting scenario. Decidui on the other corner is also looking forward to evolve as fast as possible. Griffin definitely wants to come up with a 2-0 in this particular game as well, but they want to do but they really want to actually win this particular matchup. At least if they are able to do that, Team True Gravity's positioning is going to get depleted a lot. On the other corner, Intellion finds one more. It's the Espion who goes down. There is I mean, I have not yet seen a lot of Espion picks coming in, especially in the India Open 2023, and also it's just the start of the Asia Champions League regional qualifiers. So I don't know how fruitful that Espion is going to be there. But then again, if you have it, the growls can definitely be effective.
I mean, just look at that time. Eldegoss was chasing Botartle a few minutes back, but now he just barely manages, went to the top lane. Lapras is now looking for to get the KO of Cliffable, but now Fell Stinger with that snipe shot can cause a lot of trouble as Team Griffin. They will be looking forward to get this objectives in their favor. Constant healing is on the way. Decidui comes into the bottom. They are hungry for that Regice to get secured. But again, Lapras failed to deliver. Blastoise was almost about to get in face and KO. Nobody's willing to start it off. Regice might just be there, but the Spirit Shackle should be one of those things that can cause a lot of trouble. So they've got two secures for them. One on Desi with the Spirit Shackle, another one is the Inteleon Snipe Shot. But those long-range duels or the attacks that might just arrive at any moment, this can be troubling for the side of Team True Gravity. And that being said, the Cliffable goes down. Eventually opens up the path for the side of Team Griffin to go up front and take the Regice melted down. But they need to be very quick because Umbreon, I don't think he will be able to hold it up very fast. The liquidation is not available for goal because he's not playing on it. But eventually Desi secures the Regice as Slowbro came down here to secure it but was completely unable to do anything.
Well, look at this. Once again, Team True Gravity wants to outperform the individuals. The Unites are something which are definitely going to get utilized pretty soon. The Icicle Spears are going to be even more important. But the seal goes in the favor of Team True Gravity due to the Espion coming into the picture and trying to seal it away. The gnarly Pokemon can be quite effective, but I'm looking forward to see how that whole play unfolds from here. 10 is the right level where Team Griffin's Decidueye is sitting at. On the other corner, the guys from Team True Gravity are still struggling to be at even level 9. So the level buff is something which is going to be quite critical. And on the other corner, the Hydro Typhoon, well, it changes the whole situation. And also with that, the tier 1 goal zone in the top lane has already been destroyed. But with that, we will get to see a few more KOs as well. Decidueye is just wreaking havoc at this point with those beautiful shots. I do believe Decidueye is here to exactly get a third KO as well. But that's going to be Umbreon who's going to get it.
I mean, that knock came into the very right time. Got that one KO of the Glaceon, instantly also punishing down the other Pokemon who was in that proximity. But eventually, Umbreon came in to get the steals. He was successful in it. The level 11 Decidueye will be a very, very much troublesome for the side of Team True Gravity. Nova has to make an escape, but the bottom path is the main concern for both of the teams. Team Griffin do have a good lead for their side, but eventually they have to be focusing on getting those KOs, stopping the evolution of both the EVs, specifically the Espion and the Glaceon. If you stop them, if you stun them, get the majority amount of KOs, it can be very, very much fruitful for the side of Team Griffin. But now all the buffs will be very, very much important. Snipes are coming into the play, but eventually won't be able to secure it as Team True Gravity will be cherishing all those buffs for themselves. But the Spirit Shackle in the right spot can cause a lot of trouble, but they have to be very, very much precise in this case.
I like basically just like the snipe shot coming in from the Inteleon again, that Decidueye has to be very precise with his with his Spirit Cycle as well. So definitely being on the right spot and taking the right aim is going to be really very important. Look at that. Oh, the Spirit Cycle definitely was able to put up a lot of damage onto those individuals coming in from Team True Gravity, and True Gravity definitely is struggling for now. But is it going to be a situation where Team Griffin is going to win? You have to seek for that Hydro Typhoon. The Unites are still being utilized, and we do see a lot of abilities being dumped over here. There is going to be a KO, and it's going to be the Inteleon. Not just that, the Lapras also goes down. It opens up a very good moment for the players of Team True Gravity to go for the control of that Regice. Once they melt it away, once they get that objective in their favor, definitely the edge is going to be in their compounded areas. And look at this. Now the Blastoise goes in, but Espion gets KO'd. That's interesting. I mean, everybody was fighting down there with the Regice. On the other corner, Espion decided to go a little bit more aggressive onto that particular fight, and it just is not paying them off. But look at that from a very far away angle. It is going to be a situation where the Decidueye is getting plethora of KOs. But at the end, the Inteleon finds one more valuable pick. Inteleon also gets KO'd, Eldegoss gets KO'd, and along with that, there is going to be another KO coming in, which will be the Lapras's KO.
Now this is going to be interesting. Espeon with a brilliant 4KO streak has already started to equalize the things that was going south for the side of True Gravity. But look at the amount of chaos energy. Oh my god. I mean, it's just like random cricket balls lying on the ground and you want to just catch it and collect it for your home to play it on the next day. But once again, the amount of chaos energy that it's lying on the field can actually summarize to get so many good scores if they want to go, because nobody is actually paying attention to the bottom lane. Everybody wants to push the Regieleki to the tier 2 if possible. Both Griffin and True Gravity have their eyes on that, but for sure Team Griffin are in a very need of that objective. The level 14 Desi can be that X factor, but he needs to stay alive till the very end for the securation, and that perfect unite move is still underway, but getting the Glaceon down can actually open the paths what Team Griffin is looking up to.
Well, look at this. The Slowbro goes in and he is now getting hunted down. He's getting pressurized a lot. From the back end, we do see even the knock-knock being utilized. But look at this. This unite was not at all fruitful because everybody just escaped from that particular scenario. They are taking some hefty shots onto the Rayquaza as well. Oh, Espeon, look at him getting that snipe shot. Oh, again, another snipe shot also coming to the picture. But the Umbreon is about to get KO'd. There is not a situation where Umbreon is going to survive. And with that KO being delivered, the Lapras also comes in with the Surf. It is looking like a situation where maybe Team True Gravity is going to have that advantage. Oh my god, what a KO on the Decidueye as well. The Hydro Typhoon definitely worked its way. Rapid Spin also coming into the picture. Still, there is a situation where 2 or 3 Pokemons that are getting picked up is quite good. But look at this. Griffin goes in for a sneaky 92. Due to the fact that their tier 1 gold zones is opened up, things are not looking that good for them. But who seals it away? Who is going to take the advantage? Is it going to be Lapras? No. Is it going to be Slowbro? Indeed, it is going to be the Slowbro who takes the advantage away with that True Gravity. Definitely is going to win the first one. But the shields have been broken. It's not looking good for Melon as well. But Melon is still going to go comfortably for a score of some decent 50 goals. But look at this. Inteleon is going to jump right onto this goal zone. And he is going to, I guess, deny that goal coming in. But where are the other guys? Oh my god, there you go. Decidueye finds Espeon. Not just that, the Blastoise comes in and finds a score of another set of 171. But still, the game is not yet over. There has to be at least 20 to 30 goals coming in. And I believe the Glaceon that is holding over there in that particular corner is just trying to deny those goals coming in. Not just that, even the Umbreon is also trying to come up and stack out onto that particular scenario. The Lapras Express coming in. Oh, what? Griffin has got a very open spot, but no, the ultimate being utilized. The scores are still yet to come. Is it Team True Gravity who won it? Because it was a very confusing last 10 seconds, to be honest. Lapras Express came in, the Umbreon came in, they decided to go for some good goals, but they were denied, I believe. And yeah, the denial is here. True Gravity won it. Griffin, despite of the effect, despite of the efforts, despite of all those shields being denied, it is still, again, the team known as True Gravity who won it, and they've got that initial lead. But this won't be the first time when that initial lead is going to get completely reversed in the next few games, because that's exactly the situation Team Forge Legacy was able to bring in the match number in a match against Team True Gravity, if you guys remember. So maybe that is something which can happen, and I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case. In match number 4, things like that happened, but this is match number 7. The team which is in the opponent team is going to be Team Griffin. Again, from the start, Team Griffin definitely was dictating a lot of terms due to the fact that they had some damn good attackers. The Decidueye, look at that. I mean, a lot of KOs, to be honest. 9 to be precise. He was part of 15 KOs, out of which 6 were the assist. On the other corner, even Cool with the snipe shot was putting up a lot of pressure. From the range that they had, they were completely away from the fight, but yet their damages were coming in.
I gotta say one thing at this point. Even after such a brilliant game coming up from the side of Snowy and everybody from the side of Team Griffin, the last decision, it almost seemed to me that, they're not going for the top. It's a good decision. They're going for the bottom one, because even with that jump pad, you won't be able to reach to that tier 1 goal zone. It was not possible. But still, after giving so much, Snowy will be disappointed. 1,08,782 of damage coming up from his side. 9 KOs itself. could not pull the game in their favor, but still I would say, the game is not over. Yes, you have got 2 more matches up front, 2 only if you win the second one as well. But for Team Griffin, the next one is going to be very, very important. But the way True Gravity is playing at this point, Reda, I really don't think that it will be an easy job for Team Griffin, because even a match like this where Team Griffin had the majority of the control, they got so many good KOs with that Unite of Inteleon when it was activated. The end moment was literally something that they just want to forget.
It was completely out of their hands. So yeah, I do believe that Team Griffin, despite of the fact that they were quite good, quite aggressive from the start, they still were unable to bring in the right output. I believe due to that factor, Team Griffin definitely has to watch out what they're going to bring in the next particular game, because the draft pick phase is something which is going to be immensely valuable for them. At the same point, if we talk about Team True Gravity, well, they have got a lead, and that lead has to be on point, because the next game, as you said, is going to be the most important game for Team Griffin as well. It's either make or break for them. If Team Griffin loses the next game as well, they are out. They are not going to get those advantages in the favor, and obviously Team True Gravity is also going to maintain that good position in the standings. I believe they are going to be head to head with Team Griffin, and along with that, even Team Revenant is also going to be on point with that particular situation. But yes, for now, True Gravity is more than ready to fight back. I feel this particular matchup is going to be quite interesting. The next one is going to be very, very valuable, because as I said as well, initially as well, that Team Griffin, well, they are a set of players who really know what they have to do at the right time period. So I believe the counter could be coming in pretty soon. But the way the whole advantage was stolen, despite of that, Team Griffin was able to break the majority of the shields. Remember guys, 4 shields were broken. The only shield that was there was utilized, and if I'm not wrong, that was the Blastoise, who was able to go for a set of 100. But still, at the end, even he was countered. And the best part for me was that Leafeon coming up with a Unite in the latest stages in the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane, and completely putting up very good play and completely diminishing the effect of that Lapras Express and Umbreon combined effort coming in for some good goals.
Yeah, if you just have a recap of what happened in the very first match of this BO3 series, it was something that at the start it seemed to me like, Team Griffin, they were having the better hold, because when Decidueye came into the play with the Spirit Shackle and the Snipe Shot coming into the play, getting those early KOs, it seemed to me like, yes, slowly and gradually they're getting the control. But Team True Gravity, the way they were putting up the show in the ending stages was phenomenal. Even till the final stretch, it seemed very dicey. The amount of Eos energy that was lying exactly in the very tier 1 goal zone, in front of the tier 1 goal zone of Team True Gravity, was immense. Was literally immense. They did not let, and this is where I believe the counter-attack started. From this point, everything just went in the favor of Team True Gravity. The final stretch fight, even after losing 1 or 2 crucial players, the Glaceon got down, then probably the Blastoise was in a low HP as well, but still they managed to win it no matter what.
Every single time when Team True Gravity wanted to perform, there was a Spirit Shackle, there was a Snipe Shot coming in from the back. And look at this. Whenever you are going to see the highlights, you will get to see that Spirit Shackle coming in. Look at this. From the northeastern flank again, you got to see those Spirit Shackles coming in, and also the Snipe Shots was quite on point. As I said initially after seeing the battle data, that it was Decidueye which was way too on point, with part in 15 knockouts, out of which 9 was the knockouts, 6 were the assists. But now the player introduction for Team Griffin, we have Illusion. One of the best players from Team Griffin is here. He looks absolutely amazing when he usually go for the Mew pick. Although in this particular matchup he did not had any Mew. Well, they had the Inteleon, they had that Decidueye, and they were quite on point with that approach as well. Illusion, a very effective guy, but at the same point, the aim is to basically win the ACL. Every single guy, he has got just 3 aims: either to win the ACL, or to qualify for the WCS, or to be the best. These are 3 aims coming in from every single guy that we have witnessed today. And mind it guys, every single team has performed. Yes, the number of matches might actually differ, but yes, every single team has already performed, be the Team True Gravity, Forge Legacy Griffin, or Clown5, or Revenant Esports, or FS Esports. We have seen every single team performing, and out of these particular teams, it is still the Team Griffin and at the same point Team Revenant who are the most effective when it comes to the standings currently. But talking about Vulcan, yes, we had a very beautiful chance of interviewing him, and we got a very clear instance, we got a very clear insight that they're here to maintain this energy, they're here to perform, they're here to get the best. And as you can see, his main goal is to basically give their best shot in the ACL Asia Champions League. Obviously, qualifying for the Bangkok, Thailand LAN Arena finale is something which is really very important. It's a very glorified stage that you will go to, and after that, the WCS is something which is going to be there as well. So they are aiming for a bigger position, but again, the performance, yeah, that has to be consistent. You lost a match against Team Forge Legacy, which should have not been the case, but yes, that was a kind of redemption match coming in between Forge Legacy and Team True Gravity, because these are the two particular teams who face each other off in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 LAN Arena as well. And there, Team True Gravity was able to beat Team Forge Legacy with a 2-0, if I'm not wrong. But now it is a redemption match coming in from Griffin and True Gravity as well, because if I'm not wrong, in the Pokemon Unite India Open, we got to see Team True Gravity versus Team Griffin. The match that happened was basically in the winners bracket round number 3. After that, obviously Griffin went down into the losers bracket, but other than that, Team True Gravity maintained their own journey from winners bracket round 3 to round 4 to grand finale as well. There was no looking back for them. True Gravity just had a complete inclined graph in their favor. But now things have changed because Forge Legacy has put a small full stop onto their momentum, and at the same moment, Team Griffin might just do that after taking the reverse sweep in the next few games.
I mean, we have seen a lot of reverse sweeps in the entirety of the day, so that just does sum up, like, there is a big possibility of that. But if you just talk about the player information again and again, we see Nova almost maximum time he is using those defenders most precisely, and he has been good with that. So a lot of players who used to play long range attackers or supporters or like speedsters previously and have now shifted to different Pokemons, and that's kind of important as well. But if we just talk about average damage dealt, we can see is 43,000. It's quite less because he is the one tanking the damage. That's why his average damage taken is like 66,498 on an average, which is like 29% on that. So that justifies that why is he the one pick Lapras on the majority of the bases. He's tanking the damage, he is trying to give the damage as well, but not in that comparison how amount of which he is receiving from the others. But once again, it's not just that easy to play on the defenders as well, and handling the front line, defending your long range attackers from the behind who are supporting you from the behind areas. So it's always like a 50-50 situation that you need to take care of. So it comes up with a big responsibility, but once again, the defenders does impact a lot, specifically like in the previous match, the Blastoise tanking up with the rapid spin and the water spout giving almost like 1 lakh damage, but also not giving the damage, almost taking like 80,000 damage for himself. So that justifies the defender not only can just tank the damage but also can give it as well.
Well, yeah, definitely we have seen a lot of seals, as you said, as well, of Rayquaza by the Lapras, by the Clefable, and by other defenders as well. So yeah, definitely they pack a punch, but then again, the main job is to basically be the frontline attacker to basically sustain as many as damages that as possible. So in that terms, yes, I do believe Lapras and other Pokemons like this can definitely be quite beneficial for a particular team, and that's why there is two things that has been quite evident from the start. That is basically you have to have a good supporter, be it Clefable or Blissey. Clefable is the first choice, obviously. Then it all trickles down to Blissey and Eldegoss. These are two other supporters that you get. Obviously, Hoopa is something that has been banned from the start of the whole scenario in the ACL. That we have not yet seen even a single play where the Hoopa has been allowed to be there in the game, because if one particular team A decides to let Hoopa go, they decide to go for a ban of Slowbro or the team. You have seen Hoopa today? Maybe in the third or fourth match.
We have seen, you were not there. I and Lucifer was doing, exactly. And that time Mikey got a chance to pick the Hoopa, but still again, that Hoopa factor did play a little bit, but he was not able to win that round for sure. But still, that nerves do hamper you a little bit.
Definitely.
More or less, like 1 or 2 second difference also makes a huge impact in the overall game for every single Pokemon. And specifically, the main thing for which Hoopa is used is the hyperspace hole, and that has been nerfed. So that kind of impact does give an overall output in the game. But again, if you just talk about the ban phase as it is coming, the second round of this BO3 series, well, Team True Gravity they do have the lead, but will Team Griffin, who is having the first preference this time to pick their own Pokemon, will be banning the Clefable, and on the other hand, it's Team True Gravity sticking with that Leafeon ban itself.
Well, the bans are here, Clefable and a Leafeon ban coming in. This is a pretty interesting choice coming in, but then again, Cliffable has been a menace throughout the whole ACL, so that's why there is a certain type of ban onto that particular individual. But let's see if Hoopa is going to be there. Well, there you go. If you leave Hoopa alone, yes, Hoopa is going to get logged. Mikey 10 again. This was the individual, if I'm not wrong, Necros, you were talking about that, who was able to log Hoopa. Once again, that Hoopa choice is being delivered. Dodrio on the other corner, I believe it's banned. So yeah, there was a small tease, guys, and it's not going to be getting picked up. We have Blastoise and the Umbreon. Both the defenders are already locked up. Now there is a chance of a Lapras, and there you go. Nova is going to pick it up, and also a Slowbro or maybe a Snorlax. But no, it is Cool who is going to go for an Inteleon. So Inti will be coming in. Now let's see if it is going to get logged. Well, indeed, it is being logged. Oh, that is interesting. Zisol going for a very different approach at this point. I'm looking forward to see if that is going to get logged or not. Dragapult, Zisol, I don't know if that is going to be beneficial or not. Small tease for Dragapult, but now it's Pikachu that we are looking at. Pikachu can be utilized, and that's exactly what the case is. Cliffable is banned, Hoopa has been picked up, so now it all trickles down to the Blissey.
The last two picks for the side of Team Griffin, Snowy and Illusion. Snowy picked the Desi in the previous match, but now is he going with the Blaziken because he has played the Blaziken previously and he did find a good value. Illusion, no, it's Illusion who will be sticking with the Blaziken, and Snowy comes to the default pick of himself and picks the Glaceon for himself. Now this kind of composition looks pretty strong, but Vixen on that Venusaur can be much more deceiving from the side of True Gravity. Now this composition from both the teams looks very, very much strong, but now if you want me to decide which team is going to win or predict it, it's going to be very tough.
I mean, definitely, looking at the combination, it's quite tough to see, or should I say predict, that which particular team is going to win, because we have seen a lot of situations where even the best of the best Pokemons that you actually choose is still going to result in a defeat because of the fact that the synergy might not work, or maybe there is a certain type of pressure being delivered from the opponent as well. Well, remember guys, True Gravity is here to put in the best effort. The choices that they have made looks absolutely amazing. At the same moment, if we talk about Team Griffin as well, they've got a Blaziken, so it is definitely going to be quite interesting to watch how this approach is going to unfold, because again, Glaceon, a very good melter, as I said initially as well, it can melt down the Umbreon and the Blastoise as well. But at the same moment, when you talk about Inteleon, Cool, he can be very interesting with that approach, but I'm looking forward to see if there is going to be a certain setback for him.
This match is important for both the teams, so they want to push it to their limits, and whenever Sam always mentions it when he is on the desk, that whenever he sees some designated Pokemons being in the comp, he just knows it at that moment that, you know, this team or this player is pushing his 100% limit. And specifically when it comes down to Snowy, when he picks that Gardevoir or the Glaceon, it feels like he's putting up his 100%. That also comes from Mikey, because he doesn't want to let the Hoopa slip away whenever he's getting a single one chance for himself. But that being said, looking forward to see what Team Griffin has to offer in this match. They just don't want to let this series slip away from their hands that easily. But Team True Gravity, they just need another 2-0 to make sure that they are on the top with 2 clean sheets in their bag.
Yeah, definitely they really want to do that. I mean, when you have that kind of advantage in your favor, when you have got that initial lead, what more else what more else do you need? I mean, there is a situation that you want to be consistent, but other than that, I do believe that that initial lead has to be there in the favor of Team True Gravity if they really want to conquer this game as well. Because remember guys, it's a redemption match for Team Griffin. It's a match which can write in a new storyline. If Griffin wins this one, maybe that momentum is going to get carried forward in the next one as well. The draft pick phase definitely looks a little bit more skeptical for Team True Gravity, because again, they decided to ban the Leafeon. On the other corner, Cliffable was banned. Now Hoopa has been picked by one of those individuals who is one of the best Hoopa players. So yeah, I feel it's going to be a pressurizing game for Team True Gravity.
Meanwhile, if we just talk about Pikachu, has leveled himself up to level 5, and on the other hand, the Ivysaur is there in the business as well. The Glaceon looking forward to just get the buffs for his side. He needs to level up faster, but the Hyperspace Hole being activated will give a breather for the side of Team Griffin to go back, level, heal yourself up, patch yourself up, and then come back again. But the early stacks will be needed. Illusion with on that Combusken. Be looking forward to get the value as much as possible, but Melon, not to overextend should be a better decision, because the Glaceon alongside the Lapras. Hoopa also joins the party in the legendary pet areas. The contention in the mid lane is definitely something that everybody wants to win it because these buffs are important, but it seems all went in the favor of Team Griffin. It was a good try though, but from this moment it seems like the hyperspace hole is playing the major factor. All the Pokemons back on the track. Inteleon will be there. Drizzle for now, but see a Suyu might just be taken down. The Citrus Berry was there, but even before he reaches to that destination, he was taken down by Illusion. That's a KO that you will want. The first goal coming up from the side of Team Griffin on Lapras in the bottom lane starts it off pretty well. With Team True Gravity, they haven't still opened up their accounts and the means of score. We see that Altaria and Swablu's coming up, but eventually it does feel like everything went in the favor of Pikachu. Team True Gravity still waiting for their first goal.
And they are yet to find it, to be honest. Yes, as you said, they are waiting for the first goal to come in because of the hyperspace holes. That momentum is just getting shifted. The players are just shifting from the top lane to the bottom lane, and they're trying to put up a lot of pressure, and that's why the Hoopa has been very menacing from the start of the game. So I do believe maybe there is going to be a certain approach coming in from Team True Gravity, and I feel that the only situation where Team True Gravity could actually steal the whole game is basically that Rayquaza, but have to see how the whole situation gets carried away from here, because 3 minutes and 30 seconds have just passed. We still have I believe approximately 6 minutes and 30 seconds, which will tell us how the game follows up from over there. But Venusaur gets KO'd. Not just that, the Glaceon is also getting KO'd by the Umbreon, but I feel Umbreon is also on the way of getting KO'd. The supporter is definitely working its way. Look at this, Hoopa versus Glaceon. Let's see what is going to happen. Hoopa almost on the verge of getting KO'd, but no, it falls back. Blaziken goes in for another set of 30. A lot of goals being dumped. A top lane stack up situation is going to be there. The Blaziken goes in and he has been now KO'd. Well, Hoopa can actually go for some good damages, but trust me, even Hoopa all alone cannot do much.
I mean, you gotta be kidding me. Melon just survived that entire thing at that 1 HP. He just didn't receive any kind of damage, and that was lucky for him, that I gotta say it. But for sure, the Water Sprouts coming into the play will grant those buffs in the favor of Team True Gravity. I mean, they're getting the buffs, they're leveling up themselves, that's for sure. But still, there's a little bit of level difference that is Team Griffin maintaining for them, their side. They have got the scores up their sleeves, while Team True Gravity, the verdict anger will take place. But eventually, Umbreon pushes Glaceon to its limits. The EV battle stays. The Spy Vision also gets activated from the side of goal, and the Pikachu goes down. Eventually, the Blaziken comes into the play. The Snipe Shot might just give a lot of damage, and Umbreon finally settles down as Team Griffin. They look forward to advance and get him taken down. Venusaur is barely breathing. Blaziken wants to go with the overheat, but on the other hand, the Hoopa seals the deal on the top with a 30+ score. We'll be waiting for that overdunk to happen maybe, but the Blastoise is eagerly trying to get the KO of Blaziken. The overheat comes into the play, gives a lot of damage. Ghoul needs to find one connection to get the Blastoise down, but Suyu decides to make a fallback and needs to patch himself up, because any kind of overcommitment at this point will cost him a lot.
Definitely, nobody really wants to go for that overcommitment, but it does feel like that the contestment is definitely going to be quite surreal. And look at this, I mean, Team Griffin already with a lead of 182 goals. A massive lead, to be honest, which is going to change only if the Rayquaza advantage comes in from True Gravity. And obviously, if the Rayquaza advantage is there, they might actually establish their dominance. The shield might not get broken, and then the fights might actually be in the favor of Team True Gravity. But for now, True Gravity is still struggling a lot. They are trying to go for the top lane goal zone, where again the Reggie has been stolen. That's interesting. The Reggie Leaky once again goes in the favor of team known as Team True Gravity. Glaceon and the Blastoise, they are in a very big tussle. Oh, True Gravity finds a valuable one. It's the Inteleon who has been taken down. Look at that, the Ringston bound coming into the picture. Now all the players are going to TP back right over here in this particular fight. Pikachu finds one more. A good steal with that Unite. And eventually Cliffable is going to take the Lapras down. Now the KOs and the barrage of KOs will be coming in. Although for a brief moment we did saw even, if I'm not wrong, Umbreon KO also coming in. Oh, look at that. Look at that. They are not going to let it go that easily. And now the goals will be coming in. 96 already here. The top lane goal zone is now what we are looking at. A good score being dumped. But trust me, it's not enough at this point.
Blaziken will be there to, handle the top lane for himself, but the buffs will be getting stolen from the side of Umbreon, it seems, with the Snarl. They just don't want to let it slip away at any cost. Blaziken cannot afford any kind of overcommitment. The level difference is still there. The level 13 Glaceon. That one Thunder move for coming up from the side of Pikachu, always stunning the oppositions, is giving Team True Gravity that upper hand to get the KOs for their side. While Hoopa with a 38, patiently waiting for one overdunk opportunity, but Blissey is there. You just won't let it happen that way. But the snipe shot being missed from the side of Inteleon might just freeze the Umbreon for some time. But this time the snipe shot makes a good connection. Venusaur comes into the play, but no. Melon again barely survives, and now will be getting the heal to patch himself up from the side of Blissey. But eventually, as the tier 1 gold zone has been taken down, it can be a little bit troubling for the side of Team Griffin to make any kind of counter attack possible in the bottom lane.
True, man, definitely at this point Team Griffin wants to counter back, but then again the advantage that they were getting initially was basically of the level buff. Right now that level buff has somewhere diminished, and the Glaceon is actually at level 13, which is quite good. On the other corner, even the Venusaur and the Pikachu is also at level 13, so it's good to see that both the teams are trying to focus a lot onto their level advantages. But remember guys, that Rayquaza is upon us, and there you go, the Legendary Pit is here. Blaziken wanted to go for a sneaky 50. Sneaky 80 to be honest, because he had those 40 goals ready, and obviously in the Legendary Pit things start to crumble down a bit, but it does feel like that the approach is still not looking that easy for even the Blaziken. Hoopa is right over there, the Blaziken is right over there, they're guarding their own goal zones, and trust me, they don't even have to melt down the Rayquaza. They've got a very good lead. All they have to do is just basically maintain this kind of play, maintain this kind of pressure onto the opponent, and I feel the Rayquaza meltdown will be coming in after 1 minute marker. Even before that, what is going to be the case? It is going to be a complete takedown in the top lane. Look at this, the Blaziken about to get picked off, but no, Asusiu and his teammates have to push back a bit because of the supporters coming onto the top lane. But Clefable has got a very good advantage. He could actually go for a steal, but obviously stealing down is not going to be that easy. But look at this, melting down of that Rayquaza is now the main focus. Rayquaza's health is not that much, but I feel that there might be a complete steal coming in. Look at that, ring sunbound, not just that, multiple ultimates coming to the picture. Oh, Venusaur got one, but eventually instantly gets traded off. Not just that, Lapras is going to take another squishy one. Let's see Pikachu. The time is way too high, just 20 seconds more, and after that things might change. Oh, another set of 100 also being dumped. Man, this just not looks easy for Team True Gravity now. It's Griffin's game. If there is a Rayquaza meltdown, things might change. Other than that, there is nothing that is really going to happen. Umbreon is doing his level best to go for the meltdown scenario, but it's a total team KO coming in pretty soon. And with that disadvantage, I feel Team Griffin is going to push this match to a decider.
Oh, Umbreon is going for the 50 score, but Hoopa seems to be, stopping him out, not allowing him. The Blaziken jumps in, will be getting the Citrus Berry, but the overweight does the damage. Umbreon's trying to stun as much as possible, but still, the scores coming under the way. 2 KO streak coming up from the side of Glacian. They will be coming with a big, mighty score. Another 100 might be dropping up very soon, and the 100 comes up from the side of Inteleon. There is no stopping to it. Team Griffin coming up and equalizing the series in a style. There is nothing more that Team True Gravity could have done in this match, but the way they have pushed it up, Team Griffin, Snowy being that MVP for this match with 7 KOs and 3 assists on his end, but a mighty game coming up. Mikey gets the Hoopa, the game just turns around, and alongside Snowy deciding to go with the Glaceon, probably the best decision. But once again, this game could have turned out to be in a very different way, but could not manage to get the right KOs at the right time from the side of True Gravity. They did give a tough moment or the tough time to the side of Team Griffin in the probably the mid game, but eventually everything just didn't fall into the pieces of True Gravity this time to make them the winners of the series. But with that being said, they have to be waiting for that one decider match to come on their way. But look at now the score, 578 to 96.
Well, the score has got some serious things to say. First of all, True Gravity slipped away, and the way they did that is basically not having those initial goals in their favor. A lot of pressures were coming in, and obviously whenever they were trying to go for the goals, the Hoopa advantage came into the factor. That's why I do believe now everybody has got a very clear indication why the Hoopa has to be banned in the draft pick phase, because if the Hoopa is there, you are going to see a certain amount of shifts coming in the picture, and not just that, even Snowy stick to his own precise pick. Mikey was there with his favorite Hoopa pick. Bull was there with the Inteleon. So everybody, even Illusion with the Blaziken was absolutely on point. So every single individual guy from Team Griffin had their own choice of Pokemons, and it worked out way too brilliantly due to the fact that they were able to stick with the meta. They were able to figure out what is working out for them in the best fashion. Cliffable banning that particular Pokemon was kind of a situation, was kind of a decision that Team True Gravity took in a way that maybe the other team is not going to pick the Hoopa as they were going to go with the first pick, but they decided to go with it. There was still a very big chance for Team True Gravity to go for either the Inteleon or the Chandelier or some other Pokemons like that. Like basically, they could have actually gone for Snowy as well, but they decided to go for both the tanks. I believe it was the Blastoise and the Umbreon pick coming in as the first two picks for Team True Gravity. At that moment, I felt like, yeah, you had a little bit more better Pokemons that you could have chosen, but eventually these guys went for the defenders, and the result is in front of us clearly.
The graph shows it all. I mean, Team Griffin, you were one of those teams in the OG times. Team Griffin, the kind of legacy that they carry forward every time a team is made with this name, it's something surreal. But once again, at this point, as the series are like 1-all, but that being said, I'm still looking forward to see True Gravity when they face one defeat. They are a team who just never goes out or never backs down. They are like more prepared for the next match to come up. They are more prepared to how to make a comeback possible. So I'm looking forward to see what do they have to show us in the next decider, because precisely if they lose the next match, they lose the series. For both the teams, it just applies the same.
Again, it's kind of a situation which I usually call as a BO1. This is the last game. This is the last game for match number 7. Whoever wins is definitely going to have that advantage. Right now, it's Team True Gravity who needs to get that advantage to equalize their standing in the whole leaderboard. But at the same point, if Team Griffin gets it, well, that will be another storyline to talk about, because again, Team Griffin will be one of those teams who is going to once again be there with the highest amount of points in their favor in the standings. They will be sitting on the top, and that is something they have to really figure out. They have faced some other interesting teams. For example, if I talk about Team Griffin was able to face against Team Clown 5, then they was able to beat FSC Sports. Now they are about to beat Team True Gravity as well. If that happens in game number 3 as well, then they have to face against Fojo Legacy in the upcoming future in the day number 2, I believe. Also, there is going to be another team which is known as Team Revenant that they have to face in the upcoming day number 2. But yes, other than that, this particular day number 1, 3 matches that Team Griffin had to play. Out of these 3 matches, 2 is already in their favor. Now they're looking forward to make sure to convert this one as well in their favor.
Looking forward to that, what kind of objective fights happen. For once, I really thought the True Gravity in those objective fights, how the way at this moment I thought they got the momentum back, and now this is going to be tough for Team Griffin to make a fallback. But once again, the right moment, the right unites did not happen for True Gravity. They could not find a lot more value, but in a comparison to it, Team Griffin, they literally stacked upon one after another player and took one after one down. So that just justifies that, you know, they did not went for like a team battle. They went for an individual kind of battle, and they just were successful in it. But talking about the player information once again from the True Gravity side, Suyu favorite Pokemon is Lapras, and he always, you know, plays on it most of the times. But and on a Buzzwole as well, Raider, we have seen him literally dominating the scene. So I would really love to see more of him playing on the Buzzwole and the all-rounders, and I really would be I would be interested to see what kind of aggressive gameplay he can put up in the table.
Definitely have to see what kind of aggression he's going to bring into the picture, because again, when you are actually on your peak performance, I feel that even the opponent feels that wrath onto the face. But yes, Snowy and the other guys from Team Griffin, the way they were able to establish their own dominance was absolutely amazing. Talking about True Gravity, yes, they were able to win the first game, but honestly, the margin was not that big. They were able to win with a score of 271, and the opponent was at 255. That means there was just a difference of 19 points. That's all. Not 19 points to be precise, somewhere around 16 points, 16 or 14 points. That's all was the difference that was there in between both the particular teams. So again, in the second game, Griffin decided to go for their own set of particular Pokemons, and thankfully what they got was an opening on that Hoopa, and they actually were able to go for the Hoopa, and they had a very clear insight that if Hoopa is available, they are going to go for it in Obviously, being the purple team, they had their first pick, and they saw that the ban for the Hooper is not here. That was their best cue, that was their best opportunity, so they were able to stick with it. On the other corner, Team Griffin's Illusion. I have talked enough about this individual. It is way too on par when it comes to his performance, and Mew is the favorable one that he goes to. He loves to play with.
Again, everybody has the same kind of wish to win the ACL, then win the WCS. So going in the global tournaments, beating them has always been the kind of motivation that all the Indian players or every other player wants to, dominate against the other teams from different countries. And ACL does give you that chance. So if you win this one, see, we all know that out of these 6 teams, one will definitely go. And in that contendership, we can say that True Gravity, Forge Your Legacy, Team Griffin, these are the teams, those who are a little up front. Okay, I cannot forget Revenant as well. Out of that, at least these 4 teams are in for one step ahead as compared to the other 2 teams like FS and Clown5 in that comparison, if we say. So they do have a good chance of maintaining this thing and going up for the ACL finals. But out of 4, only one will be able to go. True Gravity, they are showing much more better signs for completing that. But again, if you talk about the international experience, there is nobody better than Crowley, or I would say that Revenant has to offer. But once again, the team efforts is all that what matters, because they need to win the matches and have to be the one to get the seeders by the second day. That will be done on 16th after today's matches get ended, because this is the second last series of today's day, on the day number 1. After this decider, we will have just one more match, one more BO3 series to go for the first day of Asia Champions League 2024 India to get over. Then the day 2 will be commencing on 16th of this month. Again, we will be coming up and same set of teams will be playing, out of which they will be competing to just get the seeder position for the final day.
Well, talking about the final game of this particular match number 7, yes, we do have the ban phase coming in. It is going to be a very interesting map, which is again the CSK runes, but this time Team Griffin themselves are going to go for the ban of that particular Pokemon that they were able to exploit a lot in the previous game number 2. On the other corner, True Gravity decides to go with the Lapras ban. This is going to be tricky. They are going to ban Lapras and then they are going to choose Cliffable. That's what I believe.
This is going to be interesting. True Gravity, they do have the first pick preference, so yeah, does not allow the Hooper to fall into their hands. So yeah, it's a good decision to ban it. But Vulcan decides to go well with Melon. Melon decides to go with the Umbreon on the first pick, giving the chance for the Lapras and the Cliffable in the hands. Lapras is banned, so my bad. So we might be seeing that, yes, Nova with Slowbro and Mikey with the Cliffable. Best support that you can desire after Hoopa at this point. Then again, Vixion and Zisol, long range attackers, and another defender should be there. Maybe a Blastoise and a long range attacker, in the sense it can be Inteleon coming in their way.
Yeah, definitely have to see which particular Pokemons are going to be in the situation, because Associo is going to go with the defender. Well, exactly the same composition kind of. That's what we witnessed from True Gravity's perspective in the previous matchup as well. They had their Blissey, they had their Umbreon, they had their Blastoise. Exactly the same composition in the previous matchup. But now in the second game, they lost, and they lost by a big margin. They were not even able to secure a century point, or should I say triple digit point. On the other corner, Griffin is going to go there with the Inteleon. And along with that, they do have a Buzzwole this time. So Illusion can be very effective, very nasty with that particular Pokemon, because usually with the Blaziken, he looks quite on point. Now again, another set of all-rounder which has got that punch to pack. Maybe he's going to perform even better. Vixion on the other corner is going to go with the Glaceon. Zisol finds his way with the Mew. Decidueye, Snowy can be a very valuable pick, to be honest, because Snowy loves to play with a Decidueye or a Glaceon. So he gets the opportunity to play with the Decidueye, and he sticks with it. The Spirit Shackles and the Knock Knock. Now I'm looking forward to see they're going to knock Team True Gravity out of the match number 7.
Snowy bringing back that Decidueye again, the contention. Illusion on that Buzzwole. It again looks very promising for the side of Team Griffin, but also Team True Gravity seems to be very much good. Vixion and the Glacier, and you have got Zisol. Usually we'll be playing on the Solar Beam, that's for sure. Electro Ball and Solar Beam can be the choices that he will moves the choice that he might be going up with. Snowy again, having that charging charm on his Decidueye can make an impactful move. I mean, I will be waiting for these kind of impacts that can actually happen.
Well, yeah, definitely have to see how that impact is going to be made, how the play is going to be on point or not. But yeah, True Gravity versus Team Griffin, both the teams are more than ready, and there goes the composition. As you can see, it is going to be a very interesting approach for the players of Team True Gravity. This is a match which is going to be pretty important for both the particular teams, because if True Gravity wins, their positioning will be even more stronger. And on the other corner, Griffin, well, they will be on the top, that's for sure, if they win this one. Because if I'm not wrong, there is no more match for Revenant. Yeah, the next match will be Clown5 versus Forge Legacy, so there is no more matches today for Team Revenant and also for A Team in FSC Sports. So these are the few teams who in day number 2 are going to perform a lot. And for now, Evolutions, that's what we are looking at.
Evolutions, I mean, that's a cute name that you're giving, Raider. I mean, I think I have to consult you if I have to, kind of name my new gaming name if I want to for my any secondary account. I mean, you do have some good suggestions, it seems, but once again, wait, is it a Chansey getting the cliffable KO? I mean, wait, I was not expecting that. It's a supporter battle, I understand. I know that Illusion should not interfere in that, but how is it even possible? So let it be. I see that the cliffable got taken down, and that's why we see the Decidueye coming into the play just to provide some good support. Hopefully he does make the difference, because there's a 3-man stack from True Gravity on the top, and 3-man has also it also has to be a 3-man push from the side of Team Griffin as well if they want to have the top lane control itself. But the mean look, Shrab School, it's going to be tough. The first KO comes in the bottom lane as well as the Soul. He will be going for the scores, but it seems like Altea wants to stop set. Well, Nova just hops in the right moment. This one might be a little bit annoyed.
Again, another set of supporter battle coming in. This time it was the Blissey who got a KO onto the cliffable. What is happening, guys? What really is happening? That's what I want to know on the top lane, because Buzzwole, I don't know what Illusion is doing. He is just leaving the fight away. He is letting these two supporters fight against each other, and out of these two giants, it's the cliffable who got KO'd again. But moving forward, let's see what Goal is going to do in the next particular fights. We will get to see some interesting approaches between the Wattle on this cliffable as well. But for now, I feel that there might be some interesting KOs coming in. There you go. The knocks are going to be there. So Siu wants to fall back, and he is fruitful in it because he's going to go with the citrus berries. KO will be there, but that will be there in the bottom lane. Not in the bottom lane really. It will be in the mid lanes, where you will get to see another set of KOs coming in. Even the Decidueye is getting picked off. And if I talk about Mew, the Pokemon is trying to get ready. Well, obviously the goals are something that True Gravity was able to dump a lot initially. But after looking what Team Griffin is capable of, I think maybe in the later stages when the evolution is right, things might change.
The early start, it seems to be very, very much promising from the side of True Gravity. And the same thing happened with Team Griffin. They got the early scores up at the right time. They got the buffs in their favor. But oh, look at the damage. Look at the damage. Cliffable came in to just in between the Buzzwole so that he doesn't go down. But eventually the smackdown will be coming under the way. Illusion has to play a vital role. The Glacial Stage being activated, pushing the players of Team Griffin away. Just trying to make an opportunity for the side of Team True Gravity to make a fallback from that situation, while Mew, like that Soul, just being all alone. I don't think he even has an idea that there is nobody in the bottom lane, so he can go with some easy scoring. But the Regieleki contention is completely higher. Buzzwole will be stopped while the Mean Look is still there from the side of Umbreon. The Melon will be a pure menace, but the Spirit Shackle does make a good connection, but the Ice Shard is much, I would say the Icicle Spear are much more hefty at this point, but the Knock comes into the place. The Mystical Mirage being activated, finds the Umbreon down, finds a double kill for the side of Decidueye, but eventually the Regieleki will be secured by the side of Glaceon.
Well, the objective Pokemons are now getting melted away and the players are trying to take the best output out of it. Okay, Griffin is now packing a punch. They're trying to bring in some beautiful, interesting fights, but Decidueye unfortunately goes down due to the KO coming in from Glaceon. And as I said, that the Glaceon, the Icicle Spears can be very effective. It's a very effective melter as well. And obviously, melters are very important when you have approach of those defenders, basically like Slowbro and also the other defenders also coming in the picture. But there is not even a single other defender coming in except the Slowbro. So once Slowbro goes down, there is a very good opening that you might actually get an all-rounder or a squishy attacker from the opponent's perspective. So True Gravity, definitely they have to watch out for those opportunities. On the other corner, Mew and the Spirit Shackles, these can be very, very interesting to watch from both the angles. Spirit Shackles again are very impressive ability to go with, but Felstinger with that snipe shot combination, look at that, multiple times those Felstinger with the snipe shot combination is coming in, but obviously that output is yet to be found.
Snowy is in position. He's spotted completely. Oh my god, this is going to be trouble. This is going to be trouble. Snowy won't be able to survive. The last Spirit Shackle did not even make a good connection though. The level difference that they wanted to build is not just staying in their favor. Suyu has got the complete privilege to go for another 40 dunk, and he does it pretty well. While everybody is busy securing the Registeel, he does the job brilliantly, but no, this time Blissey again survives. Once again, Illusion, he's just not able to finish the things right where he wants to be. But this time the Registeel being secure, the knock was completely not wasted the previous time, but once again the Spirit Shackle trying to give a lot more damage. Illusion finds a double in his name. Slowly and gradually Team Griffin wants to make a comeback, but still it's a long way up. Single scores, single stacks still happening from the side of Cliffable, but the Slowbro is tanking a lot of damage at this point.
Well, yeah, definitely the Slowbro is looking quite effective when it comes to that approach. He is definitely tanking a lot of damage, but look at this. Decidui goes in big with a 40, and not just that, another set of 31 is going to be there on the top lane. Oh, the Spirit Shackle. But Inteleon unfortunately gets KO'd. Now that buffer that was there between both the teams are now being compromised. But there is going to be another set of huge scores coming in from Team True Gravity as well, 240. But tried to completely capitalize on that particular buffer. At the same point, True Gravity is now going to maintain another set of interesting buffer coming into the picture. 245, they are already leading charts by 118 goals or so. But now it all trickles down to how that Reggie Eliki is going to get melted away. Well, there you go, the tier 1 goal zone is going to get destroyed. Both of the teams have lost from interesting tier 1 goal zones. But at the same point, the Reggie now comes into the circuit. And there you go, a good KO coming in from Glaceon. The Icicle Spears still find their way to get the best output. Oh my god, what is that? Even the Buzz Wall goes down.
Oh, the Unite being activated, the knock also comes into the play. This is going to be really amazing, and the Unite being completely denied by the Blastoise with the Hydro Typhoon. It's going to cause a lot of trouble. Inteleon is in a very low HP, but eventually the Blastoise falls down. The Soul barely manages to escape from that situation. Vixion will be just melting and securing the buffs as much as possible. The Spirit Shackle does not make that connection in the right spot. Oh, this is something that I was craving for. Decidueye has always been that one impactful long-range attacker that I admire the most. But at this point, the bottom Reggie has already spawned up. Everybody will have their eyes on it. But the Decidueye, if it falls right now, it can be very much troubling for the securation of this Registeel just before the Rayquaza fight. But eventually the Umbreon falls down in the hands of Decidueye, and this time gives a clear green signal to Team Griffin that they are allowed to melt the Registeel down.
Well, indeed they are going to do it, but True Gravity definitely with that advantage of having the Registeel in the favor. Now they are patiently waiting for that boss one, the legendary one to come in. The legendary pet is the Rayquaza that we are talking about, guys, and obviously a lot of anticipation is right over there. Team Griffin is going to be a tough hardcore battle for them because of the lack of AO synergies that they have. On the other corner, even the Unites, well, Inteleon has already utilized it, and even the Mew has utilized its own Unite when it comes to Team True Gravity. But now the Icicle Spears are coming in on the back end. We will get to see Spirit Shackle also. Mew is definitely one of those Pokemons which can bring in the best output with the Solar Beams, but then again you have to be pretty on point with that approach. The player's TP is back to the base. It's the Buzzwole. I don't know what was the kind of necessity of doing that, but then again the Solar Beam coming in, Buzzwole getting damaged a lot. He is also in turn replicating the whole situation. Oh, Buzzwole, what a play, dude! He was able to put down the Umbreon. One tank is already down. Looking forward to get another one. Might actually get it. And there you go. Cliffable finds a KO onto a defender. Well, everything that we wanted to see is already here, guys. Look at this. All the players are now going to stack up onto the top lane. And maybe there's going to be a good fight. Slowbro goes down. That's not at all looking good. Despite of the fact that we get to see a very good lead in the favor of Team True Gravity, but that is about to change. What a total team KO almost from the players of Team True Gravity. What are they doing? What are they doing, guys? That's an absolutely carnage. That's an absolute carnageous performance coming in. On the other corner, this Buzzwole wanted to go for a goal of 50, but eventually Blastoise was right over there. Like basically nobody, you can't really go for a good score right over here because I am here guarding it away. And look at this now. There's a Blastoise who might actually want to go for another set of some interesting goals, but every single guy from Team Griffin is also back in the fight. There is not a lot of time left, so they have to figure out to go for some sneaky goal zones, and obviously there is a possibility that they might actually go for the bottom lane, a tier 1 goal zone, but that too is not going to be easy enough. There you go, another KO. True Gravity, well, I believe they have confirmed it, guys. They have confirmed that they are the champs. They were the champs, now they're trying to be the conquerors.
True Gravity definitely setting up the benchmark with this victory. It's not a clean sweep though, but still a victory is a victory with a 2-1 scoreline. Team Griffin, they have faced losses. Not a great position, not a great day in the camp of Team Griffin for sure. But 11 KOs, oh my god. 18 KOs he has been part of. 11 KOs for himself. Ixion, I'm quite sure next time it's a Glaceon ban. Nah, so never Vixion getting another chance to play on that Glaceon once again because he's just wrecking things apart. What a team performance coming up from the side of True Gravity. Suyu also doing brilliantly with those 10 assists in his bag alongside Vulcan. I mean, Vulcan has got more KOs than Suyu though, but still, I would just say that this is just a brilliant game coming up. 6-1-3 to 1-4-5. It's a dream game coming up, a dream comeback game coming up from the side of Team True Gravity. But that being said, have to look out for the next match which will be underway after this one. But still, more or less, Raider, I would love to say that this match was something which gave us a lot of entertainment in altogether.
To be honest, from the start of the game, there were a lot of thrilling moments, and the best part for me was basically True Gravity was unable to deny the same exact composition in the game number 2. But what a play in game number 3. The way they evolved, they were able to deny the Snowy guy, they were able to deny a Ghoul, they were able to deny a Nova, they were able to deny even Illusion in this particular matchup. In the previous one, I believe the Blaziken was a little bit more hefty onto those players. But in this particular matchup, after going for the Buzzwole, the output was not that on point. Definitely, the Decidueye was quite on point with the Spirit Shackle. But to be honest, converting that Spirit Shackle damage into a KO, there was not a lot of players doing that. Ghoul missed a lot of snipe shots. The Felsinger snipe shot approach was not at all on point. And despite of the fact that these individuals had the opportunity of taking the second best support Pokemon, that was the Clefable, they were still unable to convert it in their favor because of the fact that Vulcan, look at him, what kind of output he was able to come up with. A recovery of more than 1,07,000. What a play. 613, 145, a complete redemption from the previous loss. 578 to 96, that was the previous storyline. Now it's 613 versus 145. Definitely a good redemption coming in from the individuals of Team True Gravity. Yeah, we have a very good clear insight that it's Team True Gravity who's now possibly on the top of the leaderboard because of the fact that they lost one game, they won 2 games, and that's exactly what matters the most. On the other corner, Griffin, that could have been one of the most consistent team, but now they have lost. And the irony is exactly this is what happened in the winners bracket round number 3 of the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 as well. Griffin secured 1 round and 1 game, to be honest, and Team True Gravity were able to get 2. So it's a very good play. It's a win-win situation for Team True Gravity. All they had to do is just be consistent, and they were able to completely neglect the effect that was coming in from the players of Team Griffin in the second game. Now it all trickles down to Clown 5 versus Forge Legacy. That's the last match that we're going to talk about. Obviously this particular match matter a lot, and obviously when you have that advantage in this particular matchup, be it Forge Legacy or Clown 5, remember Clown 5 for now have just won a single game, if I'm not wrong. That's all they have won. Not a match, to be honest, guys. It was just a single game that they won. So that is something which Team Clown 5 has to work on. If there is a 2-0 coming from Clown 5, their position definitely will improve a lot in terms of standings, and in turn their seedings are also going to be looking quite good. But Forge Legacy on the other corner is the only team which currently have been able to beat Team True Gravity. So one of the best teams are fighting against one of those teams who have traveled a long journey, to be honest, who have been a part of a very long journey from from actually registering to qualifying in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023, being at the 6th position, if I'm not wrong. Cloud5 was at the 6th position, and they barely qualified to the ACL, and now in ACL again they're trying to put up their efforts, although that effort has not been that glorified because of the fact that Griffin was able to beat them with a 2-1 in the second game, in the third game today. So I'm looking forward to see if Cloud5 is willing to come back with a redemption.
I mean, a team like Cloud5 who impressed us in the India Open, we do have a little bit of expectations, but for them, the players that we saw in their team, for them to make a big benchmark in the very two majors back to back, it's just not that easy, right? Because all the other teams, those who are playing in here, they have all got the past experience from the previous season, or I would say the previous circuit of what happened in India Open, ACL, then WCS. Before that also they were the OGs who started playing the game from the very beginning. But that being said, you need some good kind of strategies, specifically in this kind of major tournaments, and specifically the players out of that, Mewtwo is one of them who has got a bit of experience, and I really thought that he could make a good difference. But again, Cloud5, there seems to be struggling a lot in this kind of lobbies, because the other players, they have followed the meta of the other regions as well. They're trying to implement it in this region, because in India we have a kind of, I would say, a designated flow of Pokemons only when it comes to the meta category. The recent buffs and nerfs always impact the draft very drastically, and that every time we see the players to follow up. But if we talk about last match that happened, the previous match recap of what actually went through, we will have a complete insight, or maybe the idea how did True Gravity manage to win this one.
Well, True Gravity, as I said initially as well, they were able to counter every single effect of those Pokemons which was creating a lot of havoc for them in the game number 2. They were able to completely neglect them, be it the Residue with the Spirit Shackle or Knock Knock, or be it the other guys known as Inteleons, or Nova coming back with the Slowbro as well. Every single Pokemon was getting countered by the players of Team True Gravity from the start till the end, and when they were able to get that Rayquaza advantage, that was something also very interesting to watch. Definitely a very good buffer, definitely a very good advantage that they were able to deliver. So it was a pretty impressive play coming in, but in the replay you'll get to see all those Unites being utilized, the Knock Knocks being delivered, the Icicle Spears being quite fruitful. Glaceon, definitely, as we did saw after the battle data came in, that he was able to bring in one of the most highest amount of KOs till now, which is a good thing. Glaceon as attacker, we all expect that he's going to bring that kind of output, and that's exactly what happened. Talking about the Rayquaza melting down scenario, but it saw a lot of fights going on over there. The players decided to go for some good sneaky scores of their own, and in that manner, yes, they were quite on point. They were unable to go for the Rayquaza fight because the goal was a little bit bigger, and the goal was basically to go for as many points as possible. And indeed, at that point, I have to say the particular team known as Team True Gravity did wonders because of the fact that they were able to bring in a total team KO. It was just a Buzzwole which was surviving at the end, and Buzzwole got a KO on Umbreon, but after that, all the players were taken down, to be honest.
That being said, we have somebody joining us from the side of Team True Gravity. Let's hear and welcome him in the interview desk, and let's see what he has to say. First of all, Asui, welcome. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing fine. Thank you.
I mean, your smile justifies how you're playing. So I would just like to say, you are brilliant on Lapras. Your favorite pick is Lapras. That's, we all know about it. But what happens if you pick the Buzzwole?
Destruction, I guess.
Oh man, that has been the case for sure. Definitely, but yes, congratulations on your victory in this particular matchup. Now, what are you planning for the next few games? Because if I'm not wrong, there are 2 more games left. You have not yet faced Revenant, and also some other teams are there which are in the line, are going to be there as your matchups in the day number 2. So what is your plan for the next few matches?
We will watch first review of the day 1 and improve our mistakes. Then we'll watch the matches of other teams and work on strategies to beat them.
Alright, you do that. But with that, guys, thank you for being here, Asisio, and also many congratulations once again on winning this beautiful game.
One second. I would like to interrupt you, Raider. My bad. I want to ask last question for Suyu. That are we going to see more Buzzwoles coming up from your side? I mean, I would love to see that, please.
definitely I will pick
There you
more
go.
Buzzwole. Depends on comp though, but we'll try.
I would love you. I will insist you to play more on Buzzwole because I like that kind of dominance. After All Might, I guess you are the one that impressed me the most. So I would love to see some more Buzzwole action. But thanks for joining again, Suyu.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, I have to say it. Like, after All Might on the Buzzwole, I'm not telling that other players who play on Buzzwole are not good, but the amount of domination that what Suyu did exactly in front of us, I actually call him Psyduck because his actual name is like Psyduck. It's easy to spell as well. But once again, if you just talk about the entirety of the recap that happened, was literally something that you will love to watch if you're a Pokemon Unite fan.
Well, definitely. I mean, talking about the replay, we would get to have a lot of insight. And look at this, our analysis team is also trying to give us the insight of how that game unfolded. To be honest, the match was quite interesting. We did saw a lot of chaos energies, and that's why the players wanted to go for a dump. But eventually, if you talk about even the opponents, they were also quite on point when it comes to tackling them away. Slowbro was right over there, and at the same point, we did saw a KO coming in onto the Glacier and by the Decidueye. Well, Decidueye is like a menace, to be honest. When Spirit Shackle comes in the game number 2, it was all over in the favor of Decidueye. There were some decent goals coming in, but this was a complete buffet-like situation where we did saw a lot of chaos energies dumped over there, and whoever wanted to have that advantage just tried to get it. But now look at the complete chaos that was there in the game number 1. If I'm not wrong, this is the analysis of the game number 1, where Decidueye, Lapras, and also the Eldegoss, along with Ghoul, who was the Inteleon, were way too far away. On the other corner, the guy who was cornered was getting KO'd, no doubt in that. He had no choice whatsoever to really fight back in the game, and if I'm not wrong, that was the Umbreon, I believe. Yes, Umbreon got cornered way too quickly, and eventually it was KO'd. Yeah, there you go. Eastpen was able to find him down, put him down, and then eventually with a small buffer of just 10 to 15 points, it was approach where team True Gravity was able to win the first game.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, it was phenomenal to see what actually happened overall with both the teams. They almost, put up a great show altogether, like individually if you say it, but they did try their level best. You have to give, praise to all of their efforts that they put in all together to win this match. Yes, True Gravity were the better side to win it. There's no doubt in that, but Team Griffin, I am quite sure that they will also be seeing and, rewatching all the entirety of the matches that they have played or the other team matches that they have to go through before the second day, because there's still I would say 1 week more time in their hands to make a comeback, to make a bounce back for their side. And if they can do it, there's nothing better to it, right? If on 16th, the day 2 will resume again. On that day, they will again have set of like 3 to 4 matches, and after that, this complete seed will be prepared and will be finalized by the end of day 2, and we will be knowing that in the final day 3, which team will play which match. Specifically, how it seems to me, like the 5th and 6th seed might be between Clown5 and FS, so we have to see what the other team's position will be.
Well, talking about Clown5, yes, I do feel that might be the case because Clown5 already lost 2 games. When they fought against Team Griffin, it was a 2-1, and eventually when they fought against Team Revenant, it was a 2-0 coming in. Now Clown5 has one more match today to play, and that is the coming up fourth next, which is the Clown5 versus Forge Legacy. In that match, if Clown5 somehow is able to win, maybe there is a situation where Clown5 is going to jump towards like 3rd or 4th position because of the fact that there is another team which is lacking a lot when it comes to points. It is Team FSC Sports. They have lost their 2 games today, and Forge Legacy is one of those teams which is still looking quite confident, which is looking quite good. Well, the match where they were able to beat Team True Gravity was something like a phenomenal match coming in. Even Revenant Esports was able to beat Forge Legacy with, if I'm not wrong, a 2-win coming in. So Forge Legacy has had their own setbacks all the way in the Asia Champions qualifier day number 1. But at the same point, talking about the 4th and 5th, or should I say 5th and 6th position, I believe FSC Sports and Clown5 currently are those 2 teams. But if Clown5 wins this next match that we're going to witness pretty soon, maybe that is going to change because of the fact that if it's a 2-0, yes, obviously there is going to be a big jump in their standings, and they might actually secure 3rd or 4th position.
I mean, there is a big chance for that as well. But once again, if you just talk about the previous stats that happened for Clown5 as well as Forge Legacy, things do seem like it's going to be tough for Clown5, because when you lose a lot of matches in a row, the kind of morale that you have built up, it does fall. And specifically in this big tournaments, every match counts. So you need to be the one to still keep your hopes alive. I mean, you're not out of the tournament, that's a good point, but still, you don't have a lot more matches to keep yourselves above. So the higher you keep your seed up in this entire league stage, the more benefit you will get, because the team who will be sitting in the first seed will only have to play the finals of the regional stage. So that actually gives a big opportunity. We'll have a look on that for sure, because that seeding does give you a lot of intel. So the teams who in the 5th and the 6th position will be playing not just 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 matches to become the champion out of this, which will be a complete single elimination bracket. Out of that, the 4th seed will have a one step advance. They will be in the next stage where they will be waiting for the team who will be winning between 5th and 6th to come up and take the battle. So if you're in 5th or 6th, you have to take a big long journey. But talking about it, we have the standings in front of us, Raider.
Well, yeah, I mean, the only two teams which are still sitting at the first position is going to be Griffin, who have 7 points, and also Team True Gravity. True Gravity was able to beat Team Griffin. That's why the positioning is now similar. Otherwise, if Team Griffin could have won this particular match number 7, then it would have been a scenario where Team Griffin would have been sitting on top, and second position would have been in the favor of Team Gravity. But now, if you're talking about the third position, it's Team Revenant, lacking behind with just 1 point. Well, Revenant will have their set of 3 matches in the day number 2, so maybe in that particular day we will get to see some certain changes coming in. At the same point, if we talk about the 4th position, it is going to be in the favor of Forge Your Legacy due to the fact that they have 4 points. And when you talk about the 5th position, it is going to be in the favor of Clown5. As I said initially, that they were able to beat in just 1 game. So that was the case why Clown5 is there with the 5th position. On the other corner, FSC Sports is still looking like a team who is there at 6th position because of the fact that in 2 matches that they played, they have not yet won even a single game, and there was a 2-0 situation. So clear-cut win for the opponent, but for them, not even a single game came in.
I mean, for your legacy, they're just rooting for to get the first position by the end of day number 1, which will eventually give them a good kind of opportunity. But once again, I really believe that that if there are 2 or more teams in that first seed after winning 2 matches and losing 1, the kind of impact that might play, in my opinion, I don't know, I'm not sure, I have to confirm it as well, but it seems like the teams with the most number of clean sheets or clean sweeps might just have a little bit of upper hand. But the next match coming up, the final match of day number 1 of ACL 2024 India regional stage, it's going to be Clown5 versus Forge Your Legacy. On one side, a team who plays 6th, and on the other side, we have the runners-up of India Open. So it does seem like Legion, Sings, Joy, Obito, Mewtwo has got a big thing or a big job to do in today's day. If they can just finish the day with a win, they will be pretty happy. But on the other hand, Forge Your Legacy, as I mentioned, they want to be the team to still keep that first seed contendership alive for themselves, not to fall very much behind. Should be the call for Volk as well. When we talk about the roster, it's Volk, Doc, Fura, Kurim, and Ruben playing alongside all together. But still, I'm looking forward to see what Forge Your Legacy has to offer this time.
Definitely that has to be the case. Forge Your Legacy, well, they had offered a very good competition against Team True Gravity, but this is a moment where they have to fight again and be very brilliant against a team known as Clown5, because that team, as we have said enough time, that they have passed, or should I say carry forward in a very long journey from registering to qualifying in the India Open and then eventually being in the top 6 teams. And even after that, when you talk about the ACL, they are again here right now trying to perform, although the positioning is not yet that good. Remember guys, if you are in the top 1 position, that is the only cutoff that the ACL finale is going to have. Other than that, either you are 2nd position, 3rd position, 4th position, or 5th position, or 6th position, nothing fruitful, except, as I usually say, either you win it or you learn from it. So that learning curve is definitely going to be there for every single particular team, even for that particular team who qualifies as the finalist from the Indian subcontinent. even that particular team has got a very good learning curve. But talking about the team introduction, Forge Legacy, average damage dealt is also quite amazing, 250,000 plus. Damage taken is again quite interesting due to the fact that these guys love to go with a lot of defenders choices. The tanks that they have is definitely going to be something which is going to sustain a lot of damage, intake a lot of damage, absorb a lot of damage. The average recovery thanks to Cliffable is also quite amazing, 122,693. And if you talk about the frequently used Pokemon in that terms, first of all, the first two Pokemons are the defenders. Then we do see a Venusaur also coming in, and another set of Clefable, and some other Pokemons like the supporters and the speedsters also coming into the picture. So I'm looking forward to see how Forge Legacy is going to orchestrate against the particular team known as Clown 5, because again, Clown 5 might be a team which is struggling, but trust me, they are really here to put up a fight.
I have to see what the draft phase will be telling us the story, because it seems the Cliffable might be the one to get banned from the side of Clown 5, while Forge Legacy doesn't want to give away the Hoopa in the hands of Clown 5 itself, because it's sometimes it's quite unpredictable of what a player can do. So it's better just to go with the ban, go with the flow. That being said, Forge Legacy versus Clown 5, the first pick preference stays with Clown 5 itself. First pick might be the Umbreon itself, or maybe something different, but Umbreon is always the first choice, and Joy, he is taking to that as well.
After the bans of these two supporters, well, definitely Joy is going to go stick up with that particular Umbreon. On the other corner, if I'm not wrong, Ruben and Kyurem are also looking forward to have some interesting choices. Well, Kyurem is going to go with the Blissey. I would love to see, I mean, to be honest, now the only option that Clown 5 is left is Eldegoss. That's the only supporter that they've got, to be honest, because Mr. Mime or Sibile or Wigglytuff, Comfy, I doubt that is going to be the pick. So Blissey has already been taken down, so it all trickles down to what is going to be the choice of Pokemon for Team Clown 5 when it comes to their supporting approach. On the other corner, Forge Legacy have got 4 different set of Pokemons already. They've got a supporter, that is Kyurem, playing with the Blissey. We have got an attacker, that is going to be Venusaur. We might actually get to see a speedster as well. Well, there you go. Even a tank known as Slowbro is also going to come. Leafeon, Slowbro, and then we have Venusaur and Blissey coming into the picture. A speedster will be there from even Clown 5, I believe. That could be Zorak. Cynics, I don't know how fruitful can he be on that particular note, but Mewtwo is going to stick up with the Eldegoss. As I said, when the ban of a Clefable is there, when the ban of a Hoopa is there, and the Blissey is already taken down, you are left with just the Eldegoss, and taking something else, for example, a Comfy or Mr. Mime or Sibile or Wigglytuff could actually result in a loss for your team.
Now Volcon, the Glaceon. I mean, Volcon and Absol is definitely not a good idea that I would like to suggest, but now this being said, the Zoroark has got some counters. Yes, it is. Doc on the Slowbro can be a little bit of problem if we just say so. Kyurem also, going with the Resonant Shield, the new held item in the question. But Sings using the Charging Charm. Okay, so now the Zoroark on Charging Charm can be something that, can be a little bit impactful from the Clown 5, but it's a big move. I mean, you don't have the Leafeon on your side, Sings, and Sings is for your own information, he was the one who got 24 KOs in a single match, that too on Leafeon in the India Open. So he still holds that record, and there's still nobody who have beaten it, but have to see whether they can just do it in the ACL or not.
Yeah, I mean, it all trickles down to this particular stage. What you have done in the past is something that is going to definitely glorify you till the end. That is a history that has been written. But to be honest, if you really want to outperform, if you really want to maintain that kind of presence in the circuit, you have to perform even today, even tomorrow, and in the near future as well. So for that reason, I have to say even Clown 5, despite of the fact that they were able to get multiple KOs with that Leafeon, as you said, on Cynic's perspective, I have to say once again that he has to be quite on point with the next particular matches as well. Now, Clown 5 is a very interesting team. They are filled with a combination of those players who can be very effective, yet a little bit naive when it comes to their strategy. So I'm looking forward to see if that strategy play is going to be crucial this time or not, because against their opponents in the past in the ACL day number 1, they have struggled a lot. Yes, they were able to bag out one good map, one good game, to be honest, but that is something which is not enough. Talking about the goals, there is not even a single goal being dumped over there. Well, I was talking about it, and we have Lapras scoring a set of 4, but The Eevee coming in from the other corner is going to secure on the side of 8 goals, and then set of 5 goals also coming in from the Blissey. There you go, few more goals. It's the Leafeon which is trying to put in the best effort.
Oh, Fura. He was taken down by Eldegoss. Oh my god. That's something that you would not like to see, but that those icicle spears will give a decent amount of damage towards Obito. The Zoroark has leveled up to level 5. Now this is going to be a little bit problematic in the bottom lane because there will be nobody to make a counter, and Zoroark is completing his stack without any kind of problems. Now he has to just go up front. The Solar Boinks will be coming under the way alongside the Icicle Spear, but as soon as the Umbreon and the Zoroark steps in, this is going to be a pure battlefield. On the top lane, Leafeon goes down, Lapras finds him down itself, but the Umbreon is still there. The Icicle Spear might just be a little bit problematic, but the top tier 1 goal zone seems very, very much vulnerable from the side of Forge Your Legacy, because Clown 5, they're literally having the entirety of the control. That Zoroark needs to be stopped from the side of Forge Your Legacy, otherwise it's all the job done from his end.
Indeed, it's definitely going to be a very tough fight at this point, and it does feel that Clown 5 is doing the heavy lifting. They're getting some good KOs indeed. Forge Your Legacy on the other corner is focusing a little bit more onto their evolutions. Well, to be honest, that evolution has not worked out yet, and the level difference is clearly being shown because the Zoroark is already at level 7, the Inteleon is about to be on level 6. I mean, it's already at level 6, and now the other corner Lapras is already at level 6 as well. When he reaches the level 13, we know that how much of an effective fight he can bring into the picture. So really have to figure out what will happen next. But Forge Your Legacy, yes, the struggle is for real for them. They have not yet found a very good stronghold in this game. They're trying to be the best, and the Glaceon unfortunately is going to get splashed away by this Zoroark.
That's gonna hurt badly to that Glaceon. Volk, you gotta be thinking something different at this point, because Clown 5 seems to be having a very beautiful start. And look at the level difference. That Zoroark is on level 8 alongside the Lapras and Inteleon being on level 7, and those Razor Leaf is not gonna give a lot more hefty damage, while the Icicle Spears does the damage. The Eldegoss comes in between to just not let Zoroark fell down with those drastic hectic move sets coming up from the side of the Glaceon. But Zoroark is about to level 9. The stack was done very brilliantly. He has got the KOs that he ever wanted, but the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain comes into the play. It's going to be hefty damage that they has to deal with. Zoroark finds the slow bro down itself, but the Giga Drain might be just coming into the picture, but no, before he lets Venusaur walk away, he gets the second one as well. There's nothing that can stop this Zoroark. Saints is on a rampage at this point.
Multiple KOs is what Sinks is getting at this point, but there you go. 113, Forge Your Legacy is there with just 56, another sweep in, and with that he is going to get one more KO. Not just that, even the clippable goes on. Zoroark, what are you actually doing, buddy? What a play from Sinix. He's just putting the players down asleep. There's nobody who is really standing tall in front of him. Even from the back end, we have Inteleon coming up with that snipe shot. Level 10 is where Sinix is right now, holding at on the other corner. Look at Leafeon, not yet being evolved at even level 9. So that is something which is quite scary to talk about. Even the Venusaur is not yet there at the level 9. So for now, here's the damage from Clown 5 on Forge Your Legacy is definitely going to be quite high. But we have seen Forge Your Legacy stealing the show by getting that Rayquaza. So that's something that they might actually work on. But a Petal Dance being utilized, the Venusaur could have been the case, but they've decided to go with the Petal Dance. One attacker from the corner is actually a ranged one. This guy is not going to be a range one because he has to come in a very close circuit, really put up a fight. But look at Zoroark, he's just scoring as much as possible, and with that tier 1 goal zone already broken down. Now they're focusing on the tier 2 goal zone in the top lane, but Leafeon finds a very good KO onto the Eldegoss, but Zoroark now really wants to bring in the value. Glaceon gets taken down. Okay, the Leafeon is not going to survive anymore due to the level buff. As you do see, level 9 is for Leafeon, level 11 is for Zoroark.
Oh my god, I don't know how many KOs he has got in his name, but if you are a Forge Your Legacy fan, you must be praying to gods at this point, because what is going on, it's definitely not what you can see from your eyes. Level 11 Zoroark, level 10 Inteleon and Lapras. Level difference is literally visible with the gameplay that Clown 5 is putting up on the show. We literally mentioned that Clown 5 might have a little tough time to deal with Forge Your Legacy, but it seems to be a different story. Clown 5, they're literally having the entire Theosky Ruins control in their hands. Exactly in the palm of their hand. There's nothing more than words that we can just justify about it. But for your legacy, they need to get the objectives. They need to get a good momentum shift towards their side. Otherwise, it's all done and dusted, because you can see the score difference that is happening. The Icicle Spear will be coming, and finally, for your legacy, we are able to get the Regice in their favor. Now they have to make some advanced moves. They need to get some scores in their bag. Leafeon finally finds Zoroark on the top lane, but eventually the Unites being dumped one after another, finding the value, still not able to score for your legacy. They're craving for some good hefty blows, but still they're completely unable to do it, as the tier 1 on the top lane gets taken down by Leafeon, but the bottom lane is still something that they're craving for.
Well, they get a good KO, that's good, but Venusaur on the other same corner is also going to get picked off. Not just that, Leafeon swoops in to get the LD cost as well. So Leafeon is now back in the bottom lane. Umbreon versus Leafeon. I have to see what happens, but there you go! A set of 237. We were talking about the difference, but look at this. Forger Legacy is finally back, and they're trying to bring in the momentum for themselves. They're trying to bring in some effective goals. 1 year synergy? I mean, even 1 is more than enough. That's what the Blissey is trying to look at this point. Well, we do have one Unite being farmed from Forger Legacy, and it's basically the Unite coming in onto that Leafeon. On the other corner, look at Cloud5. Now they're trying to back away, because they do know that the other team is more than willing to take up some good fights. So let's just hold it off. Let's just try to evolve a lot. But look at that KOs that are coming in. Now Regieleki is what we are looking at. They're trying to melt it away. On the other corner, in the bottom lane, we do see that Blissey doing wonders with all those beautiful fights and all those beautiful goals coming into the picture. But not just that, what a play. Now the 6th ally is now in their favor. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. The Regieleki goes in to give the advantage to the particular team known as Forger Legacy. Now the players from Forger Legacy might actually shift their attention towards the bottom lane, tier 1 goal zone, tier 2 goal zone to be precise as well. But they are now tracking down this Umbreon. Might be able to put him down, but the Alternate Swablues and the other Pokemons, everything is what they are looking at. They're trying to have as much as advantage, as much as level buffs that's possible.
Just one mistake that Cloud5 did was to let the Leafeon free on the top lane, and he just, completed his stack, completed his leveling up, and after he's just completely gelled up. The solar bonds are hurting the players of Cloud5. Even Zoroark is unable to do anything, but this final stretch is going to be very important. Leafeon is still there on the top lane, might be trying to come up with a sneaky entry, might be trying to outstrat the Zoroark because he's still there hiding in the tall grasses, might be able to just go back, but now the Giga Drain just trying to level himself up. The Icicle Spear does the damage, but the Umbreon survives in the blink of an HP. But still, if you just talk about now, this is the moment. If not right now, never it's going to be happen. Verdict Anger comes into play. Zoroark is still there, but the Umbreon goes down. The double Emerald step up comes in from the side of Leafeon, but Zoroark finds it, but Zoroark goes down. This is a big opportunity for Forger Legacy to turn the tides, to turn the table in their favor. They do have the score lead, but they need to come up with some more. They need to melt down the Rayquaza in order to get the entirety of the control, while the snipe shot is still available from the side of the Inteleon, which can cause a lot of trouble.
Well, let's see if that snipe shot can change everything or not. Who is going to take that advantage? That's a bigger question coming in. And there you go. It's Cloud5. It's Cloud5 who backs it away. Now it all trickles down to breaking those shields, and they are capable of doing that. What a play. Not just that. Oh, it's a total team KO. What? A total team KO coming in from Cloud5 to Forger Legacy. It's just the Venusaur which is left over there. Nobody else. But Venusaur wants to go for a set of 50, and it's the Umbreon who's going to TP back. And there you go. Now it is going to be a game for Cloud5, that's for sure. Forger Legacy, unfortunately, despite of that small stance of a comeback, they're still not being able to find their way back in the game. I believe, I have to say once again, that the Solar Beam, the Beamasaur, could have been a little bit more effective for the players of Forger Legacy, but they decided to go with a Petal Dance. Again, it can be effective, but trust me, when your opponent is that quick and your opponent has got Inteleon, who is a range attacker, you can't really go close to him. And due to that reason, yeah, it's Cloud5 who's going to back out this first game.
Oh, that's gonna hurt Forger Legacy a lot. Cloud5 did a fantabulous job. There's no cap to it. That being said, you can just imagine 645 to 250. Sings having 10 KOs, Legion having 8, 15 assists for Mew to 11 for Joy. That's a complete team game coming up from their side. Even Fura in the later stages tried to get those KOs, those 6 KOs he has in his name. Volk having 4 in his name. was still not enough to stop the players of Clown5. But a good try, have to just say, admit it, from the side of Forza Legacy. But still, they do have a little bit of cushion in the next match. Still in the hands. If Forza Legacy wins it, we will be moving forward for the decider. Otherwise, it will be going all in the way of Clown5.
Clown5, a very interesting match from Icona. All you have to do is just be consistent on this approach. Otherwise, you might actually see a decider as well coming in. Once the decider comes in, things start to trickle down. But yes, what a play. Have to give a big up to this particular team known as Clown5. The way they performed, the way they capitalized from the start. To be honest, that Zorak, the Cynics guy, changed everything. And as we do see that he was a part of 14 now, quite on the other corner, even Mewtwo. And also Joy. The amount of assists that they've got is something amazing to watch. These guys were inflicting the damage, Cynics was sweeping in it, Legion was sweeping on that particular note. On the other corner, if we talk about Forza Legacy, the sad part is Ruben and also even Volk were not getting a lot of output, to be honest. And despite the fact that they had the Glaceon, they had the best attackers in this whole scenario, obviously Beamasol could have been a little bit more favorable, as I said initially as well, because from the long range this guy could have inflicted a lot of damage onto the opponent. So for that reason, yes, choice of Petal Dance usually is effective, usually is quite interesting and intriguing to watch. But then again, when your opponent is an Inteleon, when your opponent is a Zorak, when your opponent is basically a Lapras, well, Lapras is something which can be countered in the close range as well with the Petal Dance. But then again, Inteleon is a Pokemon which loves to play from the far end because of those snipe shots that he can pull in. And after putting that snipe shot, he is going to use the Felsinger, flee from the scenario, fall back from the scenario. And what are you going to do with the Petal Dance? You can really track him down, because then there will be approach of Mewtwo and Obito coming in, or maybe Joey coming in with that Umbreon in their favor. So it's going to put up a lot of pressure, and that's why I do believe Ruben was unable to get a lot of output. He was able to put up the damage, but that damage was not converted in any kind of assist or attacking KOs.
Eventually, we can just say that this match was played way better by the side of Team Clown5. Specifically, the early values that the Zoroark found out for himself and for the team was much valuable. That created a lot of impact. That's for sure. I mean, that created a kind of a threat towards the side of Forza Legacy, that they had to, think twice before even taking a fight on a head-on fight against the Zoroark. But once the kind of fear factor completely vanquished was when the Leafeon and the Glaceon gelled up, and both the EVs were doing a good amount of damage towards the opposition. I really felt like it really felt to me like that, that's from 6 minute to the 8-minute marker, the comeback that Forza Legacy did, they will be continuing it till the very end stages. But it was not the case, because obviously the Rayquaza played the vital factor. After that being said, Clown5 with a beautiful start. I'm really hoping to see some more of these matches in the upcoming games.
Well, yeah, I am also hoping for some beautiful, insightful matches in the next particular game as well. I mean, to be honest, this could be the final game of day number 1, or it could push us to another decider. And I honestly would love to see if the result is going to get calibrated in the second game, or is it going to be a situation of a third game coming in as well. Every single game matters, and Clown5, kudos to them. I would once again congratulate them, because in 3 games that they have played, 3 matches to be precise that they played, the third one is going on, and still they have bagged out 2 good maps, which is again going to put them in a better spot against Team FS Sports, because FS Sports have lost every single game. But now we will get to see the replay as well. Replay is something which is going to give you the brief idea of how it all started. We got to see a lot of hefty damages from Zorak. We'll get to see a lot of KOs initially, but in the later stages, yes, the KOs coming from Zorak was completely diminished due to the fact that Leafeon was ready. And the first time when Leafeon countered Zorak was in the top lane. Remember guys, all of the players, all the Pokemons were stacking up in the bottom lane, and there was a Leafeon-Zorak fight coming in the top lane, where Leafeon was able to put Zorak down, and then a heap of goals were coming in the top lane. And due to that whole situation, we did saw a great comeback coming in from the players of Team Forza Legacy.
That's for sure. And eventually when it just came up, Forza Legacies, before the comeback, it's all the scene that Zoroark and his domination. It was all that being a threat in the entire Thea Sky Ruins. That everybody would have, kind of felt like, this is not going right. But once again, the Solar Boings coming into the right place, falling into the right pieces, did manage to give a ray of hope towards the side of Forge Legacy to make a bounce back or a comeback for their end, but still, again, the final stretch fight was completely messed up from their end. So they made some silly mistakes, or maybe some slight small mistakes that costed them the entirety of the match, specifically when they decided to, melt down the Rayquaza. Even when the Glaceon was taken down, that's where I believe the game was almost done.
True, man. Definitely, the Glaceon, the way it was fighting was quite on point with the spirits, with the icicle spears. We did thought for a moment that it particularly could actually change all of those things. But as you said, when the Glaceon got KO'd, at that moment things started to trickle down, and even better situation came in for the players of team Clown 5 was basically that they got a total team KO, and not just that, then they were able to melt down the Rayquaza as well. There was no one who was really being able to stop them. I mean, Venusaur wanted to go for a sneaky goal zone in the top lane, but still it was not effective enough. Now, if we talk about the player introduction from Clown 5, we have the C5 Star Senix from Clown 5. Favorite Pokemon, as you do see, it's Zorak. I want to represent India at the international level and want to give my 200%. Well, buddy, you actually gave it 2000%, that's for sure. In the previous matchup, the way he performed, the way he got those initial KOs was absolutely amazing. The only slip up that happened was basically in the top lane where he was all alone. Wanted to take up a fight against Leafeon. Leafeon countered him, and then all thanks to his EOS energies that he was capitalizing on, and also a lot of goals that Leafeon was able to dump in, things changed, and it changed drastically. But still, in the later stages, Zorak decided to even be better. But on the other corner, Forger Legacy, Volk, we got a very beautiful insight from his corner as well after the second match was over. But still, I have to say that Comfey is a favorite Pokemon he loves to go with. Due to the nerfs, Comfey is one of those mostly neglected Pokemon through the whole scenario of this ACL Champions, ACL, or should I say Asian Champions League. Till now, we have not seen a lot of Comfey play coming in, and his approach is basically quite a jelly one because he wants to just play with his friends, enjoy the tournament, give his fans the best, and I believe he's quite successful in it.
They have to be, and eventually, this is a kind of motive, Volk always tries to entertain people a lot, and that's the speciality that he has, and I like this kind of factors about that one guy. But talking about it, we talk about the Sings. He's dealt 71,115 damage. That is huge, on that too on Leafeon, the maximum pick trade, alongside the Venusaur, if you just say. So both of the Pokemons are the most picked Pokemons by this one guy. But eventually, if we talk about Volk, being on the Glaceon, he has done the damage, but I will still say that Volk has many more things up in his sleeve to actually showcase in front of the audience. I don't know what is going wrong or is going south for him, but eventually he has got a lot more potential to show us in this ACL.
Definitely, the potential is quite endless, no doubt on that. Forge Legacy, Volk, and his teammates can definitely be quite lethal when it comes to a game like this. But I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case or not. Because again, trust me, every single matchup matters a lot. Every single performance matchup matters a lot. So in that terms, I have to say Forge Legacy, they have to pull up their socks because again, last game, it could be the last possible game of the number one where if Forge Legacy goes down, remember their standing is not going to be that interesting to look at. They might actually drop down to the third or fourth position. So that's exactly where the team does not want to sit. On the other hand, Clown 5, they are currently at the fifth position, but after bagging out the second game, again that position is going to improve. But if they win the whole match, again it is going to improve a lot. They will get approximately 4 points in their favor, which is going to be very important. But now moving forward, I believe pretty soon we are going to witness few more interesting matches, few more interesting games. And yeah, there you go. I was talking about the game. We've got the ban phase already here.
Clown 5 this time. It's they will not try to push it to the decider, that's for sure. I mean, when you are a team, you know that if things go south, we have one comfort cushion. Yes, there is a plan B, that if we lose this one, we do have a chance of coming back in the decider one. But why would you try to push it to the decider when it's like a 50-50 situation? But that being said, the two bans we see is Umbreon and Lapras, giving a chance to Ruben to go and pick the Clefable on their side. One of the best supports, or maybe in Hoopa. Doc on Hoopa can be valuable, but no, Kyurem decides, I'm going to stick with the Clefable. Let's see what happens next. But if you talk about Clown 5, having the two picks, one is definitely going to be a Slowbro. Another one maybe Blissey or Inteleon. That can be the two picks, but Sings decides this time. I'm gonna rock with the Venusaur.
Well. Let's see how that positioning is going to get improved when it comes to the bans. As you said, both the defenders have been banned. Quite important defenders, to be honest, which leaves an opening for the Hoopa. But eventually, Forza Legacy have decided to go with the Clefable on the other corner. Decidue is something that can be confirmed, and as that is the case, Hoopa coming from Mewtwo. Let's see if another Hoopa play can save the day for a particular team. Not just that, we have the Buzzwole as well coming in. Maybe Necros, you are going to love even one more player who loves to play with the Buzzwole.
Obito. I mean, he has been quite dominant as well, not to ignore that. But once again, Ruben on the Desi.
What?
Now, this is going to be important, but once again, Legion, last pick, definitely if he picks the Leafeon, he will be switching it with Sings, hopefully he does. But Mewtwo, after a long time picking the Hoopa when he's got that option, I would love to see what kind of support he can provide, because Round 5, it's a very important game for both of them. The preparation phase starts, there will be some pretty switches. I'm expecting Sings to get the Leafeon in his hand. Not too sure whether he's going for it or not, because still we have 38 more seconds to go. But the Crustle coming into the play can be a little bit deceiving for the side of Forza Legacy, because the Crustle can actually give a lot more impactful damage.
Well, to be honest, it's the first time that I've seen this guy coming in, Crustle, as a Pokemon again in the ACL, in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 or 2023. I don't recall that I've seen this particular Pokemon being utilized as a defender for a competitive scenario like this. I don't know. This can be maybe most fruitful, or this can be one of those decisions that can backfire onto them. Well, obviously this is one of those Pokemon which has been utilized a lot in different circuits, but in Indian circuit, I've not yet seen a lot of approaches for them. Because again, when you talk about the defending line, you have a lot of players. You have Gudra not yet being utilized. You have even the Greedent coming in, which was used to get utilized a lot in the India Open 2022. And eventually, if you talk about Mamoswine, again, India Open 2022 is where I witnessed a lot of Mamoswine being utilized. Other than that, obviously, Slowbro, the Trevenant, we have seen a lot. We have Umbreon, we have seen that particular Pokemon a lot. Blastoise, again, a lot of choices for them. Lapras, again, a very fruitful defender. So amongst all these defenders, amongst 10 defenders, we have not seen a lot of Crustle play, but finally, fortunately, we'll get to see that in this match.
Important match for both the teams. Forza Legacy, they are playing for their own survival. They're playing for their own, to keep themselves alive in the series as well. But looking towards the picks and the composition, it does seem like the Forza Legacy might have an upper hand in this match for sure. Yura starts off pretty well with those early stacks, so Vito will also have the privilege. He will get the stacks for himself as well, just to look forward and get the wild Pokemons in the farm for his side. These early kind of stacks always help Buzzwole a lot. Oh, Leafeon, he does find the Squirtle down there. That tiny Squirtle got a big hurt at that moment. Clown 5, they're focusing way too much on the early game, because that actually helped them a lot. Previously, if you just imagine, the Zoroark completing his stack, getting those early KOs resulted in the victory of Clown 5 in the final stretch as well. So they want to focus more on that, emphasize on that same kind of strategy once again. But this time, for your Legacy, they have to be very much cautious not to lose the momentum in the final stretch. Should be the main, I would say, the motive or the kind of opinion that they want to have.
Definitely losing that momentum is just not something that everybody wants to go with at this point. Clown 5 from the start, they are trying to maintain that pressure. They're trying to go for some good goals, and they're definitely looking quite on point with it. But remember guys, it's just 1 minute and few seconds that have been passed. Looking forward to see how it happens next.
Level 6 Buzzwole is there alongside the level 6 Leafeon. So not a big level difference. Delphox seems to be on level 6, so that is Falk. On the other hand, the Hyperspace Hole might just be a big, I would say, what can I say, lifesaver for the side of Buzzwole. But eventually, trying to save up. Oh, that was close. That was pretty close. It seems the Leafeon, he came into the question with the Crustle, is already starting to pop off already. The Ivysaur did find the Delphox though, but Doc, with those claws as well as this movesets, will definitely be the one to annoy the players of Clown 5 a lot. So he can not only tank the damage, but as I mentioned, the damage he can do to the oppositions is literally inevitable.
Yeah, definitely that is going to be the case. But look at this, the hyperspace holes are now coming into the picture. Slowbro had to flee back from the scenario because of the damage that was being inflicted by Crystal. And what a combined effort, what a stacking up scenario coming in at this point. But in the top lane, we will get to see a completely different type of approach where the water turtle is going to get for sure knocked out. And there you go, that's exactly what the approach is all about. Now it all trickles down to what happens. The hyperspace holes are once again active. The players are going to move forward momentarily back to the bottom lane so that they can have some good fights. But it feels like that Buzzwole and Leafeon is going to stick right over here. And there will be a contestant. It's the Dilfox who gets KO'd. That's interesting. The Dilfox is getting KO'd. The Fire Spins were one of those abilities that can change a lot of things, but still, it does feel like that team Cloud5 is still trying to maintain their momentum. They're trying to get some good fights. And look at this, it feels like that Cloud5 may be able to bag out some good fights as well. Okay, Russell gonna go with the Citrus Berry. He's going to heal himself back. And obviously with that, Decidueye goes down. That's interesting. I was not expecting that early of a knockout for Decidueye. The Spirit Shackle can be quite intriguing for him as well. But obviously for now, the Fire Spin. Every now and then whenever the Fire Spin comes, things started to change. But Hoopa! How can we forget this guy? Hoopa once again brings in the TP. The players were able to TP back to the base. Look at this. Leafeon finds one more KO. Buzzwole finds another one. And this is the turn for another big KO coming in. Decidueye goes down. This is a big opening for the players of Team Cloud5. They were able to destroy both the Tier 1 and Tier 2 gold zones. Not the Tier 1, Tier 2, but the Tier 1 gold zones on the top lane and the bottom lane. And now they're going to go with the Essilagor hunt so that they can have that purple buff as well.
I mean, just few moments ago, I literally thought through the hyperspace hole that Venusaur will be saved, but eventually that Fire Spin did the damage, and before he got teleported, he got taken down. I mean, I was a little surprised with that. But once again, the contention for the Regilicky is already on. The Solar Beam and the Sludge Bomb. Venusaur, that too on Legion, can be deceiving. But now the Buzzwole, he's on level 11. The level difference factor can play a big part while the Blastoise is on the way, but won't be able to do anything more, as it seems the Rings and Bound being activated instantly pops out. Comes in the Buzzwole. The 2 Emerald Step comes in, but instantly the 2 Unites being activated. Knock knock. It's there. He needs to get the hold of that, and there goes the Desi as well.
Wow.
Almost a team KO, as it seems. The Regilicky was already pushed towards the Tier 2 goals, and there is no doubt in that. Everybody will be looking forward to just, stop it anyways. But oh, Buzzwole, the 27 could have been there, but the Rock Tomb came in between that score. Just one more second, things could have been different. But as it seems, Cloud5, they've got a good level difference up for themselves. Level 12 Buzzwole is something that you crave for, but the hyperspace hole is what that creating a big difference is. With Spirit Shackle came into the good question. Buzzwole is trapped in the Fire Spin, has to take an exit, but eventually the Solar Beam will be coming into the play. The hyperspace hole is still there, but Russell won't just let him walk away with that, and the Buzzwole finally has been taken down by the players of Forger Legacy.
Well, indeed the Buzzwole has been KO'd, but look at the level advantage that is there. Buzzwole already at level 12. There is nobody even close to it. What a play from their corner as well. Multiple KOs could be coming in. The fireworks are definitely there. And there are some certain goals coming into the picture, but the Fire Spin again rotating back and forth. The TPing back scenario is going to be there. The Rings and Bound comes in. The HP is something that is going to be quite benevolent to watch, but look at this. Doc massively damaging out the players, but still, is it going to be a Crustle KO coming into the picture? I feel there is quite a big possibility, but no, it's unfortunately a Buzzwole KO coming into the picture, but I believe the retaliation will be there. Slowbro finds one more crucial, and Decidueye gets KO'd by the Venusaur. With that, the Tier 1 gold zone is actually Tier 2 gold zone on the top lane is pretty much opened up, although there is Blastoise, so they might not actually concern about that particular approach. But the Fire Spins, man, this is something that is quite hectic for the players of the other team known as Cloud5 are trying to deal with. Again, TPing back once again, getting the right HP, trying to be back in the game. That is going to be the case for them. But it does feel like that Forger Legacy has got their own momentum to play along with. Although the level buff that is there for Cloud5 is something that can be very risky in the next few minutes. Because remember guys, one more minute and after that the Rayquaza will be here.
I'm just eager to see, like Ruben, he was stopped a lot more times, not having a complete free hand to get all the KOs, but the Fire Spin is definitely something that's annoying the hell out of at this point for Clown 5. Eventually that hyperspace hole is giving them a lot of privilege, but why is Hoopa coming back in that very position? Because it's a kind of position where you know that you will be KO'd. Both of the players were waiting for him to come back, but now Regiliki will be pushed again towards the tier 2 of Forger Legacy, and this time the Regirock falls in the hands of Forger Legacy, but the Rock Tomb is actually what causing the trouble. Lot more stuns, 2 stunners at this point for the side of Forger Legacy to stop the mighty Buzzwole as well as the Leafeon. Not allowing them should be the better decision, but the Clayfable falls in the hands of Slowbro. Down 5, they do have that level difference that can play a major factor. 3 Pokemons on level 13, 2 on level 11. They have to gear up. 20 more seconds in the hand before the Rayquaza pops up.
20 more seconds. These are those 20 seconds which can change everything, or which can make a possible comeback for the players of Forger Legacy. I mean, to be honest, the comeback notion is not that far away. They are just 18 points away. They are just 18 goals away. All they have to do is just get those 18 points. But as you said, the stunners. These stunners are something which is going to be quite chaotic. But look at this. The 5 spin is still there. Players are getting spinned away. Venusaur is ready with the Solar Beam. But on the other corner, Cynics, man, this Leafeon. The Speedster goes in big, goes in behemoth with that particular goal. But still, I have to say that even the players of Team Forger Legacy are not at all looking good. At the same point, even Clown 5 is struggling a lot due to the approaches that are being delivered. But look at this, Buzzwole is getting pushed here and there. The supporter is way too far away. There is not going to be a lot of hyperspace holes being active. But it's active finally. They're going to TP back, bring in their healths, bring in their HPs, and then fight back. Look at Leafeon again farming, again trying to get the best output. Once again, he's going to be back in the fight. Now the Spirit Shackle will be there. And obviously the melting down of the Rayquaza is something that everybody is focusing on. A lot Ring Sunbound coming to the picture. A lot of interesting output. But look at this. The Little Fox goes in. Buzzwole wants to go big. Let's see if it is going to be the case. Hydro Typhoon comes in. Oh man, Leafeon finds another one. A total team KO. A total team KO. With that, Clown 5 is all the way up in the ladder. There is nobody to stop them. 5 individuals, 5 shields. Well, look at this. They've got every single advantage that they wanted to go with. The tier 1, tier 2 goal zones. Tier 2 goal zones are pretty much opened up in the bottom lane, but that too is now being destroyed. It is going to be a win for Clown 5. A sad part for me, to be honest, when it comes to Forger Legacy, because that team is a great team. That team is the runner-up of the India Open 22. Just a month ago, they were crowned as the second best team of the Indian circuit, but now it's the Clown 5 who is able to do a 2-0 on them. That shows the evolution also coming in from the trainer's perspective from Clown 5.
I mean, he did a brilliant job though, but still, that level difference played the major factor once again. Look at the levels of all the players, 14, 15, that's all. That sums it up pretty nicely with a 2-0. Clown 5, that old Clown 5 that we used to see in the lower brackets of India Open playoffs, is back in the business. After a lot of, I would say, setbacks, they have came into this position. 872 to 182 is the scoreline. 9 KOs for Legion and Sings, and they both did a fantabulous job. And have to give the credits to Obito. He might have got 3 KOs, but the amount of assist he has provided, especially Mewtwo with 15 with the hyperspace hole, then comes Joy with 10, Obito with 10. Tremendous job, a tremendous teamwork.
Well, the teamwork is something that definitely worked out a lot. 182 to 872. What a massive victory coming in from the players of Team Clown 5. This is one of the highest score being set today. And if I look into the history of the day number 1 of the Asia Champions League, I do believe that there was not a lot of differences coming in, except when you talk about first few matches, we did saw some interesting supports, interesting approaches also. But yes, in number 1, when we saw FSC Sports versus True Gravity, there was a particular match where Team True Gravity was able to establish a dominance of more than 300 goals. But then if you talk about Forger Legacy, that team definitely struggled a bit, but still they lost against Team Revenant. They were able to back out against just one beautiful game. But now Forger Legacy getting 2-0'd by a team who is struggling, who was not able to get a lot of output against some other teams. For example, if you talk about them fighting against Team Griffin, they were able to get just one good game, that's all. When they fought against Team Revenant, a complete 2-0 come in. When they fought against Forger Legacy, they gave in the 2-0. They are evolving along the way, and that's exactly what matters a lot. But obviously, qualifying for the finale is still something which might not be that easy for them, because there are some small mistakes that still Cloud5 is making. On the other corner, the only team which is not here with any kind of mistake till now, for example, it could be True Gravity, it could be Team Griffin as well, because both of the teams have done their own decent job. All of those teams are struggling, but still True Gravity and Griffin are those two teams who are still sitting on the top, having 7 points in their favor. So that's good, but still, remember guys, 2 more matches are left for these teams like True Gravity, who have played 3 matches, and obviously those teams who have played just 2 matches, for example FSC Sports, they are left with 3 more matches on day number 2 of the Asia Champions League regional qualifiers.
It was a roller coaster day. We saw plenty amount of deciders, plenty amount of 2-0s, not a plenty, I would say like a 2 or 3 in hand, but I mean, it was a tremendous day. Just imagine, this is the ACL Pokémon United Asia Champions League 2024 India regional stage, and this is just the first day. We're still left with 2 more days, out of which the next day will be still in the contendership of the seeded ranks of which team will have with what rank to go up to the single elimination day. That is going to be the final day of this regional stage. So a lot of questions, a lot of permutation combinations that the teams are going to use to just calculate up, re-strategize themselves before the second day arrives, because they will have a lot of days gap to build this thing up, build their own confidence, and build their new strats if they want to apply against some other teams. So they have to just focus on it. But we'll have a quick a view over the recap of what happened in the previous match, because that's something that did a lot of damage. When the Crustle was picked, I literally thought that can be that X factor to stun the players, specifically the Leafeon and the Buzzwole. It actually did, but still it was not that enough to stop them from wrecking things apart.
I mean, in this initial phases especially, yes, the Rock Tomb coming in from that Russell was definitely quite interesting to watch, and he was able to stun out the players. The fire spin with that combination of a fire spin from Delphox also was quite hefty. We did saw a lot of KOs coming in, but trust me, when you have Pokemons like a Leafeon, a Hoopa, who is back and forth going to push the players back to the base lane goal zone, and they're going to TP back to get the right health in their favor and bounce back in the game, obviously you retaliating is not going to be easy enough. And that's exactly what happened. Hoopa definitely was one of the best supporter, definitely is one of the best supporter, and that's exactly what Mewtwo was able to capitalize on. Was quite on point in this particular approach, although there were some small instances where Hoopa even also got KO'd. But this fight, guys, remember, this is the moment where that Hoopa changed every single thing. All thanks to that Rings Unbound, everybody TP'd back to this region where they were getting multiple KOs, and trust me guys, it was a total team KO. Crustle, to be honest, was the last one which was surviving, and he also got KO'd. But then there was nothing really to do. I mean, there was a buffer of approximately 600 more goals, 600 plus goals coming in from the players of Cloud5. So there was nothing really to do at this point. And that's how Team Cloud5 is going to make sure that they are the winner of this match number 8, to be precise. The third match that they fought against one particular team coming in from the Indian circuit. But yes, kudos to their victory. Remember guys, the only one team which is going to sit on the top of the leaderboard after the single elimination bracket gets over, or should I say the number 3 of this regional qualifier gets over, is going to be there in the finale, is going to move to Bangkok, is going to go for Bangkok, Thailand, and fight in the LAN arena. Well, that is a different glory, but obviously the journey till that glorified location is something which is quite auspicious to watch, and for that reason I have to say yes, the battle looks absolutely amazing. In the Asia Champions League till now, 2 of the teams that have surprised me a lot is going to be Team Griffin and Cloud5 as well along the way.
I mean, this is the kind of surprises that we want to see more in this Asia Champions League, because it's all about the not only about the tournament but also about the bragging rights that you carry forward for the upcoming circuit. Because yes, one team will be going up front, but we'll have a quick look over the analysis part of the entire series that happened from the first match to the second. The first match was definitely something that the Zoroark played a very X factor, but after that the Zoroark coming into the play, getting all the KOs wherever he wanted, something, it was some kind of satisfaction to your eyes if you are a speedster fan or you love to get as many KOs as possible.
He was just swooping in and getting those finishers. That was the best part for me. And yeah, it was looking absolutely amazing till the Leafeon countered him. Leafeon got that level buff, and there was a good counter coming in. Like, there was a certain amount of lead coming in the favor of Team Clown5 for not Clown5, Forge Legacy for a moment, but Clown5 on the other corner retaliated way too good. Look at the Unites being utilized from the back end. Look at this Inteleon. He always made sure that he is going to be far away from the legendary pit. He's going to utilize his movement and recharge his snipe shots and utilize it at the best moment. Even the Leafeon, look at him trying to come from the seeking corner to get some good scores. The final stretch was there. We were left with just 1 minute and 36 seconds. The things had to be covered up, and on that note, we did saw total team KO, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, the total team KO came in. Although Venusaur was able to get a crucial frag, but after that, what happened? We got to see the Rayquaza also being stolen. Not just that, they were trying to break that shield. As you do see, that they were trying to break the shield away. They were already a KO on 2 Pokemons coming in from Team Forge Legacy. The rest remaining, but they were already in a very tough and a tricky spot. That's how they got KO'd as well.
Everything just fell into the pieces where they wanted it to be, but eventually I literally thought that kind of that KO streak that came up from the side of Inteleon also being a major factor. Then again, the Crustle trying to always invade and problem the main attackers that can cause the trouble. Getting the Slowbro, getting the Buzzwole, everything that he was doing was on point. But when the momentum was shifted, the objective came in the hands of Clown5, everything was already done. And instantly getting the rings and bout, then the Unites being activated. The Ruben did try a lot to find a lot more value, but it was not that easy. You're using Knock Knock, you're using the Spirit Shackle, but also there has to be someone to convert those damage into the KOs, but it was not in the case. In the final stretch fight, there was a lot of things happened. Specifically, if you see the HP of Mewtwo, it was almost like nothing left, and he was taking fight with almost like the players with complete full HP, who was also charging. The Crustle was there. There was the Blastoise, the Delphox, and the Clefable all going and focusing on this one person because he was the game changer for the entirety of the team.
Definitely, he was one of those individuals who completely shifted the whole tempo of that particular game, and all thanks to that Hoopa, as I said initially as well, that the Ring Sunbound came in and the ultimate resulted in a total team converging right into that spot where the fight was going on. This could have actually backfired as well due to the stuns coming in from the particular player. Also, apart from that, if I'm not wrong, there could have been a scenario where the fire spin could have really impacted a lot, but still things changed. And now let's talk about the standings as well. Where are the changes, guys? Look at this. Clown5, they were at the 5th position, now they are at the 4th position, all thanks to their victory in this particular game. Kudos to their journey, guys. Kudos to their comeback in the match. But yes, it is still True Gravity and Team Griffin who are still sitting on the top. There are no other changes coming in except Team Forge Legacy now dropping down to the 4th position, and Clown5 is also right over there. And at the same moment, if you talk about Team Revenant, they have got 6 points, that's why they're at 3rd position. FS on the other corner is there was 6th position, that means 0 points. They do not have any single game in their favor, not even a single game, guys. I'm not talking about a match, I'm talking about a game at this point. Not even a single game went in their favor. Whenever they fought, they got defeated by a 2-0. That means the opponent completely obliterated them. Now, the day number 2 is something which might change the storyline.
Revenant will have 3 matches on day number 2. FS will have 3 matches on day number 2. The other teams will have 2 for their name. Griffin, Clown5, True Gravity. They will even Forge a Legacy will have 2 more matches in the second day. So that just sums it up pretty well. You are the one. Specifically for Revenant and FS, they do have a lot more things to come up. Yes, they are in the 6th position. FS haven't won a single match. They have to do something. They have to come up with something different to find a lot more value. Yes, the league, India League Day 1 comes to a very end in today's day, but still the standings just gives the teams who are in the bottom a little bit motivation that there's still a lot of hopes that you can make a comeback. 3 more matches, it's more like 6 points, it's still there that you can convert for yourself. So you have to just look forward. You need to be positive in the upcoming days to stay in the competition.
Well, definitely staying in the competition, being the best at this point is going to be the main goal, the main meta. And in terms of that, I feel that True Gravity, Griffin, even Revenant is one of those names to be honest, which can be quite fruitful along the way. But obviously, in order to maintain that play, they have to evolve. That's exactly what Clown5 did. They faced a very big loss against the team known as 4G Legacy in the first, not 4G Legacy, in the perspective of Team Griffin. They were able to bring in just one good map, but against Revenant, they even lost with a 2-0. But what happened after that? They figured out what was going wrong. They figured out what kind of composition, what kind of drafting they have to do, and with that help, with that insight, they brought back a very big victory for themselves. They obliterated the runner-up of the Pokemon India Open, Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. And to be honest, this was the team which qualified in the 6th position. That means their chances were not looking that good. But still, they were able to be consistent. They were able to figure out what they had to do, how they have to play. And at the end, look at this. The stats are quite clear.
It kind of justifies the day what actually happened. But overall, I would love to know one thing, Raider, from your end, that which team actually impressed you the most? It can be the winner, it can be the loser as well.
It is for me, it is for sure Team Griffin. The way they played, the way they dominated, the way they completely shifted the whole momentum was something quite interesting for me. So yeah, if you ask me personally, it is definitely Team Griffin. No doubt, Gravity, to be precise, is one of those teams who has been crowned as the champs of Indian circuit in the Pokemon Unite India Open. But in order to be the conquerors, I believe they have to be the best. And at this point, True Gravity was again able to beat the players of Team Griffin. But then again, if we talk about Team Griffin, that is one of the oldest name. Players are a little bit newer, but then again, the composition that they're trying to come up with is also quite intriguing, quite interesting as well. The second game that just happened in the match number 7 was quite interesting because Griffin was able to stop the players of Team True Gravity at just 96 points, not even 100. Was able to be touched by the players of Team True Gravity. That is the kind of potential Griffin has got. But then again, if the combined effort is not there, if the synergy is not going to work out, if the strategy or drafting is going to get on a weaker corner, I do believe things is going to backfire. And that's exactly what happened to them in the later stages. So pretty similar. But the fact that True Gravity was able to be ready with the right insight, they were able to, recapitalize on Intellion and also on Decidue. That was the best part for me.
Yeah, definitely that was something to cherish about the kind of plays that we witnessed. But definitely that was all for today's day of Pokemon Asia Champions League 2024 India Regional Stage. This is Necros, alongside me it was Lucifer as well as Raider chatting me on the desk. We will be seeing you again on 16th of this month with the day number 2. But till then, bye bye, take care, see ya, peace out, good night.